It is the Going Low Show. Chris Muller, PGA professional Craig Mankins from Cedar Brook Golf Course in beautiful Belle Vernon, PA. 36 holes. We're staring out at one right now, Craig.
Yep.
I said I can imagine myself on a big brawny par 5 like that, getting all worked up on the tee. I'm going to smash one 320 all the way down there, get on in 2, make eagle. But what I'm really going to do is pull one about 20 yards left into the rough, being a dodgy lie because it's 20 yards off the fairway. Try to rip a 6-iron that only goes about 115 yards. Chunk a couple up there and make a 30-footer for bogey. It's the Chris Muller way. But we are at a place where they can have the Fraser football golf outing on 118 and have full tee times and a full sheet on what should be a great day of golf on the other 18. That is the beauty of Cedar Brook Golf Course.
You're 100% right. It is a beautiful. I remember this spot from last year looking. Now, what do you see out there? It's a little bit different today, Chris. How about the robotic mower that's going out there?
Oh, yeah. I do see
him going.
I was like, what is Craig going with here? I was like, well, there's clouds, but there's a sunrise. But yeah, the little robot.
Look at the stripe that it's.
It is a nice stripe.
I mean,
it is a nice stripe. Nice little contouring here.
You know the best part about that robotic mower?
Doesn't collect a paycheck.
Well,
you could say
it does for
doesn't
what
get
you pay for
doesn't
it.
Well, yes, doesn't get tired.
Well, I'll tell you.
Like I said, technically does too.
I'll tell you what it doesn't do. It doesn't have too many beers at the local bar.
That's
true. It always shows up every Saturday morning for work.
That's true.
It's out there all the time, and you see them everywhere. They're really neat. But I had to throw that out there just because it's funny to look at it.
It's doing it. Look at it though. It's doing its thing. Perfect line. This is the site, by the way. Last year, I believe this was our final Going Low show of last season.
I think it was.
And it was a seminal moment in my golf year in 2025 because you and I went out there for a friendly, no stakes, no cash match. And because you weren't playing for any money, you were free to give me a tip on the third hole about how goofy my putting stroke was.
Yep.
And you got me forward pressing it a little bit. And the truth of the matter is, you set me up on unwittingly, you unlocked something that set me up on about a 6-week run that ended with me winning the net championship and dropping my index down probably further than it should have gone.
Yep.
This is like a site of of great memories for me because of that little 9-hole match on the red.
This is like you being a PGA Tour pro returning back to the place where it all began.
Exactly. I'm trying to think Tiger dominated a lot of places, but like didn't he dominate in Akron when they would still go to Firestone?
Yeah, right there in just south or just north of my hometown.
He would just rip people's heads off at Firestone. I always remember. I mean, you could say that about Tiger in like 10 different places, but
I think he won at Firestone. I think 6 times. I think
he had a goofy streak going at one place. I remember he won like 4 in a row at a spot, and that's how I feel here. So John and everybody here, and we're going to talk to John from Cedar Brook in about 20 minutes. They do it right here. Great facility. You remember when Michelle Wee was trying to qualify for the men's U.S. Open?
Correct.
They had was it a sectional down here or a local?
No, it was a
first round or second round. I thought it was a sectional, and they had it tuned up to.
I think it was a sectional
to like to a million out here. I mean, they had it. They had it cooking.
They did. I just remember it was in the paper. You know, that was
very big deal.
That was back when cell phones weren't that big, and it was all in the paper. And,
it was a big deal that she was coming here to try to do that. I don't remember if it was because she and her team felt like that was the best shot she had to qualify, but that was when she was taking over women's golf and trying to get on the men's game for that.
She was young then.
She was like high school aged, I think, but bombing the golf, absolutely just nuking the ball.
I was going to say, I think she might have been in her late teens.
Now, she also has a connection to my game only in a very basic sense. When she started to struggle with the putter, she did something I also had tried to do, which was the tabletop. I was bent over the putter like a tabletop. Tried to roll the rock there.
Oh boy, let's not talk about
No. The tabletop hurt my back. It was among other things. I'm going to start with the women's game today.
Okay.
For this reason. I had this thought kicking around in my head. The Rocket Classic's going on the men's side. I wanted to talk about Jackson Koiven. I did this is classic Chris Muller. I worked ahead earlier in the week and I had some stuff cut at my house about Jackson Koiven winning and then managed to lose it somehow and not be able to send it to our guy Sean Myers back at the ranch. So we don't have the clip of him winning the 3M in pretty dominant fashion, but I do want to get into that. But it's the AIG Women's Open. And for people who don't know, that tournament on the women's side, it's the Open Championship for them. Has not always been a major. has only recently like jumped way up in profile where the RNA takes it over. They're at Royal Lytham in St. Anne's right now.
Yep.
And Hae-Dong Yu is not a household name here, Korean golfer. She, however, has won the last 2 majors, Craig, on the women's side. They have 5 over there. There's kind of, bear with me here. These are wonky rules. If you win 4 out of 5, they consider you having won the Grand Slam. They have the Chevron, the U.S. Women's Open, which is the USGA. They have the KPMG Women's PGA. They have the Evian, which they just played, and they have the AIG Women's Open. So like 3 of the majors go rat-a-tat-tat very quickly. Yeah. And she is right now bidding to win the last 3 majors of the year when it was supposed to be the year of Nelly Korda. She is up right now by 1 shot in this thing. And this is the question I want to ask. Nelly is, I think, by anybody's measure, the best women's golfer on the planet. But she is an American golfer playing American courses, American style. Ball in the air, not ball on the ground. Scottie Scheffler, to use this comp on the men's side, wins the Open last year. Pretty dominant fashion, gets it done. And now you don't have to ask the question, can he play all the styles of golf? So when you think about like great golfers throughout history, would you ding one of them if they hadn't gone over and won an Open, men's or women's, especially the men's because it's been such a big tournament, because that's such a different style? Like when you think about golfers throughout the history of the sport, and you think maybe about a guy who's won a couple majors but doesn't have an Open on their resume, what would that, like, how does that make you look at that player? Like DJ's a hell of a player. Brooks Koepka's a hell of a player. 5-time major champion in Koepka's case. Doesn't have one of those though.
I don't know that they have to win it. It's just they have to compete. They have to be up there at the top.
To show that they know what they're...
Yeah, that they...
Like, there's an understanding of what the task is there.
Correct. Because if you think of a PGA Tour player, I mean, a really great one, how many years are they out there on the PGA Tour?
15.
Yeah.
Maybe 15 at the highest level. We're in their prime.
So think about that. That's 15 British
cracks
Opens.
at it.
Yeah. In which, I mean, in a really good one, some of the really good ones are out there 20, 25.
Right. And you're probably not worried about those guys because chances are they probably picked one off at some point.
Well, or
they were in like the final group or whatever.
If they're doing a highlight of one of those years, they're up there battling and competing, trying to win that Open. It's just, I go back to, it's hard to win a golf tournament.
I would think it's hard to win those ones though too, especially because the bounce, the rub of the green, all that stuff, like the weird bunkers.
Well, it's just the imagination of again, that's the beauty of golf is you have to plot your way around that golf course. And every day, like a basketball game, the hoop's 10 feet high, free throw line's 15 feet, 3-point line's the same. Everything's the same. Your conditions are pretty much the same. Yeah, the crowd changes no matter where you go. But in golf, you can play the same course 4 days in a row, and you can get 4 totally different conditions and 4 totally different courses every time you play.
So like the Rocket is outside of Detroit right now, and that's getting some attention because they've dropped it down to a par 70. It's not like a minus 23 shootout. I mean, Cam Young went crazy low yesterday, but they renovated that place. It does look cooler on TV. I mean, I've been like taken in that tournament. It's a really good renovation that got done. But like when I think of a links course, I'm like, well, okay, like American courses, you're going to play the ball in the air, drop it here, drop it there. There, it's you might want to roll this ball up. Actually, you might want to flight this thing about 10 feet off the ground. You might want to play for about 80 yards of rollout. By the way, there's like 2 pot bunkers that you don't even know are there. And if you're in those, good luck. Like, have fun. You better hit it out backwards if you want to make like bogey. Don't even think about making par. And to me, it's like 2 different sports almost. I was talking to a friend about regular golf versus tournament golf. Golf with your buddies where, hey, that 2-footer's good versus ball in the hole, hit the cup. I said, these are 2 different sports. And I proved that by in the last tournament I played, shooting like 89, 87 when I thought I'd shoot in the 70s both days. To me, links golf is the same thing. Like if I'm rating great players, and that's Nelly has not really done that well on the women's side on links courses.
Right.
I do think it's like a resume hole if you don't end up, I guess what you're saying, at least having like some very competitive finishes.
Right. And I think wasn't last year, wasn't she right into the end?
She was in it at St. Andrews when they started like up in the venues for this. Cause like I said, it wasn't always a major. It's only like a 50-year-old tournament, but they've in the last probably decade plus, they've really jacked up like the quality of venue where they're sending the Women's Open to. She was in it at St. Andrews several years back, and then it just very end, it didn't work out. But like, so I guess to your point, you'd look at that as no, she knows what she's doing. Like she understands the task out here, the goal. Yeah,
I've seen her play well over there. Maybe not quite have won. It's kind of funny when you think of the British Open. Like one thing I turned on the TV, we just watched the men's here not too long ago, and you see Tommy Fleetwood putt multiple putts from 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet off the green because the putter's the right choice there. Yeah. And it's always fun to watch, especially with the wind and everything else. And I like it because I grew up on a public golf course where we really didn't have a lot of bunkers, but it was very flat. You had to hit chip shots sometimes and land them in the rough to bounce them up, just because the greens are as hard as pavement and they're not necessarily fast.
Well, they're bumpy though.
They were smooth.
Well, at your course, I'm saying like the courses, like compared to what tour players play on women's and men's, they go over to like Lytham. Yeah. And those greens, because they have to be, they're a little slower and a little bumpier almost by definition because they're fescue or whatever. Like, so they're a little goofy and unpredictable at the later in the day.
Yeah. I mean, all greens.
I just think that I just go back to like, that's like the whole part of the extra part of the challenge is these guys are so used to, and the women are so used to playing on these perfectly manicured courses over here.
Right. Wherever
I start ball on this line, ball should roll on this line, and it doesn't.
That's the part that I like about, golf, it not being perfect. People always complain. They want to get relief, not to get off subject here, but they want to get relief from your ball rolling in a divot in the middle.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'll start. We can go on this right there. Hold up. Forget about the divots thing. Huh? I didn't have a chance because you were playing some famous golf last weekend.
Pebble Beach.
Yeah. Dreary old Pebble Beach. Mm-hmm. What did you think? I'm sure you saw this. There was the controversy on Bryson, yes, but I thought that was pretty cut and dried. Yeah. He was stomping around like a Bob Friend called my regular show and said he was stomping around like Sasquatch back there.
Yeah, he was like Bigfoot.
But then Scotty on Sunday, so we did not talk. We got to talk about Bryson, but we did not talk about what happened with Scotty. He blows a ball off the planet on 17 at Birkdale. He's trying to make eagle basically to get back in the tournament on Sunday. He hits the ball quite literally 100 yards left almost. Like it just forever left, but it is behind a temporary Clarets Club or whatever.
Yeah.
The ball is lost, but because the officials could see where it went,
Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Pump and Joe Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates lost 8-7 in Cincinnati against the Reds on Friday. A heartbreaker for the Buccos as Cincy scored 3 times in the bottom of the 8th. Paul Skeens, another rough outing. 4 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, and 7 strikeouts. Pirates and Reds run it back tonight in Cincy. 6:40 the first pitch. Andrew Abbott will be throwing it for the Reds. The Pirates opposed with Braxton Ashcraft. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:45. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Dick's House of Sport is excited to join the community, Greensburg, and invite you to our grand opening house party August 7th through August 9th at the Westmoreland Mall. Get ready for can't-miss appearances, giveaways, and more all weekend long. We're more than a store, featuring a rock wall, hit tracks, multi-sport cage, golf hitting bays, and a collector's clubhouse. Plus, shop the best brands and over 2,000 shoe styles, all in one place. Discover Dick's House of Sport at the Westmoreland Mall, August 7th through August 9th.
Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly cloudy and warm throughout the day. A chance of storms tonight. A high of 83 degrees.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the whole summer? Conley Resort and Golf now has a virtual wait list. Get notified when your desired tee time is available. Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, golfers, we're here to talk about golf.
Helping you with your golf game. This is Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Live from Cedarbrook Golf Course, it is Going Low. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDK and Waymo 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh 4PPS Back to School event. That's presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you. For details, check out 937thefan.com. That's brought to you by Rugby Realty and Pittsburgh Regional Transit. We are here at Cedarbrook Golf Course, 36 holes of championship caliber golf. John Stawovi is here as well. He is the owner. He is the man at Cedarbrook.
One of the owners, but
one of the owners. For radio purposes, you're the man right now. Craig and I were trying to recall when Michelle Wie was here. It made very big headlines trying to qualify for the U.S. Men's Open. Was that local or sectional?
That was to go to that was sectional because from there she was going to go to the final stage.
Okay, yeah, final stage qualifier.
Yeah, out in Ohio somewhere.
And that was, now the course hosted that on the gold only, I believe, right?
On the gold.
So tell people who have not checked out Cedarbrook before, who are planning their next golfing Saturday or golfing any day of the week, about both the gold and the red courses here.
Okay, well, two basically conditioned exactly the same kind of golf courses. But the red is more friendly, more pleasing for a lot of players. We seem to get a lot more red play during the week, Monday through Thursday, and then it picks up more on the gold on the weekends when the younger sect of the better type players want to come out and challenge themselves. They're talking about maybe 500 yards difference in yardage and everything.
The gold, having played them both, the gold stretched out can be a brute, I think, in a good way, right. Like a true test yourself test yourself and see what you really got out here, basically, kind of place.
It starts out, and then as you get to the turn to the back, really starts to pick it up, and you got to.
Yeah,
go ahead, Craig.
One thing on the gold, I remember the finishing holes. You get to what's the long par 3? Is that 15?
14.
14, yeah. 14, 15, 16. Then you got a neat little downhill, number 17. Then finish up the hill on 18. Right. That gold does. I've played, since way back when I was at Indiana Country Club and coming down here to play. Like I always remember, okay, you got to be ready for that last stretch.
Yeah, when Michelle Wie came, we added a tee on 18, stretch it out to over 400 up that hill.
Wow.
It plays that just plays much longer than the yardage too. That's just such a steep uphill second on that hole. I had a decent round going here at the Gold, my recollection, and then wrecked my rig, basically. It was just we jackknifed that truck pretty badly on like the last 4 or 5 holes, so I can speak to that firsthand. Yep. I'm wondering, the course looks immaculate, first off, John. It looks great. From we can see, a decent vantage point to see a lot right here. And you guys are so hospitable, putting us up here in the catbird seat in the penthouse, so we appreciate that too. Has it been, I always ask this, it seems like, because I look back at my own lawn right now and it's greener than it's ever looked in late July and now early August. Right. Weather is such a huge factor for anybody that's operating a golf course. How has this year been as far as that goes?
It hasn't been as bad as last year, but we did hit that one stretch. I think the one evening we got 3 inches in an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much flooded this place out, and then we moved into
immediate heat,
immediate mid-90s, high 90s for a long time and dried out. So we did suffer through that, but then it cooled back down, and pretty much moisture has been pretty good for us throughout summer. We haven't been stressed. We draw water out of the Youghiogheny River to irrigate the course, and we haven't had to use that much.
Well, that's always a good thing. And it looks like it. Like I said, the course, and you've got the robot mowers that Craig was enamored by them, and it just the cuts look terrific out here.
Yep.
Yeah, they do a great job. I mean, they've been helpful. I mean, with the lack of labor pool that we can pull from.
That's a huge thing in the golf industry. It's hard to find people that want to come out. A lot of times, speaking on that, John, like you'll get some really good, maybe a gentleman who's retired and he wants to come out and loves to get on a fairway mower and, mow for 6, 7, 8 hours, but not everybody wants to do that. So those robots provide a extra sense of security for yourself that things are going to
more kind of boring, repetitive jobs day after day kind of thing.
Yep,
they take that away from you.
Yep, and then the other thing, you said about a lot of golfers don't understand this, but like you guys always do a great job. No matter what time of the year you come down to play Cedar Brook, like we would come, just because we play up north of here a little bit, but when we airify, we would come down here and play all the time. And you guys do such a great job of keeping your turf conditions very consistent. Like you said, from the red course to the Gold. And a lot of people don't understand, when you get all that water and then you get that heat, boy, you got to be careful because that's right.
That's the bad combo, isn't it? That is the bad combo is when it gets swampy because there's too much moisture.
You can do all the practices, the aerification, the fertilization, the disease prevention, insect prevention, but when water's just sitting in areas with that heat,
there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. Hope for the best.
Yeah, correct.
I hope your plants are as strong as they can be going into those periods and they weather the storm and then.
Correct. And then they come back. They're resilient.
Yeah.
And then, again, another great thing I think of when we come down here is you have terrific facility, and having 36 holes, you can have an outing going at one time on one course.
Right.
And have regular play on another course. Now, do people tend to want the Gold or the red for their outing? Is it, hey, we want to have friendly competition. Can we go on the red, or is it like an even split?
I think it's pretty much an even split.
Yeah.
It depends on your organizer.
Sure.
What his goals are for.
Right.
Some want to provide higher level competition for their players, and others want them to have a great time and relax. And
we're sending you out on the red.
Birdies.
Yep.
You have scrambles where there'll be 17, 18 under on the red course easily.
Sure.
Nobody checking in, though, at a scramble, I hope, at like 27 under here, as I find on like the golf Facebook pages every time, 4 guys in jorts coming up. Oh, yeah, we shot 41 for 18 holes of golf.
I know.
What else do you have on offer here? So 2 championship level courses, easy to get to here, because I was telling Gabe, our producer, I live in Kennedy Township. This was technically 3 turns to get to the golf course today. Right on to 51 from my neighborhood, right off of 51 at the light, and then another left turn just to get into the golf course. So easy to get to right here, straight shot from pretty much anywhere, points north or even west. You're just coming down.
Yeah, providing the construction has been going on here for 5 or 6 years. One more year and it'll be
at least it's
up.
Right at the end of the drive, though. That's the one good thing. It's like the last mile. You just say, oh, where am I going here?
Well, the funny part about pulling in there, I'm coming down, Route 70 heading west, and you get off, and then you turn left, and you feel like you're in you're in the wrong lane right there. I had to do a double take. Thank goodness I had my coffee, and I looked and I said, okay, I'm right.
Yeah, you didn't have to call me for advice. You were just, hey, Chris, I think I'm good here.
I've been here a million times, but that intersection, I can't imagine how long it's been. But it's easy to get to. So all the golfers out there, don't ever mess this place up.
Honestly, it's another come here, play the red, think, okay, feel pretty good about myself. Hit it around, hit it straight, come back, play the gold. Take the real test. I would say, Craig, if I didn't have 3 kids at home, I'd say you and I take the 36-hole test here one day.
Yeah.
Like treat it like the old U.S. Open on Saturday. Ken Venturi will get out there in the heat.
Play them both.
Golf's longest day.
That's right.
Yeah.
Play them both.
Well, and I like playing the gold in the summer because, the fairways are nice, but you get a little rollout.
Yep.
You want to come play the gold. Come play it in April when it's a little chilly and wet. That's a really tough golf course.
You know me, I like to think I can bomb it, but I can't hit it straight, so that would just be a long day for me. I would be taking the rollout. John Stawovi, he is one of the owners here, Cedarbrook Golf Course. You guys always treat us so well on this show. We appreciate your support of Going Low. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it.
Craig, we have some other golf business to attend to.
What do we have?
Well, we've got a guy in Jackson Coyven who
oh yeah, he's pretty good.
My goodness, man. Can you just I want to jump over to him for a second.
Oof.
21 years old, barely 21, barely old enough to drink, and just throttled the field at the 3. I was thinking about with him, he's very good at everything, but he does not have a very loud trait. He doesn't hit 390 like Cam Young can. He had Scotty Scheffler bearing down on a Sunday, shooting 63 to come and try and reel him in, where I think you'd see other guys maybe spit the bit a little bit and I don't know if I got it here. And it just never flickered other than the 18th hole where he drop kicked one off the tee. That was incredible to watch somebody that young, even that accomplished as an amateur, just handle his business there.
Yeah, so I watched him all day on Saturday, and it started, I think it was the 12th hole to par 5, where he talked about it, where he ripped that second shot and it went 300 and some yards and he made his first eagle.
At 3-wood.
Yeah, correct. And he said, I didn't know if I could get it over that bunker. He goes, but I swung hard and caught it on the screws, which I laughed at. That's an old term. He hasn't played a club.
He hasn't played a persimmon driver, no.
Screws, no. I mean, anything. And, but he flushed it. And, for him to shoot a 28 on that back 9 and have those 2 eagles, I mean, he was in cruise control. And he's going to be a talented young man out there. There's no question about that.
He just looks like I think it's just very impressive. Scotty does not have the Tiger factor where when you see him on the board, some guys would shrivel up when Tiger would start climbing the board if he wasn't in contention. I think the quality of golfer across the board is a little better now. They're all athletes, so there's sort of a mentality that comes with that too, where maybe it wasn't quite there, as deep of a, not every guy looked at it like that when Tiger was coming up.
Right.
I still just think the 3M is not, I'm not going to pretend that the 3M is a big time tournament. It's the tournament after the Open Championship. It's one of those Scotty even playing in it was a pretty big deal. He had huge crowds around him on Thursday.
Correct.
But seeing that name compared to all the other names that could be shooting 63 to try to run you down, I just still think matters more to me. Seeing the guy, he knows that he's there. And just hold on. And there wasn't any until 18, until the tee shot on 18, and really it was only the tee shot. There wasn't really a sense that he was trying to hold on to the steering wheel. He was still letting it go up until that 18th tee.
Well, he wasn't playing like he was holding on. He was playing the golf tournament to win.
Correct.
And see,
he still made par on 18, even drop kicking it, hitting one over the green. He makes this, just rolls it dead in the heart for a par. It was great. Bogey-free weekend for him.
Well, that's the difference in golf. When you try to hold on, usually it doesn't work out so well. When you play, and he obviously executed his game plan. He just was birdie after birdie after birdie. It made it look really easy. And I don't think he actually thought about winning the golf tournament until probably he stepped up on that 18.
And then he skidded one in there. Still hit the fairway.
Well, that's
very relatable, honestly.
Well, it's a beautiful thing to watch a guy who just played that high level, that good, and then to see him drop kick it and you laugh and you go, Yeah, just like the 3 guys I gave lessons to this week.
Exactly. And we all know a good drop kick can still go straight. It went 250 right down the middle. He's 4 under at the Rocket right now, so he's obviously seen the weekend. You know who else is? We haven't mentioned our friend here, Neil Shipley.
Yeah, where is he?
He just made it on the number.
Oh, good.
Okay, so he made it at -3. Ship is teeing off as we speak right now.
And he finished 44th last week or something like that. He won about $30,000.
Yeah, he needs just stack a couple of these.
Yeah.
I think he's in an interesting spot right now because he's got to try, obviously, to go low on the weekend and get himself like a top 20. He just needs to string a couple of them together because he'll have the fall swing and everything else, but like, man, you'd love to see him get his way in.
What position is he on the money list right now? I need some readers. Computer.
The Shipley positioning here, he is in the FedEx. He's 187. So it's been a struggle for him on the first year. Now, I don't want to people. I thought he made the tour and now he's good to go. You see some of the better players who have won multiple times out there had to go back down to the Korn Ferry.
Right.
The difference for him is soon the Korn Ferry is going to kind of cease to exist as we know it, and it's going to be in 2028 that championship track and the challenger track.
Correct. I mean, and with all the Live Tour, I think is going to be gone here pretty soon. But with that happening, you're going to have an influx of.
They're not going to. I think the DP World Tour is still going to take a lot of those guys. I suspect Rahm's going to find his way back, although that seems messy. Bryson might just start his YouTube channel. And just do YouTube golf. But like I don't know how many.
I know.
There will be a lot of guys who go to the DP World Tour, which means they'll probably get tour cards sooner rather than later. And then, your influx comes in there.
That's what I mean. You're going to have so many more guys competing for only X amount of spots, right? And it'll be interesting because there are a ton of good golfers out there on that Live Tour, in which. Who knows? It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
It's going to be tougher for a guy like Ship. He's going to have to play his way into like being, and I think he's up for that challenge, but it's not going to come easily. There's not going to be anything handed. Let's put it that way.
Well, and all you have to do is catch fire, one time. And next thing you know, you get a win. You get what, 2 years?
Yeah, 2 year. Well, you want to talk about really quick here, the best example of that? Because there's like a stasis out there. A lot of guys just kind of sit around in the same spot. I think there is no better example of a guy who got the win and got a very specific kind of break. I don't know if you know the name I'm going to say. Alex Fitzpatrick. Yeah, okay, you did. Absolutely. You read my mind. He wins the team event with his brother, with his brother hitting the great shot on 18, but otherwise Alex kind of carried the mail in the last round a little bit there. And he has looked terrific in pretty much every event he's played since then.
Did he beat his brother at the British Open this year? I think he did.
I believe he did, yeah. Because I think
they were both kind of hanging up there.
Matt had a tough one there, and then Alex was better. But he's played in a bunch of those signature events, and I think I heard an interview with him where he even talked about wondering, like, do I belong out here at first? Like, I kind of snuck my way onto the tour here, and he's been excellent ever since. So that, to your point, you win one event or you just have a really good week, you can make a ton off of it.
Well, and you take the stress of trying to make it versus going out and now just, playing with house money, so to speak. And he's done a really good job of that. And
here's his list. So this is funny because he's only made 10 starts on the tour this year because he was obviously in the DP World Tour and he's made 9 of 10 cuts. This year, he wins the Zurich with his brother.
Yep.
Goes to Cadillac at Doral where Cam Young lapped the field. Top 10. He finishes T9. He goes to Truist, 4th. He was 75th at the PGA, but he did make the cut.
Yep.
6th at the Memorial. That's a big boy golf tournament at a big boy golf course. 20th at the Canadian Open, which is a kind of a long-standing event on tour. T23, a little rough on the weekend at the U.S. Open, but still, it's a top 25 at a major.
That's good.
T7 at Travelers, finally has a cut at the Scottish, and then he makes the cut at the Open, but then a very bad final round, and he ends up, T71, pretty far down there, but that was 77 on Sunday.
Oh, wow.
So look at multiple top 10s in there after a win, and no one's questioning his bona fides.
Look at his, what you have up there. Go back to the top. What was his career? Or is
$4 million in official money.
4.5. Yeah.
And that's what happens when you win 1.5 almost at Zurich, and then the next 4 tournaments you make the cut in, you're racking up another $2 million or so. Wow. Good work if you can get it, but he's a great example of a guy that was on the DP World Tour and just started to make it happen. We're live from Cedarbrook Golf Course. It is going low. We'll finish up next. I don't have any golf plans this weekend, unfortunately, Craig. There's a few too many kids running around the Muller house these days for too much golf. But I have questions for you, believe it or not, off of that subject. All right, so we'll get into that and finish up from one of the best spots around. Come down here. 36 holes, championship caliber golf, the red and the gold. It's Cedarbrook Golf Course, and it is going low on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates suffered a heartbreaking loss on Friday night in Cincinnati, 8-7 against the Reds, Cincy scoring 3 times in the bottom of the 8th inning. Paul Skeens, another rough outing. He went just 4 innings, gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, did have 7 strikeouts in a no decision. Brandon Lau had 3 hits. Jake Mangum and Nick Gonzalez each with a pair of RBIs. Pirates look to snap their skid tonight against the Reds, 6:40 the first pitch. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan commences at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Training camp, baby.
The black and gold are heading to Latrobe, and The Fan has all the coverage you need. Presented by Smale Kia, Route 30 Greensburg. Daily reports, video highlights, and the live broadcast. Join the PM team for ice-cold Miller Lights on August 7th, 2 to 6 at Sharky's in Latrobe. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best 2 fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see ball flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio, and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Looking for something different to do this week? Head to Shooters Golf in Wexford. Whether you're planning a night out with friends, date night, or a party, Shooters has something for everyone. Enjoy interactive golf bays powered by Top Tracer technology, great food, ice-cold drinks, and a fun atmosphere no matter your skill level. Plus, check out their outdoor patio bar featuring fire pits, private heated cabanas, and live music every Wednesday and Friday night starting at 7 p.m. With indoor and outdoor entertainment, Shooters Golf is your go-to destination for food, drinks, and fun.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. There you go. Good shot. If you like golf, you're in the right spot.
Thanks to tee off.
This is the Going Low Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Going low right now, live from Cedarbrook Golf Course. Looks in immaculate shape. Every hole we can see looks just excellent. Craig Mankins, Chris Muller, of course, PGA professional Craig Mankins. I have to issue a correction. Ombudsman on the YouTube chat, a man named Rob TWW. This is my mistake. I'm saying U.S. Open here. Let me be very clear. Michelle Wee came out here to try to qualify for the men's U.S. public links.
Oh, that's
Remember
yes,
that was the
correct.
pub links. It was not the U.S. Open. I had it conflated in my head because here's what it was.
Sense.
It was one of those big deals. I'm thinking, yeah, U.S. Open, right? It just seems like, no, it was the men's U.S. public links was what she tried to qualify for as a teenager because that's an amateur tournament.
Correct. And there's not as many sites for the pub links as there is for the open qualifiers. Correct.
Issuing an official and formal correction. Mistake of the host right here.
Did somebody text that in?
No, yeah.
Like off
YouTube, a YouTube chatter. It's exactly like a rule. They called it a rules violation on me. By the way, we have a hive mind going here. I didn't know if you'd know I was going to reference Alex Fitzpatrick as a guy who kicked the door open once it got cracked. You always talk about one of your favorite things to point out and remind me of when I'm saying, why can't this person do is how hard it is to win on tour.
Yes.
The main page.
No. How hard it is to win a tournament.
Period.
Yes, correct.
The main story on PGAtour.com is, I kid you not, I'm going to go back and reload it here because you're going to laugh just because this is like you being right on the money. Cam Young, Patrick Cantlay, and Patrick Fishburne are all tied at 10 under at Rocket.
Yep.
Look at that main story right there. Winning on tour isn't easy, even for the world's top players. You know why? It's got Cantlay's picture because he's kind of been in the wilderness as far as winning golf tournaments, even though I think for a while he was considered probably one of your 10 to 15 best players in the world.
Correct.
And he hasn't won. Still a pretty good player, just has not won tournaments.
Well, and I love his golf swing. He's got a really good golf swing, right? And a lot of people forget he has back surgery. There's a guy out there, he looks smooth swinger. Hits it really good. What is he? World rank? He's
still 43rd in the FedEx, and he's a top 40 player in the world.
Correct.
And just I laugh because the guy's made a lot of money in his career, but he has, I'm looking it up here, he's got 3 top 10s this season at the Truist, the Heritage, and Valspar. His best little run was he went T7 Valspar, T12 Masters, T8 Heritage, T10 Truist. Okay, pretty good. Like most guys would take that, but for him, it's just like, well, wait, where are the wins?
Correct. And how much money did he win this year?
Almost $3.5 million.
Yeah, that's all.
His career earnings, just to put in perspective, they can all, on some level, thank Tiger Woods for this. He's been on tour. Cantlay has 8 tour wins, 217 events in his career. Joined in 2014. He's made $61 million.
Wow.
I was going to say to you though, not a lot of golf being played in the Muller house because little Marlo is not even 2 months old.
Yep.
So a lot of diapers, a lot of bottles, a lot of waking up in the middle of the night.
I was just going to say, yeah.
Well, her thing is she sleeps in our room, obviously still in the little bassinet. We got the one that like this fancy one that our neighbors lent us who just had their own kid like 7 or 8 months ago. And it like rotates, right? It's like it simulates rocking the baby kind of, and she loves it. But she grunts. Like she's always like, she's not waking up. So if you go and peer over at her, she's eyes are shut, but she's like little baby grunts and little noises. So
maybe dreaming.
So it wakes you up because you're a parent thinking like, oh man, is she good over there? So the sleep has been goofy. The golf has been goofy. I blew up at the Moon Open last week, making a 9 on number 9. We won't even talk about it, Craig.
Okay.
There's nothing you could help me with. But question on behalf of guys out there or any golfer, the ladies who might have a kid and they can't wait to get back out to the course, but they just had a kid or something. What's like the Craig Mankins best tip you could give for people who know they're not going to be able to play a lot of golf in a given season, don't have the time to hit the range very often? How do you max the time you have to try to keep whatever form you have as a golfer?
Boy, that's where...
It's a weighty question. I understand. And I think you knew I was going to head in that direction, so I hope I'm not springing it on you. But You know me, I'm not somebody that wants to see that index go up so I can play net events and have a better chance. I want to be the best golfer I can be. I want the index to go down. How do you max out the limited time you have? What's the smartest way to use your minutes when golf is not the priority?
Well, get that putter out in your living room.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get 15, 20 minutes, you can hit. Think about how many putts you can hit in that time frame. You find a little thing on Amazon, a little
I got the
hole.
mats, yeah.
Yeah, where you can because guess what? No matter how good you hit the golf ball, it'll still come down to your short game.
And your putting.
Yes. And then when, the other thing with as far as your golf swing itself, you really have to fall back on your fundamentals, and you have to fall back on confidence, which is confidence is probably the biggest thing, where you have to visualize, hey, like last year when we played here at Cedarbrook, you hit a lot of really, really, really good shots. And,
was feeling pretty confident while I was up there on the tee. Yeah.
You were hitting it. I'm going to use a saying. You were hitting it like a 6 and putting like a 16 when we started, right? But then once you started putting it like a 2,
started hitting it even better than a 6.
Oh, yeah, because it takes pressure off, right? So you have to think confident-wise, okay, I'm not going to try to do things I can't do. I'm going to hit solid shots in the middle of the green. And if I miss it, I'm going to miss it over here on the, the right side, so I have an easy pitch and a good chance of making a par. Because bogeys don't add up too fast. It's the double bogeys and the triple bogeys.
Or the quintuples in the middle of the tournament. Yeah.
Those are the ones that get you.
Well, I did have, you'll be disappointed in me, 10 feet for eagle and probably a skin on the second day of this tournament when I was way out of the mix.
At the Moon?
Oh, yeah.
What hole?
16, short par 5.
Oh, yeah.
Ripped a drive, only had 160 in.
Yep.
Stuffed an 8 iron to 10 feet. Left it 2 feet short.
Oh, no.
Almost yipped at it. Well, because my thing with putting is, I think the tip is you just have to not care if it goes in or not, which is like a very wild thing to say. Uphill putts, I care that I have to hit them a certain speed. If it was downhill 10 feet, I'd have felt great. I just said, I'm going to tap it on this line and watch it roll.
Yeah.
The powering of a putt that I really want to make is like one of those things up a hill that I think is it's weird because you hear golfers on tour say, I'd love to be below the hole.
Oh, 100%.
They're all just saying, stay below the hole. I want to be below the hole. I can roll those putts. And for me, I don't know, I might be speaking as like the only person in Western Pennsylvania who feels this way. Like, put me above the hole 10 feet and I'll tap the ball 2 inches and watch it trickle down there.
Well, you just have to remember on the uphill putts, and this is you can see a lot of the hole, right?
Yeah.
But it tricks your brain, in which, like, say you have a 15-footer up the hill.
Yeah.
You see the hole, and your mind tells you it's only 12 to 13 feet. That's why a lot of people leave them short, because it just plays a mental trick on you to where you just have to make sure you get that thing 2 feet by the hole.
I was just going to say, how much of it on uphill putts in your experience is being confident enough to have, hey, if I roll this thing 3 feet by, even from 12 feet, I'll make it coming back and you don't care. That seems like it's half the battle.
That's it. And that's your speed is what, a lot of people worry about the lines on the putts. Your speed is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was thinking, I saw somebody describe Ricky Fowler like that. It was another tour player who said he loves the way, I think it was, I forget who it was who said this, but he said he loves the way Ricky putts because he putts like he doesn't care if it's 4 feet by the hole.
Right.
Because he has no fear, and that makes him a better putter.
Correct.
And I was just thinking, like, if you could brainwash me into feeling that way, or even feeling like Craig Mankins on the greens.
Yeah. Well,
it would be a good feeling.
It's golf again, confidence, right? Because even last week we got to take that great trip to Pebble Beach, and I didn't putt the ball well. I hit the ball really well, but I didn't putt.
How did you shoot? I want to know.
81, 78, 79. But
all on Pebble?
2 on Pebble and 1 on Spyglass.
Oh.
Yeah, but it was great. And the weather was great. And here was the neat part about when you go take a bucket list trip, whether you or your buddies play the tees where people are going to have fun and enjoy. Yeah. Because our guys were getting a little bit older. Some of the guys were, 60 years old.
Just play the regular men's tees or the up tees.
And it's a lot. You'll love this. So we were on number 6 at Pebble, and the whole left side, they're making it into one bunker. And it was so funny. The caddy told us they're putting these 3 islands of grass in the middle. He goes, just like Pennsylvania. He goes, what's that place? He goes, Oakmont. And I said, those are the church pews. He goes, yeah, we're going to have these islands. And it was neat to watch them. So if you hit the ball in there, you got a free drop out into the fairway. But there's all these guys working in there, and like our caddy goes, just aim it right at him and hit it in there. And I laughed. I go, I can't aim at somebody and hit it in there. So my good friend Vince and I went back and we played the blue tees where the pros are.
Yeah.
And we ripped 2, and we ripped it down there. He had 205 and I had like 202. We both, I mean, they were bombs. Then I hit my 7-wood, and my caddy, the first time I was there's a red hazard stake. Yeah. And I hit it right over it, and I knew it was so funny because the caddy I had that, they said, oh, it's too far right. I go, no, it's not. And it rolled right over the middle of the green, and it was 2 feet over the green. And I laughed. It makes you feel good that you could hit some shots that the big boys hit. Yeah. And
I did make that mistake at Pinehurst number 2. I said, I want to play the combo tees, which are not the all the way backs. You're playing some of them up, but I should have just played the whites.
Yeah.
It was like, no, you don't need to play the combos unless you're hitting it good off the tee, because if you're hitting it bad off the tee there, you'll be in all sorts of messes.
Yep. Well, think about this. At Pebble, the caddy also told me they're 22 inches in rain fall shortage.
Yeah.
For the year. So the ball was moving. Yeah, it was moving. And
was that your first time out there?
No, that was my second. We have some of the greatest golf courses in Western Pennsylvania.
No doubt.
Laurel Valley's awesome. Oakmont's awesome.
Fox Chapel's a classic. Butler Field Club,
St. Clair. They're all unbelievable.
Big
right?
time.
Pebble Beach is above. It's
hard. I've been out to Carmel by the Sea and all that, and I've walked on the beach near 10.
Oh.
I'll admit it's hard to beat the scenery.
And then you think all the people that are walking on there and you're hitting the same shots.
Oh yeah. No, I've thought about it. Yeah. All right, that's going to do it for us. Wrapping up with a little friendly thought about golf on Pebble Beach. Aspirational for all of us. This man right next to me, he's lived it a couple of times and played quite well out there. Thank you to John and everybody here at Cedar Brook Golf Course. It's just an awesome spot. 36 holes and not a bad one among them.
No.
And it's great condition at all times. This is a place that basically never closes. If it ain't snow on the ground conditions, you can come out here and play Cedar Brook. The doors are gonna be open. So awesome spot and well worth the drive from anywhere you're coming from.
Yeah, if you haven't played here, you want to put this one on your list. And the neat part is, you come and you play whether it's the red or the gold, you're going to like it, and you're going to want to come back and play the other one. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yep.
All right, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly cloudy, warm though today. Chance of a storm, but late tonight. High of Heath Miller, if you choose, 83 degrees for your high. Thanks to Sean Myers back at the ranch. Thanks to Gabe here producing on site. He's Craig Mankins. I'm Chris Muller. You got the Panther Insider Show with Pat Bostic next on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The August Fan Beer of the Month is Cinderland Beer Company's Sinkhole, a New England-style IPA. And the charity sales benefit Big Brothers and Big Sisters of the Laurel region, a youth mentoring agency.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's. Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
My husband was in the military for 21 years. Resilience is something I know firsthand. UPMC's Pathways for Veterans program is a career assistance program. Being in the role of an HR consultant at UPMC has really helped me understand that I can be a mom, a wife, and I can be a professional.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
State Fair food is getting smaller and pricier.
We'll have room for fried cookies.
Okay, you never overspend on food. What's your deal?
What's his deal? He went to Metro and got $450 in value on the new Samsung Galaxy A37 5G for free and no activation fees.
Free phone? Oh, sign me up.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only on Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and activate $40 period plan. $450 based on device discount, waived activation fee. Not available if with Metro T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
Make life easier by getting your Medicaid and Medicare benefits from the same company, PA Health and Wellness and WellCare. 2 names, 1 company. Learn how your benefits can work together at pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by 2 Minute Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, Coons Quality Foods, and Joe Ball GMC. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates suffered a tough one last night. They fell 8-7 in Cincinnati against the Reds, Cincy scoring 3 times in the bottom of the 8th inning. Paul Skeens, another rough outing. He went just 4 innings, gave up 5 runs on 7 hits, did have 7 strikeouts in the no decision. Brandon Lau led the offense, going 3 for 5. Pirates and Reds will run it back tonight at 6:40. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app commences at 5:45. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more of those, you can check out 937thefan.com.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about. It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Let's go! The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, welcome into the Panther Insider Show. Pat Bostic here with you for the next hour. 2 special guests on the show today.
Reese Anthony and Trey Patrick are in the house. We've got to go to Dick's Sporting Goods after this, Sean. We got the eldest is starting football, so we got to get the final equipment stuff for a Monday start. Rough Pirate game last night.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those, unfortunately, as of late, where it doesn't seem like there's ever enough offense for them to protect the lead.
No.
They might score 10 runs, and it might not be enough.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are not talking about the defensive blunders that are happening. It tends to go in the bullpen, but obviously bullpen, I should say, than the play by Gonzalez, though, to allow at second base. I mean, just throw it to first, right? I mean, easy put out. We're on to the bottom and or on to the next inning, and here we go. But wasn't the case, and the Pirates suffer another loss. But we're talking football today, and we're going to open the phone lines, 412-928-9370. Pitt football training camp gets underway. Report day this Wednesday, August 4th. We're just about a month out from kickoff. Pitt, Miami of Ohio at Acrisure Stadium. And we'll take your training camp questions, 412-928-9370. Pitt picked 9th in the preseason ACC poll, which is pretty common for the Panthers. They tend to get pegged in the middle of the pack. And I understand it, given the late season fall off last year. Obviously, they played Notre Dame and Miami at home, two playoff caliber teams. Obviously, the Hurricanes making it to the national championship and falling to Indiana. But Pitt, some skepticism, obviously, about whether or not Mason Heinchel will return to form as he was in the beginning of the season in 2025. Just given, again, that late season fall off, although the Georgia Tech game, I think, was more of what we expect from this Pitt team, particularly on offense, and a lot of those pieces are back. But Pitt picked 9th in the ACC poll. Your thoughts on that, your thoughts on training camp, your thoughts on this upcoming season. Some other news from the week. Obviously, Pitt volleyball is getting underway. Their blue-gold scrimmages just in a couple weeks. They'll get underway actually this coming Saturday. So a week from today, they'll have their blue-gold scrimmage, and then their season gets underway pretty quickly. Interesting kind of nugget and surprising. Pitt not picked to win the ACC. Stanford from the West Coast picked to win the ACC in volleyball. The Panthers have dominated this league for a very long time. Stanford, a very strong addition to the ACC from the West Coast and pegged to win it all, but Pitt is star-studded, and they're represented very well on the preseason ACC team. Obviously, Olivia Babcock has been the player of the year 2 years in a row, but Blair Bayless and Izzy Stark transfer from Penn State also represented on that All-ACC preseason list, which this time of year is ripe for that. And obviously football, the same. We have the preseason ACC accolades for the Panthers. Ryan Baer, widely regarded as probably the most likely to be a first-teamer among Pitt players. Also, Braylon Lovelace, recognized by the ACC, but nowhere on that list is Mason Heinchel. And I think, again, buried in all of this is a little bit of skepticism about this Pitt team. I want to get your thoughts on that at 412-928-9370. Before we dive into the football talk, though, I had a chance to spend some time at Children's Hospital this week. And, among the things that Mason Heinchel will do this season, obviously most we hope are on the field. We hope it's a Heisman caliber season, an All-ACC caliber season, a season that leads Pitt to meaningful football in November and potentially a trip to Charlotte, which I've seen a couple outlets peg the Panthers as a potential ACC championship combatant. But off the field, Mason Heinchel is doing really good work, and he announced this week at Children's Hospital his Have a Heart campaign, which will raise money for Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. And Diane Hupp, their president at Children's Hospital, who's been with Children's for, I think, over 40 years, I had a chance to speak with her. That facility, that institution is so critical to this community and so proudly represents this community. And Mason will be raising money for the Children's Hospital, this brand new cardiac unit that Brian Helsel and his foundation have supported and also are supporting this initiative. More details will come out, but this is personal to Mason. And you may see, he wears number 6 to honor one of his teammates growing up, Lucas Mason, who is a childhood friend who was struck by a vehicle and killed in 2020. He became an organ donor and provided life-saving gifts of his organs, obviously, to patients in need of transplant to 6 people. And Mason has really carried that with him, obviously wearing number 6. And he's parlaying that, I should say, or transitioning that into a campaign to help Children's Hospital and its new cardiac unit. And there were some special individuals in attendance. It was awesome to see the 6-year-old Sloan, who she's had heart defects since she was born. And after 3 years, she got a heart transplant on May 28th. And Sloan was there in the front row, took pictures with Mason, and it was a really, really powerful, powerful moment. So as we watch these young people compete, Mason in particular, follow them on Instagram, on Twitter, and see what they're doing in daily life in our community. Mason Heinschel, obviously a great example of what Pitt student athletes are. And you can learn more about Mason Heinschel's Have a Heart campaign. There'll be more coming out about it. There'll be fundraising initiatives announced. Mason and Coach Narduzzi are both very involved in this. And obviously Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh is the institution making it happen. So we thank them for their partnership. And obviously we applaud Mason for what he's doing. Storylines heading into training camp, and we'll dive into this. And I want to open up the phone lines at 412-928-9370. And we're just going to talk ball the entire show. I want your questions. I want your doubts. I want your optimism. I want it all. And the phone lines will start to light up here shortly. Story number 1, obviously, is the quarterback and how that continues to evolve. Mason Heinschel coming into the season is the obvious starter. He's the obvious leader of this football team, and the ball is going to be in his hands a lot in the pass game. We know how Cade Bell likes to call it. Among the questions related to that are the eligibles in the receiving corps and what we'll see from that outfit, who will emerge and step up. I want to dive into that. And obviously, you know the returners with Blue Hicks and Sincere Lee, and no Poppy Williams, but we've got some newcomers. We've got some players that have played kind of complementary roles in the past. The tight end position is laden with transfers and young players. Those are questions. But as I've said multiple times on this program, the running back spot is not getting enough play. Jakarian Turner is, in my mind, one of the top 3 backs in the ACC returning. And he wasn't even supposed to start last year. Obviously, he was a true freshman as well. And there's some young players behind him that I want to chat about. The forward wall, the offensive line, we've made a lot of. But I'll contend this. I think this Pitt offense has the makings of being pretty good. And they were pretty good last year. Ran into a buzzsaw with Miami and Florida State. Miami and Notre Dame. Beat Florida State on the road. But I think this defense is where I have most of the questions. And where we need to see the most growth throughout training camp. Where my eyes will be focused. Because the offense throughout spring ball had its high points. Probably more so than I've seen. And that could mean one of two things. It could mean they're going to be really good, or it could mean there's some gaps on the defensive side of the ball that need to get closed up. With Corey Sanders in year 1 as defensive coordinator, will we see any schematic adjustments? Let's dive into the personnel. And we will dive into some late breaking news last night. Twofold. One, a judge, riddle me this, ruling that high school athletes that graduated in 2022 and exhausted their 4th year of eligibility, their 4th season last year, would be incorporated into this 5-for-5 rule. And I got a lot of texts about this from my guy Jay Schrum, who always tunes into the show, regarding who might be eligible to come back for Pitt football because they would get a 5th year to play their 5-for-5. You can play 5 seasons now. There's that, and then there's the Big Ten and the SEC appearing to play ball with the Protect College Sports Act. What that means and much more. We'll dive into your Pitt football questions, 412-928-9370. We'll talk some college sports as a whole and much, much more. It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates fell 8-7 last night on the road against the Cincinnati Reds, since he's scoring 3 times in the bottom of the 8th inning. Paul Skeens, he was not very good. Just 4 innings of work. He gave up 7 hits and 5 runs, did strike out 7. Brandon Lau, 3 for 5. Jake Mangum and Nick Gonzalez each had a couple of RBIs in the loss. Pirates look to right the ship this evening in Cincinnati. 6:40 first pitch. Andrew Abbott for the Reds, and the Pirates opposed with Braxton Ashcraft. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 937thefan.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The final between Spain and Argentina delivered a matchup between the top 2 teams in the world. Spain's strong defense that did not allow Argentina a single shot on goal to produce their 7th clean sheet of the tournament, along with their ability to dominate possession and a game-winning goal in extra time, is all La Roja needed to win 1-0 for their 2nd World Championship. I'm Fernando Carlos.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and emailing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
The trade deadline is all about making the right move. So why are you still parking at the airport? Trade the stress for the winning lineup at Globe Airport Parking. Fast shuttle service, secure parking, and when you return, your vehicle is waiting for you. Cool, convenient, and just minutes from the terminal. Don't strike out before your trip even begins. Make the smart trade. Choose Globe Airport Parking. Reserve your spot today and start your vacation like a champion.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS, or visit VossTV.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panther Insider Show. Teased this before we went to break, and we're taking calls. 412-928-9370. Training camp underway. Now's your time to chime in, to weigh in. 412-928-9370 about this 2026 Pitt football team. Could the roster be added to? Pause and think about that for a second, and I'll tell you why I say it. I'm not going to get into which judge, but a judge, obviously, this 5-for-5 rule that the NCAA is implementing, there was going to be a class that was going to be left out. And in this instance, it's a 2022 class, not 2021. 2022 high school graduating seniors that played 4 years, so were true seniors in 2025. With playing their 4th year, so not a true senior that was redshirting or had a medical, or they've played 4 years of college. I mean, they play in the 2022 season, 3, 4, and 5. They would be left out of this 5-for-5 deal. And they bound together, and they were successful in getting a judge to grant an injunction, which would include them in this 5-for-5 eligibility. And I've gotten some questions on X as I posted about the show this morning about who that might help or include from a Pitt football standpoint. I've gone through the basketball roster. I've gone through the volleyball roster. There are a couple of student athletes, provided there's room from a scholarship standpoint. Obviously, these athletes aren't going to come back and play for free. And Charlie Baker from the NCAA has sounded off on this about his displeasure with it. But that notwithstanding, if it comes to pass, if this injunction is ultimately implemented, Desmond Reed could come back and play for Pitt in 2025. That is my understanding of the eligibility rule. He obviously had an injury-laden 2025 season, so he could play for him in 2026. But 2025 was a shortened year for him. Caught that pass against Notre Dame, and scampered down the middle of the field and kind of got hip drop tackled and resulted in a really, really bad high ankle sprain. Was waived by the Buffalo Bills. Not sure if he's in a camp right now. I haven't followed it close enough. But if he were to so choose, because high school and college athletes now have agents, once you sign an agent or sign a pro contract, you're good. I mean, we're in such a state of flux right now in college sports that I don't know what precludes a professional athlete from coming back to play in college. And with this new ruling, this injunction, conceivably, I'm not saying this is the letter of the law or that I've read all the fine print, because candidly I haven't, and I'm not sure if there is any fine print at this point. Desmond Reed could potentially come back and play. A Poppy Williams, for example, who was a 5th-year senior, would not have that opportunity. And he had transferred multiple times. So this Protect College Sports Act that limits transfers, that hasn't been passed yet, it's not in position to govern this right now. We're just going by the 5-for-5, where a Desmond Reed could play his 5th year. And remember, this 5-for-5 is you have to it can't be beyond 5 years from your 19th birthday or whenever you graduated high school.
Are they going to make medical exceptions?
There's going to be exceptions, but largely the red shirt rules are gone. The waivers are gone. It'll have to be I would say a pretty ironclad medical exemption.
I would imagine guys who miss the majority of 2 seasons with injuries would probably then try to petition.
No question. There are certainly loopholes galore and caveats galore with this. But 2 main athletes in the Pitt kind of sphere come to mind with this. One is Desmond Reed, who had an electric 2 seasons at Pitt. 2024 was a more consistent, although he had some injuries in 2024. We saw him take over the Cincinnati game. His exploits on punt return are well noted, and starting in the opener against Kent State. He has been an electric player for Pitt, and 2025 was disappointing. And we saw Ja'Carry and Boosie Turner kind of take the mantle and take over. In basketball, which this roster is well documented as being quite full, quite expensive, Cam Corhan could play his 5th year and come back for Pitt. And I probably am not going through every single athlete on the roster. I'm going through the most notable athletes for Pitt. But as 2025 concluded, I think we're safe to say that 2 key cogs on both football and basketball teams would be Desmond Reed and Cam Corhan. Both could potentially come back if they so choose. Again, are they going to forego in Cam Corhan's case a foreign contract, an overseas contract, and come back to Pitt? Who knows? Will Desmond Reed have a place to play? Could he go to Canada? Will he make an NFL roster? What's the financial discrepancy there? All of those variables apply. However, this is a very, very interesting injunction. And then you have the Protect College Sports Act gaining momentum. And this is critical, absolutely critical for college sports. We've gone through it on the show before. I'm a practitioner in major college athletics, obviously an administrator and obviously a broadcaster as I speak to you this morning. There needs to be some governance. And this Protect College Sports Act is the best opportunity that college football and basketball have to rein things in. But it was without 2 main supporters, the SEC and Big Ten, both of which were arguing on the merits of the kind of consolidation of media rights and creating super leagues. There's this retention fund that's come forth, $20 to $25 million additionally from institutions. It's a lot of money. They are in a position to afford that much more easily than others, the Big 12 and ACC. But that notwithstanding, I think the benefits, the pros outweigh the cons in the Protect College Sports Act. And the SEC and Big Ten overnight, seemingly, according to Ross Dellinger, are now on board, which is critical because as this goes to the Senate floor, where it will likely, folks think, pass, the House of Representatives is really where the SEC and Big Ten carry the most weight and would help to get this thing through and passed in to law, where it would codify the House settlement. It would create rules for transfers, one-time free transfer, sit out after that with little to no exceptions. It would ratify the 5-for-5. It would mitigate some of the issues you have with coaches leaving and create a more level playing field. Completely level, no. Tilted, yes. But at least schools would be able to deal in certainty and not in a perpetual state of gray. Enough of this college sports talk, because the beauty of flipping the calendar to August is it's football season. You can feel it in the air in the morning. It's like 64 degrees when I walked out this morning, Sean. Steelers are in Latrobe. Latrobe or Latrobe? What do you call it?
So I worked there for quite a while.
It's Latrobe, right?
And I feel like most people who live there say Latrobe. Now, if you go back to the origins, it looks as though it actually should be Latrobe. And I think they've kind of, I don't know if you say it makes it fancy or whatever, the people in that area will mostly say Latrobe. But I've also met people from that area who say Latrobe. So I would say you're okay either way. I say Latrobe, but a lot of people from that area will get offended if you don't say Latrobe. Hannah Mears, I think, is a Latrobe. Donnie Football is a Latrobe.
Oh, yeah.
So it's one of the, although I also hear Monroeville, where I just say Monroeville. That's another one that it's
like
just
incorporating
like how
the
you
Mon
emphasize
into
it. Yeah, I go Latrobe, but I think if you say Latrobe, you definitely appeal to the locals a little bit better.
I've gotten corrected more than not when I say Latrobe. And the interesting thing is, I think it's Arnold Palmer who is the prodigal son of Latrobe, whatever you want to call it. Pretty sure he always said Latrobe, or at least as he became more of an international figure, he got more mainstream with how he called it Latrobe.
I wonder if any of the locals corrected him when he said
Doubtful. I mean, the guy had a rainbow over the entire community at his funeral.
Did you know, by the way, he was 1 year apart at Latrobe High School from Mr. Rogers? They were back-to-back years.
That is...
I want to say it was like 1946 and 1947. So could you imagine being in the same classes as both of them?
Pretty good couple years to graduate from Latrobe or Latrobe High School. But those that I know, and I mentioned them on Thursday, Rick Platt and Danny Kazusko is one of the equipment managers at Pitt, longtime equipment guy. They correct you almost instantaneously. Steelers are in training camp at St. Vincent, and the Panthers report on Wednesday. And they'll get underway with practice on Thursday and scrimmages thereafter, and we will bring you coverage all August on how this thing is materializing with little exception. We'll have guests on the show. I'm going to try to get down there if I can to do a show on a Saturday morning. Maybe down at Acrisure if they have a scrimmage. We'll see how the schedule works out. But Pat Narduzzi entering his 12th season, his mantra has been defense. That's his background. And we talked a lot about offense on this show, and clearly the differentiator for this team will be Mason Heinchel's sophomore campaign. He will take them to the highest heights if he plays at his highest and most capable level. But this defense is flying under the radar as a result of that. And I think while it has some good parts, there are a lot of question marks, particularly in that front seven. On the edges, at linebacker, and I really want to dive into that depth chart and some young players that may play into it, because Corey Sanders in his first year as defensive coordinator, he's been in this program a long time. He's coordinated before. He's been a head coach before. I think he's a very capable football mind, very smart, great communicator. He's done a great job with the safety position, going back to Eric Hallett, Brandon Hill. He has been one of Pat Narduzzi's right-hand men. He's been the assistant head coach for the past few years as well. Going to have to operate a little bit differently this year. And to do that, they're going to need some guys to step up in that front seven. We'll dive into that next. Guaranteed Picks are brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family-owned for over 60 years, and the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. Guaranteed is this Pitt football team needs to come together on the defensive side of the ball. And they need to get that front seven playing at a higher level, and particularly that front four. I've emphasized that a lot on the show. Take your calls. We'll talk Pitt football and training camp to close out the show. 412-928-9370. It's Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates suffered another tough loss last night. They fell 8-7 in Cincinnati against the Reds, Cincy scoring 3 times in the bottom of the 8th. Pirates look to get back in the win column. They desperately need to tonight in Cincinnati. 6:40 the first pitch. Andrew Abbott for the Reds. The Pirates have Braxton Ashcraft towing the rubber. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan. That starts at 5:45. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for Arthritis Pain Relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh yeah, because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief, so you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor arthritis pain.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today,
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Let's return to the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Final segment of the Panther Insider Show, and I want to dive into the stats. But first of all, just walking through the hallways here at our Foster Plaza Odyssey Sports Pittsburgh station. We got KDKA, we got Rob Pratt in the house down the hall, right? We got all sorts of things going on a Saturday morning. Now, by all accounts, it should be a pretty nice Saturday. Sunday, not so much. We'll get to fan weather here in just a little bit. Sean McVay of the Los Angeles Rams spoke to reporters. And Sean, this is crazy to me. Saying the arrow is pointed up with regard to Aaron Donald coming back to play this upcoming season. Donald obviously retired a couple years ago. His jersey retired at Pitt last year. He stays in impeccable shape. All you got to do is look at the guy's videos, but football shape's different. But 3 years ago, at the conclusion of his career, what we thought was the conclusion of his career, if you would have conceived that a Myles Garrett, Aaron Donald defensive line would be possible, that would have been an all-century team, not an NFL roster. And it could happen. And Sean McVay's talking about Aaron Donald coming back. I mean, Sean, I am surprised. Knowing him the way I do, it seemed like he was turning the page, wanted to leave with his health, but sometimes the itch just doesn't go away.
I think of a lot of guys who retired pretty early, and Barry Sanders, there was always thought, would the Lions trade him and he'd come back? Calvin Johnson.
Yep.
Patrick Willis, Andrew Luck. And even though with almost all of those guys, there's at least some talk that they would reemerge, and most times it would be with a different team, the thought was, it never happened with those guys. So for Donald to seemingly be trending towards coming back, is pretty surprising to me. I think it's also interesting. He's coming back in large part because you said Garrett, they seem like the front runner. But just imagine if they had him last year, I think they win the Super Bowl. They were so close to knocking off Seattle. I think you could argue they were the second best team in the NFL last year without him. And if they had him, they probably would have won the Super Bowl.
I wonder how much of him is watching Matthew Stafford play in the later part of his career and knowing that Super Bowl feeling was so, I mean, his celebration of the Super Bowl for the LA Rams was so emotional. It was such a crowning achievement for him. Obviously, he called game with the sack of Joe Burrow in that game against the Bengals. I think he sees the stars aligning, whereas it seemed like things were fading in 2023 for the Rams. The emergence of Puka Nacua, obviously, they continue to run the ball incredibly well. McVay's offenses are just elite on every level. And then picking up Myles Garrett and saying that they may have the components of a juggernaut probably entices him. He doesn't have to do everything, but his final season in 2023, I mean, not too shabby. He played in 16 games, had 8 sacks, 25 TFLs, and 23 quarterback hits, which were the 25 and 23 TFLs and hits on the quarterback were on par with the best years of his career. The 8 sacks were a little bit lower than he had traditionally done. He was in the mid-teens, almost near 20 at times during his career. But if you know the man, and one of the differences potentially between him and, you know, an Andrew Luck, for example, Calvin Johnson largely left with his health. Aaron never really was hurt. He doesn't seem to be, he seems to have good genes, good bones, if you will, relative to that, knock on wood. But I'm all for it. It's one of my favorite players that I've ever played with, ever watched. You can't question his work ethic. Obviously, he's in his close to mid-30s now. But his body is in impeccable shape. I was with him, you know, as recently as the spring. And this guy still looks like he can play and lift a 18-wheeler. But Aaron Donald likely returning to the LA Rams. Again, not confirmed. This is per Sean McVay saying the arrow is pointed up. And then next Saturday, speaking of a legendary career, Larry Fitzgerald will have his jersey retired. Excuse me, not jersey retired. He'll have his bust formally enshrined in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He'll receive his gold jacket in Canton, Ohio at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Saw the video of Randy Moss announcing. I love those videos. I love the Dan Fouts telling Drew Brees. Those are what I never know with those, though, is how much the guy knows, right? How much is a guy, how surprised are they? I think when they used to do it, I forget what.
They had that big guy come, right?
Yeah, when they used to do it like at the hotel I think at the Super Bowl or somewhere, it seemed like more organic. Whereas now they're at their house or they're somewhere in their town. You got to get camera crews and cameras following you. Whereas if you're just waking up in the morning and then that big guy's there at your hotel room, that catches you off guard. But nonetheless, Randy Moss, obviously longtime receiver for the Minnesota Vikings and New England Patriots and otherwise, sharing Larry Fitzgerald's Canton call with him. Not many people know this about Larry. What probably read about it, but he grew up being a ball boy for the Vikings and Chris Carter and obviously Randy Moss. How formative that must have been for him. But two of the all-time greats, certainly on the Mount Rushmore for Pitt football, at least historically speaking, taking different paths. Larry Fitzgerald going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Aaron Donald's clock had started. He would have been eligible to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, I think, in 3 years. I'm not sure what going back does to that. Would imagine it only delays it by a period of time, but I don't think the clock restarts at 5. But Aaron Donald seemingly coming back for the LA Rams. Now, the Panthers will not have Aaron Donald on defense this coming season. He's not part of that 2022 high school class that could come back. That would be fun to watch if he could. But digging into the stats for the Panthers last year, I want to talk a little bit about this defense. heading into 2026. And this was a defense that was very good against the run last year, has been very good against the run historically under Pat Narduzzi, holding opponents to 2.7 yards per rush, 95.1 yards per game. So very, very stingy numbers against the run. But the sack numbers for Pitt down a little bit last year. In fact, they gave up 44 sacks, only registered 31 last year, which is a low for them. And when you dig deeper, and I've been harping on this, and I'm very interested and will be keenly observing the front four for Pitt heading into training camp. You look at those 31 sacks, and 4.5 of them come from Rasheem Biles. 3, which is a low number, come from Kyle Lewis. Braylon Lovelace had a sack. Rashad Battle had a sack. Cam Lindsey had 2 sacks. Jimmy Scott with 4.5 sacks from the D-line. Blaine Spires with 2 in a spot roll. Francis Brew transferred to Notre Dame with 1. Isaiah Neal with 3.5. But you look at these sack numbers, and over the past few seasons, it's been more heavily weighted, not over 50%, but in the 40s to, back seven type players. Linebackers, safeties, corners in some cases. Panthers just haven't gotten the production they need from the front four. From the defensive end position in particular. I feel really good about the interior part of this D-line. Really good. I think Nick James and Sean Fitzsimmons are a formidable duo in there. James had a great 2025. I think he's poised to have an even better 2026. Fitzsimmons, if he stays healthy, is a wrecker in the run game. I like the pickups of Jeremiah Warren and Elliot Nairn. I like those pickups. I think a Trevor Summers is a guy that could add some depth in there. I don't think a Lincoln Hoke's quite ready yet, but I wouldn't count him out, given who his father is and the way he played. But I like the inside. I like the interior of the D-line. It's the edges that I want to see growth from. Jimmy Scott's heading into his final campaign. 4.5 sacks last year simply for an edge rusher in this defense is not enough. The guy who's going to start 13 games, hopefully 14 or more, should be pushing 8, 9, 10 sacks. Going back to the years of Patrick Jones and Rashad Weaver and Deslin Alexander, Haba Baldonado, John Morgan even. That's not the production necessary. Isaiah Neal, I'll give him a little bit of a pass. Didn't play and the entirety of the season, but majority of the season he was playing outside and did admirably. Now he's had a full offseason to acclimate to being on the edge and expect to see growth from him. Number 2 in blue and gold. But there's 2 others that I think this season, perhaps the 2 most important players on this defense from a growth standpoint, from a consistency standpoint, are guys that aren't listed as starters right now. Zach Carruthers, who I'm bullish on. If you get a chance, go to his Instagram and look at his media day photos. It's about 260 pounds, 6'5". He looks like J.J. Watt and plays with a high motor, and unfortunately went down in that Louisville game and missed the season. Hopefully ready to go for training camp in week 1. But this guy could work his way into a starting role very easily. And then Jaden Moore from Oregon, the Oregon transfer. Those 2, and I am bigger on body types when it comes to just position football than most. Perhaps that's just the old school nature. They're what it's supposed to look like. Now, Jimmy Scott's a bigger guy, about 6'2", but not as lanky as a Crothers or a Jaden Moore or a Reston Lehman, who I think has a really bright future. 6'4", long arm. I mean, those are the types of things when you think of the Jabal Sheards and the Rashad Weavers and the Patrick Joneses and the Greg Romeuses of the world, right? That's what you think of. Baldonado. You look at the NFL, those are edge guys. Crothers and Moore, for my money, are absolutely critical for this defense. And if Jimmy Scott can have a breakout senior year, then the pieces fall into place. You move Braylon Lovelace out into the slot. He's going to play more in space, play in the star position. Cam Lindsey can also play there or play inside. They picked up a couple transfers at linebacker with Alex Sanford, who the staff is very high on, transfer from Purdue, who'll play in the box. Jeremiah Marcelin was having a great camp last year before getting hurt. And certainly there's a high ceiling for DeMarco Ward, Memphis transfer, kind of he's in the Rasheem Biles body type, explosive blitzer. But I love allowing Lovelace to play in space like Kyle Lewis. I think that's the cloth from which he is cut. That is where he is able to impact the game the most, not only coming off the edge, but in coverage. And we saw what he did against Georgia Tech with that pick and what he did after, taking it the distance. At safety, Brookins is an all-conference player, needs to stay healthy. But he's the leader of that back end. Gary Air played a lot last year. Sean Lee could play corner or safety. Cole Woodson and Allen Bryant are both very capable depth pieces. And at corner, they've got a lot of depth. Shadarian Harrison, Rayon Strader, Sean Lee, Rashawn Murray, Kanye Thompson, transfer from Slippery Rock, who can fly. But it starts with those edges and that front four. Because one of the things that I'm interested to watch with Corey Sanders at the controls is what layers they add to this defense. They play a lot of eyes coverage or hot coverage, 3 deep, 2 under, force the quarterback to throw the ball. They bring a lot of pressure on third, medium to long passing situations. They want to force the quarterback to make contested throws under duress. But if they're able to reduce the amount they blitz, one of the bugaboos for Pitt has been big plays. Those types of things happen when you can block up pressure. But if they're able to show pressure and drop out, if they're able to play more zone and get to the quarterback with 4, it just adds a whole nother element that teams need to prepare for when they play the Panthers. So as I said, I think in summary, this defense has the parts, but the edges on that front 4, I'll be watching very closely. And I think that Tim Doust, the cupboard is not bare for him. They don't quite have the depth that you'd love to see them have. We've got a lot of youth behind the 2 deep, Reston Lehman, Lincoln Hoke, and so forth. But keep your eyes out. I will be keeping my eyes on Crothers and Jaden Moore as camp gets underway. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly cloudy and warm throughout the day with a chance of storms late tonight. High of 83. Sean Myers with a great reference here. Scott Orndorff.
I try to customize it a little bit. I went Heath Miller for Mahler's show, going low. But I figured I would go Pitt specific. Yep.
Yeah, Scott Orndorff.
There's not been many 83s of note over the past decade.
No. I mean, 83, Orndorff, man, he had some big catches in that Clemson game. Big catches in that Clemson game in 2016. That was a, you remember that game? The Pitt Clemson game in 2020?
I remember the ending.
I was there. I wasn't doing the broadcast that year. Trey was born that year. Yellow hat over there. So I went, that was the first game I traveled to after Trey was born. And sitting there, it was a great environment. Obviously, they run down the hill and all those things. But that game just kept going on. There's these big, just splash plays. And George Aston, Scott Orndorff. You're jogging my memory here. Jamar Parrish, I think, had a catch of that game. Wow. Hard to believe it's 10 years ago. And we're kicking off the 2026 football season. This week, camp starts Wednesday. We'll have coverage for you next Saturday. We'll be back from 8 to 9. Shout out to Sean Myers behind the glass, keeping us rolling. And shout out to you for tuning in this morning. Enjoy your weekend, and hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by True Green, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, The Grand Resort, and Shooters Golf. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Training camp is back, and Smale Kia is scoring big with the hottest deals of the summer. Right now, kick off the season with 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2026 Kia Sorrentos and Sportages. Whether you need the spacious 3-row Sorrento or the Tech Pack Sportage, Smale Kia has your winning drive. Hurry in. This championship offer ends on July 31st. Visit Smale Kia on Route 30 in Greensburg or shop online at SmaleKia.com with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Ends 8/3/26.
Steelers training camp is back in Latrobe, and it's time to reach for the great taste of Miller Lite. Stop by Tosa Distributing, Lincoln Avenue, and look for special training camp displays featuring Miller Lite 30-pack cans, along with all of your other favorite Miller Lite packages all season long. Miller Lite is an official beer partner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, nope, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible.
Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pump and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates suffered another tough loss last night in Cincinnati. They fell 8-7 against the Reds, who scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. That proved the difference. Paul Skeens, not an impressive outing. He went just 4 innings, gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, 7 strikeouts. Pirates got 3 hits from Brandon Lau. Jake Mangum and Nick Gonzalez each provided a pair of RBIs. Pirates look to right the ship tonight in Cincinnati against the Reds. 6:40 the first pitch. Braxton Ashcraft gets the ball for the Buccos. Andrew Abbott opposes for Cincy. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan and the free Odyssey app begins at 5:45. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 937thefan.com.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, good morning. Happy Saturday to you. This is Bucko Talk. I am Jason Mackey coming to you from Covington, Kentucky, right across the river from Cincinnati. Of course, the site of, well, I'm going to go ahead and say it, gut punch loss of the season for the Pirates. I don't know about you. I did not sleep particularly well last night. Guessing that not a lot of people here for this reason. Not a lot of people back home who've watched this team and invested so much of their time and energy slept well either. Frustrating one on many different levels. Going to wade through a lot of storylines with last night's game. I'm going to tell you what I know. Hopefully have an honest conversation about where this team needs to improve. Saw Paul Skeens start last night. It was not good. It needs to be better. We saw the bullpen blow another save. That's 20 on the season, tied for the 5th most in Major League Baseball. Unlike the previous night, the first series, we saw the offer enough, but a key play that I don't know about you, I keep seeing over and over in my head, just botched. Obviously, it's not the right play. Nick Gonzalez needs to throw to first there, but I just, watching it unfold felt like watching something in motion, almost yelling, "Don't throw it there!" Just a frustrating one all around. And of course, Ryan O'Hearn, what looked like a quad injury, seeing him in the clubhouse afterward, just walking around in a lot of pain. Didn't see him for very long. He went to his locker briefly and then went back inside. We didn't have a chance to talk to him. I'm guessing there was a lot of exam and treatment and that sort of thing. Walking around with a crutch just did not look good. I'm sure we'll get the news over there today. Apologize for any tech issues so far. I noticed that my video is lagging a little bit. We're getting some rain here in Covington, fairly heavy rain in the Power and Elkway. It's back now, as you can see on the video feed, but kind of waiting for the internet to get back up and running and do its thing. So whenever that's happening, we will hop over to the video feed via the internet as opposed to my phone. But anyway, gonna get into a lot of stuff, and just, man, what a frustrating one. And it's 4 in a row now for the Pirates. They're batting below 500 the first time. 4 games losing since June 5th through the 9th. One of the characteristics of this team has been avoiding slides such as this one. And it's been remarkable how they've been able to do it. It's been frustrating how they haven't been able to put together a winning streak. We need at least category. I'd make the argument tonight's game is the biggest one all year. Probably say that quite a bit, but you're losing streak to 5. You already allow the Reds to take the first 3 games of this series going into the trade deadline. I know what Ben Cherington said. He said it right to me about anything that happens, change things. 2.5 games out card right now, tied with the Nationals. They're 2 games below the cut line for the 3rd and final spot for the wild card in the National League, and just leaking a lot of. They're going to get Spencer Horwitz back soon. He was on the field doing some baseball activities yesterday. The hamstrings need him back. They need O'Neill Cruz back. Connor Griffin in September. But, boy, need more from the starting pitch, more from the bullpen. Need some moves to pour into this thing around the deadline. But it's also a tough hill to climb. It really is. And there's a lot of different things I want to ask you this morning. I like having these shows be interactive. I like going back and forth with you. We'll probably get to an early first break just to get better, a better connection here so I can hear you and there's no lag. But some questions I wanted to throw out there before we get to that point. If this is indeed a collapse, where are you placing blame? What has led to some of this? Your mouth. I have a feeling we can get an entire range to that one. And then so flip side of that question, if they are able to pull out of it, do you have confidence? Well, what are you looking for? Do you see change? What can sort of go in a different direction? For me personally, when O'Neill Cruz comes back, he has the possibility of such a game changer. If he comes, he's red hot. That's something that, gives a little bit of hope that they can change things. I wish I could look at their bullpen and say that this is suddenly going to figure itself out. But to me, it's an issue and then speaking of that, the third question, what's your preferred route at the bullpen at the deadline? Do you want to see them address the bullpen? Do you want to see them sell? Do you want to see them at a bat that can hit left-handed pitching? Where do you want to see them go? What do you want to see them do? 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Sean Myers is back in our Pittsburgh studios. He'll get you hooked up, get you on the air with me, and we'll talk it out together. This is Bucko Talk. I'm Jason Mackey. Let's go out to the phones. Chuck in Uniontown. Our first caller, as always. Chuck, what's going on, man? How are you?
Good morning, Mac.
Good morning.
From the Bluegrass State. Mac, I'm afraid that this is the end. Score, I can't see it turning around because there's been too many times before this when they've had a chance to pivot in the right direction and they failed. Where I place the blame, I go back to last offseason, last fall. The offense was bad. That was the glaring thing last year. The offense was bad. They fixed it in spades. We're now in the top 5 in offense in Major League Baseball. But there were other facets of the team that needed attention. and either not enough or no attention was given to those. Good organizations, i.e. the Milwaukee Brewers, look at all facets of their team and do something about them. Even more recently, we know that the bullpen has been terrible for the last 2 months. Have the Pirates made a big move? I mean, a seismic move? No. This is what's brought us to the state we are today. It started last fall and has continued. It's sad because this organization has done some good things, but they haven't done enough. You need to look at all facets of your ball club and make them as best as you can. Thanks.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate the call. I mean, far be it from me to argue with any of that. The bullpen hasn't been good enough. I think about, some of the options that they expected to be good, and I started writing them down as Chuck was talking. I mean, think about what this bullpen was supposed to be. Dennis Santana was supposed to be really, really good, maybe a closer, certainly a back-end guy. Justin Lawrence was supposed to be, one of their primary setup people. Isaac Mattson was supposed to be pitching later innings. Dennis Santana and Justin Lawrence have been DFA'd. Isaac Mattson's in AAA. In the meantime, they've been addressed with Brandon Eisert and Ron Marinaccio. That's not going to work. Any small market team, look at what the Pirates did during their last brush of success. They've been able to build a bullpen. And the fact that this group, it's been an Achilles heel for the entire season. This isn't just some, come along lately kind of thing. The bullpen just hasn't been good enough. It hasn't gotten it done. 24 losses and 21 saves in 41 opportunities. I mean, 20 blown saves, tied for the 5th most in Major League Baseball. The bullpen has a 4.38 ERA. That's 22nd. They spent nearly $8 million on Gregory Soto this offseason. He saved of 18. Now, I understand part of that, Gregory Soto is pitching out of position. Gregory Soto, to me, looks like an 8th inning guy, a 7th inning guy, a setup guy. And you can argue they shouldn't spend $7.75 million on a setup guy. I think that's a perfectly valid complaint. But to say he is the sort of capital C closer or have him pitching the highest leverage innings, no. It should be Mason Montgomery in those spots. But I think what we've seen over the past couple of days, we can sit here and complain about when and how they're using Carmen Mlodzinski, and I understand some of those criticisms. We can sit there and talk about when and how they're using Mason Montgomery. I can understand some of those criticisms. I'm not saying any of them are wrong, but I think those criticisms would be much quieter if they had more options. They just don't have enough good relievers. The pitching depth is not where it should be. For as early as they want to go to the bullpen, for how baseball is played in 2026, no, it just hasn't worked. They have an opportunity to do some things about it. They probably need to do a lot about it. Frankly, I would kind of let go of some of the offensive stuff. I know they've been bad against left-handed pitching. They're 9-23 against lefties. They have another one on the mound today. I'll talk a little bit about that shortly. Andrew Abbott opposes them. Braxton Ashcraft will start for the Pirates. They need to have a game where they actually hit left-handed pitching. But the bullpen, to me, is the single biggest issue with this team. And, I mean, again, there are many. I'm not in that statement saying that everything else is fine and it's just the bullpen. I'm just saying the consistent issue from the start of the season to right now, it's been the bullpen, and it's been pretty dramatic. All right, let's go to Rocket next up on The Fan. What's going on, Rocket?
Whoever it is.
Hello, sir.
Yes. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Listen, I'm calling because, the Pirates have had the same problem, and I know you say, there's quite a few, but the outstanding problem has been the relief, and it's been that for I don't know how long. And I've been expecting this fall to happen for a long time because there's no reason. I mean, everybody knew what the problem was. Why would we wait till the end when we know we have a team with an offense that could be a playoff team? So why would we wait until the very last second to do this when it's probably going to put us in a position where it's too late to do it? You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't care if it's the coach, the general manager, or the owner. Whoever makes those decisions, it's been a stupid one.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I can give you, if you want me to answer the question, I can. You know, what they have said is that, I mean, if I answer it, people are going to mistake that for like defending it being okay. And I do think they should have been more aggressive. So please understand that. But I am trying to just answer your question. I mean, what they've said is that there haven't been those deals to make, ones that would decidedly make them better. I asked Ben Cherington, I ask him about it pretty much every Sunday on the Pirates Insider Show. And he said there have been deals out there, but they wouldn't be ones that would make Pirates fans happy. So they've sort of held out hope that they can get through it. And Ben has said a lot, there aren't clear sellers, and it's going to take right up until the deadline. So I don't know. I look at this bullpen and I look at their farm system and I see there has to be an opportunity to do something to make this group better. Absolutely.
I agree with
and
you.
It's been the Achilles
totally
heel for the
agree.
season. So
Yeah,
trying to be fair to both
totally
sides.
agree with you. And the thing about it is you know, the time that they've taken to make this move, you know, you might have to, there might not be deals out there where they can get something for nothing, but you know, the owner's going to have to reach into his pocket if he wanted to do it sooner. That might be the case, but if he wants to win ball games, that's what needed to be done. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
All right, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. We're going to get to our first break a little uncharacteristically early. I want to hop off the video call on my phone and jump over to the computer now that our Wi-Fi is back up and running. Right now, I think it's a little better connection. It's a little easier for me. For some reason, my computer is kind of freaking out with the phone on it. So anyway, we're going to do that. We'll be back with more of your calls, dissecting the Pirates last night, dissecting what they have this entire season, talking about what the biggest, where you place the blame on any potential collapse, what facet of the game, what storyline might pull them out. Want to hear from you, 412-928-9370. It's a Saturday morning. This is Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey coming to you from Kentucky. Back with more after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates suffered another heartbreaking loss. They fell 8-7 on Friday night in Cincinnati against the Reds, Cincy scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th. Paul Skeens had another mediocre outing. 4 innings, gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, 7 strikeouts. Brandon Lau did have 3 hits in the loss. Pirates and Reds will play again tonight. Braxton Ashcraft for the Buccos, opposed by Andrew Abbott for Cincy. 6:40 is the first pitch, but coverage on 93.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can visit 937thefan.com.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball players of the Prinscape Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 7th through the 12th. Enjoy the Champions League game, Military and First Responders Day, giveaways, and so much more. Daily admission is just $10, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prinscape Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Apparently, you don't need a rocket to get to Mars. Chris Muller here. You just drive to the Awaken 180 location there and meet Tommy Ann, who may be the most useful person in town not wearing a spacesuit. Tommy Ann and the other Awaken 180 coaches have now helped clients lose a combined, wait for it, 1 million pounds. But that's not a company milestone. It's thousands of personal ones. My weight loss is one tiny piece of it. So is somebody's first 10 pounds, somebody's knee hurting less, somebody wearing a shirt they had quietly retired. I started with a torn up knee and a second kid at home, so I know what it means when a plan works inside chaos. If you choose in person, Tommy Ann meets with you face to face, reviews your week, answers your questions, and gives you practical ways to keep losing every week. And that 1 million pound number is still climbing. Don't memorize a phone number. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and tap the call button. Not a pitch, just answers. Awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to more Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey coming to you from Covington, Kentucky, right across the river from Great American Ballpark. Kind of a somber mood today after a brutal loss for the Pirates, 8-7 to the Cincinnati Reds. You probably watched it. If you haven't watched it, you've heard about it. It's raining here. It's kind of dreary out. Apologies for the first segment. Was doing the best I could. Our hotel internet and power went out briefly, so waiting for that to all boot back up. We should be good to go now. Hopefully it sounds a little bit better. But just still, I said this last segment, kind of in shock with how things went. Last night was an opportunity. It was a need for the Pirates to get back on track. First game of the series, obviously very frustrating. And you got Paul Skeens on the mound. Skeens has been pitching a little better of late. I understand his July was not good, a 6.25 ERA. Going to talk about that in a little bit, but still, you've got your ace on the mound. The guy, he has to be a stopper. He's got to turn things around, and it wasn't that. It was a rough outing for Skeens, goes 4 innings, gives up 5 earned runs, 7 hits, 4 walks, 7 strikeouts, 2 home runs, had a 36-pitch inning mixed in there. Renewed concerns about velocity, has had a good track record against the Reds too. The Reds are one of the teams he has pitched better than most against. Entered last night's game 5-0, a 1.38 ERA, but just not where it needs to be for Skeens. It's gonna open another can of worms for the discussion about Skeens' season. I think his ERA is at 3.90 on the year. Like I said, finishing July with a 6.25 ERA, and the Pirates need him to be elite. I mean, that's just not optional. You're kind of riding the roller coaster with Bubba Chandler or Mitch Keller. Braxton Ashcraft, his last few have not been that good.
7.75 ERA and 8 home runs allowed over Ashcraft's last 5 starts. But you need Skeens to be Skeens. Skeens was not Skeens last night. He called it sloppy, terrible. He wasn't happy with his performance, nor should he have been. Just has to be better. But so many facets last night, just so many of them. Talking about Ryan O'Hearn, I mentioned in the first segment just what a sight it was seeing him in the clubhouse afterward, not moving around well. Just some of the thoughts from players, from manager Don Kelly on O'Hearn's status. It was kind of a general answer. It didn't look good. I hope it's not as bad as it looks. We'll get some news this afternoon on that. But just a bunch of concerning stuff with the Pirates. They're in a precarious position right now. Like I said, 55 and 56. They've lost 4 straight, under 500 for the first time since July 3rd, 5 and 19 since the All-Star break. Their first 4-game losing streak since early June. Has to change in a hurry. Let's get back out to the phones. I have a bunch of people lined up to talk about this one. Ranger Rick, you're next up on Bucko Talk. What's going on, sir?
Hello?
Ranger Rick.
Yep, I just had a few things to say. First of all, I don't believe the Pirates are going to bring anyone in that's substantial to help them, especially in the bullpen. I don't know if Sherrington needs a wellness check or where he's at, but it's been about 3 months, and he hasn't brought, I don't even think he's thought about bringing anyone in. The problem's in the clubhouse. Skeens, we say he needs to be better. It's been months of him. He can't throw the ball over 97 miles per hour, and Donnie Kelly is on Pluto. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. Here's where I'm going to just jump on the Skeens point right now. I don't care if Skeens throws the ball over 97 miles per hour. I care if he throws it as inefficiently as he did last night. It's not all fastball velocity. Look at what Braxton Ashcraft was doing during the first half when he was an all-star, a legitimate all-star at his best. At his best, he was around 97 miles an hour, and he was throwing his breaking stuff for strikes. He was attacking. He was around the zone. He was pitching ahead in counts. It's not all velocity. Now, I'm not discounting what Ranger Rick is saying. I'm not going to some sort of defense well on Skeens. My previous argument was it wasn't good enough. It has to be better, and all of that remains true. But it's not all fastball velocity. There are other things here. I don't know where it goes from here with Skeens. I don't think he's as bad as the results last night showed, but it's kind of hard to sit here and say that a 3.90 ERA is a sub-2 ERA in what he had his first 2 seasons. That's real. Can I sit here and expect him to have a sub-2 ERA every year? No, that's a little unfair. I'm not sure. I think there was going to be a regression at some point. Don Kelly being on Pluto, I understand the criticisms of Kelly. I don't agree with every move he makes either. But I also think that we need to step back and acknowledge some of the choices that Donnie Kelly has had to make. Your bullpen isn't equipped enough. Now, has he made the right decisions with what he's been given? No, he hasn't. I would have liked to have seen him stick with Mason Miller beyond 7 pitches too. But to me, it speaks more to there's not another guy in that spot. Gregory Soto also has to get outs. Why you don't flip Soto and Montgomery? Another question, another fair question. I get all of that. But anyway, just reacting to some of Ranger Rick's points, I certainly understand the frustration and where things are at. It has to turn. It has to turn soon. Russ, you're next up on Bucko Talk. What's going on, Russ?
I would, hi, Jason. They can't be buyers in this market now. They're done. There's no reason. They're going nowhere. I'd be like the
Russ. I don't think they're going to be. I don't think they're going to be sellers, man. I really don't. The GM. Think about it. If you're Charrington. Go.
But there's no reason. They're going nowhere. You have to look at the Washington and in the Chicago. In Chicago, neither of those teams they're both in the race, and they're both aren't gonna be buyers, or they're not going to sell their top prospects. There's no way this team should sell their top prospects. And you look at Skeens, getting back to Skeens, he had a terrible start against the Cubs, too. That was a game you had their best. They had a guy that the Pirates couldn't hit. You knew you had to pitch really well to even be in that game, and he threw 5 terrible innings in that game, too. And so, but getting back to the trade deadline, they cannot sell their top prospects. I could see selling low-level prospects, or you're not selling any top 100 prospect because you're not going to get in enough, and they're not going anywhere. I mean, look, the best thing they're going to do if they make the playoffs, they're going to play 2 games and be out because they have so many other issues. So I don't know. I don't know why you'd ever sell, or why would you want to sell your top prospects? I mean, to get nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I think there's a middle ground there. I don't think you have to sell your top prospects. I think you could sell, other prospects that still do some things. I'm thinking about like a Sammy Stafora, a Murph Gray. Like, they're not top 100 prospects. They've had good years. I'd just try to sell Lowe. I'd sell Lowe, Majinski, and then either Kelly or Dotel, and you could package something and then get some players for them for the next couple of years. Because you're not going to have Lowe next year. They're pretty much he's going to be gone, and Majinski, I don't know what they're doing with them. I'd sell Majinski, I'd sell Lowe, and I'd package in either Dotel or Kelly and try to get some guys that are going to help you next year at the end of this year, that are younger players, that because where they're at right now, even if they're not going anywhere. I mean, they should be like the White Sox and in Washington. Neither of those teams are going to sell. They're doing the right thing. I think the Pirates are going to do a stupid thing and make some ridiculous deal, because one relief pitcher isn't going to help this team at all. They can't hit left-handed pitching at all. I mean, I was at that game on Thursday. I mean, that was pathetic. That was totally pathetic. They didn't hit one. They hit like 2 balls hard. They couldn't even hit good foul balls. They were so out of sync with that left-handed pitching. They were never in the game, and they haven't hit the left-handed pitching all year. And getting a relief pitcher isn't going to help that at all. I would sell. I mean, I would definitely sell and build this team up for next year or the year after, and I'd get Lowe gone. He'd be gone in a minute, because if you're not going to have him next year, the end of the season doesn't really help you at all this year. I mean, you have enough guys you could play at second base. You can play Callahan, you could play Gonzalez, you could play the other Gonzalez. There's all kinds of people you could throw in there, and it's not Lowe isn't going to win you a championship by it, and you're not going to win a championship anyhow, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. All right, Russ, appreciate the call, man. Thank you very much. The Brandon Lowe move is certainly an interesting one. I mean, that's, to me, if you have momentum going into the deadline, I'm willing to forego the fact that, he's on an expiring deal. And, if you keep him, you're basically saying we would prefer your services versus whatever that return would be. And if momentum is on their side, if they're winning games, I think that's a very logical way of doing things. If it's not, is it bad business by not trading him? I don't know. I understand what Russ is saying. I understand, the thought out there that you basically say, we're in a sub 500 record with you. We could be in a sub 500 record without you, and we're at least going to get some pieces for the future. Certainly a valid argument. It's frustrating that they're not in a better spot now to where it's no questions asked. Recently, when the Pirates were in this stretch and actually playing better baseball, there was no question in my mind what you would do with Brandon Lowe. I'm talking about looking back in their season just a little bit. I mean, I thought they came out of the break actually decently well. That was a tough series in New York, but taking 2 of 3 against Cleveland. But since then, dropping the Cubs series, dropping the Diamondback series, what that homestand did, losing the first two of this one in the fashion that the Pirates did. Boy, it's really tough to make an argument to hang on to a guy on an expiring deal, but at the same time, you're looking at Ryan O'Hearn's out of the lineup for an extended period of time. I would imagine, based on what we saw last night, that's your number 2 hitter. And then you're going to remove your cleanup guy or your number 5 hitter talking about O'Hearn, and then you're going to remove your number 2 hitter in Lau. Ozuna has been a flop. All of a sudden your 3 biggest offensive expenditures are all gone right now. I'm not saying it's the wrong move. I'm just saying it's a difficult one to have to come to grips with, and it's happened in a short period of time. And I agree with Russ that one reliever isn't going to magically fix this, but one reliever, the right reliever, I do think would help. I think part of the issue with the Pirates, and I've said this before, I was actually saying this a few times on radio shows this week, and I was asked by Pony, would you make the deal Seth Hernandez for Mason Miller straight up? And we laughed about it because that's never going to happen. It's a crazy hypothetical. But what they need, what they lack, is someone to take care of the 9th inning. And if you have that, you basically bump everybody down a notch. And if Mason Montgomery is my 8th inning guy, I feel pretty good about that. If Gregory Soto is my 7th inning guy, I feel pretty good about that. And then you can kind of use other guys interchangeably because you want to, not because you have to. And right now, Gregory Soto is not performed like a closer. They're worrying about overusing Mason Montgomery because he's been their best reliever. Like, they need somebody, they need multiple to pitch the back end of games and sort of spread everybody out. Can they do that? Just to put a bow on Russ's point, at this point, it's probably not a season worth chasing after with top 100 prospects. I'd argue they do still have the capital to get some things done. Maybe that becomes a Tamar Johnson. I don't know. I thought it was interesting that Hunter Barco was up here the other day. I don't know if that would net you anything. He is young, controllable, starting pitching, maybe Password, Murph Gray, Sammy Stafora, Wyatt Sanford, Axiel Plaz, Easton Carmichael, some guys in their system where they have some depth at shortstop and catcher. It intrigues me at least a little bit. All right, let's go to Dave in Newcastle. What's going on, Dave? How are you, sir? Okay, we lost Dave. Jeff in Cranberry. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Jason. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. Hey, look, you can complain about Donnie. He's made some curious decisions this year. You can complain about nutting like we always do. But any knowledgeable Pirate fan knows the majority of the issues this year, once again, are on Cherington and his baseball operations staff. In the offseason, you have 5 young power arms that are not going to go deep in games. Maybe the only one we thought would go deep in games are Keller and Skeens. So you don't bring in the crafty veteran that can eat some innings. You don't bring a lefty in. You're one of the only rotations in baseball that doesn't have a lefty. So that was the offseason. And then you build a bullpen that, a lot of unproven guys, but you're going to have to get them in the 5th and 6th inning a lot. So where is the talent coming from at that standpoint? So that's the offseason. In season, I sat here last year on Sundays listening to Cherington, and he's always the last to know. He would talk about, oh, no, these bats are going to come around. Remember last year, these bats are going to come around. Our analytics are saying these guys are hitting 220, but they're going to hit 250. Just got to be patient. Season loss. This year, with the bullpen, let's be patient. Santana's going to turn it around. Well, no, he's not. He's going to go to a 7 ERA because you're going to keep him way too long. And when you say, there are no other options, you're the GM. You have to make something happen. You can't keep running Santana out there. You have all these relievers in the wrong position, to your point. Montgomery and Soto, these guys aren't ready for the 9th inning. And so, again, you can talk about Donnie, you can talk about nutting. This goes back to baseball operations and Cherington, once again, putting us in a position where, I think we should be sellers. It would be derelict of duty to hold on to Lowe now. I mean, come on, to Lau. It's a joke. If you can get something for him, season's over. You're going to have to play 700 baseball to get back into this thing. It's a joke. It's over. So don't sell our prospects. It's not worth it. Season's over. And maybe you try to move Keller, Majinski, Lowe. But my biggest concern now is that Cherington will do something stupid, try to be a hero, get rid of some of these young prospects for a season that's lost. And then we might not even have a season next year. So anyway, just another year of being a Pirate fan.
All right, man. Hang in there. Appreciate the call. A lot of really good points. I'm not gonna argue with any of them. I get it. I remember talking to Ben about the bullpen, and he talked about sort of being like the weather. If you wait around long enough, it's going to change. It hasn't changed, and you can't take mild action at this point. They're 111 games into the season. This is crunch time. The needs are dire. Like, you're going to have to pay. You need the player. I mean, I remember covering Jim Rutherford in the hockey side of things, and we'd ask him, oh, you gave up this, you gave up that, you have to, and his answer was always, well, we have a need. I have to pay a price to address a need. I don't know what you want me to do. And, it's truer. I understand those comments now more than maybe I did at the time, but they have a glaring weakness. And I do think that's one sort of blessing here, that it's not going to take an arm and a leg to get some of these guys. And I went through a list for show prep, just guys that they're out there, and I don't think it would require them to give up, Edward Florentino or Seth Hernandez to get. But look at the Royals: Daniel Lynch, Matt Strahm, John Schreiber, Lucas Ursig, who hopefully I'll be able to say his name if he becomes a Pirate, like a Brooks Raley, Huasco Brazoban, Luke Weaver. The last two in there would probably cost more than Raley. Morahone from the Padres would probably cost a little bit of money. Kirby Yates, he has some experience pitching later in games. I don't think it would cost an arm and a leg. Michael Peterson from the Marlins, Pete Fairbanks from the Marlins, Antonio Senzatella from the Rockies, Ryan Zefferjon from the Angels. There's some guys out there that would help them. Camilo Doval from the Yankees, I saw his name bandied about as somebody who has caught the attention of the Pirates, having a down year, but 105 saves, over the previous 4 seasons. There's ways to go out and address this. And the more I think about it, the more I think that we could be looking at a 2024 deadline situation. And that might not be appealing to everybody, but, sort of a middle ground half step where they make some moves that have to be made, some shrewd moves, maybe allow, but you can also bring in some return and basically deal from a position of strength indirectly. Can they absorb less offense? Maybe. Especially if you're going to get Cruz back, you're going to get Horwitz back. You can try to survive with a little less offense. But, my point today has been my same point leading up to this. The bullpen it's not there. Something has to be done. Like, now. They have to address this in a meaningful way. It might not be the top of market guy, for reasons that our callers are outlining, that, there's certainly some concern about the direction here, or a potential collapse, or where they're at positioning. I get all that. Maybe not sell the farm, but you have to go out and get some guys and at least preserve some level of chance here. All right, let's go to Zach. Assuming Zach is on the line, we've had some people drop off. Zach, what's going on? How are you? Zach dropped off. Paul in Washington. I know Paul didn't drop. What's up, Paul?
How you doing there, Jason? I listen to you every Saturday. I listen to you every Saturday, and I know you work for the Pirates indirectly, so you're really not going to criticize them the way they need to be criticized. But Ben Cherington is an absolute idiot, and if you think for 1 minute that we're not going to get fleeced in a trade, I don't know what you're drinking with your morning coffee, because he's gotten fleeced in every trade but one. How many years has he been a GM, Jason? I think 13. So this will be 12 years out of 13. He's been a GM that's overseen a losing record, because they're done. Put a fork in them. after last night.
Paul, he's been there for 7 years, just to make sure we're accurate. But
no, hey, Jason.
You're allowed to feel however you want, but he's been the GM for 7 years.
When he was a GM at other places, you look at his record. This will be 12th year out of 13.
You're talking Boston, too. I thought you meant Pittsburgh.
He's nothing but a losing GM. He's got a manager that's in over his skis, way in. You need somebody there that's going to get in somebody's face, throw a water cooler. He's not Jim Leyland. I don't care what Jim Leyland said about Don Kelly. Don Kelly shouldn't be coaching AAA, AA, single A. He's a yes man. He's doing what he's told. Nobody seems to care, and Bob Nutting certainly doesn't. Travis Williams, the whole crew needs to go. This analytics crap is killing the Pittsburgh Pirates, and it's making us fans like me that have been fans since 1964 don't want to care anymore because nothing is ever going to change. Put an amateur in there. I could do a better damn job than they could. You have a good day, young fella.
All right. Well, Paul had his coffee, I'm guessing. I appreciate the passion, man. I do. I do. I work for the Pirates, so I'm not going to sit there and call the GM an idiot. Even when I didn't work for the Pirates, that wasn't really my style. I wasn't going to call the GM an idiot. I'm going to try to have a logical conversation about what I think is fair and what's not. And hopefully, when I say that something is not acceptable, hopefully that carries some weight. Hopefully I'm going to present some sort of intelligent analysis into the thing, but I'm not going to go around calling people idiots. That's just not the way I operate, and I'm okay living by that. But I understand what Paul is saying. I understand what a lot of callers are saying. I do. To the analytics point, we can stop there for a second because I think it's a good one. I do think that's a fair criticism of this regime and, being maybe overly adherent to that. And there's a middle ground available. I don't think any manager these days is going to turn over a water cooler and do what Jim Leyland did in the early 90s. And that's just not, he's Jim Leyland for a reason. And that's not the way baseball is played now. But I think if you look at some of the best and most well-run teams, they're able to balance the two of those. I know the Milwaukee Brewers are brought up a lot around here. And when I look at the Milwaukee Brewers, I see a guy in Pat Murphy who is very old school, but he does an excellent job of balancing the new school and numbers with feel and intuition. And has that been a perfect journey for the Pirates? It has not. And I think they can learn something from that. I think they can be better with balancing. This is what numbers are telling us, but in this game, is this the right move? Is this the right move to maybe throw the numbers out the window, to take a little bit of a chance? There have been times this season where they've been overly adherent to numbers, and that's not no team does well when it is overly adherent to one thing or the other. In my opinion, when you're too numbers based, you're losing it. When you're too feel based and you ignore the numbers, you're not using all the information at your disposal. The best teams balance them. I mean, we're playing a team right now in the Cincinnati Reds, and Terry Francona, I think, does a fantastic job, and he's one of the best right now at doing this. About you're an old school guy and you understand the game is played a certain way, but you would be foolish to ignore all of the information. But the best managers are the ones that filter that and act on the appropriate things and kind of discard things. And there are times with Don Kelly where, I would have liked to have seen him discard some of the numbers and analytics that tell you this is what should happen for the feel of the game. You've played it. You've been around the entire time. It needs to overrule what a spreadsheet says. But I don't want to see them ignore the spreadsheets. I think there's a lot of useful information that is unearthed. That makes a lot of sense. You can go back to the Pirates, the late era of Clint Hurdle and Ray Searage, and like those guys a lot, but the Pirates got behind the times a ton with pitching. And to this group's credit, they have modernized their pitching approach. It hasn't worked this season. Certainly a fair criticism. The pitching has taken a step back. But my point is that organizations need to be forward thinking with this stuff. They need to embrace numbers and analytics. They just need not go off the deep end with it. There's always a balance. You need to use both of them. All right. Jason Mackey is brought to you by Westminster College. Jason Mackey, of course, is me. You can register for a summer information session today. Westminster.edu for details. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. And the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's been a difficult time in Pirates land this whole week. The homestand, the 2-4 homestand, going to Cincinnati, things not working out the past 2 nights, plenty of mistakes made. The injury to Ryan O'Hearn last night, a subpar start from Paul Skeens, the throw from Nick Gonzalez to Brandon Lau, the wrong play, of course. My opinion said this earlier, this is the biggest game of the season for the Pirates. A lot rides on tonight. If Braxton Ashcraft on the mound, he needs to get right. It's almost like a final exam or maybe a midterm, a late-term exam for the Pirates where they're 9-23 against lefties. They have a lefty on the mound in Andrew Abbott. They need Ashcraft, their best pitcher in the first half, to look like that again. It's been a while since he has really been vintage Ashcraft. And we're weighing through a lot of your calls this morning. Try to make it a little therapeutic. Still have a lot of you on the line. Apollo Flash, Mr. Pittsburgh, David in Beaver Falls. Please hang on. Want to get your thoughts. Have to get to a break. Also talking about the trade deadline. What do you want to see the Pirates do? That conversation has certainly shifted. I know I personally want to see them act, but I do understand with the recent trajectory of their season why that might be tempered a bit. I want to hear what you have to say. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Seth Davis back in Greensburg will take care of your calls and get you on the line. Hang on for more. Saturday morning, it's Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With your fan headlines, it's Sean Myers. The Reds with an 8-7 victory over the Buccos on Friday night. Since he's scoring 3 times in the 8th inning, Paul Skeens, a no decision. He went just 4 innings, giving up 5 runs. He did have 7 strikeouts. Pirates look to get back in the win column tonight in Cincy. 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app starts at 5:45. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more of those, check out 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The August Fan Beer of the Month is Cinderland Beer Company's Sinkhole, a New England-style IPA. And the charity sales benefit Big Brothers and Big Sisters of the Laurel region, a youth mentoring agency.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Bring the action home with BetMGM Casino and turn your phone into the ultimate hub for thrills like you've never seen before. New customers can deposit $10 for up to 1,000 bonus spins and then spin the wheel for 7 days to score even more bonuses. Whether it's the rush of the slots, the strategy of the tables, or the energy of a live dealer, BetMGM thrills are ready whenever you are. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and set your sights on casino thrills you can't get anywhere else. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
Target Freight Management
Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking, efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I am Jason Mackey. A lot to go through, a lot of raw emotions and frustrations, understandably so, about where things stand with the Pirates last night. A tough one, the biggest gut punch loss of the year, in my opinion. Reds 8, Pirates 7 over at Great American Ballpark. The Pirates sit here at 55-56. They're 14 games back in the NL Central, 2.5 back in the wild card. They've lost 4 straight. They're 5-9 since the All-Star break. Ryan O'Hearn very likely out with what looks like a left quad injury or a left groin or something, a lower body injury, to quote Mike Sullivan. Saw him in the clubhouse briefly last night, was barely walking, had a crutch. Not a good situation. The play in the 8th inning last night, obviously very, very frustrating. The Pirates did well to battle back and make a game out of it, scored 3 runs in the 8th, but the bottom half, that is a play that 100 times out of 100, Nick Gonzalez just needs to take it to first. Take it to first. Take it to first. It's 2 outs. Shift on. Lefty batter. Lau is not at the bag. He decides to make the throw anyway. Doesn't work. And to his credit, he took ownership of it, said that was on him. He needs to throw it to first, but the damage was done. And that was the winning run. The Pirates go quietly in the 9th, and that was that. Just a brutal way to lose a game. Now we're talking about who's to blame, what should happen at the trade deadline. Common sentiment being that things are in a position where people don't want to see the Pirates trading prospects, that almost rather them be minor sellers at this point. I get all of it, taking in a lot of opinions. Appreciate you guys weighing in with them. Let's go back out to the phones. Apollo Flash. What's going on, Apollo Flash? What's on your brain?
Hey, Jason. I think the Charrington must have studied Russian history. I don't know how many 5-year plans they've had, but they probably had 60 of them and never made too much progress with the thing. I was waiting all day yesterday to hear who the Pirates traded for. That news was coming on. I'm looking, nothing about the Pirates. Why not? Why not? You know, how many times do they blow leads? Or how are you not blowing leads? Even getting the bases low with no one out, and they can't get anybody in. It just drives me crazy. You know, they don't know what the bunt is half the time. And even if they do, I think Magnum's the only one that can do it. It's just so frustrating that they didn't make any moves at all. And if they do try to make a move now, does a person have to go through waivers or not?
No, he does not.
Don't. I thought they used to. That's when we got Bill Madlock. I thought unless they changed the rules, they probably did.
They did. They changed the rules. Yeah.
So they could still do something.
Paula, what do you want to see them do at the trade deadline?
I wanted to see them get some serviceable pitchers. I'm getting, Paul Skeen's experiment, which I'm calling an experiment. I don't think we thought it was a sure thing. I'm getting tired of the 5 runs or 70 pitches in the 2nd inning or 3rd inning. It's just, like you said, we can lose with you win with you or lose with you or without you. And I think I'm getting to that point.
Okay. All right, man. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Just to sort of make a point there, I mean, the deadline was not yesterday. It was never yesterday. I want to see the Pirates address things too, and I think they should have addressed things too. So I'm not defending it, just being fact-based. It is Monday, I believe at 5 or 6 p.m., one of the two. So, I mean, they still have time. But it's just, the kind of thing where it worries me where things will sit when we get to the deadline. And I do think it's if nothing else, interesting theater. Because I know on Sunday, Cherington said with me that they know where they stand. They feel comfortable with their position and what they're going to do with the deadline. They don't think that 1 week of results, regardless, is going to change too much. So I don't know. It's been a tough week of results, though, to absorb that. And if things don't go well the rest of the series in Cincinnati, to me, it would have to make you think about some other deals that you might have been closed off to if things were going well. All right, Mr. Pittsburgh, you're on Bucko Talk. What's going on, sir?
Hey, good morning. You know what? I'm loving everything that I'm hearing everybody saying. I love what you're saying. I love what I heard Dan Zangrilli say yesterday and the fans were saying last night. But here's my theory on the Pittsburgh Pirates. And listen, I understand the anger about Ben Cherington, but you know what? And this is my opinion. Ben Cherington is not going nowhere. And I'm going to tell you why. Because, number one, since this brand new stadium opened, this team has only made the playoffs 3 times. The Tampa Bay Rays, who is just in salary, they spend $7 million more than the Pirates, have made the playoffs 9 times since 2000, playing in that rink-a-dink stadium down there in Tampa. But here we got this brand new, this nice stadium with a view, and we cannot get postseason ball here. Understand this. We have an owner that is okay with mediocrity or terrible results. And you know what? Ben Cherington is up here working with what this man is giving him, and as long as he's buying into this system that Nutting wants, guess what? He's going to be okay. And you know who ends up hurting at the end? Us, the fans, the ones who care about winning, who wants to see a World Series. And I haven't seen a World Series since 1979. I was 9 years old. I woke up out of my bed when I saw Willie Stargell hit that game-winning home run. This is a great city. But until something goes on with Nutting and this ownership, we may not see nothing here. Last night was an embarrassment. That was terrible. Yes, you have to go to first base on that play. But to lose all these leads, listen, it's terrible. My wish was when the Boston Red Sox was struggling for them to go after Aroldis Chapman. Now they're in contention for a playoff spot. I don't know who you're going to bring in here now to help this team out. As far as Paul Skeens, listen, one thing about being a professional, how do you respond when you hit your low points? And you know what? We've seen the best of him. He's still a great pitcher. Can he make it in the major leagues? Yes. But listen, when you look at teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers, this is not acceptable. Look what happened when the Yankees didn't make the playoffs a couple years ago. They made necessary changes. It was unacceptable. They don't win the World Series every year, but they want to be in contention. What's going on with the Nutting? What's going on here? Like, this man clearly shows that winning is not a priority here in Pittsburgh for him when you look at these results. Just my opinion.
Okay. All right, Mr. Pittsburgh, thank you. Appreciate the call. I understand the frustration. Again, this is a tough one for me because I'm trying to be fair to both sides. I don't want to insult fans and act like their emotions are not warranted because they are. I also want to try to explain what we've seen and try to kind of be in between. They have resisted making changes because they don't want to blow things up and start over. But sooner or later, in my opinion, that is right now, later has arrived, you need to see results. There's no other way about it. You're not going to see GMs fired in season. And if the end of this season is not good enough, I don't know how you could continue down this same road. They've shown a ton of patience, maybe too much patience. And you can argue, you can dislike how the Pirates are operating. That's totally fine. That's totally fair. I mean, I'm not out here to tell you what to support or whether or not to support the Pirates, but I understand wanting to stay the course, feeling like you have things built. And I think we're seeing that to a degree. Like, I can see the point on like hanging on to the offense and needing a little bit more time. And a lot of what they told us last year was that, you know, Matt Haig and their offensive system, they needed buy-in. They were going to address it in the offseason and all that fun stuff. And like, it happened. They addressed it. The offense is better. This is a better team than it was last year. But if you achieve the same things, if you improve the offense, but you've made the pitching staff worse by decisions that you've made, have you really made the team better? And obviously that answer is no. And to Mr. Pittsburgh's point, to everybody's point on here, yes, Pirates fans deserve a winning baseball team. And this group has not delivered one. It's been 7 years. That is long enough. If you can't deliver a winning baseball team in 7 years, it's time for somebody else to get a try. I don't think that's a hot take. That's not, anything personal. It's not irrational. But I do think we just need to see this through, for better or worse. I think we can take a pragmatic look at where they're at, and it's not to say that you shouldn't be mad or anybody shouldn't be mad or these results aren't frustrating, because darn it, they are. But there are things that the Pirates still can do, and I believe will do, to make this team better. And it's incumbent on Cherington, it's incumbent on everybody to do them better. It's also reality that some of the performances of current players just haven't been good enough. Nick Gonzalez has been great with the bat. His defense hasn't been good enough. Paul Skeens is the reigning Cy Young Award winner. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball, but his performance this season has left something to be desired. Braxton Ashcraft was incredible in the first half. He's allowed 8 home runs over his past, 5 starts. The 7.71 ERA during that time. I'm just randomly picking things, but, the sum total of it at the end of the year needs to be better. Is this entire year screwed because they're on a downturn? No. It's what I wrote today, Pirates.com, MLB.com. Like, this is going to show us what kind of team this is. The Pirates all season have talked about their resilience and ability to battle and ability to fight and all that stuff. Like, the hole's not going to get much deeper than this. If it gets any deeper than this, it's just going to fall through the bottom. And if they can still dig out of this, it's not over. But I don't know. That's a winding diatribe of a response, trying to balance the frustration with reality and what they can do and where they're at. It's not all over, but it's got to change now. Tony in Munhall, one of our favorites. What's going on, Tony? How are you?
Hey, Jason, thanks for taking the call. Traveling this morning, having phone issues in and out. But anyway, couple quick points. As bad as they've played this week, they're only 2.5 out of a wild card. Now, I don't want to dampen everybody's spirits because there's a lot of negativity on here. I'm negative myself. I'm the wrong guy to ask, but I think they still have a shot here at 2.5 out. The Phillies have now came down to the pack, if anybody's paying attention to the wild card standings. But I look at that every day. But anyway, Brandon Lau would be a very good trade chip if the price is right, because you have to get Nick Gonzalez off at third base. You really do. He's not doing us any favors, but you need the bat to play. So where do you play him? And then O'Neill Cruz, we really missed that guy. He was hitting lefties very well before he got hurt on May 9th. We haven't been the same since. Now, that wasn't the only problem, but we do have to fix that bad against left-handed pitching, because I'm worried today we face another lefty. But anyway, I'm not ready to give it up yet, only because the rest of the league is not running away with anything. Flip side of that is teams are going to be more reluctant to make trades. Like that one guy said, well, we should have traded with Boston 3 months ago for Chapman. But
they weren't trading Chapman.
Boston was hoping they were going to win. You know?
Right. I know. I didn't get a chance to respond to that. Thank you. But go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I'll wrap it up because I think my phone's gonna die here in a minute. But yeah, well, let's see what happens at the deadline. I heard they're in on Luke Weaver. I would not get rid of Murph Gray or Seth Hernandez, which I don't think they can get rid of Seth Hernandez anyway because the minor league rules are different than the major league rules, and he's on the injured list down there. So I don't think they can get rid of him anyway, even if they ever thought they would at this point. But
they're not going
to. I would keep Murph Gray because you need that power-hitting third baseman, because when Lau goes next year by free agency, maybe Murph Gray picks up the home run slack, and that's the balance. Gonzalez plays good second base. You're going to lose a little bit of power if you get rid of Lau, but maybe you can bring in a bat that can hit a little bit of power for the end of the year. Jason, thanks for putting me on, and I'll talk to you next week.
All right, man. Appreciate you, Tony. Tony brought up a good point that I was going to get to a little bit later in the show. And Sean is also telling me we have to get to a break. So we're going to do both of those things. But I do want to talk a little bit about Gonzalez and his future and something that I think has held the Pirates back this season. We haven't talked about it enough, and I think we saw it show up last night and in this Reds series. I'll tell you what that is when we get back. You're listening to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Dick's House of Sport is excited to join the community, Greensburg, and invite you to our grand opening house party August 7th through August 9th at the Westmoreland Mall. Get ready for can't-miss appearances, giveaways, and more all weekend long. We're more than a store, featuring a rock wall, Hit Tracks multi-sport cage, golf hitting bays, and a collector's clubhouse. Plus, shop the best brands and over 2,000 shoe styles, all in one place. Discover Dick's House of Sport at the Westmoreland Mall, August 7th through August 9th.
This Saturday, mostly cloudy skies with temperatures in the mid-80s. Scattered showers and thunderstorms arrive late tonight through early Sunday with overnight lows in the upper 60s. Sunday afternoon, some showers likely with highs in the low 80s, and showers and storms continue Sunday night with lows in the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Solar Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bringing you fan headlines at Sean Myers. The Pirates suffered another tough loss as they squandered a late lead and fell 8-7 in Cincinnati against the Reds on Friday night. Brandon Lau had 3 hits. Jake Mangum and Nick Gonzalez each had a couple of RBIs. Paul Skeens, no decision. He went just 4 innings. Pirates look to get back in the win column tonight in Cincy. They play the Reds at 6:40. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan commences at 5:45. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 937thefan.com.
Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Jason Mackey here in Covington, Kentucky, across the river from Cincinnati, wading through a lot of frustration stemming from last night. No other way to spin it. It's going to be a good one, though. Let's hope. Let's hope today is better than yesterday. Trade deadline is fast approaching. Who's buying or selling? 93.7 The Fan will have up-to-date moves across Major League Baseball. Trade coverage on The Fan is presented by Globe Airport Parking. And Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly cloudy and warm throughout the day with a chance of storms late tonight. High of 83. Heath Miller, love that. And in Kentucky, in Cincinnati, we might be dodging them. I think it could get wet today. Hopefully it avoids us, but definitely a chance that it impacts today's game. Let's hope not. Before we get to phone calls, Sean, I have been blabbing this whole time and haven't given you a chance to weigh in on what you thought about last night and where things are at for this team. What would you do? Trade deadline? Are you selling? Are you buying? How do you approach it?
Well, the first thing that I would look at is, regardless of what happens over the next 2 days, the Pirates should not be adding anyone who would be a pending free agent. So you're not taking on any rentals at this point. No rentals. I think if you can add someone that would help this year and beyond at any position, particularly bullpen, I think that's a worthwhile strategy. Ultimately, we've heard some big names mentioned previously. I don't know that they're going to get one of the bigger names out there amongst the relievers. It seems like there's probably a lot of competition for Weaver, and you'd have to give up someone pretty significant for him. So maybe you get 2 lesser guys that can potentially factor in over the next couple of years to help your bullpen. I think that makes sense. I also am very curious to see what they do with Mlodzinski, because you could speak to this better than I, but there's a belief that maybe he's just going to be better off with a fresh start in a different situation. If that's the case, and you could get something pretty valuable for him, then I think that's a move you make. Now, the question is, do you have enough starting pitching to get across the finish line if you do move on from him for the rest of this year? But I would kind of look at it like not necessarily being sellers, but I don't think you're true buyers in the sense that you're going all out to add for this year's team. I think you want to take a measured approach where you can add to make this year better, but also with the long-term approach of making sure that if you add someone, they're giving you value for multiple years.
I think you're exactly right. I agree with everything you're saying, man. And I think this week changed that for me. Like, I think if they had a really good showing on the homestand, let's say they went 4-2, let's say even they went, 1-1 these past 2 games of the Red Series. Like, I think that's different. I'm willing to take on rentals. You've got momentum going forward, whatever. Like, right now, I'm not taking the rentals and paying through the nose. I'm trying to target guys they have for multiple years. I thought those are all really good points.
Thank you, Jason. It's always fascinating, too, because you never really know. I mean, the teams that we thought would definitely be sellers 2 or 3 weeks ago are now buying. The Twins added to their team.
I know.
And they would have been one of the teams that just about everyone thought, hey, they're going to be moving guys. It wasn't that long ago that people were speculating Byron Buxton could be on the move, and now Minnesota's adding.
I know.
So what this really proves is that it doesn't make sense for teams to sell in May or early June, because the reality is they'll likely have a chance to get back in the race if they get hot for any stretch of time. And that's what makes it so hard to add to your team if you're Ben Cherington. You know they have a bullpen that needs help. There's very few teams willing to help you out before you get near the deadline.
Well, that's what I was trying to say a month and a half ago, and people are calling me some sort of pirate shill. Like, the teams aren't making the wild cards they've complicated things. Teams don't believe they're out of it.
You can change a team's mind if you give up excessive amounts.
Yeah, if you pay stupidly. Sure, absolutely.
But ultimately, and the other thing that I think is always an option, and that's this year and beyond for the Pirates, you can make a trade where you give up a major league guy at a position of strength for a major league guy at a position of weakness. It doesn't seem like there's many of those trades, but that is something that I think could happen at any point of the season. But just buying.
Isn't that what the Pirates are looking at right now, too?
I think so, especially if you have Lau or Majinski or some of those different guys. But I think that is one way that you're not necessarily having to wait around until the end of July or early August, is if you can swing a trade like that, find a position of need that you have and deal from a position of strength. But it's got to usually come from the major league level.
Yep, no doubt. Before we get into calls, I want to touch on Majinski just a minute. Because, yes, I can speak on this a little bit, and there are some things that I enjoy clearing up about the Majinski stuff. He gets painted as a malcontent and somebody that's puppeting the Pirates or telling the Pirates what's what, and it's just that's not the case. Like, he's a good guy. I've gotten to know Carmen quite a bit. I like Carmen a lot. Does he want to have an impactful role on the team? Yes. Did he feel like that was taken away from him when they moved him out of the rotation? Yes. He was not happy about it. I think that's plainly obvious. But to say that he's been non-cooperative or negative about this, or is refusing to do I've had a lot of stuff thrown at me like that. It's just not true. Now, I think it's also fair. Have the Pirates maximized that role? No, I don't think they've used him in all of the right spots. I also think that role could be valuable if done appropriately. And it's certainly a valid question. You say, do you trade Carmen now at the deadline? Which I don't want to see them do that. I think they need the depth. I don't think they have enough pitching depth to trade away pitching depth, especially not starters if you want to preserve him. But I certainly understand, he is underutilized here, and he probably has value to opposing teams. I think he showed that he can start, and if a team has a starting opportunity for him, I get that. I don't think the Pirates are in a position to allow him to start. So if that is a deal that comes up in conversations, I wouldn't be against it. That's also going to require, in my opinion, the Pirates to make a secondary move, because they do need the pitching depth. I worry about what they have in AAA. I liked what I saw from Antoine Kelly last night, but it does worry me if they're going to count on Hunter Barco or Thomas Harrington to come up here and fill major league innings. I think they need to be better than that. So just some stray thoughts on Majinski. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think they've utilized it appropriately. I don't want to see him traded, but I would understand if a discussion necessitated that. All right, let's get back out to your calls. Rick will kick us off in this segment. What's going on, Rick?
Hey, good morning. I'm glad Seth Meyers answered that question, because a lot of people were under the impression they have to wait to the trade deadline to make a trade, but they knew the bullpen was what it was for the last 2 months, and they just sat idly. And I still do have a problem with that, because putting your head in the sand doesn't fix any problems. If you're trying to lose weight, you just can't eat the cupcake and say, I hope it comes off. So my best advice is...
It's a good analogy.
Yeah, so they should have been out there looking the whole time. And again, now they have to be buyers. Otherwise, Cherington can just hand in his resignation. I mean, you can't just say we're going to stay or we're going to sell. Of course, I mean, you may as well just quit then, because that they would fire him then.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, you're not trying.
There's an
then.
argument to be made that they. Yeah, I mean, I understand the perception. I mean, there's a way to do it in the middle ground, is my point. You know, you can still, like, you need to add to the team, right? But, like, what do you add? Do you add guys like that? That's what Sean was saying. Like, do you add guys with years of control? Okay, you're still buyers, but you're at least doing it in a smarter way. Like, that's at least what I want to see them do. Are you going to take on a bunch of rentals at this point? I have my doubts. But just because you don't take on a bunch of short-term rentals, like, it doesn't mean you're not trying. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. The short-term rentals would be more reserved for an upper, like, tier team. You want somebody who you do have some control over. My theory is that I would record this very show. I'd put it on the shelf for about 3 or 4 more years, and I would bring it out in about 3 or 4 more years when we go over this again, because it just repeats itself. I mean, everybody gets into it. They pull the rug out, and it's going to happen again. I mean, nothing's happy with the way it's run. There's a profit to be had. And, I mean, I think that's it. So, I'll call in again in 3 years, and we'll see what happens. All right?
All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. It certainly needs to stop. I understand why Rick is saying that. And, I mean, that's the cycle of, you know, you look good for a little bit and you tease, and you have a good team, and you're able to pull through, and you're able to battle out of situations like this. Have the Pirates been to this point over the past handful of years? No. I've been in the clubhouse. They haven't been equipped the way they are this year. And this is why you do that. This is why you go out and add veterans. This is why you add something like, you know, more offense, and you add, I use the term deodorant, but it covers up some other things. The problem, of course, this year is that other things have wiggled loose. They've addressed the offense. They've addressed leadership, all of that stuff. But leadership can't save games. Leadership can't, you know, have guys pitching in appropriate roles and pitching well in the bullpen. They've scored enough runs. Like, we can sit here and complain about they can't hit left-handed pitching well enough, or they've gone through lulls. Every offense goes through lulls. End of the day, they're a top 5 offense. I'm going to judge it based on that. That's enough of a sample size. I think it's fair to come to the conclusion that they're a good offense. At the same time, it's fair to come to the conclusion on the pitching staff and that it hasn't been good enough. It's taken a step backwards, and the bullpen has been a gigantic problem. The numbers tell me that. 20 blown saves. Look at their conversion rate. Look at their ERA. Look at any metric you want to. It's a gigantic problem. And you have to address it. Address it in a substantial way. Brandon Eisert and Ron Marinaccio, God bless them, wonderfully nice people. That's not the addition that I'm talking about. It has to be more aggressive than that. And it has to be now. I mean, you know, I don't mean in 5 minutes, but, like, you know, before the deadline, clearly. I understand to a point that it's tough to make those deals, as Sean and I were talking about, but it is that time. It is that hour. They have to do something. Ben Cherington has to do something. And I'm pretty well aware that Ben knows what he's general managing for and what the stakes are at this stage. I don't think he's taking some sort of country club mentality. Anyway, fan Twitter, it's brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. And the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Also want to tell you about my favorite place, Westminster College. I went there, graduated in 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors. I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team, even if I wasn't very good. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I had the hands-on experience that I needed for a career in media. At Westminster, it's an exceptional education that's genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I am living proof that real experience can lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more. All right, next up, I believe we have Mike. Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have Mike. Mike.
Hey, Jason.
That's correct.
Thanks for taking the call.
What's going on, sir?
It's Mike. Good. In Ohio, had that same rainstorm come through here, so I feel you.
Okay. Are we good?
Today,
are we clear now?
I think we're clear. It's clearing up. It's interesting to hear the calls. Everybody's kind of going through the 5 stages of grief here, I think, right? And I think we're all in that. Most of us are in that anger phase where we're just really frustrated. And I wanted to talk about the starting pitching because I feel like we're not talking enough about that. And I know Skeens has had some issues, like you mentioned, Ashcraft, but obviously any issues the starting pitching has, it just makes the bullpen issues even more glaring, right? And I was digging through some numbers this morning, and I'd seen that, this year so far, we've had 111 games, I believe, and the team has only had 30 quality starts from their starting pitching. And, and we've had some good stretches. We've had guys doing some really, really good things. We've also had some guys, underperforming, right? So I'd say the net for this season is the starting pitching has moved backwards, right? I mean, inconsistency from arguably the most consistent position we had last year, right? So it puts more pressure on the bullpen to hold leads. It gets even more exposed looking at where we're at right now in the season. Since the All-Star break, we had the doubleheader, or doubleheaders, I believe. We had 2 of them, or one before the break, one after. But then we have, 17 straight days of games. You put all that together, and it puts us in the position we're at. And ideally, and you're right, Jason, I get it, that we can sit here and say, oh yeah, Cherington should have done this or should have done that. Reality is reality. Unless you really want to overpay, you're not going to get the kind of help you want early. But ideally, we could have made moves, around the All-Star break ahead of this stretch, knowing that it was going to be really tough. But I think the biggest challenge, though, is the starting pitching, in my opinion. I know we need arms in the bullpen, and I really hope that the team is also looking for a veteran starting pitcher because we're up against it. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen next season. With the potential labor issues, right? And 2028, you start to see core players coming up on the end of their deals or close enough to where they're going to start to want to flip players for prospects again. And boom, we're in another rebuild. And this is the window, 2026. I think the organization's kind of painted themselves into a corner that they have to do something. And it's likely going to result, if they do it, in overpaying. But it's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're trying to do it logically, probably a little bit too logically or too patiently. I mean, I think they're, my own personal opinion. I think you're insinuating this. Like, at some point, you got to pay for it. At some point, you have a need. It's dragging you down. It's hurting your team. I don't care if the prices are fair. I don't know, if I'm in my hotel room and I don't have any food and I need to go eat, I need to go pay whatever the prices are to eat the food. I can't really sit here and see whether I'm getting a deal or not. I don't know. It's a bad analogy, but you know what I'm saying. Like, if you have a need, you have to pay what it costs to address the need, and we're there.
I just hope that they also are looking at starting pitching. That would be my biggest. I think we have to do something there along with bullpen help to really get the pitching staff where it needs to be. But only 2.5 out, so we're still there. The right few moves and a nice little streak, and we're right back in it.
Yeah, it's got to change today. But thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate it. Let's go to Steve. What's going on, Steve? Steve is gone. Let's go to, who do we have next? Max. Do we have Max?
Yes, you do. Good morning, Jason.
There
How you doing?
Hey, I'm all right. How are you?
Hey, I don't have so much a statement. It's more or less a question, because I know you're probably way more understanding of sports and the situation with baseball and the Pirates and that. Let me ask you a question. These marquee players that we have, like Paul Skeens, Reynolds, Paul Skeens won a Cy Young last year. How long do we really expect these key mark players to stick around and deal with the mediocrity and the ownership and just the whole ball of wax? Do these key mark players stay, or do they go? They're going to go. They're going to want to win. If Paul Skeens doesn't win here, he's going to go to a team like Boston, Philly, the Mets, the Yankees. Not that the Mets are winning now, but big market teams.
I know what you mean. I know what you're getting at.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Paul Skeens is under contract for 3 more years after this one. So,
okay,
he's going to be, at least the Pirates have him. There's nothing he can do. It's why they – go ahead.
They did lock him up. I get it. But, I just wanted your intake on these key marks. Like, I know Reynolds. Do you think Reynolds is gone after this year?
I don't know. He doesn't have a say in it. He's under contract.
Okay.
But, could they look to trade him? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that right now.
It's just like it's such a large, big ball of wax. It's like trying to pull it, pick pieces apart. But ultimately, I agree with you. I think it's an ownership issue, and until Mr. Nunning wants to win, it's going to stay how it is. So, but I thank you for taking my call, Jason. Have a good day.
All right, man. Appreciate you. Just to say it, Brian Reynolds is under contract through 2030. There's a club option for 2031. That's the issue with signing Skeens long term. Not that we want to go down this rabbit hole. I know the current state of the club and the trade deadline is a much more pressing issue, but guys want to win, understandably. And they made some moves this offseason designed to address that. I know Skeens' stance as far as an extension has always been, we need to win. Until we win, I don't want to talk about anything. For a little while this season, it looked like that was going to lead to an interesting conversation. I know I've said on some radio hits at that point, if I'm the Pirates and I'm winning, I'm calling up Skeens and saying, okay, let's have this conversation now. Or at least after the season, if you win, you make the playoffs. So let's talk about a way to do something here. But that's probably not the conversation for today. First, they need to get back on the winning track. We need to see more out of Skeens, all that stuff. Certainly understand that. All right, let's go to Chris. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, 2 quick points I'm going to make. One, you can micromanage this to death, but the only thing that's going to save the Pirates, and to that extent, some small market teams, and there are a lot of them, is a lockout and a hard salary cap with a salary floor. We know what happened. The Penguins would have been in Kansas City if that didn't happen. And that's the only thing that's going to save them. Because, and this is my second point, I work for a company that Bob Nutting bought. I still got to see his business plan up front. And I'm going to make an analogy, okay? Do you remember the TV show Taxi? Years ago back.
I remember that it exists. I can't quote it or anything.
Yeah, gotcha. Anyway, they're in the garage where the taxis are at. They have a vending machine. It has apples in it, okay? Bobby says, how come all the apples are rotten? Tony says, well, they're fresh when they put them in there, but nobody buys the apples, so they go rotten. So Bobby says, well, why don't we just collect our money, plug it into the machine, get all the rotten apples out of there, and there'll be fresh apples. And Bobby says, well, if we do that, then they'll think that we're willing to pay for rotten apples. That's Nutting's business plan. This team, unfortunately, is extensively going to draw about the same number of fans if they win 100 or lose 100. And if you remember the Wall Street Journal article about 2 years ago, and I think it may have been repeated since, the Pirates have the highest profits over expenditures of any team in the league. He's pocketing the money. They made $320 million last year. You can go figure out what their payroll was. He's not spending the money. Even when they get the money from the Yankees for the, what do they call it, the salary tax or whatever that is, it's not going back into the team. You get a salary cap with a salary floor, he's forced to spend the money, or he just gets rid of the team. It's not going to win with him, and it's not going to win without a salary floor and a salary cap, period.
Okay. All right. Chris, a couple response points to that. Number one, I don't disagree with you that I would like to see baseball have a cap and a floor and a revamped revenue sharing system. Bob Nutting also shares that opinion for what it's worth. Number two, their payroll this year was over $100,000. And I understand fans want to see them spend more. Yeah, what did I say?
100 million.
100,000.
Yeah, 100,000.
100 million. Thank you. 100,000 would be a big problem. No, it was not. But below them, you're looking at the Minnesota Twins spent less than the Pirates. They're buying right now. They've done some good things. Yeah. The Tampa Bay Rays spent less than the Pirates right now. They're buying. They've done some good things. The Washington Nationals spent less than the Pirates. The Chicago White Sox spent less than the Pirates, and the Cleveland Guardians spent less than the Pirates. So it is not impossible to win based on what they're spending. That's not the only problem. I mean, people are going to hear that and say it's, some sort of defense. It's just reality. Like, they're spending enough. They have enough resources. They're doing enough. They should be able to win baseball games. And there have been myriad issues that we're discussing.
If I got my paycheck and bought the most expensive car, okay, I spent it, but I didn't spend it wisely.
Sure.
Right?
Sure. Absolutely. I mean, I understand that. Marcell Ozuna, $12 million is not a wise expenditure. Absolutely. I'm not saying anything other
than that. When the Braves are getting rid of them, they're probably past time.
Yeah. All right, man. Appreciate the call. Thank you. Have a good Saturday.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time.
All right. You got it. Let's do one more. Let's go to Z-Man. What's up, Z-Man? How are you? Happy Saturday.
Hey, Jason, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Great. Always good to talk to you, Jason. I feel for a little bit for Ben Cherington. I'm not an apologist for Ben Cherington, but, I love the idea of baseball putting in the third wild card. I think it's great. But one of the things it does, as everyone knows, and people hopefully in Pittsburgh understand, it causes everyone to think that they're still in it to the very end. I mean, just look at the Pirates situation. If they lose the next two, they're probably out of the market, at least on a rental player, I think. Where a week ago, I would have loved to grab the San Francisco pitcher, Robbie Roy. Yeah. He's in a
he's still out there, to be fair. They could still get Robbie Ray.
Yes, they could. And my two targets are Robbie Ray and Luke Weaver. Those were the two individuals I thought that would really help the team. Don't know what you'd have to exactly give. But now, Jason, he's got a problem, I think, with Brandon Lau. So is it good business sense if they lose the next two games? It puts so much pressure on Cherington. Are you really going to just let Brandon Lau play out the rest of the season? 48, 49 games left? That's a really tough decision. He'll get slaughtered if he trades Lau. But if he doesn't,
I don't think he will. I don't think he will.
No, you don't.
I don't think he'd get slaughtered for doing that. I really don't.
Oh, okay.
I think it would. Okay. I think it would be a much bigger problem in the clubhouse than it would be externally.
Yeah, that's
personally.
A good point. That's a good point.
I don't think it would go over
a little bit of a. No, go ahead, Jason.
I don't think players would take kindly to that move. I think it would send a message. I think they wouldn't appreciate it. But I understand externally, if you're a fan and you're looking at it and you're saying, our chances aren't terribly realistic. This guy's on an expiring deal. We haven't heard anything about an extension. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I understand that perspective too. But especially with the herd going down, as important as Lau. Yeah.
I think he's in a rock and hard place. I think if they lose these next two games, which hopefully they don't, if they win these next two games, and they're a game above 500, they're still in it, full speed ahead, go out and make some logical choices. You may not want to sell the farm and be looking at a couple of our top 100 prospects. Before I was all in. They're 4 or 5 games up. I think anyone in that organization is tradable, maybe without excluding Seth Hernandez. But now he's in a difficult position. He can still trade the Tramar Johnsons and so forth and still get some quality players. And he's going to have to do that or the fans, again, will kill him if he sits pat. And I don't think he's going to. He can't.
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
That's
can't
it,
stand
Jason.
Pat. It's just a matter of what deal they're. All right, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's a pickle. It really is. And we'll put a bow on that when we come back. I'm not going to do that now. I got to get to a break. But Ben Cherington is in a very precarious, unenviable spot. But things need to happen. And we'll kind of chart that course when we come back. I don't envy him. The Ryan O'Hearn injury last night, I think, does complicate things. Brandon Lau is a legitimate question. Carmen Majinski is a legitimate question, as much as I don't want to see it. And I don't think it makes sense. But, I mean, it is something, are you maximizing value on this asset? I would argue that they're not. And, how these next two games go, I think could determine at least the shape, the scope. They know they need to add to the team, but in what way do you do that? So we'll finish that discussion up when we come back. You are listening to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates squandered another late lead. They fell 8-7 last night in Cincinnati against the Reds, who scored 3 times in the bottom of the 8th. Paul Skeens went 4 innings, giving up 7 hits, 5 runs, and 7 strikeouts. Pirates and Reds will run it back tonight at 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft on the rubber for the Buccos. Andrew Abbott opposes for Cincy. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan starts at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Training camp, baby.
The black and gold are heading to Latrobe, and The Fan has all the coverage you need. Presented by Smale Kia, Route 30 Greensburg. Daily reports, video highlights, and the live broadcast. Join the PM team for ice-cold Miller Lights on August 7th, 2 to 6 at Sharky's in Latrobe. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Service your vehicle the easy way at Joe Ball GMC. Open 6 days a week with convenient scheduling, free shuttle service, complimentary loaners, and a comfortable lounge. Our ASE certified team services all makes and models with a price match guarantee. Visit Route 8 Glenshaw or JoeBallGM.com.
The world comes to Washington County for the Prince Cape Pony League World Series presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 7th to the 12th at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $10, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince Cape Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. See the world's top youth baseball players compete at the Prince Cape Pony League World Series, August 7th through the 12th at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field in Washington Park. It's a week full of incredible plays, home runs, and unforgettable moments. Plan your trip today at GoWashco.com. Sir Grout Pittsburgh is a hard surface restoration company that cleans, repairs, and restores tile, grout, and natural stone in homes and businesses. Sir Grout Pittsburgh, 412-844-2643. Training camp is here, and 93.7 The Fan has all of your coverage. Join Pony and Muller after practice for an ice-cold Miller Lite at Sharky's on August 7th from 2 to 6. Training camp reports and broadcasts on The Fan are presented by Smale Kia, Route 30, Greensburg. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk. One more segment here on a Saturday morning. Thanks so much for listening to us. Thanks so much for all of the calls and participation. I'll be honest, I've really enjoyed just turning this thing over to a discussion. I like it. I like the back and forth. In my new role, I don't do as much chats as I used to with the Post-Gazette. I always enjoyed that. I kind of missed that aspect. And so this allows a good forum to get what you think about everything, to have a conversation, hopefully in a civil way, certainly understand emotions and being frustrated about things. People should be frustrated about things. I'm in the Pirates clubhouse every day. They're frustrated about things. There's no way of avoiding it. Hopefully we can have a rational talk about it. And that's what this show has kind of evolved to, is just spending 2 hours together talking about the state of the Pirates, where things stand, what's upcoming, the trade deadline obviously being a big focal point here. And how do you sort of mix that with some of the recent results that we've seen? You'd like them to be better. I made the point earlier in the show. I think tonight's game is probably the biggest one on the schedule for the Pirates. Braxton Ashcraft, 10-4 with a 4.05 ERA, opposite Andrew Abbott, 5-6 with a 3.85. The Pirates have had trouble hitting left-handed pitching this year. That's no secret. They're 9-23 against lefties, and they need to figure it out against Abbott. And Ashcraft has had a skid of its own over his last 5, has a 7.71 ERA, 8 home runs allowed. They need better out of Braxton Ashcraft, and this is one of those classic pivot points in a season. And I think it's interesting how this is lined up. Ashcraft, their best pitcher in the first half, gets the ball as they look to, sort of, split a series to stave off disaster, however you want to describe it. After last night's game, they need Ashcraft to be elite. They need to hit a left-handed starter. We're going to get some news a little bit later about Ryan O'Hearn's injury, I would imagine. Spencer Horwitz yesterday was moving around and doing some things. I don't know if he's going to be the move, and they'll be ready to activate him, but I do think he's getting close. And, of course, the trade deadline coming up a couple days away. We'll see what the Pirates do. So we have one more phone call. Want to squeeze it in before we have to get out of here. Big Al, what are your thoughts, Big Al? What's going on? How are you? Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I had Big Al written down. Jim, what's going on? And Jim just dropped off. Man, I was going to make a "you can call me Al" joke, but I got nothing. That's okay. It'll give me a little bit more time to address everything anyway. Here's where I'm at with the Pirates, and to just kind of editorialize for a little bit. I don't think it's as bad as it feels right now, but I don't think the Pirates can be naive to their situation either. I think it takes awareness on both ends. Awareness that they're still 2.5 games out. As frustrating as things are, one hot stretch, let's say they pull out of this and actually have a pretty decent road trip. They could go back home, be very much in the thick of things. I'm not on the extreme of saying this season is over. I'm also not on the extreme of saying they have the solutions in-house. There needs to be a middle ground achieved here. And the way this is trending, it does change my thoughts a little bit on the type of deals they can make. I understand Luke Weaver's out there. He's been very good. Earlier this week, his ERA was under 2. I didn't check this morning on where he's at, but to me, that's a best available option. Somebody like Robbie Ray, that would be great as well. I don't know if that's even remotely realistic based on what the asks are, but I need to see them go out and address pitching in some meaningful way. And there are other guys out there. Some of them have years of control. Some of them, the acquisition cost is going to be higher. But I'm talking about a Michael Peterson from Miami, Antonio Senzatella from Colorado, Kirby Yates from the Los Angeles Angels. They would help. The Royals have several guys the Pirates can go and get. We can't look at this situation in the bullpen and think that all the solutions are going to come internally. It's just not going to happen. They need to add some right-handed relief help. And, where this group is in terms of a rebuild, where Ben Cherington is, what's on the line, these people do care. I can tell you that they care. Have they made all the right moves? No. That's Don Kelly, that's players, that's Ben Cherington, all of that stuff. This is all in the name of having a rational discussion about where the Pirates stand. But if we're going to have a rational discussion there, we can have a rational discussion about numbers, and it's still within their grasp. Now, it is slipping further away. The Ryan O'Hearn injury hurts. They need more from starting pitching. We saw that last night with Paul Skeens. But do they have enough talent in that clubhouse to win baseball games and to be a threat down the stretch? I do believe that's the case. But they need to act. They need to act now. They need to act in a smart way. Ben Cherington needs to have a heck of a trade deadline. I do understand there's, it's a unique situation with him. We talked a little bit about that, where one of their biggest pieces, Brandon Lau, is also one of their most important clubhouse leaders. And what do you do there? That is a very tough situation that requires some context in terms of what you can achieve. But I can say this in an overarching way to kind of wrap it up. They need to do something, and they need to do something fast, internally and externally. Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Mostly cloudy and warm throughout the day with the chance of thunderstorms late tonight, with the high of Heath Miller, 83. Thanks so much to Sean Davis back in our Green Tree Studios, taking care of all the technical stuff. Thank you very much for bearing with me early on as the internet did not cooperate, but we did get off the ground and everything went according to plan. Pirates Reds later today at 6:40 over at Great American Ballpark. I will talk to you tomorrow on the Pirates Insider Show on the Pirates Radio Network. For now, I'm Jason Mackey. You've been listening to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates suffered another heartbreaking loss last night in Cincinnati. They fell 8-7 to the Reds, who scored 3 times in the bottom of the 8th inning. Paul Skeens went just 4 innings. He gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, 7 strikeouts. Brandon Lau went 3 for 5 in the loss for the Buccos. Pirates and Reds will run it back tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Andrew Abbott against Braxton Ashcraft. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan commences at 5:45. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Sean Myers with your fan headlines. They're brought to you by Bowser Chevrolet. For more of them, check out 937thefan.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
There's a few things that bring all of us together regardless of what our backgrounds are. Food is definitely one of those. Our main goal in the cafeteria is to provide a good experience, a safe space to feel comfortable. Our staff members, they constantly are giving some level of compassion or understanding or comfort. Outside of these walls, it's just food, but inside, it's all medicine.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates had another crushing defeat last night, 8-7 at the Cincinnati Reds. Cincy scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th. Paul Skeens went just 4 innings. He gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, and 7 strikeouts. Brandon Lau had 3 hits. Jake Mangum and Nick Gonzalez each had a pair of RBIs in the loss. Pirates look to get back to their winning ways tonight in Cincy at 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft gets the ball for the Pirates. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan and the free Odyssey app begins at 5:45. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, you can visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shederovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Bob Pompiani Show. 412-928-9370 is the number. I'm live right now at St. Vincent College in Latrobe, where they just introduced their Hall of Honor class of 2026. And 3 members of that group, led by Kevin Colbert, 22-year GM of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He is a Hall of Honor member, as is J.T. Thomas. Did his work back in the Dynasty days. 4-time Super Bowl champion, started for 3 of those championships, and JT will go in after 20 career interceptions. And then after that, we have the late, great Craig Wolfley. And every time I think of Craig, I get emotional just because of the kind of person he was. So generous of his time, always helpful with anyone who wanted to talk football with him, but he was involved in so many things, Light of Life Mission, any charity work that could help others. That's what Craig Wolfley was all about. And as a 5th-round pick out of Syracuse, had a pretty good career as well, opening holes for some of the great running backs in Pittsburgh Steelers history. So those 3 guys will go into Hall of Honor. It'll be on September 27th. That's a Sunday. The dinner will be held on the 25th, the Friday before, and we congratulate all of them. And we welcome you inside Training Camp 2026. I know a lot of you want to talk about baseball, and we're certainly going to get to that because Jason Mackey spent a lot of time doing it, I'm sure. And we're in a situation now where it's coming right down to what the Pirates are going to have to dig out from. Last night's loss was one of the worst of the season. I've seen some bad losses. This is right up there. I don't know if I'd rank it as first, but it felt that way given what was at stake, especially because Paul Skeens was on the mound. Skeens, you expect him to be a stopper, and he has not lived up to that this year. And once again, last night he struggled with so many pitches, 4 innings, over 100 pitches. That's just not Paul Skeens. And for whatever reason, his velocity has consistently been down, and it hasn't been the same. And that's a problem. If I list the number of problems whenever this team, if they do miss the playoffs and the obituary is written, number 1 would be bullpen. Number 2 would be how they couldn't do anything against left-hand starting. Right now, they're 9-23 against starters. But I'd have to put Paul Skeens on that list as well. I expect more. I think everyone did. When things go bad, you expect him to step up. He just has not done it. And so the Pirates lost in dramatic fashion last night, 8-7. But it wasn't just last night Paul Skeens. It was also some just terrible defense, quite frankly. You saw that play that could have kept the game tied. Instead, the game-winning run scores when Gonzalez at third base on a simple grounder, not a speedy runner necessarily running to first, elected to go to second, and Brandon Lau was not in position to make that play. Now, should he have caught it? Absolutely. But the error goes to Gonzalez, I think, even though it was given to Lau. Lau was playing far away from second base. And once Gonzalez made eye contact with him, I felt, that's not good. You automatically, almost every single time that play is made to end an inning, you go to first base. Well, Gonzalez didn't do that. And that led to another run. It turned out to be the game-winning run. And so now the Pirates are 2.5 out of the third wild card. And that may not sound like all that much with 2 months left in the season. However, they have now 4 teams to try to overcome. It's all logjam, but these head-to-head losses, and now the Reds are gaining ground on them. This all becomes a problem. You have to dig out from this, and it starts today. Braxton Ashcraft will be on the mound, and he's not been at his best of late, and he'll go against the nemesis that is left-hand starting pitching. It's Andrew Abbott. He has a sub 3.5 ERA, and he's a lefty, which means the Pirates are going to struggle, you would think. They have to break out of this somehow. The Marcell Ozuna contract was supposed to alleviate some of these problems against left-hand pitching, except he hasn't done it at all. And so now the Pirates are in a situation where they're 55-56, 2.5 games out of the last wild card, which right now belongs to the Phillies because they've been fading. The Cubs own the top wild card. Diamondbacks have moved to top of Philadelphia. And then after the Phillies, it's the Padres. If you're thinking they're going to trade Mason Miller, don't think about it because it's not going to happen. They're a game out of a wild card. That franchise wants to win, wants to get into the playoffs. I can't see that happening unless it's some crazy offer. The Marlins have jumped back ahead of the Pirates, and then the Nationals are tied with them. Cardinals a half game behind. So it is an amazing stretch. After Cincinnati, the Pirates have to play in Milwaukee, which has never been easy. And so they got to start getting out of this quickly because if you fall too far behind, and underneath it all is the trade deadline. That's coming up on Monday. So what does Ben Cherington do? I happen to think the damage has been done, and I don't know if it's possible to overcome it. He has to figure out something. Everybody knows what they need, yet getting it can be tricky. However, we're here in 2026. They have a chance to do something. This is the time you go out and you make shrewd trades that help your team. So far, they haven't done it. I'll tell you a team that has, Minnesota, Derek Shelton's team. They're close to a playoff spot, and they sensed the need to get another starting pitcher, and they did. So the bottom line is the clock is ticking. It's Monday. Here we are on Saturday, and the Pirates have fallen under 500 at 55 and 56. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We have a lot to get into today, but first I want to tell you that the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Twitter site is brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up later, we'll tell you about a nice weather forecast. At least it is for training camp because it's not that overly hot or humid. So people who are coming out here today are going to have a good time watching Mike McCarthy and his team at work. I do want to get into the Steelers because we're coming up on their first preseason game against Green Bay on August the 13th. You'll see it on KDK TV, and NFL Network will take our feed. A lot of interesting decisions are going to go into this team in terms of what roster spots are available. There aren't that many, but the ones that are available are going to be fought after pretty competitively. All the eyes up here, I've talked to a number of people, and the first question they have, who's going to be the backup quarterback? That is the question that continues to be the number one issue. Sean Myers, you're back there at the station. I want to get your take on this because I think most people think, up here anyway, that it's Mason Rudolph is going to be the number two, only because of the experience factor. But if Will Howard, who they spoke glowingly about, has a good camp and a good preseason, what do you think will happen with the backup quarterback, Sean?
Well, so first off, I was thinking about this when I was listening to you and Starkey and Bechtel the other day. I think if they were to move on from Mason, whether that be they trade him for a late round pick or just simply release him, and then they go into the season with Rodgers and then the two young and unproven guys, there's obviously a fear that if or when Rodgers gets hurt, because it feels like it's probably inevitable that he's going to miss some time, that the season could be derailed at that point because you don't have anyone who's played an NFL snap behind him. I think in that scenario, if Rodgers were to go down, the Steelers could still pivot and probably find some sort of veteran as a free agent. I believe, if I'm correct, Cooper Rush just signed a contract a couple days ago, and he's probably just going to be a camp body once everyone gets healthy in Atlanta. There's guys like that will be out there as free agents in the regular season. To me, that means you don't have to keep Rudolph. You could find a veteran that could come in and join your team on the fly if Rodgers does suffer a serious injury. With that being said, I would lean towards having Howard be the backup, having Aller be the third string, and probably not get any meaningful reps this season, and just move on from Mason Rudolph, because there's clearly the need to try to find the next guy, and that next guy's not going to be Mason Rudolph. I think you give every opportunity to Howard and Aller. You give them more reps in practice if you have them as your 2 and 3 respectively. That's the way that I would go. And if Rodgers gets hurt seriously for a long period of time, I don't think this team's going to contend whether they have Mason Rudolph as the backup or not. So
that's a logical way of thinking.
I really do think there's enough veterans out there that will be free agents that you can always bring a guy in. Let's say Rodgers gets hurt week 8. You could find someone out there, maybe not a Phillip Rivers, but someone like a Cooper Rush that could come join your team mid-fly and be your backup quarterback then if need be.
Good point, and we'll find out how it goes. But those preseason games are going to be very important here to at least see some encouraging things from Will Howard. I'm not expecting all that much from Drew Aller. He's going to get some time, but the focus will be on those two quarterbacks. 412-928-9370. Matt Clement, our baseball insider, will be joining us later in this program, in this hour, as a matter of fact. But right now, we ask for calls, and I'm sure, Sean, we're going to get a lot of calls, beginning with Rob in West Mifflin. Hello, Rob. How are you?
Frustrated, very frustrated, man.
Good word.
We've been waiting for X amount of years to have put a nice product out there on the baseball field. And first of all, I'm gonna say, man, that Don Kelly doesn't have a clue. I'm sorry, man, he doesn't, because if you could bring in Mason Montgomery after Benoit got in trouble, or whoever it was got in trouble, Dotel got in trouble, you could have started him. Like, I just don't understand some of the moves that he makes. It just blows my mind. If he brings in Mason Montgomery, we're not even talking about the Gonzalez era. I mean, it's just crazy.
I go back, Rob, to the day before when Montgomery had 7 pitches and didn't come out after that. I know that's a low pitch total. And at this point, you take him out, all of a sudden you have a feeling that game's going to go to extra innings. Who are going to be your pitchers? And Soto's been up and down. I don't know what to believe from him. And Majewski seems to determine when he's going to pitch. I don't get that either. So there are a lot of questions I have right now, and they become magnified when you lose close games, especially in extra innings or in the bottom of the 8th.
Yes, and I don't know what he's looking at. Soto's he's not a closer. He's a 7th or 8th inning guy. Every time you see him out there, he looks shook out there when he got to protect the lead. We're just throwing the season away, man. I'm speaking for a lot of people around here because I know. I grew up right down here on the north side. I used to walk to Three River Stadium. We need that fire back, and we got a productive team, productive product out there, but he's just blowing games with these moves he's making. It's just crazy to me. And it's to the point now, Bob, I'm sorry. I know I'm going over my time, but I haven't even watched the last 5 games. I've been peeking at it because I don't.
Well, your heart rate should have come down. All right, Rob. Thanks. Appreciate the call. I know how that is. People get frustrated with all of this stuff, especially because they're winnable games. Sean, if I had told you yesterday that the Pirates would score 7 runs and Paul Skeens would be on the mound, what would you have thought?
Well, at this point of the season, I feel like I'm almost expecting that somehow, some way, the bullpen's going to blow it. Now, I know going into the season, you would say, all right, even if you give 3 runs for Skeens, that's going to be enough. He's clearly not the same pitcher we have seen his first 2 years. And then if the game's anywhere close, it feels like even a 3 or 4 run lead is not enough for the Pirates if you're turning it over to the bullpen. So it really, I think most fans would say it's a better than 50% chance that the bullpen will blow a game. It's more likely that they will squander a lead than be able to hold it. It's happened so many times
saves.
now. I would imagine that's got to be maybe behind only Washington, something like that for the most in baseball.
Well, it's got to change, and we've been saying this for a couple of months, and they've waited very long to make they've made moves, but none of them have been to guys who have big resumes, guys who you would expect to come in and lock a job down. It just has not happened. They've had Hunter Stratton, they brought him in. They brought in Brandon Eisert. None of these things are working. They got to figure it out, and they have a couple of days to do that. 412-928-9370. So, Sean, I know up next would be Greg in Youngstown, and he is going to go off because we had him on the air the other day for a long time, and he does not like punch and Judy hitter Gonzalez. Right, Greg?
Hey, Bob, you know what? I was right. I said the guy can't field at third. Wasn't I right?
You were right. But I think we knew that, but we also don't have – with Brandon Lau there, where's he going to play?
That's the problem. You know, like Zane Curley's talking yesterday – we should have made trades in June. And you know as much as I know, there's more teams in it now, and teams are not trading in June. So you build your team in February and March. And they built a team with 2 second basemen, 2 first basemen. We had no right fielder before Valdez. We didn't have a left-handed starter, and we were missing 1 or 2 arms in the bullpen. You're not going to get that in June. You're not going to get that at the trade deadline. This team was cooked before the season even began, and unfortunately, Cherington needs to get fired because he knew the mistakes he made, and this stuff usually costs you in the end. And like I said, I wasn't being, really combative per se with Starkey, but Gonzalez can't fill that position at all. And you see the stuff. Again, you can blame the bullpen, but that guy made a mistake, and we've had some bad fielding this year too. So overall, we have some really good hitters, home run hitters, but I think there's been a lot of problems with this team. And I think one of the big problems has been the fielding, too, with the bullpen.
Yeah, fielding's terrible. It's been a big problem. So, bottom line is they have a lot of things to try to solve. I don't know if you could do it at one deadline, but they waited long here. And all of a sudden, as you say, it's a crowded field. It's also going to be a crowded trade deadline. People have the same needs. Who's going to pay more? By waiting, sometimes you cost yourself more. If you would have acted quickly, you could have changed that. But, Greg, thank you. You made some good points the other day. Appreciate it. Frank in Greensburg, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hi, Bob. How are you?
I'm good. You?
Good. I hope you had a nice vacation.
Oh, it was beautiful. Nice to get away with the family.
Good. You deserve it. You work real hard. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Frank.
And I wanted to say the addition the Pirates should make is actually on Cincinnati's team right now. It's not a player. It's Oscar Marin, the bullpen coach who we had last year that was fired for no good reason, whose pitching staff outperformed this one. I do not believe for a second you could bring in whoever you want. This new pitching coach, whoever, Bill Murphy, is that who it is from Houston?
Yeah, Bill Murphy.
I don't believe for a second it'll work because I think that he's got, I've heard I don't know if this is accurate. I've heard that Skeens is now pitching to contact. I don't know if that's true. There's no information coming out of the Pirates.
Well, the velocity is down. That could indicate a lot of things, including pitch to contact. It could be a precursor to an injury. I don't know. I don't know if anyone has a good explanation of what's happened, but his velocity numbers are down and have been consistently down.
Right, and I don't know, and I don't like to say it's something without there's no information. I don't know what Bill Murphy or Paul Skeens are doing. I'm just trying to make information based on what I'm seeing, what other people are saying here. But, Oscar Marin needs to come back next year. You need to apologize to him and say, we made a big mistake because this pitching staff is nowhere near it was under him. And most of the core is intact outside of Bednar. And the starting rotation is having problems. That's a coaching issue to me. I do not care who you bring in. If the coach has something else except for being effective and playing simple baseball versus doing something complex and new and Huntington-like, it's not going to work.
All right, man. Appreciate the call, Frank. Listen, Oscar Marin, I had no reason to think he was going to be fired last year. None at all. I don't know if that's tied to Shelton. I don't know if players didn't like him. I don't know what it was because I don't have the information. Bottom line is they've regressed. And a guy like Skeens especially, I don't know if he had a say in who stays and who goes, but if he did, then it's not working for his part of it as well. So very interesting to see how this has happened and where they are and what they will do coming up on Monday. One more call before a break and an update from Sean Myers. Let's go to Mark in Fort Lauderdale. Hey, Mark.
Great to talk to you, Pop. I echo your comments on Greg Wolfley. What a class guy he was, and so was Ton Jilkin, and they're both dearly missed. Not only the professional voices, but what they did in the Western Pennsylvania community off the field. But talk a little quickly, I know you got a lot of calls, Bucko Baseball. The Pirates have a strength in their farm system. They have 5 deep catchers. They would tell me that they should have leverage to get somebody to help the big league club right now. I mean, you have Axel Palaz, Omar Alfonso, Easton Carmichael, Richard Ramirez, who's at 14 homers this year, and you have Edwin Perez, the guy that got in David Bednar trade. You can't tell me that Ben Cherington can't use 1 or 2 of those guys to get you a
Where are they ranked in the prospect list?
They're all in the top 30. All 5 of those guys in the top 30. And Edwin Perez is now number 8 prospect in the organization. Another guy that to me should be used as a chip is Wyatt Sanford. You have Connor Griffin signed for 8 years to play shortstop. I mean, this is a young man who's really a good ball player. I wouldn't give Murph Griffey, I've told you this before, and Edwin Florentino, but Wyatt Sanford is now the number 4th prospect. He's healthy. He's produced this year. He was out for a little bit injury, but when he's played well. I mean, they got chips in the farm system. It's now a matter of, how Ben Cherington uses it. I mean, you grew up in Pittsburgh. You remember the old days with Joe Brown and Sid Thrift and the trades that they made. Pete Peterson won the 79 championship by getting you Bill Madlock and Tim Foley.
Madlock was a great deal, right? Both of those guys.
A big part of being a general manager, Dave Dombrowski's going to go to the Hall of Fame. I mean, he made one bad trade in his life. He traded for a rental, Randy Johnson for Mark Langston. But, I mean, Miguel Cabrera, the joke in baseball is if he calls you, hang up the phone. I mean, he's going to go to the Hall of Fame for all the trades that he fleeced people. I mean, the big function of the GM, I give Cherington credit. He's built up the farm system, but now it's time to play poker.
Yeah. All right, man. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate your insight with those prospect rankings, but I will say that an 8 prospect that's not going to get all that much right now. If you're going to go for what they need, you're going to have to give up a lot, which is what the question I have for you out there, 412-928-9370. How much are you willing to spend to get someone in the bullpen? And I'm not going to include Mason Miller. I'm just not, because he's been flawless all year, 3 years of control. San Diego's ahead of the Pirates. Why would they trade him at this point? We'll talk about that. We also have Matt Clement coming up. He'll be joining me next. But before we do anything else, Sean Myers has an update for you. It's the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. More heartbreak for the Pirates last night. They fell 8-7 in Cincinnati against the Reds. Cincy scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning that proved the difference. Paul Skeens went just 4 innings. No decision for him. He gave up 5 runs with 7 strikeouts. Pirates and Reds will play game 2 of that set tonight, 6:40 the first pitch. Andrew Abbott for Cincy. The Pirates oppose with Braxton Ashcraft. Coverage on 93.7 The Fan and on the free Odyssey app. That begins at 5:45 and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more of them, visit 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike at Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The August Fan Beer of the Month is Cinderland Beer Company's Sinkhole, a New England-style IPA. And the charity sales benefit Big Brothers and Big Sisters of the Laurel region, a youth mentoring agency.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com. BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you
you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
Pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Trust us, he knows sports.
Man of distinction, eh?
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. We continue. I'm live here at Steelers training camp in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, where today they unveiled their Hall of Honor Class of 2026. Kevin Colbert is on that list. Well-deserved after 22 years of GM. J.T. Thomas, a 3-year starter on 3 Super Bowl teams. He actually was there for 4, but he was diagnosed with a sickle cell anemia back then. Had to miss 1, but he has 4 rings. And then the late, great Craig Wolfley is on that list. They will celebrate that Hall of Honor class coming up in September. The game will be on the 27th. The Hall of Honor dinner on Friday, the 25th. 412-928-9370. The Pirates are taking center stage for what's happened, where they've fallen. And even though they're just 2.5 games out of the third wild card, it is a big hole when you consider there are 4 teams ahead of them battling for that spot, and the 2 behind them are getting closer. Number 1 would be the Cardinals, and number 2 would be, yes, the Cincinnati Reds. They've overcome a lot with these 2 wins. They're now 2 behind the Pirates with another game today in Cincinnati. If you're looking for, a win streak, yeah. A win streak saves everything. If you're the Pirates, they haven't gone on one all year. You need to win 7 in a row. Look what Boston did. Talking about amazing turnarounds. They were looked at as a seller early in the season, and since then they've been red hot. They won 15 in a row, 1 point. They complete the month of July 21-4 with an .840 win percentage. Pirates can't do that, but if they can go on some sort of streak, it would certainly help matters. All right, we're going to do more calls here before we get to Matt Clement, but I'm going to make him sort of rapid fire if we can. So if you're on, make your point and we'll move on. But I appreciate you calling 412-928-9370. We have Don. Don, you're first in this segment. How are you?
Yeah, hey, pretty good, Bob. Hey, Bob, go back to the last game with the Diamondbacks, which meant everything for a playoff spot. We take Magnum, who's batting .300 out of the lineup, put Garcia in there, and leave Ozuna in there as a designated hitter and one of your best hitters sitting on the bench that night. What's your thoughts?
Well, I thought they did botch that up a bit, Don. Thank you for the call. First of all, the whole problem exists because Marcell Ozuna is no good. They paid him $12 million to be good. If anything, they looked at him as an everyday DH. Now he can't even get in. Sometimes when a right-hand pitcher's or a left-hand pitcher's on the mound, he's going to be there tonight, I bet. Andrew Abbott's on the mound. He needs to break out. He hasn't done much at all. He gets paid $1 million a month or whatever it is over the course of the season. And that's a lot of money to do nothing. And he's been a problem, yes. All right, let's go out to Joe in Orlando. Hey, Joe, what's up? Oh, Joe dropped off. How about Neil, who wants to talk some Steelers football? Hey, Neil.
Hey, Bob. How are you doing? It's good to talk to you.
All right, what's going on?
Shout out to the YouTube chat this morning, too. And I got to say, I was at camp yesterday, and I wanted to share my thoughts of what I've seen just a quick second or two.
Sure.
The stasis of this previous regime that Tomlin had needed to change. It was bad. And what I witnessed was yesterday, McCarthy, first part of the practice, starts out up-tempo, no huddle, 2-minute drill, clock management. He was barking out signals left and right, barking out the time, how many timeouts they had, and it was good, fluid flow. And they were using the middle of the field, Darnell Washington, Pat Freiermuth, who I looked for the tight ends to have a really good year this year with this new offensive scheme. And also, too, another thing that stuck out to me, I've been going to camp for 10 years now. There's 2 fields there at St. Vincent College, the one closest to the fans and the one over by the hills at St. Vincent. Tomlin never used both fields. The 1s and 2s were closest to the fans. The 3s and 4s and the depth, players were on the other side working with the other coaching staff. Everybody was getting reps. McCarthy is using his time wisely with the time he has with training camp days to get everybody reps. Nobody's standing around. Everybody is moving. I love it.
Neil, I agree with that. Thank you for the call because I see the same thing. But I will say that Tomlin did use other fields. Not as much from what we've seen here from Mike McCarthy, but it's just the tempo more than anything else. He's making a big impression right off the bat. Yesterday they went through something we really didn't see, like a simulated game. That was new. I don't think you're going to see backs on backers. You're not allowed to drag people to the ground here and tackle to the ground, so you may not see that. You should see physicality, and I think in the Latrobe game, which will be on August the 8th, used to be Friday night lights, now it's Saturday night lights on that day, you will see some hitting, but you won't see tackling. That's been a big topic in the NFL. I think that, I look back to the old days, and I see, man, those people were tackling every single day. They were going hard after each other, and I realize times change. I also realize guys get bigger, stronger, faster, and put yourself in a position where you don't want injuries. But the bottom line with most of this is investments. They have a lot of money tied up with people, and they don't want to lose them, especially early in the camp. Already, if you look around the NFL, you're going to see guys who've been injured for various reasons. So they're very aware of that. They don't want to lose players in their own friendly fire practices. But I also wonder, when they get to games, will it have an effect? Tomlin's teams tackled. They also started slowly and couldn't score in the first quarter. So, who knows if they connect the dots or not, but I think it's a pertinent point you bring up, Neil. Thank you. Let's go to Tom in Greensburg, our next caller here on the Bob Pompiani Show. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Bob. Hey, I saw a quote real quick this week. I saw a quote from Polamalu to Madden. He said, when he came in the league, all he saw was men, and when he left, they were all boys. Which leads me, and I've been saying for years, the one thing that Steelers were missing is leadership and ownership over last year. They had great players. They had the killer bees. Can you manufacture leadership? Is it something that needs to come naturally? Is it the way you draft? What can be done on this team to create leadership? They have great players. Lots of great players.
Well, I certainly on this year's team, Tom, thank you for the call. I would look at guys who are in leadership capacities. Aaron Rodgers tops the list. He's had a ton of experience. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. You look at guys like T.J. Watt, a guy like Cam Hayward. There are a lot of leaders with regard to, getting more of that sort of stuff. I think it comes down to utilizing players better. I don't know if these guys were utilized as best they could be, especially defensively. And the scheme lacked. All you had to do is look at the fact they have a top 5 payroll on defense, but yet the performance didn't match that. This year could be different. I think a lot of people have bought into Patrick Graham, the new defensive coordinator, what he's done, and they have a good feeling about what his philosophy is and how they use these guys. You will notice if you come up here, you'll see guys moving around, including some of their edge rushers, moving left to right into the middle. You can see 3 guys on the field at the same time. You may see more blitzing. I want to see more blitzing. This team was once known as Blitzburg. I want to see more of it, especially when it comes from different angles, the way Dick LeBeau did it. All right, Harry in Westview. What's going on, Harry?
You know what? They were getting stale like the Penguins were. It's nice to see a good coaching change. Also, is this like the summer of Majinski? I hate to bring it up, but they talk about him as the best trade piece. I mean, he's a middle innings eater, more or less, right? Is that what they're using as?
Yeah, well.
Then here's another question.
Bulk relief.
Bulk relief, that's what it is, though. It's an innings eater.
But bulk relief to me normally means, Harry, that you're trailing or you're ahead big or whatever. You're looking to get innings. I want performance in in high leverage situations. He's one of the best right-hand pitchers in that bullpen, therefore he should not be in bulk relief.
He's being underutilized, right? For whatever reason. I
think.
And then here's another deal. What's more important to have, like you keep hearing people say, like on the trade hotline here, try to get 2 middle relievers, like a Majinski we have now, and then try to get a closer. What's more important, having a closer or having 2 good middle, whatever you call them?
I would think one of each. I'd like as much as I can get, given what I've seen from this bullpen. Harry, thanks for the call, though. I'm up against the break, and soon we're going to be joined by our baseball expert insider, Matt Clement. He'll be coming at you in the next segment. We'll take more calls from 12 to 1 on all of these sorts of things, so if you're hanging on, call back at 12 and we'll get you going. In the meantime, Matt Clement up next right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Here's Sean Myers.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. More heartbreak for the Buccos as they fell in Cincinnati last night. Final score 8-7 in favor of the Reds, who scored 3 times in the bottom of the 8th in the decisive turning point of that one. The Pirates got just 4 innings out of Paul Skeens. He gave up 7 hits, 5 runs. He did have 7 strikeouts. Brandon Lau went 3 for 5. Jake Mangum, and Nick Gonzalez, easy for me to say, each had a couple of runs batted in. Pirates look to get back in the win column tonight in Cincinnati. 6:40 the first pitch. Braxton Ashcraft for the Buccos. Andrew Abbott opposes for Cincy. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:45. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number 1 Cochran has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington, Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection, and 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi Authorized Service Center. Because when you're a number 1 Cochran Premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership in the number 1 Cochran Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com.
Receiving Medicaid and Medicare from different companies can feel confusing. PA Health and Wellness Medicare is called WellCare. Manage your care in one place. Visit pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. If it's a Berg sports thing, we got you covered. This is magnificent. This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. We continue live. I'm up here at St. Vincent College in Latrobe, where this is the first Saturday practice. Big crowd expected today, and we'll see how they handle it as they have an off day tomorrow, back here on Monday. In the meantime, there are no off days for the Pirates, which means there are no off days for Matt Clement. Winner of 87 Major League games, How about 129 quality starts, and he is the man who's going to break down everything happening with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hello, Matt. How are you?
I'm doing good, Pomp. How are you? There's a lot to break down, man.
So what is your number one point? If you had to break it down, the one thing that stood out, maybe not just from last night, just the trends that are going on, what concerns you the most?
Skeens, really? I mean, I don't see this team. There's a lot of issues, and you kind of felt like right before the All-Star break and right after it, I think he had 3 wins in a row. You felt like he was coming out of it. Still don't look like himself. Like, let's be clear here. Looking like himself is like almost impossible to describe. It's so dominant. Like he's been that way since he was at LSU. So still won 3 games, but didn't look completely like himself. And now to see these last 2 go the way they went is definitely concerning, because I don't think this Pirates team is a postseason team without, maybe not elite Skeens, but only maybe barely a step below it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I didn't think I'd be putting Paul Skeens on the list for why the Pirates could miss the playoffs, but it kind of is what it is. That was a game last night. They needed a stopper. That's what he's supposed to do. And if I had told you beforehand that they would score 7 runs against Hunter Green and company with Skeens on the mound, you would have thought that's an automatic win.
Yeah, and it's is he the reason they won't make the playoffs? No, I didn't have on my bingo card that he'd be struggling this bad for this period of a time where you just I guess the biggest thing is you just don't know what you're getting from him, and you kind of get spoiled. Another thing to be clear about too with Skeens is these trades were made last offseason because you have a Paul Skeens, because you have hope, because you want to get in the playoffs, and you have this window with him. So I think it's really odd and not expected that that he's kind of fighting his way through. He's still been a good quality pitcher, but kind of unfairly to him, for them to be elite, he has to be close to what he's been the last couple of years, and he's going through it. He's figured it out. He's definitely not happy, I can tell you that, and he's trying to figure it out. And I don't put it past him to figure it out and to get on a run here. And maybe let's just hope last night was the low point.
All right, I want to talk more about that, because the one thing that stands out, and you've lived this life, but the miles per hour, the velocity on his whatever pitch he's using is down. Codified Baseball did this last night on social media, 98 plus miles per hour thrown by Paul Skeens in each of his 78 career big league starts. So this goes back to his rookie year. He had 32, 38, 34, 30, 46, 42, 32. It goes all the way down to where we are now. In his last 5 starts, 0 98 plus pitches. Now, as a pitcher, I'm sure you have theories about why that happens. People say he's pitching to contact. If that's the case, why are they still doing it? Because it's not working.
Yeah, that's what's concerning to me, because I just don't feel like there's been enough of a rocky road for him this last month and a half that if it was an intentional move, that something wouldn't have changed. So that's the part that's concerning to me when I see it, because it hasn't worked. I don't necessarily believe he was pitching to contact. If it was a change in philosophy or style, then with how it's went down, he would have been basically, even if somebody told him to do that, he would have been like, forget this. This isn't working right now. I'm going to something else. So I think that, you hate to blame the WBC and all these different things. And maybe it's just things have piled up on him. We talk about why they rush innings and why they do different things with pitchers. Maybe this is maybe in a weird sort of way, this is one of the reasons why sometimes guys, and they're trained this way, lose a little velocity in here, and he's having to make the adjustment for it. I find it hard to believe that he's on purpose saying, I'm going to throw below 98 miles an hour. And I think what you're seeing is, he was considered, the stats obviously showed it, but he was like Superman, because you weren't hitting him, and he was going to blow it by you, and there was an intimidating factor. And I think the hitters right now probably aren't feeling it as much because it is 97 or below. You see these guys, they don't even flinch when Montgomery's at 101 or Chandler's at 101 or Jones at 101. They're still hitting it. But so think about a guy going from where he was down a little bit. I think some of the invincibility as the guy against him is probably worn a little bit in the wrong direction for schemes. It doesn't mean it's not able to be taken care of, and he has the stuff. And I think it's a combination of that. And to me, the bigger issue than the velocity is the location just hasn't been as good. And, you go through stretches like that as a starting pitcher. He just is the guy that really hasn't to this point in his career. So that's why it's kind of alarming.
Matt Clement joining us on the hotline, talking about the Pirates and the predicament they are in. So, Matt, they're 2.5 out of the third wild card. With 2 months left, that doesn't sound like something that could be insurmountable. So I'm wondering what they do now. They've waited this long to make deals. They've brought in players, different arms. They've DFA'd in their bullpen. They had a 20th blown save last night. What do you expect they will do, and what will they do to get what they need to get? Are they going to have to part with some of their top prospects? How do they go about dealing with this deadline on Monday?
Pomp, 2.5 games doesn't seem like much, but when you look at it closer, it seems like a lot all of a sudden. If there's a silver lining for me, they were like leading the wild card. It feels like 5 days ago. So that's how quickly it all can turn. I just don't like that the Padres and the Diamondbacks and now the Phillies are the team you're chasing all of a sudden. That scares me a lot more than it was Marlins. Like Marlins, Nationals, Cardinals. If they win it, tip the hat to them. Good for them. But I've never considered them being the third wild card. These are the teams that I was worried about, and now seeing San Diego get hot. The 2.5 is a little deeper than it looks, especially facing a lefty today, and then facing Chase Burns, who's dominated you twice tomorrow. So you have an Ashcraft kind of on a little bit of a downturn right now, and Keller, you don't know what you're going to get kind of. So these are important games before you roll into Milwaukee. Then, so what are they going to do? I still think they're going to make trades. I totally expect Cherington to go for this, and go for it can be determined in a lot of different ways. I've never expected them to go for Mason Miller. I thought that was completely illogical. But I see them going for some relievers, maybe a bat, maybe a right-handed bat, and hopefully they can tack on, Ozuna to a trade or whatever the case may be to kind of clear that spot. I'm not saying you're going to get anything from Ozuna, but maybe you're taking on some salary and somebody else will give them the chance going back. But they're going to make moves. I would be absolutely shocked if they don't make 2 to 3 moves minimum come Monday.
A lot of people have now said, and I know the frustration is part of this, Pirates should be sellers now. I don't buy that at all. You're here in a position to do something. But if they got an offer for Brandon Lau, for example, that blew them away, what do you think they would do?
I think it would be just twofold to that. I don't know if Lau's market is as big. He's very appreciated here because he's came and done what he's done here and changed the culture and hit the home runs. I don't know if his market's going to, the trade offer you're going to get is going to completely blow you away for a rental second baseman that doesn't hit righties that well. Doesn't hit lefties that well. Excuse me. So, I think you entertain it, but here's why I don't think it gets made. How do you, with good faith, look at Brian Reynolds in that clubhouse and say, we're trading Brandon Lau right now? This guy's went through all these seasons, and he's having a great year this year. Clutch hit the other night that unfortunately that 6-0 comeback didn't get what it deserved, what he did in that game, which Lau had a big one also. I just don't know. I think it would be such a hit to the clubhouse, and that I just don't see that trade being made. I don't consider them sellers either, Pomp. You fought so hard to go for this. I said this, at the beginning. You fought to get in this. You've made these trades in the off season. They might not do enough in everybody's opinion, but they aren't going to sit pat or sell. And I would be shocked if they do that, because I think the public perception would be awful, but I think the clubhouse perception would really get hurt there too.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and that's why I don't expect that to happen, but I do expect some action here, and we'll find out what it is come Monday. In the meantime, I'm going to take you back to last night again. Nick Gonzalez has played third base. He's not very good at it defensively. He's got a great stick. He's one of the top hit guys in all of baseball, but that play he made that allowed the winning run to score, what is he doing with that, and why? 99 out of 100 third basemen are going to make that throw to first because it's the final out of the inning. You don't have to worry about anything. What was he thinking at that time, especially he had to know that Lau was near the base?
Well, I think that why Lyle wasn't near the base, probably to the extent of that, was Lyle was thinking he was going to first base too. Not that Lyle wasn't coming over, but I think that was probably the combination of why Lyle might have been a half step late. There's no excuse for it. It's these dudes are human, and let's think about this too. Like a lot of these guys have played nothing but meaningless games in the major leagues. And now, all of a sudden, you're playing meaningful games. Like, these matter. That was a gigantic play. He made a throw from third base the other night. It was a long hop that, could have been picked if you didn't have Gonzalez at first base. But it wasn't an easy play for Gonzalez at first base on that long hop either. Like, everybody's feeling a little bit right now. Nobody's been in this position. And on this Pirates team, even Lyle was with Tampa, but they really weren't in it. Some of the guys they've got, ironically, the one guy that's been in this position is Ozuna, you could say, I guess. And O'Hearn got a little bit with San Diego last year. So I think that's more not what's he thinking, but more like, you have to get razor sharp. This is the dog days of August you're rolling on right now. You're tired. You're going 17 days in a row. And sometimes you make mental errors, and sometimes people make mistakes. That's not an excuse. It's okay that you did that. But to me, that's what I saw in that situation. You start to do some uncharacteristic things, and you got to learn from them and dial in a little bit more than maybe you have in the past when you were. I guess Gonzalez before was, how do I stay in the big leagues? Now he's trying to Now he's trying to make the playoffs and be a big part of it, which he's been a gigantic part of it.
One other thing before I let you go, Matt, and that would be the injury last night. Of all things, O'Hearn's running to first base, and then he pulls up, and you knew it was something serious. Whether he had a previous injury, and it looks like maybe a recurrence of that one, or it could be a hamstring. I haven't seen anything new on that, but it doesn't look like he's going to be around for at least several weeks. What's your take on that, and how does it impact how they view the trade deadline?
I don't think it changes anything in the trade deadline, because you're probably going to just go slide Horowitz right in where he was. And you have your own person there. They aren't looking for more left-handed bats. Aren't their thing. You have Cruz and Horowitz coming back here, hopefully in the near future. With Cruz is until the 9th or 10th of August, I think. But it looks like Horowitz is trying to clear concussion protocol. So I don't think it changes things. It's just devastating because, to me, he's been the glue of this team. Like outside looking in, former player. I just feel like, his interviews, his demeanor, his humbleness when he does well, the whole bit, man. He's been the dude. He's been the difference in this team, from chemistry to how he's playing, from consistency. How many Pirates acquisitions have they made? Somebody like him that they made less of an investment and have been complete bombs. You give him the 2-year deal, close to, I think, $29 million or whatever it was for the 2-year deal. How many times has it turned out to be this good? Not many in recent times. And it's a big hit. Now, fortunately, you have some of the people coming back that you wanted to add to O'Hearn, but you don't have them there. So, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt, and hopefully these reinforcements coming back are going to kind of mask it over a little bit. And before I leave, Pomp, because you and I have been on this, I think the name to watch out for next week is on Monday, not even next week. We're there, right? Is Mlodzinski. I agree with you. I tend to agree with you on it. Just doesn't seem right, the usage and how it's went down and everything down there. So I think he's a name that carries a lot of weight in bringing somebody back, and a team can kind of look at him and say, I can put him in my 4th starter spot right now. This is a good or bad team. I can use him as a swing guy in the bowl. He has major value. Next year, he's one of our 4 starters. We're going to lose these 2 guys next year. He can help us win a championship this year. He could go to a team like the Mets and say, okay, he's somebody we can pencil in the rotation. So I think I know it seems weird. Why would you trade your best reliever in the pen? Currently right now, which I would argue that's Montgomery, honestly. But why would you trade that guy? But I think that, that trade happens, then it might trigger another, a Robbie Ray or a Soriano with the Angels or a Detmers or a Lodolo or something that the Pirates can use in twofold. Add those guys and, hey, that's my lefty for next year in the rotation. So just a name, just wanted to throw that out there because I know you and I have been on the same page with that one.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's spot on. I think that might very well happen. We'll see. come Monday. Always a pleasure to speak with Matt Clement. Thank you, Matt. We'll see you again this week coming up on, I'm sure, all these programs, but especially ours Monday, Wednesday, whenever you're on. And I hope it's more, not less.
I'll be on there Monday with you. I want to be there for that trade deadline. That'll be fun.
That'll be interesting, especially if they lose to. I hope it's not that. I hope they win to. But as you said, this matchup today and tomorrow, they got a lefty, and Abbott's pretty good. And then you have Chase Burns. Not easy.
Not easy at all.
All right, Matt. Thank you for the time. Always appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that's Matt Clement, our insider. When we come back, phone lines will be open again at 412-928-9370. We'll talk more about the Pirate trade deadline. Also, what happened last night. Can they rebound against a lefty like Abbott and then Chase Burns? Got to get some better pitching performances. There's no question about that. And they have to go deeper in the games. It's time to go after things. Go deeper. Forget pitch counts. That's the way I look at it anyway. But apparently that is not going to be the way it goes. All right, we'll talk about that. We're also here at Steeler Training Camp. If you have some thoughts about what's gone on so far and your thoughts about the roster composition that's going on as well, we'll talk about that as well coming up here in the next hour. In the meantime, Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let's Secure Money Advisors. Get your retirement on track. Mostly cloudy, warm today, a chance of storms later tonight. High of 83, that's Heath Miller. We'll come back with hour number 2, but right now, it's a Sean Myers headline.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, and Omni Bedford Springs. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
We are Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, we drink local. We drink Iron City beer since 1861. Cold, smooth, crafted for generations. For more than 160 years, Iron City beer has been part of the city we call home. Have you tried Pittsburgh's beer lately? Iron City beer. Start with the original. Since 1861.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Springs are the most critical and dangerous part of your garage door. It's not unusual for springs on a 250-pound door to break after only 5 years. That's extremely dangerous for people or pets nearby. Don't gamble. Call 1-844-345-4737. That's locally owned Precision Garage Door Service, the only area company with springs engineered to last up to 10 times longer. Precision Garage Door offers a preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas for only $39.95. That's peace of mind. As America's #1 garage door service company, Precision has locations in over 80 cities. Need a new door? Repairs, replacement springs, openers, or rollers for your old door? Precision provides free estimates. 1-844-345-4737. Garage doors are their only business. Precision trucks are stocked to roll 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
State Fair food is getting smaller and pricier.
We'll have room for fried cookies.
Okay, you never overspend on food. What's your deal?
What's his deal? He went to Metro and got $450 in value on the new Samsung Galaxy A37 5G for free and no activation fees.
Free phone? Oh, sign me up.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only on Metro by T-Mobile.
For your number and activate $40 period plan. $450 based on device discount, waived activation fee. Not available if with Metro T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso, not Sean Myers, with your fan headline. Pirates at Reds tonight at 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft gets the start for the Buccos against Andrew Abbott of Cincinnati. Pittsburgh currently 2.5 games back of an NL wildcard spot going into tonight. And you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Passing of the torch from Sean Myers to Dom DiTomaso. Hello, Dom. How are you?
I'm good, Bob. How are you?
Doing great out here in what is a somewhat overcast day, which makes it much better for those who are coming out to training camp because it's not as hot, it's not as humid, as they get to see the Steelers on a Saturday get to work. And it's been a very upbeat, fast-paced training camp so far. We'll talk about that as well as the Pirates coming up here at 412-928-9370. Want to first tell you, thank you to our show sponsors, PNC Bank. Make today the day and check out their virtual wallet, always new and improved. Also, Number One Cochrane, go one better, ride in style, Cochrane.com. And Shenderovich and Fishman, they got your back, not your wallet, unless you play golf with them. Then they got your wallet. We have a lot to get into, as I said. The Steelers are practicing right now. There are a lot of roster positions and battles that are going on. Everyone knows the biggest one is quarterback behind Aaron Rodgers. Who would it be, Mason Rudolph or Will Howard? Those are the two likely choices. You're going to get a lot of information through training camp, but even more when they start the preseason on August the 13th against Green Bay at Acrisure Stadium. So that's the first of three we have on KDK TV. We'll see what happens with not only that position, but also who's going to be maybe a fifth wide receiver. Roman Wilson has been targeted more than anyone up here so far, which has totally changed from last year at this time. So we'll see how that goes. Also running back. Rico Dowdle seems to be pushing Jaylen Warren. They're both going to be used heavily, and hopefully not as check down receivers either, more than that. But that comes back to the offensive line. What do? They have some encouraging things, like Broderick Jones seems to be better at this point than a lot of people thought he would be. Former number one pick back in 2023, 14th overall out of Georgia, but he's got some company now. They went out and got Max Ihanajor, IMAX as they call him. First round pick this year. Is he, as a raw rookie out of Arizona State, capable of moving into the right tackle now that they moved Troy Fautanu to the left tackle? Dylan Cook is a swing guy. Maybe Broderick Jones becomes a swing guy as well. You can't have enough offensive linemen throughout the course of the season. There will be injuries, and we've seen that play out here for several years. So those are all intriguing battles. We'll get to defense in a moment. But in the meantime, I know a lot of people want to talk about the Pirates after last night. 8-7 losers, totally implosion, bottom of the eighth. Wilbur Dotel comes in after the Pirates scored 3 in the top of the eighth to take the lead at 7-5. They promptly give up 3 to lose 8-7. A terrible defensive play by Nick Gonzalez at third base opened the door for that winning run. Bullpen blown at 20 saves. errors, all sorts of things go wrong. And now the Pirates are way back in terms of teams they have to overcome. It's just 2.5 games to get to the third and final wild card. But now it's a very crowded field. And I don't expect all these teams are going to go south. Some may go on a streak. The Pirates have not gone on a streak in a long time, and they need to do it. 412-928-9370 is the number. All right, let's get to the phones. They're busy, and we'll start this one, Dom, with Jack in Greentree. Hello, Jack. How are you?
How you doing today, Bob?
Doing great, thank you.
Good. I woke up feeling positive today, looking in a crystal ball, feeling good after that terrible, predictable loss. Imagine this. On Tuesday, all of the Pirates fans wake up, and Keller's gone, Hank's gone, and Ozuna are gone. And I don't care who they get, but you don't have to worry about looking at the lineup or seeing any of those names. And I don't care what they get something.
So you think they should be in big-time sell mode?
That's not big-time sell. That's get rid of the stuff in the basement that we just don't want around anymore. They literally, when Ozuna and Hank get up to the plate, it's like 1997, our pitcher is going to the plate. Literally.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
They're an automatic out. It's like when you're a kid, your outs don't count.
Well, Ozuna's been the biggest disappointment. They have a lefty on the mound tonight, and Andrew Abbott, who's been pretty solid. They're going to have to figure out a way to win that. They're only 9-23 against left-handers this year. Jack, thank you for the call in Greentree. It's not an easy assignment, and for that matter, Braxton Ashcraft has to be better. He started off tremendously well, and all of a sudden things have not gone his way. He's given up a lot of home runs in some of these outings. People expect more. The Pirates expect more. And the starters are contributing to the problem of the bullpen implosions that we've seen because they don't go past 4 or 5 innings anymore. Quite frankly, Paul Skeens leads the list on that. Last night as a stopper, that was an important game for him to go back to what he did last year when he won a Cy Young. He hasn't done it in a while, and he couldn't get out of the 4th inning, basically. He went 4 innings, 100 pitches, boom. All of a sudden, the bullpen has to come in. And Kelly did a very good job in those 3 innings he was in there. But you got to have a starter go longer than that if you're going to try to win in this league, and they have not had that. 412-928-9370. Marty in Frick Park joins us right now on the Bob Pompiani Show. Marty, go ahead.
Hey, Bob, a little different view than a lot of people around town, especially the sports writers. I think Drew Aller should be pushing hard to be the second-team quarterback. If you think about it, if Drew doesn't throw a pick against Notre Dame, he's a first-round draft choice 2 years ago. I mean, if he can't beat out these two guys, that should be his mindset. He's able to beat these guys out. He has a better arm. He has more upside. He's got the best coach he's ever had coaching him. I mean, this notion of they're going to have to rebuild Drew Aller. I mean, I saw the kid play every game. Yeah, he could be a little inaccurate, but every quarterback can be a little bit inaccurate. He should be pushing hard to be the second-team guy right away.
Well, Mike McCarthy certainly believes that. He took him in the 3rd round. He had a lot to do with that. And I also think in addition to that interception you referenced there, Marty, I think that season-ending ankle injury, I think it was against Northwestern, that was something that kind of derailed everything for him as well. He didn't have a chance to go and really have a good year after that because he wasn't available to play. But, yeah, I believe eventually, I don't think it'll happen this year. There's just not enough reps to go around. They're going to try to give Will Howard as many as they can since he's here and since he was here last year. But if you make an impact and you do well, you never know what can happen.
Yeah, there should be no limit on him, Bob. I mean, why are we putting a limit on him? I mean, otherwise, I'd be wondering, why did you draft him? No, if he's not good enough, that's always part of sports.
The arm talent is why they drafted him. I think he has a gun.
Yeah.
And they had to break him down a little bit in the OTAs. That was not a good sign. So I hope he's what you think he is because they need a quarterback moving forward after this year because then it's a conversation of, do you have anyone in your roster who can be your starter when Aaron Rodgers leaves? Or do you have to go out once again and get a free agent, a Baker Mayfield if he becomes available, or anyone like that? I would prefer that they would go through the draft and get somebody, but I don't know if that's going to line up this year.
Right, but here's the thing. I agree with Austin on this one. How are you going to find out about Aller if he's sitting there watching practice? Why'd you draft him in the 3rd round? They got to push with him. They got to push.
Well, again, there are only so many reps to go around, and in the preseason, first of all, I don't expect Rodgers to play. He never does. Rudolph will get a little bit. The majority will be Howard. Aller will get his at the end. And if he shows well, maybe the next game or the 3rd game, he'll get even more. And if that makes an impression, then we'll see. We'll go from there. But I wouldn't expect that this year. I'm not ruling it out down the line, but not this year. Marty, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Next destination is McKeesport, Pennsylvania, home of Mike Logan. Let's go to Tom. Hey, Tom.
Hi, Bob. I'd
What's
like
up?
to talk about the Pirates.
Go ahead.
If I may, 2 games ago, when you were right, Montgomery threw 7 pitches. He needs to stay in. Kelly is making bad pitching decisions. There's 2 other things about that game. One, the day before, you used Majinski in a 3-0 deficit. No need to bring him in then. Why? You knew it was going to be a bullpen game. Why use Majinski the day before when he could have pitched?
I agree, and I said that on the air. 7 pitches is nothing. And he's a guy you knew going in. They had to have known they were going to do a bullpen session. So why use him then? He is the guy who should have started. If you're going to have a bullpen, give him. He's more suited to start and go 3 or 4 innings at least instead of 2 like Ramirez did, or like.
And another thing about that game, which people aren't saying anything, is you have to coach the situations. After Ramirez, he brings in Barco to pitch against their 2 best right-handed batters, De La Cruz and Stewart, and that's when they scored the runs. Why? Oh my God!
No, I mean, there are a lot of decisions I have not agreed with, and while I'm not a big believer that managers are going to cost you 10 games a year, they can cost you games based on some of the moves you make. But I also think this is tied together with Ben Cherington's inability to find people to come in here, and he hasn't made a lot of big moves there. He thought, and I understand why, that Santana was going to be their closer because he had shown that he could do that the last couple of years. And he thought bringing in a guy like Soto at $7 million was a good move. So did I. A lefty guy to complement him. They brought in Montgomery. But now the guys you expected to do well aren't doing well, and so they have to make changes. I think he's been slow to move in that direction, and it may cost him because a lot of teams have the same needs right now that he does. Mark, thank you. Appreciate the call, man. Simon says, what in Pennsylvania? Hi, Simon.
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
So I guess my biggest grievance is with Skeens. I mean, he has his own personal catcher, Henry Davis, who's hitting like 170. He has his hands dipped in getting Oscar Marine fired, who really did a good job of getting a lot out of the pitching staff last year. And this month he has a 6 ERA. So that really rubs me the wrong way. But I was also just calling to see if you had anything to sort of pick us up, because I'm just so deflated by the O'Hearn injury and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard what lies ahead with him, but it didn't look good, right? I mean, he's been one of their more productive guys, and he had that injury earlier this year. I don't know if it's a re-aggravation of that or not, but I would imagine that Horwitz is going to be back here very soon. He's been dealing with a concussion, which no one really knew about. He got hit in the helmet down there in a rehab start, stayed in the game and hit a home run later, but had later issues that led them to put him on this concussion list. But first and foremost, they got to figure out something to correct this bullpen. 20 blown saves is unacceptable for a team that has put this much offense on the board.
Right.
All right, Steve. Or Simon, I'm sorry. Thank you for calling. Always appreciate it. We have a Steve now in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, where I am right now. Steve, where are you? Are you at the Steelers training camp by any chance?
No. I live about 8 minutes in the development behind the camp, but I'm the guy from Tuesday who took the guys to the game. Yeah, that's me. Nacho Steve from
My
Latrobe.
invitation must have been lost in the mail.
Oh, Pomp, you have better seats than us. Come on, Pomping ain't easy, baby. But a couple things. First, man, these last the 10-game stretch between the homestand and this game and these games against the Reds, man, to me that was like the biggest stretch in probably years. And 3-7 in our last 10, only 2 now to go before the Brewers and then the break. But I really think us sputtering like this is going to have Cherington possibly not be as aggressive as he might have been. I mean, we're going to be buyers, but I think maybe he might pull back a little bit and not be quite as aggressive as he was. Because, I mean, if we get swept, this is slipping away, and this could have been a woulda, shoulda, coulda year.
And you know what? And they got the Brewers after this, and the Brewers remember their last trip to Pittsburgh, Steve, where they got swept by the Pirates, and the Pirates demolished them and their pitching staff, and that include, Mizorowski in there. So that's going to be tough to go in there 4 games and try to win 2, let alone sweep a series. So thank you for the call, and look forward to sitting with you one day and talking sports, no matter what sport we're talking about. Thank you, Steve. Joe in Pittsburgh. Hey, Joe, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, Bob?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, he brought up Sherrington. It's, 7 years. That Bernard deal, I still don't understand that trade. We got that kid, that Flores, that may never come up for just, a cup of coffee sometime, and he has 24 scoreless innings and 19 or 20 saves. That would have sure helped. So, 7 years, if they don't get this year, they got to start thinking. And, Donnie Kelly, he's 95%, analytics and nothing from the gut. Some of the things he's done has blown my mind. I've talked to you before. My first game was 1949. I never seen a manager not know what he's doing. I mean, he really doesn't. He takes guys out at the wrong time, puts guys too long. He has to have some guts, but it's all analytics, Bob.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate the call, but I agree the analytics have taken over, not just Pittsburgh Pirates, but all of Major League Baseball teams. There's a lot of that in play, and sometimes I wonder why these decisions are made, but I think you answered the question because it says so analytically. It's a lot of information that you get that you can use to your advantage. Sometimes you're disadvantaged because you use it and don't trust your gut. And I do agree with that. Sometimes you got to go with what you think is best and forget, what analytics or metrics say that you have on a matchup, for example. They do that an awful lot, but they're not alone. Dom DiTomaso, I know you've been critical of a lot of things here, but this metric thing does bother me to some degree. It's very helpful in a lot of different ways. But when it comes to making personnel decisions, when a guy is going well and you've reached a certain limit and you're told, well, you can't go over this, I disagree with that, especially late in the season now. You can't keep babying everyone at every time. You're playing to win right now, and you better make everything available for you to win.
No, absolutely. And I was listening to the post-game show yesterday, and Zangrilli kind of touched on this, Pump, and I don't know how you feel. If I was Don Kelly, I would look at where things are with the Pirates right now. You're falling down the wild card standings. All the fans are pissed off. I would look at Ben Sherrington and say, Don Kelly, my job is more secured than his. So I'm just going to start doing what I think as a baseball guy is the right decision. Forget what the metrics say, forget what the analytics say, because the GM might get fired at the end of the year. I don't want to get fired. I'm on more solid footing than he is. I'm going to start making the decisions that I think I need to make as a baseball guy, because that's what worked 20 years ago, and right now the analytics aren't really working for Pittsburgh.
No, they aren't. I don't know about Kelly being safer. I think if they fire Sherrington, who knows what can happen with a new GM coming in. But I get what your point is. Ben Sherrington's been around here for a long time, and it's time to get into the playoffs. It's a results-based business. The results have not been good. Let's go to Jim in Jefferson. Hi, Jim. How are you?
Okay. Well, I just wanted to bring up something in terms of decisions, and I can't understand this from Kelly, and I've seen it happen in several games. But the other night, I think it was Friday night, when Valdez got a double, and he was on second base. And all of a sudden, he pulls Valdez. Now, he talked about the reason he pulled Montgomery is because he had to think about the future games, more or less, was his statement. But he turns around and takes Valdez and pulls him out of the game. If you're looking on TV, the way
I didn't like that
Valdez
either.
when he came into the dugout, it looked like he was mystified. He's about the only thing that he and maybe O'Hearn and Lau, that's your bats on the team. And the pool, I mean, you got to think about, hey, if we don't get ahead here, then we're going to have to play possibly extra innings. Who's going to be up there to get him out of that hole?
Exactly.
I don't understand it. I was I've seen him do it many times. And they're saying, well, he doesn't run as fast as Cook. I don't know. Somebody gave up some analytics the other day that said he was in the top third of all the prospects that come up or whatever this year. And I don't remember exactly what statistical thing that was, but he runs just fine. I saw him a few days before that tear around the bases to come in and score from second base. I didn't understand it.
Yeah,
And
Jim,
it's just
I
these
think
things
that's a good point. I think it is because he's not Marcell Ozuna. He's not slow like that.
No.
By the way, with Marcell Ozuna, it still bothers me that he jogs to first base most every time. If anyone should run, it's him. When he's in a game, he's just hitting, and the least he could do is run hard. And yet he doesn't do it, despite how bad he's been. That's another pet peeve of mine. But with regard to Valdez, he's not slow. He's not fast, but he's not a bad base runner. Billy Cook is better. I get it. But you also have a bat that you desperately need. If you remove him from the game and the game goes longer, which almost always does these days, what are you going to do? It's just like not having enough starting or relief pitching available because you used it all up inning by inning. At some point, you got to buffer yourself there a little bit.
Yeah, he's talking about Montgomery. He didn't bring him in after 7 pitches. Well, I got to worry about the next day. Then you pull one of your best bats. That didn't make any sense. I see Valdez playing out in right field. He's not too bad out there in terms of speed either sometimes.
Thanks, Jim. That's a good point. And I thought the same thing. I don't know about you, Don, but when he made that move, I'm thinking to myself, okay, if that's, Jacob Gonzalez or whoever, I can understand making a move, but that's your best bat, a guy who has a huge OPS, and I know he's been in a little bit of a slump lately, but given how bereft they've been at right-hand bats, I would not have taken Valdez out of that game.
No, I don't think I would have either. Again, it just goes back to, these gut decisions, and listen, your gut's not always going to be right, but at this point in the season, you need to really... Every game matters, Pomp. We've been saying this now for weeks. Every decision, every game matters. It feels like almost the Steelers, where every game, every week has playoff implications. And these little decisions, they could cost you a wild card standing. Now you're 2.5 games back. Yeah, it's tough, man. It sucks.
All right, man, we're going to take a break. We have Tim in Lancaster, Jerry in Uniontown, Mark in Pittsburgh. You'll be next up when we come back. This is the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And now an update here from Dom DiTomaso.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thank you, Bob. Pirates at Reds tonight, 6:40. Pittsburgh has lost 4 straight games, 7 of their last 9, and are now 2.5 games back of a wild card spot. Braxton Ashcraft on the mound for Pittsburgh tonight, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number One Cochran has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington, Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection, and 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi Authorized Service Center. Because when you're a Number One Cochran Premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership in the Number One Cochran Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com.
Hey, it's Mulsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Step right up, America. Got equipment to sell or looking for something ready to work?
PurpleWave.com.
At Purple Wave Auction, it's as easy as it gets. Easy to sell, easy to buy. Construction, ag, fleet, and government equipment. All no reserve, all online. Register for free.
No reserve. Don't wait. Get swinging over to PurpleWave.com. PurpleWave.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The trade deadline is all about making the right move. So why are you still parking at the airport? Trade the stress for the winning lineup at Globe Airport Parking. Fast shuttle service, secure parking, and when you return, your vehicle is waiting for you. Cool, convenient, and just minutes from the terminal. Don't strike out before your trip even begins. Make the smart trade. Choose Globe Airport Parking. Reserve your spot today and start your vacation like a champion.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Covering Pittsburgh sports like only he can.
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, back live at St. Vincent College in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, where today the Steelers announced their Hall of Honor class of 2026. It's a 3-member class led by Kevin Colbert, the 22-year general manager of the Pittsburgh Steelers, who won 2 championships during his reign and drafted quite a bit of great players in those 22 years. Also, J.T. Thomas, back from the dynasty days, 3-time starter on Super Bowl teams, had a lot to do with them getting there for the very first time with a big interception of Kenny Stabler in an AFC championship game. And then the late, great Craig Wolfley, who was one of the nicest people you'd ever want to meet. And he made the broadcast profession one of his own with some of the words he used, how he used them. But he was a Pittsburgher at heart. There's no question about that. And one of the most charitable guys that I have ever met. Those guys will be honored at a dinner on September 25th. That's a Friday night at Acrisure Stadium, and then 27th, Sunday, they will be honored on the field, the Hall of Honor class of 2026. In the meantime, Steelers are still going here. I've been closely watching a couple of things just to throw these out before we go back to the phone lines. Riley Nowakowski is someone to keep your eye on in these preseason games. He's a running back who can do a lot of things, and he was with that Indiana National Championship team. He's elusive. From what you can see, when he catches something, he turns it into something. And, you know, in that department, he's very versatile also. So they're looking for versatility because there aren't that many spots available in the running back area. You have Warren, you have Dowdle for sure. The question, will Caleb Johnson, after not playing hardly at all last year out of Iowa, the 3rd round pick, can he get back to the days in Iowa where he was a Big Ten running back of the year? I don't know if he's going to get that many opportunities. Eli Heidenreich is also a good one out of Navy in Mount Lebanon. He can do a lot in the pass game as well. So it'll be very interesting to watch these guys. First preseason game on KDK TV is August the 13th when Green Bay comes to Acrisure Stadium. All right, let's go back to the phone lines because they're jumping tonight, as you can imagine. And right now we have Mark in Pittsburgh.
How you doing, Bob?
What's up, Mark?
Hi. So I got one thing to start off with. Ozuna should never be in the lineup to start off with. But I mentioned to Zangrilli the other day, unfortunately, during the Diamondback series, that O'Hearn just needed a complete day off like Lau, just kind of to rest up and everything. And unfortunately, he got injured. And Endy keeps kicking his leg that he hurt. So I think he's still a little bit not 100%. But the big thing I want to talk about is Triolo always getting subbed in for Jacob Gonzalez at short. Like, I understand the matchups, But if you look at the metrics, Jacob Gonzalez actually is better defensively than Triolo. Everybody talks about Triolo being a defensive specialist, but he actually has better metrics defensively than Triolo. And honestly, the lefty-righty splits with Gonzalez isn't too crazy. I just don't understand why that card always keeps getting played later in the game where, Don Kelly keeps putting Jacob Gonzalez in the game.
I just think it's manager's preference. He believes Triolo's a better defensive player. Listen, he won a Gold Glove as someone who was not a starter, so I think that goes a long way in his thinking. But I agree with what you're saying. It's not like he's a liability there. Like maybe Gonzalez has been at third base. Maybe that's the move they need to make. But then again, you hate to take his bat out of the lineup. So it would be nice to find someone who can be at that position, who can do both hit and field at the same time. And it seems like it's difficult to find that combination, Mark.
Yeah, and I feel like, thankfully we got Jacob Gonzalez because now it looks like he's almost going to be our first baseman now if O'Hearn's injury takes a little bit longer.
Yeah, but he's not really a first baseman. I hope Horwitz is back. They need him back as soon as possible. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Jim is in Mount Lebanon, home of Eli Heidenreich. What's up, Jim?
Hey, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Listen, I realize this is going to sound like sacrilege, but considering that there may not be an entire season of baseball next year, and with his struggles, why not trade Paul Skeens for a king's ransom and get back everything we need?
Well, first of all, they're not going to do that, nor would I suggest doing that. I still have, for the next 3 years, thoughts that he's going to be a dominant pitcher. I know that's not in vogue right now because he hasn't pitched like a dominant pitcher. His ERA is up there near 4. But everything that was done this past offseason was done because of Paul Skeens, that he has a chance to be dominant. They went out and they added to their offensive roster 2 good moves, 1 bad move, the bad move being Ozuna. I still would expect they're going to be in that mode moving over in the next 3 years. So I'm not going to do that. I believe that he'll somehow figure this out. This is the first time we've seen this kind of Paul Skeens. Now, can he work it out quickly is the question, but I'm not going to do it. And quite frankly, I don't know if they did that. I mean, their pitching staff, he has to be the anchor of it. Right now, when I look at guys like Bubba Chandler, I'm not sure what I'm getting on a consistent basis. Ashcraft has shown some cracks over the last several weeks. And then you have Keller, who is good and bad at the same time, not consistent enough. You need starting pitching as much as you can get. And to your point, you might find it, Jim, in another team. You might get a whole bunch back. I don't know. I just don't think they're going to do it.
All right. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Jim. Dom, weigh in. What would you do?
So I was thinking about this last night. Listen, would I trade Paul Skeens right now? No. But if a team gave me a call, I would listen. If they said, we have an offer for you for Paul Skeens that will blow you away, in the past I would have laughed them off and hung up the phone. I think I'd listen. Now, would I end up trading him? Probably not. But right now, I don't think it's as crazy of an idea that it was just 3 months ago. Pump, I tweeted this out yesterday. Tell me what you think. I think all of us, me, you, everybody calling in, everybody listening, we need to change our perception of Paul Skeens because we view him as the stud prodigy that we thought he was, and he was for the last 2 seasons. He is not that anymore. So we're all disappointed and all ranting and raving. We need to change the way we view him.
You don't think he could regain that?
Sure, but Pom, this is now a half of a season where he has pitched average. His ERA is what, around 3.5 right now? He is an average pitcher right now.
4, I thought.
It might be up to 4 now. He is an average to really below average pitcher right now. And this could be a big slump and whatever the reason.
I would like to know the root cause of this, though. I still think there could be something more that we don't know about. I'd like to know why it's gone this far south, and they don't really offer up much. And I hope it's not injury related, but you never know, Dom. Listen, as far as making a trade like that, I listen too. And if I'm a general manager, I listen to every phone call that comes in because you never know. I remember when Soto got traded. A lot of people thought, what are they doing down there in San Diego trading, Washington, trading Soto to San Diego? Well, look what they got in return. They got like 5 players. 3 of them are in there every day. C.J. Abrams is one of the best hitters in the world. James Wood is the same. You can get a lot for something like this. This is not the right time to do it, though. And that's another reason why I'm not doing it right now.
Now, do you think that he is still going to get this mega contract that we all assumed he was going to get by probably a big market team?
Yes. I don't think that's going to change unless he completely falls apart, but I don't see that happening. So, yes, I do. It won't be here, though. I know that. All right, back to the lines. Let's go to Tim in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Hello, Tim.
Hello, Bob. Hey, I want to talk about the combination of Triolo and Henry Davis and that lack of offensive opportunity that we're missing. I don't know. When was the last time those guys actually barreled up a ball and drove one into the gap, took off running and gave us a little bit of excitement? All these guys do is just hit one off the end of the bat over the infielder or roll one through the infield. Just seems like Henry Davis is always so jumpy at the plate, never waits to go to the other side of the field. And Triolo, his swing is just downright weird, and it doesn't hit the ball hard at all. Those are just a couple of
it is, especially when you throw Ozuna in that mix, almost automatic outs like that.
Yeah, and those guys, they might even hit back-to-back in the lineup.
All right, appreciate the call, man. I got to take a break here, and when we come back, we'll continue the show with open lines at 412-928-9370. If you have some Steeler questions, please call. Love to do that as well. We will take a break. Dom DiTomaso has another update for us right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Reds tonight at 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft on the mound for the Buccos, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Make life easier by getting your Medicaid and Medicare benefits from the same company. PA Health and Wellness and WellCare. 2 names, 1 company. Learn how your benefits can work together at pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
Dick's House of Sport is excited to join the community, Greensburg, and invite you to our grand opening house party August 7th through August 9th at the Westmoreland Mall. Get ready for can't-miss appearances, giveaways, and more all weekend long. We're more than a store, featuring a rock wall, Hit Tracks multi-sport cage, golf hitting bays, and a collector's clubhouse. Plus, shop the best brands and over 2,000 shoe styles, all in one place. Discover Dick's House of Sport at the Westmoreland Mall, August 7th through August 9th.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You've got a big day,
So you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable. Citizens is your live entertainment partner in Pittsburgh. Cardholders get access to pre-sale tickets and skip the line entry at 2 of Pittsburgh's hottest venues. Shouldn't you have the debit or credit card that offers exclusive perks? Elevate your concert-going experience at the brand new Citizens Live at the Wiley or the recently renovated Roxy Theater presented by Citizens. Learn more at citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Again, that's citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Member FDIC.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
From the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
In the 70s, a poet named Bob Pompiani took the movers and shakers of the sports world all around the world.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, we are back with more at 412-928-9370. We have a lot of callers. I'm going to do some rapid fire again, so make your point when you come on, make it succinctly, and then we'll move on to the next. As the Steelers continue to practice here at St. Vincent College, again, their Hall of Honor class revealed today, Kevin Colbert, J.T. Thomas, as well as Craig Wolfley. They'll be honored in September. Right now, we're going to honor Jerry, who's in Uniontown. Hey, Jerry, what's up?
How you doing, Bob? Yeah.
Good, thanks. Go ahead.
One of the reasons is analytics. Everybody's talked about that. I think Pittsburgh needs to get a manager. Kelly knows the game. He knows what he's doing, what he could do. So they're telling him not to do it. I mean, they're going with analytics. A good guy. How about Holderman? Colin Holderman with Cleveland. You're liable to see him in the playoff this year. Cleveland's going to beat Arizona 2 games that Pittsburgh can win the 2. That's the problem. They had it last year with Bednar. They had it with Holderman. Holderman now out of baseball. He's with Cleveland. He's one of the key people there. They don't know how
Jerry, listen, more than that is, and thanks for the call, is that Bednar move. Looking back now, and, with Santana emerging the way he did last year, I thought a lot of people thought he was going to be that guy, and they did. And so they felt they needed some help at catcher. They made the move. Looking back, it would have been much better to have David Bednar, who has been almost unhittable in his last month and a half or so. Thanks for the call. Don, North Huntington. Go, Don.
Bob, I have 2 comments. I know this is a rapid-fire thing. Here's what I say about Skeens. I was at the game on Saturday night. He strikes out 11 people and doesn't get a decision or he lost or whatever. I think he should try to cut down on the strikeouts and you got 8 other guys behind you in the field. Let them go to work if they can. That's it. You guys were talking about Rodgers yesterday, how Metcalf and Thielen had some comments. And so I think he's running the show. He even went down for a 4th down, talked Tomlin out of it. I think he's the reason for bad results. I guess that's all. Thank you.
Well, he's had a lot of good results in his career. I think it's tough, and Adam Thielen talked about it, in that it's difficult because he gives a lot of hand signals. He does a lot of stuff that you have to pay attention to. It's one thing to know the entire playbook. It's another thing to know when he's changing his mind or what he's doing at the line of scrimmage. So I think, he and I'll give him this, he holds people accountable. I like that. I want quarterbacks are going to do that. So we'll see what happens in this year. It should be clear they've been together now for year 2 of this process. So I would expect better results, and I expect Metcalf to have a very big year. They're paying him to have that. I hope he does. Mike is in Pennsylvania right now, somewhere. Where are you, Mike?
I'm in Vandergrift, sir.
Vandergrift. What's going on?
Okay, just have a quick question for you, Bob. Would you consider trading O'Neal Cruz to the Tigers for Tariq Skubal and, some kind of package maybe with Cruz or whatever, and assuming that we would take the balance of Skubal's salary for this year, which is a little over $10 million. I'm just curious as to
this year.
where you would go for that. Yes.
I worry, Mike, about next year and the year beyond because he's looking for a mega contract. So I think that's off the table for the Pirates. Would I trade O'Neal Cruz at some point? Perhaps. I thought he was having a good year, and I'd hate to do it now. Although, if you take the injury out of the equation, his stock is high right now based on what he's done. He was en route to a 35-35 season, or maybe even better than that. So, again, if I got the right offer for him, I would not be opposed to trading him. I don't know if I'd do it right now, though. I'll see. But they're not going to get Skubal. You know where he's going to go. Probably L.A. Could be one of the bigger markets that you see, the Yankees. But don't underestimate the Milwaukee Brewers. They once brought in CC Sabathia when no one thought they would. Maybe they'll do it just to get him on the year and then move on from him. They've done that before. Would they do it again? They have aspirations of winning a championship.
Well,
Thanks
that's
for the call,
what I
Mike.
was referring to for the Pirates to do it.
Oh, so you're not talking about long term, but I think in his case, they would want to know that they have him beyond this year. I don't think they're going to do it that. Would I rule that out? No. In fact, if I can figure that out, but that's not what they need. Also, they need a starter, yes, but they also need a lot of bullpen help. I'm not sure it would be O'Neal Cruz straight up for him. He'd have to give up more.
Okay.
All right, Joe.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike. Joe is in Phoenix, Arizona, where I'm sure it's like 120 degrees today. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, Bob. Thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to bring up a point that nobody's really been talking about. We haven't done enough against these teams in the wild card race. I'm afraid it's going to come down to a tie. And quite frankly, Arizona is going to get the tiebreaker against us. We need to circle 2 series, and we need to sweep. The Marlins, right now we're 2-4 against the Marlins. We have to sweep them to get the tiebreaker. And also the Padres. We're also 2-4 against the Padres. Those 2 series, we need to circle because everybody else, they're going to have the tiebreaker against us. I don't see us catching Chicago, and, Philadelphia already has the wild card on us. So we're going to kind of be scoreboard watching, hoping Philly tanks, and like I said, those 2 series are going to be very important.
Yeah, they also lost the tiebreaker to Arizona by losing 2 or 3 to them, and that was a big deal, too, because they right now moved ahead of Philadelphia. So they're going to be in the same boat.
Exactly. And then the head-to-head, Arizona in the division race, they have a strong record against their division, so I don't think we can even catch them if it's a tiebreaker situation.
Everything's lining up. Even though the deficit is just 2.5 games behind the third wild card, it seems like it is 8 right now because they've allowed too many teams to move ahead of them, and it's just log jammed there. So they're going to have to not only win, but their playing teams are going to have to be beating straight on head on who are ahead of them, like the Marlins, like the Padres, as you suggest. Thanks, Joe.
Right.
Appreciate the call out west. We're going to get closer to home here. We have John in Elwood City. Hey, John, what's up?
Hi, Bob. I just wanted to talk about Paul Skeens, and I don't think there's that much to worry about. If you go look at a few other guys, and Jim Palmer is a very good example. As a 19-year-old rookie, he shut out the Dodgers in the World Series. His first 2 years were great. Then he started to struggle, and I think he might have had some arm problems. He had to go back down to Rochester for a while. But when he came back up, I think it was during the decade of the 70s, he averaged almost 19 wins a year for 10 straight years. If Paul Skeens does that, I think that'd be pretty good.
Willing to give. A lot of people seem to suggest that he's never going to rebound here. There are a lot of things in play, but he's still young enough. I still think he's going to be dominant in his future. He's just not doing it now. And the concern is the drop-off in miles per hour. He's just not hit anything above 98. And even 98 seems to be once in a while, not as much as he did it. So there's got to be a reason for that. I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's contributing to his situation right now.
If you look at Jim Palmer became a much better pitcher when he lost velocity. There is a learning curve involved here.
Sure there is. And just like Valdez is finding out right now, the league's going to know how to pitch him, and he's seeing a lot of off-speed stuff. He has a good eye, but he's going to have to adjust a little bit to what they've done. Thank you very much, Mark, in West Virginia. Oh, I'm sorry, that's John in Elwood City. Now we have Mark in West Virginia. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Bob. Good show. Won't take up much of your time. I want to make a quick point. I've called a couple of times. I was one of the front runners on the Skeens disturbing loss of velocity. I want to mention something else, though, and I don't think it impacts the velocity, but I think it is a concern. And maybe on an encouraging note, this guy was a catcher just several years ago. So to expect complete mastery of his craft and his own pitching motion might be a little bit much. There could still be a learning curve learning how to pitch for this guy. Was he not a catcher just several years ago and relatively new to the pitching game?
I don't know how they worked hand in hand, but yes, he was a catcher. I'd have to look back to find out when he was doing that and how recently it was.
Yes, you're not talking about a guy who's been pitching since Little League necessarily, Bob, like a lot of the other big league pitchers have. So maybe he's still got some things to learn about his own body as pertains to pitching and a lot of things.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. A lot of people are scratching their heads right now about Paul Skeens. What is ailing him? Why has he not been dominant? Why can't he get through the fifth inning? The other day, just 4 innings. John is in Chicago. Thank you, John, for calling. Now you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, Bob. Thank you for Dominic for putting me on. I appreciate it. I know we're in rapid fire mode. Take this for a crazy idea. If Skeens, who has a lot of cachet, wants his Hank catcher, who is an automatic out, what if he has to bat whenever Hank is his catcher? Because he's a pretty good batter in the Air Force, and he's a pretty good catcher also. What if he had to bat for him every time he wants him to catch for him?
It's not that easy right now because, first of all, he hasn't done it in a long time. It's not in
we ramp him up.
It's not in the future. Listen, Henry Davis had a hit last night, and I know his problems. He has become a liability offensively. But I still think he adds some defensive abilities that many of us didn't see possible when he came out of school. He was supposed to be a hitter. Even though it hasn't happened in a couple of years, I'm still hopeful at one point, even if he can muster 15 to 20 home runs. I think he has 8 right now. I don't care what the average is. If he gives them the kind of catching they need with that sort of pop, I'd be okay with it. But the bar has been lowered. There's no question. Now he's going to get more chances because he's number 1 overall pick. And you're going to have to – Joey Bart went through the same thing. I think he was 2nd overall in San Francisco. And it took him a while, but they finally decided to part ways with him. And he hit over here in Pittsburgh before that fell apart. So I think we've been talking about learning curves and things of that nature. I think with a guy like Henry Davis, they're not going to sour on him right now. They're going to let it play out. But he needs to start turning things around. There's no question. Appreciate
oh, my God. How many years?
I don't know. That's a good question. But it's one of the reasons, like, when you get a Ozuna for $12 million, they're not going to cut. I think they should. I think he should have been DFA'd at this point. He's not adding anything. But when you're a number 1 overall pick, they're going to give him a little bit more time. You may not agree with it, but I think that's how they're going to go. All right, thanks, John. We got Zach in Pittsburgh as our final caller. What's up, Zach?
Hey, Mr. Bobbiani. Thanks for taking my call. I 100% agree with you on Henry Davis. I think we need to give him at least one more season to see if we can get that bat going here. But I'm really calling today to give some flowers to Cherington here. I think if you were to look at 12 to 15 months ago and said, hey, we're going to be a top 5 offensive team, we're going to have a pitching staff that people are fearful of with a Cy Young winner in it and young talent coming out, and a bullpen that, look, it hasn't panned out, but I think going into the season, we all thought it was going to be a lot better than this. I think we're talking about Cherington being general manager of the year instead of everybody piling on him. What are your thoughts here?
No, I don't think that. Yes, he made those moves. The best trade he made was bringing in Montgomery, Mangum, along with Loud. No question about that. Even for Mike Burrows, I mean, that's a steal. But he's got to do more, and he's not done anything since they started to show signs of these problems. And that's where I think the damage has been done. As a general manager watching this team every day, I give him a lot of credit for a lot of things. He's drafting some good players, high-end players. But at the same time, you've got to take this bull by the horn. And he hasn't done that so far, and I'm going to be anxious to see what he does on Monday. Thank you for the call, man. I appreciate it. I thank all of our callers today who got on the phone and chopped it up with us. I do appreciate that. Steeler training camp continues. We have another special coming up tonight at 11:35 on KDK, and one next week as well, all from St. Vincent College. And we'll find out on August 13th what this team is all about when they take on Green Bay in the first preseason game. That's going to do it for me. I thank you, Dom DiTomaso. Austin Bechtel's coming up next for like 4 hours, so keep him company throughout the course of the day, those two guys together. It will be entertaining radio, to be sure. All right, that's going to do it for me. Thank you so much. Now it's time to talk about weather, because that's always important, especially when you come up here to St. Vincent College. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. And if you look for retirement help, those are the people to call at Secure Money Advisors. Today it's going to be mostly cloudy, kind of overcast, but that has kept the humidity down and the sun out or down, which is good. It makes the temperature more doable. It's an 83-degree high. That's Heath Miller. Chance of some storms later this evening. Thank you for joining me here. Have a great, wonderful afternoon. And Austin Bechtel along with Dom DiTomaso coming up next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Training camp, baby.
The black and gold are heading to Latrobe, and The Fan has all the coverage you need. Presented by Smale Kia, Route 30 Greensburg. Daily reports, video highlights, and the live broadcast. Join the PM team for ice-cold Miller Lights on August 7th, 2 to 6 at Sharky's in Latrobe. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with Fan Headlines. Pirates at Reds tonight at 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft gets the start for Pittsburgh, going up against Andrew Abbott of Cincinnati, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Base hit likely gives the Pirates the lead here in the 8th. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball, left side, deep in the hole, past the try of De La Cruz and into left, a base hit. Endy Rodriguez in to score. Jake Mangum pumping his fist. He delivers the Pirates' go-ahead hit. A 2-out, 2-strike RBI single. Mangum and the Pirates lead 6-5 in Cincinnati. Wilbur Dotel, the right-hander, delivers. Swinging a ball, hit into right, base hit. Marte in to score. Streaking to third, McLean. He's going to be waved home. Relay from Lau. It's way offline. And the Reds tie the game as Stewart scampers into second on the throw. 2-run single. We're tied at 7. Montgomery is on here. The pitch. Ball hit on the ground to third. Nick Gonzalez waiting to throw to second base instead of just throwing to first, and that's going to allow the Reds to take the lead. What's he doing? And Lau's just, not thinking he's going to throw to second because no one ever throws to second in that scenario. And the Reds have then 8-7 lead. What's going on? Here's the payoff. Strike 3 call, and Rodriguez has to challenge, otherwise the game's over.
Previous pitch is a strike. The batter has challenged.
And if this call is confirmed, then the game's over. It's over.
This is a strike. The game is over.
Oh my word. Chaos, pandemonium. I don't mean the walk-off single from Gregory Polanco in 2015, the legendary Greg Brown call. I mean what could be the Pirates walking off the field for the final time as a team at or above 500 this season. What a disaster. What a disgrace. How pathetic of a start to this series in Cincinnati through the first 2 games. And really, a pathetic week. A pathetic 4-game losing streak. There's really no other way to put it. There's no way to say it that kindly. I won't put it in harsher terms either, that the FCC will come for us. But oh my word. Can it get any worse? Austin Bexwold with you. It's a Saturday afternoon on 93.7 The Fan. We're going to try to take a deep breath, but first we have to dissect what has happened. Pleasantries to begin. Hello, Dom. How
Hi,
are you
Austin.
on this Saturday?
I'm good. SummerSlam is tonight. I'm back I've been reading some books, so I'm doing great.
That's wonderful.
I'm fired up.
What books are you reading? Are they happy books, depressing books?
Happy books. I'm reading Carrie by Stephen King.
Oh.
Yeah, where she kills everybody at prom.
Are they the same books that Ben Sherrington is trying to read on how to run a baseball team?
The exact same ones.
Well, it's not working for them. It's not working for this group as a whole. They have lost 7 out of their last 10 games since the All-Star break. They're on a 4-game losing streak. They're now looking up at Miami, San Diego, Philly, Arizona. Of course, the Cubs are in the way future to even try to eyeball and stare down for a wild card spot. But this team is a disaster right now. They cannot get out of their own way. You could blame the manager. You could blame the general manager. You could blame Nick Gonzalez for his horrendous error. You could blame Brandon Lau a couple of games ago for 2 terrible errors against Arizona in that game that he ended up getting them back on a 2-run home run. But still a game that the Pirates bullpen blew. You could blame Wilbur Dotel for poor performances. And why the hell did Don Kelly not keep Antoine Kelly into the game? You would think they'd have the telepathy of Kelly and Kelly. We got it on one angle here, one little level. Same playing field. Throw him out there for a 4th inning. He did pretty good through the first 3. Threw 40 pitches. Why not allow him to have another opportunity? Hey, he is a starter in the minor leagues. But as I watched last night's game, and I recall what some people like Mackey and Starkey and Bob and others have said this week, even if they lose this series to the Reds, even if they get swept against Cincinnati, they should still buy at the deadline on Monday. Well, are they ever going to get off their rear end and do something? Because right now, the boat is not just taking water. This pirate ship has been hit with multiple cannonballs, and they are self-induced. These are not home run balls smattering into opposing teams' odds and chances of making the playoffs. No, this is the poor Cincinnati Reds kicking your ass, knocking you when you're down, punching you on the ground, and continuing to beat you up until you are not conscious anymore as a baseball team in this race. And sure, they're 2.5 games back. And yes, they're now 1 game under 500 with this awful losing streak. But as I watch the demeanor in the interviews of Brandon Lau, Paul Skeens, Nick Gonzalez, watch Ryan O'Hearn have to be helped off the field, there was only one thing that I can think of last night. And it recalls to a song that is 9 minutes long because it feels like this season has been 90 years long for Pirates fans. Yesterday was the day the music died. Ryan O'Hearn is hurt, likely not going to come back for the season potentially. You hope for the best. It didn't look good. Whether it was a hamstring, an ACL, it's something bad. He's not coming back. Connor Griffin is out until the start of September. Maybe it's the middle of September. You'll get Cruz back. You'll get Horwitz back. Is it too late? Are you too late for entrance? Is the ship to the playoffs taking off without you, and you are standing there on the pier watching it sail away while the Diamondbacks, the Phillies, the Padres, and the Marlins give you a nice little wave as you depart off the Mayflower, and guess what? You're not a part of it coming to the new land. You're not a part of it coming to the playoffs for the first time in 11 years. Because right now, I don't know how you can feel any other way. Where's the optimism coming from? Your offense is now slumping. Your star, ace starting pitcher, is pitching like he's a number 4 in your rotation that has given up 5 runs in consecutive starts. He's done that 5 times this year. Previous to this year, he did it once. He doesn't look himself. I don't care what he says. I don't care what excuses they try to give. Skeens is not right. Whether he's injured or Oscar Marine is what made him successful, or Bill Murphy just doesn't know what the hell he's doing with Skeens. Regardless, there's a problem there. No one can hide it. No one can shun it. A great article by John Parado today in FanSided. The Pirates say nothing's wrong with Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens, nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. There's no problem. You're just looking at a lack of velocity. Oh, come on. I'm just changing the way that I pitch. I'm just going about it a different way to try to alter myself. Why the hell would a pitcher with a sub-2 ERA, a Rookie of the Year, and a Cy Young winner have to alter the way that they pitch? Oh, well, Skeens want to make sure that he doesn't get hurt. Doesn't want to put stressful innings on his arm. Okay, a 6'4", 6'5" ox that, before coming to the Pirates, did not have that much wear and tear on that arm. He was a catcher. He was a position player for a while and was just closing out games. And also just the frame, the way he trains, you would think Skeens, of all people, is kind of just built like steel. You know, he's as strong as the UPMC building. He's somebody you don't have to worry about collapsing. You don't have to worry about the strong foundation. John Parado wrote a story. And yes, the fastball velocity at 97 miles per hour still is in the 87th percentile. It's down from last year, 98.2. A veteran player who requested to speak anonymously with Parado said, "Don't get me wrong, he's still one of the nastiest pitchers in the league. And you don't want to face him, but he doesn't have the same invincibility that he had. You feel like at least you have a chance against him when you step into the box. His pitches aren't as nasty. And it seems like he's out of sync sometimes and doesn't have good rhythm on the mound." Another opposing hitter said his pitches aren't as crisp. That's often a sign of fatigue. Ben Cherington, no problem here. Maybe the World Baseball Classic had something to do with it. Skeens, yesterday, it took me an inning to find my delivery. Well, what happened the rest of the way? What happened the remaining 3 innings that he was in, only going 4, throwing 100 pitches. What happened with your delivery then? What happened with the additional 3 runs that you gave up? Not really even giving the Pirates much of an opportunity to win that game, but the offense, top 3 in all of baseball in every statistical category, fought their way back, gave them a chance. Just for Wilbur freaking Dotel to immediately come in and blow it. This team is out of sync. They're out of touch. The general manager has just been sitting on his hands watching your house burn down. And guess what? The fire department's 20 minutes out. The trade deadline, these problems were the same at the beginning of June that they've been at the beginning of July, that they are at the beginning of August. You knew the problem. I knew the problem. I knew the bullpen at the beginning of the year wasn't going to be very good. I didn't think it'd be this. They've now blown 10 games when tied or leading after 8 innings. This team now has blown saves overall in the 20s. It is hard to watch because it just seems like every time they pull you back in and they give you a reason to believe, offense, number 2 in runs per game. Offense, number 1 in hits per game. Batting average, one of the best in all of Major League Baseball. Brandon Lau, tied with Neil Walker for the most home runs in Pirates history from a second baseman already. And it's August 1st. There's 2 months left. And I don't even know if he's going to be on the team by the beginning of the week. They pull you back in, and they immediately push you back out. No wonder why so many people are scared of commitment for this team. They're scared of commitment themselves. Scared of making a big move for a relief pitcher. Scared of making a significant deal that will change the course of this franchise for good. That will put them in a position to finally make the playoffs for the first time in over a decade and make this fan base feel relevant again. Make them feel heard again. Make them feel like there's something to truly root for in August and September again. But watching last night and the way that they lost, the worst loss of the year, and we've said that, only 15 times so far. About 4 or 5 times a month, it seems. They took the football from right underneath you, Lucy pulling it out from Charlie Brown, taking the baseball off the tee, you're swinging it air, and it has made poor Chuck in Uniontown lose his mind.
Chuck? Hi.
Good evening, Dan. I wish I didn't have to talk to you. I just figured, so here we go. For years, this organization was apathetic about whether it wanted to win or not. It seemed like profit maximization was the most important thing. And that's where it started. You're lazy for years. Then because you're lazy, when you finally decide you want to try to win, what follows laziness? Ineptitude. You don't know how to because you haven't been doing it. The good organizations keep doing this stuff year after year after year. They may not win a championship, but they're winning organizations. They're positive organizations. They make positive moves. Dan, the problem with this year didn't start in February. It started back last fall when, yes, the offense needed to be fixed, and they fixed it. Wonderful. But good organizations look at all facets of their team and see what the different parts of their team need to be improved. The Pirates fixed the offense, but there were problems with the bullpen, with the back part of the starting rotation, with maybe some defense at certain parts of the field.
They broke Chuck. They have legitimately broken poor Chuck in Uniontown. That has seen it all, that listens to every game, that calls in post-game to Dan Zangrilli, and what an electric post-game show that was last night. You take a breath, you try to digest, you get the anger and the frustration out, and there was a lot of anger and frustration in that rant, and I think, ultimately, I don't think I was really wrong. I don't think I was too harsh, Tom. I think it was just real and what a lot of people are feeling. People are just not doing their jobs. They're not doing them right. They're not succeeding for this baseball team to be a successful one and winning one. We know what they are now. Are they a team that is worthy of trading away significant prospect capital to acquire multiple relievers? I don't know anymore. It just feels like they've ripped your heart out so many times this year. We know the problems, the bullpen. They still haven't addressed it. And what is just another slap in the face? Who has been the most aggressive at adding bullpen arms over the last 2 days? Derek Shelton and the Minnesota Twins. The same manager that never really got support at all here from a roster that needed acquisitions. In 2024, they added some pieces, but they acquired Brian De La Cruz when they could have got Chisholm. They acquired Jalen Beeks when there were other better relievers out there. I mean, Ben Cherington, I think he's a nice guy. I really do. But, man, don't you think you're managing this team for your job? Don't you think that you need to make a move to save yourself? I'm not saying throw away prospects like the Archer trade, like Huntington did to try to save his job. But don't you think you have to bring in Luke Weaver or Brazoban or both and another reliever and now a right-handed bat that could play some first base just to try to salvage your job and buy yourself some time? Because if they don't make the playoffs, the house needs to be cleaned. You need to bring in a cleaning company to basically fumigate this situation, get all the bad taste out of everyone's mouth, make sure that the house doesn't smell anymore, and make it as good as new. Bring in somebody that can finally get you over the hump and get the job done. I mean, these are back-breaking games. That's a game that I just don't know if you can recover from. It's like when Colin Holderman against Jock Peterson gave up a 3-run home run on a Sunday afternoon at PNC Park when they were swept by Arizona right after the deadline. And you went, man, can they recover from this? I don't know if they can recover from this. Andrew Abbott today going for Cincinnati. Tomorrow's Chase Burns. You're watching Braxton Ashcraft start to disintegrate, and his ERA over the last month is around 6.5. Paul Skeens is lost. Jared Jones has found it, but you don't know what you're getting from Mitch Keller on a daily basis. And don't get me started on Bubba Chandler. 412-928-9370. Let's talk to Martin in Uniontown as we hit the lines to start. I had my ranting time. I know the whole entire show will be people wanting to tune in and chime in and discuss.
Afternoon?
Martin, I wish we were speaking on some better terms.
Yes, but I want to tell you something. The Pirate ship, I think, is sunk because Steelers football started, and I think Bob Nutting's going to lose the gate quickly because the attendance might start to drop off now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how much. Are you excited for Steelers season, Martin? Like, I find myself not that excited. I'm excited for a new coaching staff, but I think it's going to end up with a similar result at the end of the year. So I'm not fully pumped for it. Are you very excited that you're going to be all Steelers now and tune out from the Pirates?
I'm still going to follow the Pirates, but they got to do something. I think they can still do something, but Sherrington, he cannot be afraid to pull a trick on a deal because if they don't do something, that attendance is really going to drop bad, and Bob Nutting's going to lose the gate, and he's going to really be satisfied. Then he's going to wish he would have did something, but then it's going to be really too late if they don't do something now.
Martin, you sound very sad about how everything has played out.
Yeah, well, I just said, like I said, because once I told my one buddy, I said, once the Steelers start in Latrobe, and if the Pirates don't keep on winning, you're going to be hearing that song, Here We Go, Steelers, Here We Go, and that's exactly what's going to happen if they don't do something soon.
Thank you, Martin. 412-928-9370. Dom, what have you made of just the last couple of games for the Pirates? I was there, of course, with Joe and Stephen Latrobe and Donnie on Tuesday when they had a great comeback, but they couldn't complete it. Then Eduardo Rodriguez goes 8 strong and shuts them out on Wednesday. Thursday, they lose another heartbreaker in the 9th. Then they just throw the game away after you battled back. After Skeens basically tried to hand the game to the Reds on Friday night. Ryan O'Hearn is a huge leader for this team. You want to talk about clubhouse guy. But, I mean, he's a first baseman that plays good defense for you, can play right field, is a dependable stick in the middle of your order. Losing him is going to mean so much to this team that I think a lot of people don't realize. And I think it's just a backbreaker where, how do you pick up the pieces from this? Like, are they mentally strong enough to do it?
Well, I would say no. I agree with everything you said, Austin. There's nobody at this station I like disagreeing with more than you. But I agree with everything you said. I love the American Pie reference. I love that song. It's a beautifully written song.
All 9 minutes of it. Doesn't it feel like it's been 90 years this Pirates season?
Yeah, no, it does. Listen, I'm not there yet, Austin. I'm not quite at the finish line, but I am close to saying that the season is done, dead, kaput.
Yeah.
And I was closer than ever after last night, particularly when O'Hearn went down. And I have sources, and they told me that the clubhouse yesterday just felt dead. Yeah. I think everybody was just shot in the heart and just bled out on Great American Ballpark. And as far as Paul Skeens go, Limits, there are not one, but 2 ironies with this entire situation. And I tweeted this out yesterday. Tell me what you think. Number 1, I find it almost laughable that Paul Skeens was the biggest simp for, we don't want a salary cap. Simp. We don't want a salary cap. We will fight to the death to make sure we can get paid as much as we want.
Yeah.
And now that fat-ass contract that we all assumed he was going to get from either LA or New York, he might not get now. So I find that funny. Second irony is Paul Skeens played, from what everything I've read and been told, the biggest role in Oscar Marine's firing.
Yeah.
Skeens is the biggest name, best pitcher. Oscar Marine, longtime pitching coach here, was pretty good at his job. Pitching was great last year and the year before.
They were very good as a staff last year.
He gets Marine fired, and now Skeens is pitching the worst he has in his entire life. So I find the whole thing ironic. I find the whole thing laughable, and it sucks because this is a team that we should be sitting here talking about in a wild card spot and making great moves at the deadline, and now it feels like a funeral for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like the last couple of games you've been attending the viewing and that the trade deadline might be the ultimate funeral, depending on what they do. Like, do they make moves? And Cherington has said, yeah, I mean, we're going to make moves regardless. Like, this is a team that we're planning to add to. But you have to truly wonder what's next. Because I think of this. When they let go of Shelton, of course, last year, and then the decision to keep Ben Cherington in September of 2025. Remember what Travis Williams said about what would need to happen this year.
We felt at the end of the day that making a change as a general manager would set us back. That's not what our fans expect. That's not what we expect. We're looking in 2026 to make the playoffs, period, full stop. And so we did not want to veer from that, and we're pushing it all in and making sure that we are able to make the playoffs in 2026.
Right now, the period is being put at the end of the sentence. And this is what the sentence reads. The Pittsburgh Pirates are under 500 on August 1st, 2026, are 2.5 games back in the wild card race, and feel like there's no way that they're going to be able to pick themselves back up. Period. Now, I know there are 50 games or so left. There is still time to be able to shape this race, get everything right. and make it work. And their schedule does lighten up in September. But if O'Hearn is out and you're still out Griffin for a month, how much can one team take? How many punches can a boxer take before he's ultimately knocked out? And I don't know if this team can just emotionally handle it anymore. There have been so many ups, so many downs, a manager in his first year, a general manager that should be working the phones for his job, a team that is a game under but has an expected win-loss record on MLB.com of 59-52. And this is where we are. Average, mediocre, a team we all think should be better, but a team that to this point has let us down once again. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. You can watch the show as well on Twitter. Already 500 people watching on Twitter. Awesome to see that in the first half an hour of the show. We're going to take your calls throughout the whole entire show. The whole entire show at 412-928-9370. Alex Stump will join us at the top of the hour. Colin Beasley at 3 o'clock. He was in the clubhouse last night. Colin at the Post-Gazette. He will describe the somber scene and what it was like following that loss. Just a heartbreaking loss for the Pirates, one that you just cannot lose. As even Joe Block and Greg Brown said on the radio and TV broadcast, it's just a game you can't lose. It's a game that you can't drop. The way that you came back and fought in it, I mean, those are heartbreakers that are very difficult to pull yourself back up from. Bob is in North Carolina. What's up, Bob?
We're saying the same thing over and over again.
It feels like it.
It just continues. It continues. It keeps going, but I can't trust anyone in management. You can't trust Donnie Kelly. He's screwing everything up. He's cost us at least 10 games. Has he not? 10 games.
I would say so.
Like now,
I think a manager, Bob, is more valuable than people make them out to be. Like, I know the general manager has so much more power now than like 15 years ago in baseball, but I still think the manager still pushes a lot of the right buttons, or the wrong buttons in this case, like they did with Dotel and Antoine Kelly. Why are you not keeping Antoine Kelly out there? Like, why is Wilbur Dotel getting that inning? Or why isn't Mason Montgomery getting that inning when you're facing the heart of the order? I don't get it.
The wrong buttons are being pressed left and right,
Yep.
and we know what the shortcomings were, and I'll leave you with this. Why didn't we make any real moves right out of the break? What are we waiting for? These wins and losses are precious. Let's get it done.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. And the other thing is, like, look, yes, it takes two to tango. I get that. Somebody's got to make a trade with you. But look, the Minnesota freaking Twins right now are making trades that are helping their bullpen, and the Pirates are doing nothing. Like, they're making moves. They're making trades. The Rangers made a trade with the Angels for a reliever that has control, that's a high strikeout guy. Players are going off the board. Now, I mean, look at the names that are not even going to be available. Chapman, Mason Miller is probably not going to be traded. Garrett Whitlock isn't going to be available. And we sit here right now at 1:30 on Saturday. We are about 52, 53 hours away from the trade deadline. And nothing has been done to fix this team. They need a move to wake this clubhouse back up, because right now everyone's being lulled to sleep. They are losing. They're losing the pulse right now of the city. Steeler training camp has just begun. People are going to get locked in there. The more and more they hear about McCarthy and the change to practices, and people are going to the Saturday night practice coming up, and there's more and more thoughts of, okay, what can the Steelers be this year? And then we get into football season, and by the time we get to 2 weeks from now, the Pirates will be out of the conversation. If they don't change anything soon, and it might already be too late, they're going to find themselves with not a September to remember, but a September that nobody will even need to forget, because they won't even be on our minds anyway. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I mean, I'm just trying to keep it real. You know, it's just what I always try to do, and give the upfront, real, honest perspective of what I'm feeling and what I think you're feeling out there as well. And we'll hear from you coming up next. Full segment dedicated to your calls at 412-928-9370 before we talk to Alex Stump of Book Roll Bucks at the top of the hour. Dom has a headline. We're back in a moment on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, the Pirates do have another game tonight. They take on the Reds at 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft gets the start for the Buccos. Pittsburgh now 2.5 games back of an NL wildcard spot, so tonight is a very important game, and you can listen to it right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You decide which artists play live at Jennerstown Speedway on August 23rd. Vote and win prizes for free at rocktheraceway.com. Grab your tickets and watch the top 4 compete for their share of $15,000. Rocktheraceway.com.
Apparently, you don't need a rocket to get to Mars. Chris Muller here. You just drive to the Awaken 180 location there and meet Tommy Ann, who may be the most useful person in town not wearing a spacesuit. Tommy Ann and the other Awaken 180 coaches have now helped clients lose a combined, wait for it, 1 million pounds. But that's not a company milestone. It's thousands of personal ones. My weight loss is one tiny piece of it. So is somebody's first 10 pounds. Somebody's knee hurting less. Somebody wearing a shirt they had quietly retired. I started with a torn up knee and a second kid at home, so I know what it means when a plan works inside chaos. If you choose in person, Tommy Ann meets with you face to face, reviews your week, answers your questions, and gives you practical ways to keep losing every week. And that million-pound number is still climbing. Don't memorize a phone number. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and tap the call button. Not a pitch. Just answers. Awaken180weightloss.com.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, but our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
The trade deadline is all about making the right move. So why are you still parking at the airport? Trade the stress for the winning lineup at Globe Airport Parking. Fast shuttle service, secure parking, and when you return, your vehicle is waiting for you. Cool, convenient, and just minutes from the terminal. Don't strike out before your trip even begins. Make the smart trade. Choose Globe Airport Parking. Reserve your spot today and start your vacation like a champion.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Here's the payoff. Strike 3 call, and Rodriguez has to challenge, otherwise the game's over.
Previous pitch is a strike. The batter has challenged.
And if this call is confirmed, then the game's over. It's over.
Pitch is a strike. The game is over.
The Pirates have lost a pair of one-run games in Cincinnati, 8-7 tonight. And the Pirates are now under 500 as their wild card hopes dim somewhat as the calendar turns to August tomorrow.
I think we're losing Joe Block emotionally, everybody. I think it's really taking a toll on him. You know how presidents sometimes, when you see them on the first day, they get inaugurated and they look great, smile on their face, happy-go-lucky. And then by the final year, whether it's their 4th year or they get elected to a second term and they're done after 8 years, and the gray hairs start to emerge, the faces, having some wrinkles in it. And you could tell, man, they really aged 18 years and 8. Yeah, that's just kind of how it sounds and how it feels being a Pirates fan this year. The emotion has been zapped. I think in a way we're numb to the pain. But at the same time, there's always an instance that brings you back to maybe there is still more that can hurt. 412-928-9370. Hunter is in a place I love. Geneva on the Lake, Ohio. Hunter, have you checked out any of the recommendations I gave you?
Oh, my God. You got to cheer up, my friend.
Hunter, why am I supposed to be excited? I mean, like, what am I supposed to be happy with the Pirates right now?
It's all okay. Just take a wet cloth and put it over your face. Right now, my brother and I are on his patio at his cabin on the lake, and we're putting. We always listen to your show. We always, mutually listen to it. We're trying to decide if we're going to go golfing or not, and we're playing closest to the cup putting on his patio right now, looking out at the lake.
Well, you should go to the Geneva on the Lake golf course that's right off the strip, Hunter. Right by where Madsen Donuts is. You could go there. That's a local course right by the water.
We're going to Erie Shores.
Okay, Erie Shores is good too. I've played Erie Shores once. I'm not any good, but I've played Erie Shores.
Erie Shores is very difficult.
Yes.
And then if we don't do any of that, we do our little trick because our cabin, or his cabin, I got a camper down the road. We take a 7-iron and we each take 3 range balls and we go to the winery and we hit golf balls over the fence at Erie or the winery until they kick us out.
Wow, that's have you gone to Madsen Donuts yet? Have you gone to Ferrante's yet?
My brother has gained 50 pounds. I don't like donuts. All he does is go to Madsen Donuts.
Oh, they're incredible. And there's one in Castle Shannon now too. What's on your mind baseball-wise, Hunter?
What if they actually, and this is going to sound crazy, and my brother refuses, my brother's going to try to interchirp here, but what if they actually just addition by subtraction? Got rid of Hank Davis, got rid of, hold on a second, my brother wants to say something. What if they got rid of
Put him on the phone, yeah. Put him on the phone.
No, he's a nervous guy. He's just who Ramirez, not Ramirez.
You're talking about other bullpen arms?
Yes.
I mean,
just get rid of them all so you don't have to see them in the lineup anymore, or see them in coming up, and just offer them to anyone that will take them, and they would be like addition by subtraction.
Yeah, but I mean, Henry Davis, I don't think is the issue right now. I mean, there are so many other problems, and thanks, Hunter. Enjoy the lake. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great trip. Where your problem's your bullpen. Your problem is your starting pitchers. If you want to make a list of the top 10 things that are currently bothering the Pirates right now, Henry Davis is like 8th. I mean, he did have the game-tying hit yesterday. And I know I'm not trying to say Henry Davis is becoming Johnny Bench back there. You know, he's a solid defensive catcher, and he sometimes has some clutch hits. He's a backup catcher. Okay, like, I don't think you're not losing anything. You're not losing games right now because Henry Davis is catching. Maybe because he's catching Paul Skeens and they're not changing something. They're not altering this philosophy that has clearly doomed Skeens, who was not worthy of an All-Star, that is an ERA 2 runs higher than it was his previous 2 years. And maybe Henry Davis is part culpable for that. They're not changing something. They're not fixing what the problem is. So if you want to make that argument, you can. But if you want to talk about what the bullpen, what the problems are, Dennis Santana's now gone, but he was at the top of it. Gregory Soto cannot pitch in high leverage whatsoever. Sometimes he can get out of it a little bit, but he's like a 50-50 pitcher. Will we get good Gregory Soto today or bad Gregory Soto today? You're going to get Evan Sisk back. That's nice, but you could put bullpen 1 through 4. Skeens is a significant issue. You want to put something in order. Skeens is probably 2, right behind bullpen. Jared Triolo. Oh, how do we get to 143? How do we get 43 minutes into the show without mentioning Jared Triolo? I'm going to make Jared Triolo a whole segment coming up because I have some opinions on Triolo and where they need to move with that going forward. Why is Jacob Gonzalez not playing more? That's one thing that I've tried to do collectively over the last week. Whenever I start to get a little bit frustrated, just take 3 big, deep breaths. I think we should all do that together. Now I feel a little bit better, especially when we get a chance to talk to Nick in Sacramento. What's up, buddy?
You know, I call you up, and I always have a lot to say. I even went on ChatGPT to try to make a rant, and that's how much I've lost my things to say.
Did my rant kind of speak for yourself and your feelings too, Nick?
It did, because, you know, I'm 3 hours behind you guys, right? So I'm watching these games like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, if I can watch them in normal time, like back east, like you are, I would go to bed afterwards and wake up and go to work, have a cup of coffee. Yeah. I got too much time to stew about it. I mean, look, I've been a Pirate fan a long time. I've been calling talk show radio since I was like maybe 15, 16 years old. I always wanted to be that sportscaster, sports broadcaster. I got to say sorry for all of you that come in there driving to work every day, whether it's the interns, the people who clean the building, the people who sit behind the mics, and they have to hear whatever day of the week it is. And I hope your program directors and your station managers don't get mad at me for saying this, and I'm not asking to comment, but the next time I hear the Ben Cherington monotone, same old show that comes on the air every week with his interview, okay, everybody, I think our team's doing great. You know, where we have a lot of progress. You know what? The lack of you can't play scared. You can't win championships playing scared. You can't win championships not taking the money and wanting to spend it. I mean, when is this ever going to stop? I mean, I was 9 years old last time I won a World Series. All those other people out there, you're probably calculating your head too. You probably do the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, with Austin, I don't know how you guys every day got to come into work.
Well, we love what we do, Nick. We really do. And this is also therapeutic for us. Like, it's therapeutic for me to be able to just sit here and talk to people about it, you know?
No, I know. But that game yesterday, the number one game on my list of dismay, horrendous games was the Sid Bream game when he scored that winning run when Francisco Cabrera. That game yesterday was just a normal regular season game. That game is 1B now on the list.
Jeez.
Because
that's strongly. That's strong of feelings.
Yeah, and I've been to many games there where I've seen Mike Schmidt hit 500th home run. I've seen different Pirates make different milestones. I mean, I would love you guys to get like AJ Burnett on the radio, but call him up, get him on the air, get him to, he'll speak his mind. Call some of these former players that are still involved with the team. I know Josh Harrison's coming in. I mean, hopefully he'll discuss things. Now, if we make a splash this week, I mean, it's got to be a tsunami. I know disrespect using that word that people have been through, but I mean, we need something to really turn this franchise. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's what I mean. I'm not going to sit here and read off a piece of paper, but that's why you can see I'm lost for words. I mean, I'm very frustrated. And all right, I'm going to tell you something. I had it all queued up to play that song Dreamweaver for you. And now listen, the reason why I'm saying that because the first lines of the song are. Can I do it real quick?
You could sing it. I don't know if you can just play the music in the background.
Yeah, I can. Watch this. Hey Alexa, play Dreamweaver on Spotify. Here we go. Here it comes.
Are we allowed to play this?
If we get in trouble, it's not on me.
Right on Spotify.
Hold on. Listen to the first words. Okay, I'm playing this. It's me. My name's Nick in Sacramento. I hope Jeff Hathorn's listening to this. Ready? Here, listen to the first words of this song. I'm going to sing it. Ready?
Okay.
Here we go. It's coming. This is the intro. 3, 2.
You got this, Nick.
1. Here we go. I can't sing worth a crap, so it's singing up.
It's a long intro.
Very long.
I know
intro.
because.
I just close my eyes. Ben Sherrington coming on the air. I don't want to hear his words anymore. Trying to take away the pain and sorrow of the years. We need some pitchers and some hitters.
There we go. Here we go.
Luke Weaver. We need a guy on first base to take care of Rhino.
Let's go. I'm telling you, Pittsburgh. Everybody play this song in the car. Make your own words.
Luke Weaver. We need you like we need someone to carry Rhino.
Nick,
love you, Ryan.
Nick, wow.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
That was incredible.
I'm cutting it down. My boy, I can't sing, man. Trust me.
That put a smile on my face. I'll just tell you that.
All right, well, I hope you cut it. If you cut it, send it to me in some kind of text format.
I'm sure Dom is going to cut that up, and it'll be on our Twitter page soon.
Listen, I love you guys, man. I just appreciate everything you guys do. I know you guys enjoy coming to work. I wish it was me every day coming to work there.
Yeah.
Driving through a hailstorm, going to work, and having to get out there and go golfing with Joe and watch him, But anyway, I appreciate you guys, man. And was that Dom behind the glass?
It is.
It is. Dom, I tweet you all the time, man. I'm Challenge 1970. Thanks for your great tweets out there, too, buddy.
Nick, thanks, man. And by the way, after that singing performance, you're going to Hollywood. That was great.
Nick Got Talent.
All right, listen, what's going? We'll go. If I go to Voice Got Talent, or what's that called? What's that show called?
America's Got Talent, or The Voice.
American Idol.
Yeah, Idol is what Dom loves.
Dom can be my protection agent and also be my promoter. You got it, buddy.
We got you, Nick. Appreciate it, man. That was unreal. We just had to let that play out. That has to get cut and put on social.
It's getting cut. Word. That was very, very well done. The Luke Weaver thing, brilliant.
I didn't know how long I wanted to let that go on for, but Nick in Sacramento is a very frequent caller. I've messaged him back and forth on social media about the games and stuff like that. Oh my, that was funny.
Great for talk radio, my man.
Indeed. George is in Ross. What's up, George?
He just did that on Starkey's show.
Yeah, I mean, I have no words to describe what just happened. Do you have any words to describe the Pirates?
Putrid.
That's a word.
That's a good word.
Yeah.
Here's my question is, why doesn't their managers ever take a gamble? Like, they have no risk reward.
Yeah, they're not aggressive. They're not aggressive.
They have no risk reward whatsoever. And they're not going to get any players that are going to be valuable. And they're never going to.
Yeah.
Here's another thing. The Utils of enjoyment. Here's one. I learned this. I knew you went to Westminster, but I went to Clarion.
I went to Waynesburg. I did not go to Westminster.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're thinking of Mackey, George. Are you thinking of Jason Mackey?
Yeah, you're shorter, right?
I am shorter, yes. He's like 6'2".
Okay,
I'm not short, though. Starkey makes me out to be like I'm 5'4" and 100 pounds. I'm 5'10", pushing 5'11". Somebody told me that I look taller the other day. Like, people keep telling me that I look taller. Maybe I'm 5'11". Maybe I have to remeasure myself, George. But I'm not a short person. Like, I'm not 5'2".
I think a mustache makes you look shorter, right?
I think it makes me look older, and maybe that makes me look taller. But continue.
You can get older women.
Continue.
All right. Anyway, years of enjoyment. Like, I really enjoyed watching the Pirates, but you know what that means? Like, what value you put on in your life. Like, maybe you'll watch a movie versus watching the Pirates because it brings you more happiness.
Do you have a movie recommendation for me, George?
I'll be honest with you, I don't watch many movies.
So why would you recommend watching a movie if you don't even watch movies?
Just as a comparison.
Is this George and Ross, or is this Harry and Westview disguised as George and Ross?
It could be both.
I think it is. Hello, Harry. I knew who. Come on, Harry. I know who you are.
I know, but is it fun to watch the Pirates anymore?
Not at the moment. No, Harry, it's not. At the moment.
Well, why doesn't our owner think like that? Why doesn't he take a risk? Why doesn't he make it better for all of us?
I mean, he should. Like, the reason why I watch baseball is because I love the sport, and I guess I love just the pain that is induced on me and watching it at this moment. I don't know, but I mean,
why is one guy crapping on your dream?
On my Dream Weaver.
Like one guy, on your Dream Weaver. Do you like one guy nutting, crapping on your dream? That's what it feels like.
I want to see the general manager go out there and make a move, and Harry, I appreciate it as always, where it just changes the culture. And I mean, I think the culture ultimately is good, but the culture of what's become over the last week, which has been you've lost 7 of your last 10. You're on a 4-game losing streak. You are right now in the doldrums of vibes, emotions, feel. You're not in a good place, and you have to be able to rebuild that. Josh is in Oil City. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, buddy.
I think Ben needs to go out and just make a big splash with Luke Weaver so we can have Dream Weaver and then Mason Miller, because the prospects, we can get some to replace down the road when we trade schemes. Hopefully in a couple of years, there's not going to be baseball next year probably.
Yeah.
So just go all out and get it done.
Yeah, I see the thing about Miller, too. Appreciate it, Josh. Like, do people really think it's worth trading for Mason Miller right now? Like, look, the Padres are ahead of you. I don't think San Diego, they've won 7 of their last 10. While you've lost 7 of your last 10, they've won 7 of their last 10. They're on a little bit of a roll. Philadelphia's in a free fall. They've lost 4 in a row. Diamondbacks have won 3 in a row. They've vaulted to the number 2 wild card spot. They're 6 over. You're currently a game under. You're in a bad place, and I don't think trading for Mason Miller fixes all your problems, especially with O'Hearn out now. You probably need a right-handed bat that can play first and that can DH for you. Hell, you clearly don't have enough right-handed bats against left-handed starting pitchers. Like, look at what happened. I mean, their record against left-handed starters speaks for itself, and we're going to get to that. But they're now 14 games back in the division, which is hard to believe. And they're also just horrendously bad against the NL East. And they're going to be playing the Marlins and the Mets coming up. They're 9-17 against the NL East, which is like not a great division. Like, they're good. Like the Nats they split with. I think they ended up winning, I think it was 4 out of 7. The Mets, of course, they lost 2 out of 3 at the start of the year. Philly swept them in Pittsburgh, and then they split the 4-game. The Braves just pushed them around in 2 different series. Miami took 2 out of 3 from them. Let's go to Greg in Harmony. Hi, Greg.
Hey, from my perspective, the Pirate woes all circle back to nutting, because having a contending team might cut into his profits. And consequently, he hasn't empowered Sherrington to supplement the team with impactful talent, because it might negatively impact his finances.
Well, Greg, I'll let you finish. This is the most they've ever spent on a roster. They made the Brandon Lowe trade. They gave Ryan O'Hearn one of the biggest free agent contracts.
They should have made some alterations earlier this season.
I agree.
They pissed away so many games. But Nutting has an incompetent GM who's been retained because he gave him a contract and he will not pay it off to go away and lose money. And personally, at this point, I don't trust Sherrington to make any good rational deal. I don't think he's competent. And their organizational pitching philosophy is pathetic. and it's also aimed at saving money, and it's impaired Kelly's ability to make good, rational pitching decisions.
How do you think it's aimed at saving money, Greg?
Because they're trying to have these guys go with the pitch count and everything, and it's shortening the amount of time that they pitch because they're looking at trying to keep them on the roster longer so they don't have to invest in additional pitchers.
Right, but they're not paid per pitch or anything like that.
No, I understand that, but they're trying to preserve their longevity, okay, instead of letting them go a little longer. If these starters could get to the 7th inning, which should be the goal, all right, not the pitch count, get 7 innings, all right, they should have been good. All right, but they retained, and they should have had Gene Lamont as the bench coach if they really wanted to be contenders. Have him babysit Kelly because Kelly makes so many decisions that are unbelievably poor. It's horrendous.
Yeah, I would have kept Lamont.
They should have addressed their problems months ago. They didn't because Nutting doesn't care, and consequently, at this point, neither do I. The only good thing about Nutting is he's saving me money because I won't pay to go to a game. It's Steeler time now, so forget the Pirates.
People are really turning the page right now. Thanks, Greg. That's unfortunate. It really is. But, they don't have anybody to blame but the fact that they haven't made enough moves. They haven't gone out there and have been aggressive enough. And some of the moves over the last week, people, I think, the fact that they haven't done anything to address the bullpen other than Ron Marinaccio, where if I gave Dom a spelling bee test, he probably wouldn't be able to spell his last name. I don't think most fans would be able to do so. That wasn't a point towards you, Dom. That was a point towards just Ron Marinaccio. Who is this guy? They brought in Brandon Isert. Yeah, he really fixed the problem. He's in AAA now. They've brought up starters that they've tried to convert into relievers that it just hasn't worked out for. Wilbur Dotel, another example. Hunter Barco at the start of the year. They've done the same with Antoine Kelly. It worked for a game for Christian Curtis, but it never worked for it didn't work for Barco at all. You can't replicate the same success always that you had with Ashcraft and Bubba Chandler out of the bullpen at first and then into the starting rotation. And I wouldn't even say that Chandler's been a success story for them this year. He hasn't been. He's more than just basically And Braxton Ashcraft first half was great now recently. He's not been good. Braxton Ashcraft, you might find this crazy to think about because now he's got an ERA over 4. It's at 4.05. Braxton Ashcraft over his last 7 games has an ERA of 5.73. 37 and 2/3 innings. He's given up 41 hits, 24 earned runs. The walks are up. He's at 11 and he struck out 45. The whip is at 1.38. His last 3 starts, 5 runs against Milwaukee over 5. 7 runs over 3 against the Yankees, 4 runs over 6 against the Cubs. Roman is back in the area. No longer in Florida, Roman.
Yeah, I'm back here in Pittsburgh.
You're back. How was Florida?
It was really fun.
Nice, man. What's on your mind today? What are you thinking about the Pirates? How do you feel?
It's just not good. Our bullpen's terrible.
Yeah. What do you think is Paul Skeens? When you watch Paul Skeens, what's the first thing that comes into Roman's mind?
I think he's still a good pitcher, but he's not what he was last year or the year before.
No, he's not. Are you going to any games soon, Roman?
Probably. I'll probably go to one before my school starts.
Yeah, you should go against the Red Sox. That should be fun.
Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Good talking to you. Talk to you again soon. Hope the baseball turns in the right direction for you. At 412-928-9370. Richard is in the North Hills. Hi, Richard.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay.
Hey, I've been following this team for 60 years, so do the math. I'm the last guy that should be saying wait till next year.
Yeah.
But the stick a fork in them this year. They're done this year. There is nothing you can do at the trade deadline that's going to fix this team this year. Any moves that they consider making, and I don't have a lot of faith in the GM, but any moves that they consider making should be geared to improving the roster for 27 or 28. You can't fix this year. There's too many bats that are hurt, and the pitching sucks. You got to look for guys that you're going to have for the next couple years. You still got a chance to have a pretty decent team next year. You got O'Hearn coming back. You got Griffin. You got Valdez, Cruz, who knows if they keep him or not.
Right.
But you got a decent chance to have a team next year. Don't screw it up here at the trade deadline. I'm open to trading Skeens if he still has a lot of value to a contender. What good, a guy that's going to pitch every 5 days and pitching like crap right now anyway, but even if he turns it around, he's helping you every 5th day.
Well,
if you can get a bunch for him right now, I would do it.
That's why I don't think there's a chance that they would trade him right now, Richard, and I appreciate the call, just because that the value has gotten to be low. Now, the value of Paul Skeens, I think, will be high and will be high for a long time. Like, I'm not writing him off as just a 2-season wonder and he becomes an average pitcher for the rest of his career. Maybe he will if he doesn't go back to throwing 99, 100 miles an hour again. And if the breaking pitches don't go back to what they were. But, man, if you trade him now, I mean, we were talking about Juan Soto packages, and yeah, there's still 3 years of control after this year, too. Like, teams will be foaming at the mouth to take Paul Skeens on, but I don't think you're getting that king's ransom right now. You still get a very, very, very good return, but I don't think you're getting that king's ransom, highest value possible for Skeens that you would have been able, that, you could get in the offseason right now, just because he's not pitching well. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Tonight, cloudy all day and a high of 83, a low of 73. And tomorrow, rain all day with a high of 79 degrees. We're going to get back to your calls after we talk to Alex Stump at the top of the hour at 412-928-9370. See some very familiar names. Anthony in Oakland, Brett in the South Side, Nick in the car, Joe in Orlando, Mike in Erie. We will get to all of you after we talk to Alex Stump. What is the vibe like? What are the thoughts and feelings for this team at the moment? Can they respond? Can they bounce back? Or is this the beginning of the end for your 2026 Pirates? We ask Alex next. Austin Bechtold with you on a Saturday afternoon on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, the Pirates play the Reds again tonight, 6:40. Buccos have lost 4 straight games, 7 of their last 9. They're 2.5 games back of a wild card spot, so tonight's important. They're sending Braxton Ashcraft out to the mound, and you can listen to it all right here on The Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The perfect show for your drive home. The Foley and Muller Show. The PM Team. Weekdays 2 to 6. The perfect way to cap off your workday. And the latest in Pittsburgh sports. Here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Citizens is your live entertainment partner in Pittsburgh. Cardholders get access to pre-sale tickets and skip the line entry at 2 of Pittsburgh's hottest venues. Shouldn't you have the debit or credit card that offers exclusive perks? Elevate your concert-going experience at the brand new Citizens Live at the Wiley or the recently renovated Roxy Theater presented by Citizens. Learn more at citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Again, that's citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Member FDIC.
It's a song about award-winning chefs. Yes, chef. And why they choose Duke's Mayo. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive and you could lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julie and Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Life changing is happening every day at UPMC.
With the work that we do here at UPMC and Environmental Services, we are here to make everyone's work possible. With cleaning an operating room and keeping it sterile, it's not just one person, it's 5, 6 of us coming into the room, being part of the environmental services that keeps the hospital clean and up and running. It's a beautiful thing.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
We are Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, we drink local. We drink Iron City beer since 1861. Cold, smooth, crafted for generations. For more than 160 years, Iron City Beer has been part of the city we call home. Have you tried Pittsburgh's beer lately? Iron City Beer. Start with the original. Since 1861.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with fan headlines. Pirates at Reds tonight, 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft will start for Pittsburgh, going up against Andrew Abbott of Cincinnati. Buccos currently 2.5 games back of an NL wildcard spot. So tonight's kind of important, City Limits, and you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekend.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
If Nick Gonzalez does what every third baseman's ever done forever and just throw the ball to first base, the inning ends and we're tied. Instead, now the Reds have an 8-7 lead.
Yeah, and that ended up being the final. 8-7. Pirates have lost 4 in a row. 7 of their last 10. They are 2.5 back in the wild card race, but they're now a game under 500. They will face a left-handed pitcher today that they are notoriously bad against. Only the New York Mets and the entire National League have fewer wins against left-handed pitching than the Pirates. They're 8-21. The Pirates are 9-23. Andrew Abbott, you would say probably the second best pitcher on the Red staff, and then you face their number one pitcher, Chase Burns, tomorrow. Gives you an uphill battle when you should have won the first 2 games of the series, because the next 2, it's going to be even more difficult. Alex Stump of Book Roll Bucks joins the show now. Love talking baseball with Alex. Well, Alex, I saw you tweet it, and the more and more I think about it, the more I believe it. Was yesterday, as you put it, rock bottom, or as I put it, the day the music died?
Man, it could be. I mean, there's still a lot of season to be had. Maybe they can rebound, but if this team ends up missing the playoffs, ends up finishing under 500, I think that's a pretty good game to circle and be like, yeah, that was probably the end of the road.
I mean, the fact that you lose Ryan O'Hearn from just a mentality standpoint, like how important is he to just the fabric and the backbone of what that clubhouse represents?
Oh, he's a huge part of it. I mean, this is something that they didn't really have in 2025. They didn't have that veteran clubhouse leader. He sets examples. He will say things whenever things need to be said. And, oh, yeah, he's a pretty darn good hitter on top of it all. And losing him is more than just losing OPS and RBI. You are losing one of the guys who really sets the pace in that clubhouse. It's got to be a lot harder path to get back to contention if he's not a part of it.
Does it seem like Oneil Cruz will be on track to come back in just about a week from now, and Spencer Horwitz maybe around the same timeline that can help mitigate that loss?
I mean, Cruz has been cleared for all baseball activities. I'm assuming there's going to be a rehab assignment at some point. So he's eligible to come off August 7th. The way they're talking, it sounds like he'd be activated around then or not too long after. We'll end up seeing. With Horwitz, with a concussion, it's always difficult to say. Haven't heard officially if he's doing what activities he's doing, if there's a rehab assignment planned right now. But yeah, I'm at a point right now that I feel a little more confident about when O'Neill's coming back.
All right, Alex, back to last night. What was it like from what you were able to view just overall that Nick Gonzalez was doing? Like, can you put it into perspective why Gonzalez went to second base on that play?
I mean, I don't want to put words in Nick's mouth, but that is a very natural from second base to first base angle and throw.
Yeah.
That's what that is. And he's playing third base. And we can say, yeah, he should have gone to first base. And yeah, he probably should have gone to first base. But you're in a spot where you can't screw up, and that's a throw that you've made a whole lot more often than you have, thrown across the diamond. So I'm not excusing it. I'm not demonizing the decision either. It just looked like something that would happen whenever you have a second baseman play third base.
Me and Starkey and Pomp were texting back and forth last night watching the game, and they took the lead up by a run and then up by 2 runs. And I think it was interesting that Joe made the point to text us, it'll just be excruciatingly bad to find out how they blow this one. Do you think that loss in just the way that they lost the game is one that will change Ben Cherington's mind on what he's going to do on Monday and what he's going to do today and tomorrow?
See, I think their path is pretty much set on what they're going to end up doing. I don't see them pivoting to being sellers. One of the big reasons is, what do they really have to sell? I mean, it's Brandon Lau and Gregory Soto on the expiring deals. Everyone else is under team control. You're not really motivated to move anyone. So, yeah, maybe you could get a decent prospect back for Lau, but at just the stress of this season being, making the postseason period full stop, to borrow Travis Williams' words, I think you got to at least roll with what you have. This isn't the time to sell. This is a time, I think, just where Ben Cherington is with his tenure with the organization, with how long it's been since winning. I don't know how this offense gets better next year. and this rotation still has this high upside. I think you have to explore that and honor the team and make additions to try to make a run now.
Well, Alex, as we're speaking right now, they just made a move with the Yankees.
Hang on, let me see this.
Camilo Doval from New York has been acquired, according to Jeff Passan, as of about 30 seconds ago, from the Yankees in exchange for 2 prospects. So this season, Doval has a 4.54 ERA in 44 games. That really inspires confidence. 39 and 2/3 innings, 39 strikeouts, so pretty much even strikeouts per inning. A 250 opponent average. Last year, 214 opponent average. Had an ERA 3.58 between the Yankees and San Francisco. So that's what they just traded for in exchange for 2 prospects.
Yeah, well, we're going to see who those 2 prospects are right now. One thing I'm going to bring up with Doval, against left-handed hitting, 360 batting average allowed, OPS of 999.
999?
999. And I can tell you right off that, yeah, he probably can make this bullpen better because this is such a low bar, but they need a right-hander who could get lefties out. And I don't know if this scratches that itch. That said, there's some stuff there. There's some potential here. I could see why they would target him, but it just doesn't scratch what they need out of this bullpen.
He does have an ERA of 3 over his last 15 games, but if the Yankees, who are in the race right now and are going to make the playoffs and try to do damage in the playoffs, are trading off a reliever, you would imagine that there's a reason that they're doing that. The 999. That's crazy. That's like what you'd see like from one of those infomercials on TV. This can be yours. This Frisbee or this incredible garden hose can be yours for $9.99 plus shipping and handling.
What else are they going to get for free?
Yeah. What else can you? I mean, Ron Marinaccio they got for what, international bonus money? That and player to be named later might be the 2 most popular things they trade at this deadline.
There you go. That's international bonus pool money is the. Just pay separate shipping and handling.
And processing. All right, Alex Stump with us from Book Rule Bucks. Well, it's a simple question that does not have a simple answer whatsoever. What's wrong with Paul Skeens?
You know, if I knew the answer for sure, I think it would already be implemented. I think if anyone knew for sure, they'd be doing it. The fastball velo's down. I don't know if he's fully in his mechanics like he has been in years past. It's long past concerning, I think, at this point. Like, just the drop in velocity, the rising ERA. I know for a while he still had some really good peripherals. The peripherals on the season are still better than the actual results. So maybe he's a tad unlucky, but he's just not pitching like we saw the last 2 years. And I just go to the setup, how he's delivering the ball. What is he doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, this is now 5 games in a row that 2 games in a row that he's given up 5 runs in back-to-back outings. His fastball velocity is significantly down. Like, I'm sorry, Alex, that's something that I look at and I think he's hurt. Or I think that he has significantly changed his delivery or mentality, whether that's a Bill Murphy thing, whether that's Oscar Marin was the pitching coach and he didn't like Oscar Marin telling him to throw 100 miles an hour or something. I don't know what to put my finger on as the true reasoning, but I don't understand at this point why he doesn't just try to go back to throwing 99 or 100 again and going back to his old arm slot. Is it that simple? Can it be that simple?
I mean, I don't think it's an arm slot thing, and I don't think it's as simple as waking up and being like, I'm going to throw 100 today. I think it's just the positioning that he's putting his body in. Maybe there was some conditioning coming into the year. He did have a giant spike in innings last year through 6 months for the first time of his life. Maybe that has lingering effects into the next year. There's a lot still to be found out. The only reason why I don't think it's an injury is this organization would be so careful with him if it was. Yeah. Like, if they really thought that it was something that was going to jeopardize his future, they would shut him down. So for that reason, I don't think it's an injury thing. I think it's a mechanical thing.
From your understanding of the impact and just the level of what's the best way to phrase this? The way that Oscar Marin handled a pitching staff, whether it was information or just his overall philosophy. How much different, from your understanding, is that from what Bill Murphy does and how he operates?
I mean, every pitching coach is going to be a little different. It seems like Murphy might be giving them a little more free range, in terms of prep, how they attack. But it's hard to say exactly for it. Look, it was an interesting decision, this offseason, and it was player-driven, and the organization wanted to do what the players were requesting, but it hasn't really – the staff isn't better this year than it was last year, and I think that's pretty irrefutable right now.
When you look at the way that the pitching staff is just going overall with Skeens obviously struggling, the Braxton Ashcraft last 7 outings have resulted in an ERA that is pushing 6. Mitch Keller has been up and down. If they are going to stick in this, do they desperately need a starting pitcher?
I don't know desperately, but it's definitely something I'm intrigued in. Like, I don't need to make a big splash here, but, like, Jeffrey Springs, in my opinion, has very, very similar peripherals and makeup to Foster Griffin, who's one of the biggest starters out there right now. Like, I kind of view that as like an AJ or a J.A. Happ type bargain right there. They don't really want to move Braxton Ashcraft to the bullpen. They want to roll with these 5 guys, but they have to be mindful with innings. They have to be mindful with workload. I think a starting pitcher look, if I'm only adding one thing to this team, it's relievers, but second would probably be a starter for me.
Do you think that somebody like Murph Gray or Edward Florentino could go in any type of deal now, or would they, because they're under 500 now, be any bit more conservative to trade one of those two?
I would say Murph probably is more likely out of the two. Like, Florentino is someone that the organization, I mean, even before he broke out last year, they were really high on him. And then he, emerges as a top 100 prospect, and probably is still on the rise. Even if this year has been a little bit of up and down, like, he has some serious high potential. Look, I guess nobody is really off the table right now, but I would say that it's more likely that not Florentino stays with the organization.
Let's say that by the deadline they need to add 3 relievers. Like, ideally, that's what they do. Do you think they can still add 2 more guys after acquiring Doval? Or they're going to?
Still waiting to see what the prospect, what they gave up to acquire Doval here. But, I mean, they should have the prospects, the financial flexibility, everything that goes into, being able to add some more to this bullpen. And this bullpen does need additions to it still. Very interested to see what they get across here.
Return is in from Joel Sherman. It's Luis Cruz and Omar Alfonso that are going back to the Yankees in the deal. And this trade update is brought to you by our friends at Globe Airport Parking. So that's the return, Alex. We will just your immediate thoughts on that, and then we'll leave you to it.
I'm sorry, Omar Alfonso and who?
Omar Alfonso and Luis Cruz is the return.
Okay. Alfonso, I think, has potential to be a major leaguer, but, catching is kind of deep right now. He'd have to be added to the Rule 5 or protected from Rule 5. That's a fine move. Luis Cruz doesn't really move the needle a whole lot for me in either way. This has upside as a deal, I would say.
Alex, appreciate the time as always. We'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me.
That's Alex Stump, Book Roll Bucks, North Shore 9. Live, breaking down a trade. So the Pirates have made a move. They have acquired Camilo Doval from the New York Yankees. So when we look at Doval and break him down just a little bit more, and this update is brought to you by our friends at Globe Airport Parking. All the trade coverage here on 93.7 The Fan this week brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Doval, with his contract, signed for next year as well. So they wanted to be able to find somebody with added years of control. They've done that with Doval, and they trade 2 prospects to do it. Cruz, not that much of a prospect, He is not on the Pirates' top 30 prospects list, according to MLB Pipeline. He is somebody who is really not, he's a very young player, just 18 years old. He's a lottery ticket. He's basically like what the Pirates got back in the Tony Watson deal with O'Neal Cruz. Now, not saying that Luis Cruz has the same amount of upside, 50 at-bats, 8 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .300 with 15 hits, no home runs. Just 18 years old, signed as an international free agent. And last year in 39 games didn't hit a home run either. He's been in the Pirates organization since 2025. So that's more of a lottery ticket. I think the bigger return here is Omar Alfonso, where the Pirates are very strong in their catching depth. Obviously, Rafael Flores, who they got from the Yankees, so that was in the Bednar trade. They make another deal with the Yankees for a reliever, and it involves a catcher. Omar Alfonso, who's 22 years old, is a left-handed bat, does have some power. This year, between Bradenton and Altoona, hitting .238, and Altoona this year, that was just one game in Bradenton on a rehab. So he's hitting .239 in Altoona, has 9 home runs, 35 RBIs, 29 walks, 73 strikeouts, is also doubled 10 times. So that is who the Pirates are giving up. Their number 17 prospect and an 18-year-old that is currently playing for the DSL Pirates in the Dominican Summer League. So not much to be able to get Doval, but it's not like Doval is that great of a player. Over his last 7 games, and you want to talk about just inviting more people to the walk party? Not the block party that you throw, Dom and Shaler, but the walk party? Well, Camilo Doval this year has walked 18 guys in 19 innings. He's walked 8 over his last 7 innings and 7 hits over his last 7 innings as well. He does have a 2.57 ERA somehow in that span. It's a 3.58 ERA over his last 30 games. Does have an additional year of control, but he walks a lot of guys. 14 over his last 15 innings, 13 hits spun in there as well. He strikes out a solid amount of guys too. Does have save experience. He was the closer for San Francisco in 22, 23, and 24. Also with 15 saves for San Francisco in 25 before he was traded to the Yankees, and just did not perform that well with New York. Maybe it was just the big bright lights of Yankee Stadium and playing for the Yankees. Some players just aren't able to handle it. He did have 10 holds last year, 7 with San Francisco and 3 with the Yankees. Had 4 this year. He did have 1 save with the Yankees, but 1 save and 5 opportunities this year with the Yankees. Just not good. Over the course of his career, 109 total saves and 138 opportunities. 27, 39, 23 in 3 consecutive years with San Francisco, with ERAs of 2.53, 2.93, 4.88 in 2024. So, unfortunately, this is not a reliever that they are acquiring that has a proven track record this season. Even last season, even the season before that. I mean, he did have a 3.58 in 25, but it's not like this is not Luke Weaver, who has allowed 1 run since May. This is not Brazoban, who has an ERA with the Mets of right in the 2.7s. This is not a reliever that comes in and makes a difference when he waves to the bullpen, when he immediately walks into the clubhouse, or when he walks out the clubhouse or walks out the bullpen gate, walks out the door at the bullpen to take the field, is going to be having any light shows or big display on the video board like Dennis Santana did with fire coming out of the scoreboard and music blaring, or Tony Watson, Mark Melancon, any of those type of fun intros. David Bednar with Renegade. He's not a type of pitcher, at least hasn't been over the last couple of years, that is worthy of that. This is the Pirates once again just hoping for a bounce back. Hey, let's give him a change of scenery and hope that it works out. This is not a needle mover. This is not a trade that makes me feel better, or at least that much better about their position. Alex gave you the numbers of what he does against left-handed pitching, or left-handed hitters, as a right-handed pitcher. Against lefties, Doval has given up a batting average of .360 in a 218 whip against righties in 22 and a third innings, 143 opponent average, and an 059 whip. That's pretty good. But against lefties, he's basically Ron Marinaccio or Dennis Santana. Let's talk to Brett in the South Side. Hi, Brett.
Hey, Lemons, how you doing?
Hey, Brett. Well, I'm okay. That trade didn't really make me feel any better.
No. Thanks for taking my call, and I won't break the FCC airwaves with this.
Please tell.
But give me a little latitude with this one, because I got a lot of takes. So let me be the Eric Gagne, the bullpen, or the Charlie Sheen Major League.
All right, Wild Thing.
And give you the fans' take on this situation. Look, if I was Steinbrenner, I would be like, Costanza, I got the calzone. We got Bednar. We gave up chicken noodle soup. And as Pirate fans, what I'm saying is no soup for you. Look, we've got this Ozuna cat who's like the guy from Major League who's praying to some mystical force in his locker, and he can't hit anything even though he dances to the plate every day. We got a guy that hits, fifth or sixth in the league with Rodriguez, but he can't field and can't throw. Why don't we put Rodriguez in the DH? And for God's sake, I don't know what's going on with Skeens, but he'll get it together. He just got married last year. Let's give him a pass for 1 year.
Well, hold on. Paul Skeens is not married?
Oh, he's not married, but he's got a girlfriend. But and good for him. But what I'm saying is, we got all these guys out. We got Cruz out, Griffin out. Who's the other one that's been out?
Horwitz is out. Horwitz should be back sometime this week, you'd think.
Trade Eddie Vedder. Okay, he's the only one with a bat flip with a little bit of a alpha male persona on the team. Remember the other day when I called in and I said, look, we're missing something. Like, they threw up in on Valdez, and I said to Pomp, I said he didn't do it on purpose, but what I didn't like was nobody responded.
Yeah.
But you know what happened the next night, right? And I didn't call back in the next day because I was working, I was tired. But we had our reliever, what's his name, Soto. He hit the guy with 97-mile-an-hour fastball and swung him back because he had second base open, and it worked out. Because they got out of that inning. That wasn't what screwed them. It was the next one. This team is good. I've been in Pittsburgh since 2008. I've never been more excited about a team. They don't need to blow it up.
You're still excited about this team, Brett?
I am a little bit because I like the guts. I like the guts that they have.
They're under 500 now. What guts are they showing recently?
Well,
they've lost 7 of their last 10.
Well, when you take Ben and AB and Le'Veon Bell out of the lineup, which is what they've lost 3 of their top players to injury.
Yeah, but Brett, they still have Brian Reynolds, who's their highest paid player, and Brandon Lau, and Esmeralda Valdez, who's hitting like Albert Pujols in prime Shohei Ohtani at times.
Well, you're right, but you know who their weak spots are? Is what's the guy's name that bats DH, can't hit anything?
Marcell Ozuna.
We're paying him $12 million. We got the guy that's hitting like crazy, but he can't field. He just cost us a game.
Yeah, Gonzalez.
So it's not like go back 3 years, right? We have a little more hope right now. Let's not throw it on the players as much. I think they do need, raising the coach.
Wait, hold on, time out. Why can't you throw it on the players right now, Brett? The players are the ones that were costing them the games. The bad bullpen that can't get the job done.
Yeah,
Nick Gonzalez throwing the ball away. 2 errors on Brandon Lau in the game on Tuesday night. Like, the players also deserve a ton of blame for this. You can blame the general manager for as much as possible.
No,
Same thing with the manager.
I'm not getting on Kelly. I'm not getting on Kelly.
I'm talking about the general manager more so than Kelly. I'm blaming the general manager more than I'm blaming Kelly.
Absolutely, because of the situation. But listen, I know you're a sports fan, and I know that you understand what I'm saying. Look, if we're playing basketball and our point guard and our star forward's out, we've got a handicap, right?
Yeah.
So they've been fighting like heck with a handicap.
Yeah, but Brett, other teams have injuries too. You have to who responds the best? Who bounces back once they get, knocked down, and who stands back up again and gets back into the fight? And right now, they're not getting back into it. They're not the boxer that is, they need a sparring partner, as Mike Tomlin would say. They're not getting back up.
Well, now you're getting me back into one of my other rants when I said Rodgers is not Rocky.
He hasn't won a Super Bowl since 2010, Brett.
Exactly, man. That's what I'm saying. They need somebody with the alpha male. And look, get in somebody's face. Like if something happens, where's that tough guy on the team?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, Brett. Always good to hear from you.
You guys even made my point the other day when you said, look, why doesn't he come out of the dugout? He gets thrown out of the game, but he throws his gum down and this and that. You know what I'm saying? It's all good to raise the cone and get excited when everything's going good. But where are the people that are? Where is the person? I think it's Horowitz is probably the only one on the team I've seen with that. With the alpha male mentality of we're going to fight you. But Soto hit the guy in the back after I said something, but somebody should respond.
Well, that's another problem. Thanks, Brett. I think it's O'Hearn. I think Ryan O'Hearn was that guy. And now you're out, O'Hearn. Who knows how long? I mean, who knows how bad that injury is going to be? That might be a hamstring tear. It might be a pull. He might be out 3 weeks. He might be out a month. He might be out 2 months. He might be out the rest of the season. We don't know how bad that was for Ryan O'Hearn. You can hope that it was like when Brandon Lau fouled that ball off his kneecap and everyone thought, oh, dang it, Brandon Lau's going to be out for 2 months, and he was back within the week. But I don't think so. I mean, even one of the broadcasters, I think it was Greg Brown on TV last night, said it seemed like O'Hearn muttered something popped. That's an injury that's going to cost you at least a month, and depends on how severe it is. Is it a muscle strain? Is it a tear? I mean, the way that O'Hearn was muscling it down the line and the way that he was just grimacing at first base, that looks like a really bad injury for a strong player, a tough player, an emotional leader, a backbone to your team that you're going to lose. I mean, I compared him earlier this year to Russell Martin, somebody who was an impactful free agent signing, 2-year deal, means more to the clubhouse than any of us can imagine, is clutch, comes up with big hits, is somebody who plays consistent defense for you, and just is really gives you something that you really don't understand and can explain, is just the perfect fit on a team. He just works. He represents what the city is about, what the team is about, and what it's going to take for a team to take the next step. And Ryan O'Hearn's that player. If they don't have him, it's going to make it all the more difficult for them to get to the playoffs. 412-928-9370. We'll continue to take your calls next. Top of the hour, Colin Beasley. He will be talking to us right before he goes into the clubhouse for Pirates and Reds. Game 3. Austin Bechtel with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates have made a trade. The Yankees are trading Camilo Doval to the Pirates in return for Omar Alfonso and Luis Cruz. Alfonso is the Pirates' number 17 prospect, while Cruz is unranked. Meanwhile, Doval, who is coming to Pittsburgh, will be an unrestricted free agent in 2028. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Need a garage door fixed right now? Need someone to fix the opener or repair broken door springs? Maybe you need new rollers or cables. Door panels may be damaged. Maybe you think you need a new garage door. You need someone, and now call 1-844-345-4737 for Precision Garage Door Service. One of America's largest certified professional garage door experts has trucks fully stocked and ready to roll. Call 1-844-345-4737 for 24-hour same-day service in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas to fix any garage door problem. Precision will dispatch certified professional garage door technicians. They'll repair or replace anything on your garage door economically, no waiting. And if you do need a new garage door, Precision will provide a free estimate. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com or call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Credit cards are accepted. Precision Garage Door Service.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
When the summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick. Backed by 40 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime on materials and labor guaranteed. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
These 13 games were probably some of the most important.
But Steve, what a familiar
games.
place. What a familiar place. What a comfortable chair in which we sit.
Exactly. You know,
what can I get started for you?
over the last decade. Hold on 1 second, Dan. Give me.
What was that? Are you in the drive-thru?
Classics for that. Yeah, I am. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm trying to get my. Trying to get my son thing. But Dan, where we are.
Where are you at? Hold on a sec. Give me a second. Where are you at? Are you stress eating right now?
No, I'm trying to get it for my son. I'm just trying to get it for him.
Where are you?
Wendy's at Latrobe.
Wendy's. What are you getting?
Two big bacon classics.
Can you order me a therapy Frosty?
I don't know if they have that, dude, but I'm telling you.
Well, no, it's just for eat it on my behalf. You need something. You need something to soothe the pain. Find comfort in food. Stress eat, if you would, for me, please.
What an electric post-game show it was last night. With that caller there at the Wendy's drive-thru. On the phone with Dan. Dom, you put that out there on social media yesterday. I thought it was brilliant work by you. Tip of the cap, because that's how people are feeling. They need a Frosty to make things better. They need some ice cream. Maybe they need some Pages to, I might go to Pages after the show today and have a milkshake. I always get the classic large chocolate milkshake.
You're a milkshake guy.
I love milkshakes.
Whoa. You're the type of guy that you go to an ice cream shop.
Yep.
And you get a milkshake?
The milkshakes at Pages are incredibly great.
Bad job by you.
I do like getting ice cream. Like if I go to, there's a place at Geneva called Whip and Dip.
I'm sorry?
Called Whip and Dip.
Okay.
That's the name of it. Whip and Dip ice cream.
Right.
And I always get the large Oreo flurry. And sometimes a small Oreo flurry.
I'm big on the flurry. I like a good sundae.
And I like a good soft serve chocolate cone.
Chocolate cone?
Yeah.
Like just a straight chocolate cone?
A soft serve ice cream cone, yes.
Yeah, see, that's too boring for me. If I'm making a special trip to get ice cream, and Pages might be one of every place I've ever been to, see, I want to get something, special, something different. I can get a milkshake anywhere. But Pages, I can get a...
Places like Pages make milkshakes that are just better than some other places that make milkshakes.
All milkshakes are the same. Trust me on that.
That is not true.
No, trust me on that.
That is not true. Some are made with more love than others.
No, they're not.
And some are made, yes, and some, I don't know why or how, but some places milkshakes taste better than others.
It's all the same. It's ice cream, milk, and sugar mixed up.
Maybe it's the type of ice cream that they have.
No. If I brought in
not
three
everyone
different
is using the
milkshakes-
same generic ice cream from the same place. Maybe they get it from like a farm.
Yeah, but it's all
farm
mixed
or
up.
something.
But it's mixed up. So if I brought in
That
three
doesn't make it
milkshakes
the
from different
same.
places, you couldn't tell the difference.
I disagree with that.
I'm telling you, you couldn't.
I think we should go to the test and do this.
Great. You let me know when.
There are
you
a
will
lot
not be able to know the
There
difference.
are a lot of wonderful local ice cream shops around here that I'm sure that we can make that happen.
Great. And their ice cream, you could tell the difference, and their ice cream is great. Milkshakes, all the same.
So how is ice cream the same but milkshakes are different?
Because
They're the
ice cream
same
is standalone.
concept.
No, it's not. Ice cream is standalone, right? But when you put it in a milkshake, it's blended up with milk and sugar and cream, whatever you make a milkshake. So it has the same consistency and the same
You're
taste.
adding more ingredients to the milkshake.
But
how does that make it the same?
Because the ingredients are the same for every milkshake. Ice cream is different.
The ingredients for ice cream when you have just a chocolate cone at one ice cream shop compared to a chocolate cone at a different ice cream shop, shouldn't that just be the same?
No,
By
because
your reasoning.
ice cream's different.
No,
But-
it's not.
Yes, it is.
Ice cream is in milkshake.
I know, but I'm saying it's also combined with other things. So it all
Milkshakes-
ends up coming together to taste the same.
No, it does not.
Yes, Austin, I'm telling you.
I don't understand how you can say that one ingredient, like let's say it's chocolate ice cream,
Okay.
is different when that is just one ingredient, okay? One ingredient. And you put it into a milkshake. I don't know how you could say that they are not the same concept. I don't
Because
I
Austin,
don't understand.
And listen, I'm a food expert. I
ice
watch Food
cream-
Network all the time.
How can you say that when you're adding more and more ingredients to something, that creates a larger margin for error for it to be different compared to what ice cream shop that you go to?
Listen,
yes,
it's simple
Texters,
math.
please help me out here. It is simple math.
It's simple math. You have a bunch of constants and one change. This might be science too. So when you combine all these constants in one change, the change is less noticeable because you have a bunch of constants. So
If
in the
I-
end, it's just you're drinking a vanilla milkshake.
If I get 3 scoops of vanilla on an ice cream cone,
okay,
and I get that at 3 different places, what makes you think that that is going to taste different than a milkshake?
Because
At
you
3
don't
different
have
places.
because it's not blended up and it's not combined with the other ingredients that are in a milkshake. It's simple math, Austin. If Dan
Dexter's-
Zangrilli's listening right now, bring in 3 different types of milkshakes you're choosing for Austin to try before the show's over. Thank you.
Texters are saying it. There is a difference in milkshakes.
Nah, they don't know what they're talking about.
But somebody else says, Beck told you are an idiot.
Now that guy knows what he's talking about.
Why? Calling me an idiot?
Yep. Listen, I
makes
love a
me-
milkshake as much as the next guy.
Very happy about how you feel about me, Dom.
No, you know I love you. I'm just saying. I love a good milkshake as much as the next guy. You cannot tell the difference from one milkshake to the other. You can't. Unless it is poorly made.
1,000% wrong. And I guarantee you, if we bring this to Craig, or I feel like we could get this sold too. We might have to We're going to have to ask some of our wonderful salespeople if we can make this happen.
Great.
Because I guarantee you that we can give you milkshakes from multiple different places, and you will 1,000% tell the difference. And if not, you're just lying to us.
No, I'm an honest broker. If I could tell the difference, I'd say I'm an honest broker.
I try to be the voice of reason.
You're not the voice of reason.
I think I can be the voice of reason.
You're not the voice of reason.
Yes, I am. I think I'm the voice of the people.
Listen, anybody who is as big of a Drew Aller fan as you are can't be the voice of the people.
You're a huge Caleb Williams fan that thought that the Steelers should trade multiple first-round picks for him, and that he was a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes.
He's the second best quarterback in football right now.
Behind who?
Joe Burrow.
What about Josh Allen?
Josh Allen, yeah, he struggles in the playoffs. I'd have him.
And what has Caleb Williams ever done in the playoffs other than get bailed out on fourth down play?
Won Chicago their first playoff game in 15 years and should have beaten the Rams with the best throw we've ever seen in playoff history.
Yeah, hasn't Josh Allen completely resurrected the franchise in Buffalo and has taken them as close to a Super Bowl as possible in the last 25 years?
He's done pretty good. He has a pretty good run game.
No, he's done pretty good.
He's done pretty good.
He's only carried an offense that has given him no help whatsoever.
Well, he got a head coach fired.
Yeah, his head coach wasn't very good.
Sean McDermott was a pretty damn good head football coach.
He's a good defensive coach, but not an offensive mind. Caleb Williams has everything handed to him on a silver platter. Ben Johnson,
what the hell
one of the best offensive minds available.
What are you talking about?
We will give you DJ Moore. We'll give you Rome Odunze. We'll give you another top-flight wide receiver. We'll give you 2 tight ends, including a first-round pick in Colston Loveland.
Yeah.
We'll give you a great running game with Swift and Monungai.
That's a great running game. That's a great running game.
That's a pretty good one, yeah.
He has a fine running game. He has a shaky offensive line and a shaky defense.
And he has an offensive coach that is a top 5 offensive mind in all of football.
Top 5 offensive mind in football?
Yes.
Ben Johnson's a top 5 offensive mind in football.
Did you see what he did with the Lions and what happened when he left the Lions? The Lions crumbled when Ben Johnson was gone.
Crumbled's harsh.
Crumble's harsh. Did they look nearly the same this past year? No, they did not.
They looked fine.
Yeah, they were elite when Ben Johnson was calling their offense.
I'll tell you what, Caleb Williams makes Ben Johnson look elite.
No,
trust me on that.
Ben Johnson makes Caleb Williams look like a starting NFL quarterback. Look what Caleb Williams was his first year in the NFL.
He was a rookie on a terrible team. He had the worst offensive line in football. If you could have one for the Steelers this year, Caleb Williams or Ben Johnson, who would you want?
Ben Johnson.
No. Oh my God, you wouldn't.
And I would want Ben Johnson to develop my next quarterback. Yes, I would.
Legitimately, might be the stupidest thing you've ever said.
Well,
I'm not kidding.
It's right up there with a bunch of things you've said.
You could have the second best quarterback in football, and yet you're taking a offensive coordinator
in football.
Well, he is. He just is.
Also, offensive minds: McVay, Shanahan,
sure,
Ben Johnson, in that order.
Number 3?
Ben Johnson is the number 3 offensive mind.
What about O'Connell in Minnesota?
He's good.
What about our boy Zach in Cincinnati?
Please.
Please.
He's carried by Joe Burrow. Mike is in Erie. What's up, mailman Mike?
Austin, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty well. I got some things accomplished today. So.
Oh, that's good.
For a 70-year-old old-timer like me, I feel happy. Hey, I got to ask, I know this is late asking.
Yeah.
But I heard you guys talking in the middle of the week about going to the Pirates game with the golfer from Latrobe.
We went with Stephen Latrobe. He's actually coming up next. He's on the line here. I'm going to put him on next. Yeah, we went to the game on Tuesday.
Fantastic. I got to thinking, and I know it's late, but the Curves in town in Erie next week, Tuesday through Saturday, and any of you fine folks who I've got like 7-8 passes.
Oh, nice. Mike, I'll have to check because I'm away Tuesday, and then I go away on Thursday to my big trip to Vermont.
Oh, great. Beautiful. My brother was just up in, I'm sorry.
Great
but
place.
Anyway, they're not luxury seats. They're, but a beautiful level. And, but I have to, they're vouchers. So I have to exchange them.
I got you.
So, but I know this is last minute. And, hey, I'm definitely planning for next year. I'm dead serious. I really mean it. See Murph Gray's up here now.
For sure, Mike. You got any pirate thoughts here? We're a little up against it.
I do. I'm sorry. Sure. I know you're limited.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, it's like the Pirates really now, and have been, in a 7-team division. You know what I'm going to say. The games amongst those 7 teams. And up to July 30th, I compiled these myself. The Pirates were last of those 7 teams playing against each other, naturally, at 13-20. And the Phillies were 17-8, and surprisingly, the Marlins were 18-12. The other thing, the bullpen. Again, I got time. I looked this up, and up to May, right around Memorial Day, the 25th May, the Pirates were 11-3 in games where the winning team scored less than 5. And I still remember last year, if we could only score 4 runs, we'd,
Yeah, they would have won like 60-plus games.
Exactly,
Just alone.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't want to, but that was last year. But seriously, since around Memorial Day, in those same type of games where the winning team has less than 5 runs, they're only 3-10. And I mean, to me, it's got to be, the pit. They're just not hitting in those low-scoring type games. And perhaps, I know their on-base or their runner's scoring position isn't bad, but I still, especially those couple games against Colorado back a month and a half ago, getting leaving the bases loaded in the ninth twice. But anyway,
those are good numbers, Mike.
Hey, I know you appreciate it because you're an educated guy, and I know you. And I'll leave it at that. Can I leave you quick with this? I know you got a guess.
Yes.
Dreamweaver 76. Gary Wright. He was in a band, Spooky Tooth. Prior to that,
Spooky Tooth.
Spooky Tooth was the name of the band, like 1970. Around the same time the James Gang came out. I was like 14.
Okay.
But anyhow, that summer of 76, my car got hit, and me and my girlfriend, Kathleen, who we married, and that's good. And
God love you.
Thank you, sir. She passed away 7 years ago, but I know she's okay. I'll leave it at that. But anyway, I'll leave you with this, though. I'm sorry. Is going to the drive-in in 1976 in a rental. It was a Pinto, and with the hatchback, those things that blew up. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Terrible history. But anyway, we were at the drive-in in a Pinto, and I remember that song being on. Best part is I was 20 years old. So.
Dreamweaver. Thanks, Mike. Talk to you soon.
Hey, all right. Appreciate your time, and I mean it about the game, so God
all right,
be
man.
with you.
I appreciate it. Take care.
All righty.
412-928-9370. Steve in Latrobe. We are going to hear from Steve, but we're up against it, and I want to talk to Steve because I know he has a lot to discuss. So we got 15 minutes with Colin Beasley coming up next. Then we're going to get back to you at 412-928-9370. But first, Joe in Pittsburgh wants to talk about ice cream.
Yeah. Hey,
hi, Joe.
I grew up in the Baldwin Carrick area, and you spent a lot of my youth.
You've been to Pages, Joe. You've been there.
Yeah, and Chuck, the father, before the kids became marketing geniuses, he explained to me that his ice cream had more butterfat in it than anybody else, and that's what made it taste so good.
Oh, that's a very interesting note.
Yeah, you spend too much time in these places. I could explain Permanis and the Waffle Houses to you, but I know you want to talk about sports, so I misspent a lot of my time in restaurants.
Well, Joe, I appreciate you passing along some information to us, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. That's Joe in Pittsburgh, just throwing out facts, I guess. I don't know if that's true or not. I can't corroborate that, but
Joe seems like he knew what he was talking about.
Joe seems like he spent a lot of time in restaurants. At least that's what he told us. So Colin Beasley is coming up in a matter of just 2 minutes. Matt, Rick, Joe, Steve, and Carson will be up right after we talk to Colin Beasley. He was in the clubhouse last night. What reaction did he see on the faces of the players? How bad was it? Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Also going to hit us up on the fan text line brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. How bad is this injury with Ryan O'Hearn? Also, Colin has dove in on the Camilo Doval deal, and we will discuss that coming up in a moment. Austin Bechtold with you. It's a Saturday afternoon on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Austin just said it. Pirates have made a deal. They are trading for Camilo Doval, a right-handed pitcher in New York. In return, they are sending to New York prospects Omar Alfonso and Luis Cruz. Meanwhile, tonight, Pirates are still in action. They play the Reds at 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft gets the start, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zinn will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with fan headlines. Pirates at Reds tonight, 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft for Pittsburgh taking on Andrew Abbott of Cincinnati. And you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Live in local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
93.7 The Fan. Trade deadline coverage is brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Pirates make a trade. They acquire right-handed pitcher Camilo Doval from the New York Yankees in exchange for their number 17 prospect, the catcher Omar Alfonso, going back to New York, as well as outfielder Luis Cruz, an 18-year-old in the DSL affiliate for the Pirates, to bring in a bullpen arm in Doval. That should be just the first of many. Colin Beasley of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette joins us from Cincinnati now. Colin, great to be joined with you. If the clubhouse opens up early and you need to run, just let us know. Your immediate reaction to the Pirates trade for Camilo Doval with New York.
Thank you for having me. I'd say overall I like this trade. This is a guy that I think makes a lot of sense for the Pirates, as someone who is a right-hander, has closing experience, is available, and is someone who I really think can be an upgrade in this mix and can play into a high leverage equation for the Pirates. Obviously, it's not a sure thing. He's struggled badly in New York. He hasn't been the same guy since he moved from the Giants at last year's trade deadline to Yankee Stadium. But before that, he was one of the better closers in the National League. He's still got the stuff. He's still got a lot of ground ball potential, still got high velocity fastball. I think that considering the Pirates didn't have to give up too much to get him, and they don't have to pay him too much this season, I think it is absolutely worth the risk for the Pirates to go after and add him to their bullpen equation.
Yeah, and he has another year of control left as well. So Alfonso, the headliner of the deal, their number 17 prospect. Well, Colin, when we make these mock trades and what could they get for Luke Weaver or Brazoban or some of these other relievers that are out there, do you think that the price is a little bit lower than we think to acquire relievers that especially have a year or two remaining on their contracts?
No, I think that this is a little bit of a different one. Yankees didn't have a spot for Doval. They're not necessarily a typical bullpen seller, and they didn't really have a spot for him. He's kind of pitched his way out of their high leverage mix. His home road splits have been really, really bad. He's got a sub-2 ERA on the road and over 7 at Yankee Stadium. So this kind of seems like one of those guys that just wasn't a fit in New York, which happens. Now, pitching in Pittsburgh, as we all know, is a little bit different than pitching in New York. So that's why I think that this is absolutely worth it for the Pirates and why the Yankees were willing to give up on the guy they traded a lot to get last year.
The home road splits, like you mentioned, are completely staggering. On the road, he has an ERA of 186 in 19 1/3 innings with a 159 opponent average. At Yankee Stadium, 708 with a 325 opponent average. So do you think it's just that hitter-friendly ballpark that maybe plagued Doval and he goes to a bigger ballpark like San Francisco's was or like the Pirates is, that could make a significant difference for him?
I mean, ballpark's some of it. I think atmosphere's a lot of it, too. Like, we hear all sorts of stuff about the New York media and the pressure of playing in New York and how some guys aren't necessarily able to handle it. And honestly, like, I question how much I believe that sometimes, but this specific one, you see the stats, you see how he pitched in New York and how he pitches when he's out of New York, and it's clear that there is a difference there. I know that change of scenery guys and guys who like New York was pretty happy to get rid of. Like, I understand why maybe as a Pirates fan you wouldn't be thrilled, but there's also real reason why the Pirates believe that he will be a lot better in black and gold than he was in pinstripes.
Colin Beasley of the Post-Gazette with us from Cincinnati. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. When we think of like the level of move they can make, Colin, and now they're a game under 500. They're 5-9 since the All-Star break. They're basically in a free fall at this point while the Diamondbacks pass them. Philadelphia is struggling right now, but still above them. Phillies actually have the worst record since the All-Star break, 3-10 of anybody. There's 2.5 back. Do you think last night's loss was such a huge backbreaker for them that they might not be able to pick themselves back up?
No, I wouldn't say that. It was a gut punch. You said, I saw on your tweet that you followed the worst loss of the season, and I'd agree with you considering where the amount of things that went wrong, from Skeen struggling to the 20th blown save to that Nick Gonzalez error to, of course, the obvious of the Ryan O'Hearn injury, which could sideline him for multiple weeks. I do think that it was it was a gut punch of a loss, but it was also one loss. And like you mentioned, the Phillies have been struggling too. They lost as well. So technically the Pirates didn't even lose ground in the wild card race. So yes, things haven't been great. There's been a lot of struggles. You can say that they're free falling at the moment. Obviously they have opportunities to change that, but they are also only 2.5 back. There is a lot of time. Obviously you need to play better, but we're not quite at the point where the season can end on one specific result as much of a gut punch as yesterday was.
What was the vibe like in the clubhouse yesterday? How difficult was it?
That was a tough clubhouse. I mean, Brian O'Hearn is one of their leaders, is one of their guys who will be a vocal leader, will be a guy who leads by example. He's absolutely one of the pillars of that clubhouse. So losing him, regardless of what it is, it hurts. And then you add a bad loss and you add Paul Skeens struggling the way it was. And yeah, it was absolutely a upset clubhouse, a very quiet place, a lot of frustration. But it also, that doesn't mean that they're going to lose today or that the season is over. That just means that yesterday was a very, very bad loss.
Yeah, did it feel emotionally like it was the most down the clubhouse has been about any loss? Because they've had plenty of ones where they've just had the rug pulled out from under them.
I don't know, to be honest. I haven't given it too much thought to compare it to the clubhouse after other losses. I know that I wasn't in Houston for that bullpen collapse. I know that was one of them. But it certainly was up there. It was a very disappointed group. And yeah, after losing O'Hearn, that really is the biggest factor in that.
Colin Beasley, the Post-Gazette with us. Stat by Codify Baseball.
You don't have to wait for me. You can go ahead.
Stat from Codify Baseball that was put out there regarding Paul Skeens. 98-plus mile-per-hour pitches thrown by Skeens in each of his last 78 career big league starts. He has not thrown 98 or higher in his last 4 through 3 in his in a start 5 starts ago. None in the start prior to that. And, I mean, really, this season has not thrown anything within that regard. How concerned are you with Skeens, Colin? Or is this just the new Paul Skeens that we're getting and we just have to adapt to it?
I think for this year, it might kind of be the second. I'm not too concerned about the fastball velocity, just considering all we've heard about it and what we've talked to him about. It's something I've talked to him a good amount about over the season. And it's an intentional thing where they dialed it back. They changed his mechanics a little bit and have a little bit of a higher arm angle to keep him healthier and keep him productive over 200 innings. And this season, it's not having the desired results in that he hasn't been as dominant. I don't think it's a result of health. He's told me that he feels better at this point in the season than he has in the last 2 years, but it's also pretty clear that he has been less effective. I think that maybe that's been a little bit more of a trade-off than they expected it to be. So I think that this is something that Skeens will be able to find the answers to. I'm not 100% confident it's going to be at this season, considering the results over the past couple of weeks and how this has been something that's really been going on since May. But I'm not exactly saying the Pirates need to trade Paul Skeens or that he's washed or that it's all over because of what's going on this year. He's a really smart guy and a really good pitcher, and we'll be able to figure it out. I just think that this season, some of the tweaks they made haven't exactly gone as effectively as possible.
Yeah.
By the way, when I'm saying they, I don't necessarily, that doesn't mean that this is Bill Murphy or Don Kelly or Ben Cherington or Paul Skeens. I don't know exactly who said that this is what they decided to make, but there certainly is a change, and it certainly is different this year.
Yeah, it's just something just looks wrong, whether it's an injury that nobody wants to reveal or just some type of change in his repertoire delivery. I don't know. That's the thing.
I just told you. No, it's not a. It's a change in his delivery. His arm angle is different. He's changed up his mechanics a little bit. It's consciously dialing back a little bit on the velocity. It's not exactly. He says he feels healthy. Obviously, he could be lying, but it doesn't sound like there is something bigger here other than he changed his mechanics. It's led to some other results beyond keeping him healthy. So I don't think it's necessarily a big conspiracy. I think it's just this is the change that they made, and these are the results that are currently happening.
And that would probably be something that would be too difficult to change at this point in the season, right? Like if you wanted to make an alteration to that.
Yeah. You can't really make that sort of change midstream. You can change pitch sequencing and how you approach batters and that sort of thing, but you can't exactly go and rework the wheel at this point.
Colin, we'll leave you to it. I know the clubhouse is opening up, so excited to see what you learn in there today and how the Pirates try to respond today. Appreciate it as always.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you for having me.
That's Colin Beasley, the Post-Gazette. As the Buccos, man, they try to recover, respond. Colin saying it is delivery. It is just the way that Skeens is pitching, the way that he's throwing. I did kind of get a little bit lost in his explanation there because I was reading one of his tweets. So, I did kind of miss the delivery part. Just going to full out a minute when I'd had the follow-up there. But, yeah, it's tough. It's a difficult position for the Pirates to be in right now because your ace is not pitching like your ace. And, I mean, the Cy Young winner tweaking his delivery, making a significant change in his repertoire, pulling out different tools in his bag. For what cause? For what reason? Why? Just don't think it's necessary. I mean, it wasn't. He won the Cy Young with a sub-2 ERA. 200 strikeouts. Did he really need a change? Did he really need to change the delivery? I don't get it. I don't know why it needed to happen. It probably didn't. Just trying to change some things up and try to make sure that you're healthy and not hurt your arm slot, I guess, or at least not just try to prevent injuries. But in doing so, Skeens has made himself much less valuable as a pitcher. And I don't think that anybody can dispute that because he's not nearly as consistent. He is not in the strike zone well enough. His breaking pitches are not strong enough. His off-speed run value as a rookie in 2024 was in the 100th percentile. This year, it's in the 9th. Okay? 1 is bad. 100 is incredible. He went from the best pitcher in baseball in off-speed run value to the 9th percentile, bottom of baseball. It's that bad. I mean, the fastball velocity against and slugging percentage are actually in a decent place. 208 opponent average against the four-seam fastball. 359 slug. That's actually the highest it's been, but, I mean, he was at 351 and 347 over his first 2 years. It's the changeup and the splinker that's getting hit at a 286 rate and slugged at 397. Last year, 189. The year before, 166 opponent average. Slug, 250 and 25, 211 and 24. That's the difference. His breaking pitches are just bad. They don't move. They're not as effective. They're not keeping hitters off balance. And that's why you're seeing so many more foul balls. That's why you're seeing the fastball not playing as well, even though, I mean, I told you what the opponent average is. The slugging is a little bit higher. But it's because the fastball is not as fast. And with the breaking pitches, the velocity is not the same in terms of the difference in the two pitches. That the hitters are not being as off balance anymore. Let's hear from our friend Stephen Latrobe. Hello, Steve.
Yeah, I don't know if I should be honored or embarrassed that Dom cut and clipped me last night on social media.
Did you, Dom?
Did I?
Yeah, that was me.
Wait, that was you,
me.
Steve. That was you in the drive-thru?
Oh, that was Steve. That's right.
Yeah, that was me at Wendy's getting my kids.
Oh man, I thought it was, but I didn't want to make an assumption because I wasn't 100% sure. Man, Steve, that was iconic. That was iconic.
But first thing, I think I'm going to change my call-in name to Nacho Libre from Latrobe. But
no,
to get into this, we are watching the definition of insanity for a professional baseball team. We are doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. We were in the biggest 13-game stretch we have been in a decade, and we are absolutely pissing the bed. I mean, there's no other way to put it, and it's awful to say that. And my fandom, Austin, you saw how ballistic I went Tuesday night. It's flatlining, dude, and I don't know if defibrillators are going to get it up. And, okay, we trade for a guy who's on a playoff team, and that's supposed to be our answer. They're willing to give him up.
Yep.
It's just, it's frustrating, man.
Yeah, the trade that they made for Doval, he is, I mean, the splits are insane. Against left-handed batters in 17 innings, a 360 opponent average and a 218 whip. Against righties in 22 and a third innings, a 143 opponent average and an 085 whip. So, I mean, I guess they have somebody that can get out right-handed hitters now. They have a righty that can get out right-handers because they didn't have that before.
Reclamation project after reclamation project, and sometimes it gets old and we deserve better, and good luck in Vermont, kid.
Thanks, Steve. Hey, appreciate you again. We'll talk to you soon. 412-928-9370. The lines are full once again as we're taking your Pirate calls. We're talking Pirates throughout the show. I have another hour of Pirate Talk before Nick Faribault will join us at 4:30 on his way back from training camp practice day 4 for the Steelers. Let's talk to Joe in Orlando on the show. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, listen, every caller from Pittsburgh wants to turn around and just land-based Cherington. You know, Cherington pulled off a trade where he brought the kids from Tampa. He brought
he had the Lau trade for Montgomery and Mangum. Yeah.
Right. I mean, they're all quality ball players, right? And then you look
a great trade.
O'Hearn. I mean, he put together a great offensive club. Where I think the majority of the blame goes, I'm a huge Nick Gonzalez fan, right? He's a great hitter. He's a grinder. But listen, he cost you a lot of runs. And it's not just the throws or the balls that get by him. He hasn't laid down a decent tag in the last 2.5, 3 months at the bags. And believe me, when you're at second and third and those runners are safe when they should be at, that costs you big time. It's things like that. And then
but the bat's so important, though. You know, Lau's bat is so important in the way that he's been able to factor into this team, and he leads the team all time now, or at least he will next home run for home runs by a second baseman for the Pirates. So, like, I understand what you're saying, Joe.
But I guess my point being, Austin, is this: when you're with the Pirates, every single game is important because you're grinding to get in. You can't sacrifice any game. So what does that mean? That means when Montgomery throws 7 pitches and he's humming, you can't worry about tomorrow. You can't worry about next year. You have to worry about today. The reason is the Pirates may never field another team like that in the next 10 years in terms of offensively. So you got to strike while you can, and that's now. Prior to the 7th inning, at least 2 weeks ago, they were the best team in baseball, which means they're 6 outs from being a very serious contender. Well, to me, if you can, and I think the Padres would go for it, they'd go for an everyday player that could have an impact like O'Neal Cruz. I'd ship him out and bring the kid from Bethel in, and it just might make the difference. I mean, you're essentially mortgaging the future, but it'd be worth it for this year.
Yeah, but I mean, now that you have O'Hearn hurt, don't you need O'Neal Cruz to be able to pick up that production in the lineup, Joe? Like, you're hurting the lineup now more, especially with O'Hearn likely not playing for the rest of the season. I don't know anything, but that's the way it looks.
You can make that case, but with Spence coming back, Spence is a good ball player.
He is.
Good hitter, great at the plate. So that could possibly fill that. I'll tell you what they're missing, and I know everybody in Pittsburgh is going to hate me for saying this, but A.J. Burnett and Russell Martin, I think you alluded to it earlier, those guys, hold on one second, those guys were grinders. Okay, and they were tough. Somebody said about an alpha male. Those guys were tough. Paul Skeens, he ain't wired that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think O'Hearn's like Russell Martin. I think they have a similar mentality.
I would agree, but here's my point. Paul Skeens gave an assessment of his last few outings. He's getting smacked around out there, and he's like, it's not that big of a deal. It might not be that big of a deal to him, but to that club, it's a huge deal because they depend on him to set the tone.
Yeah.
Instead of, well, this and well, that. And I got news for you. We don't know this, but if he's part of the guy that chased the former pitching
Oscar
coach,
Marine
Oscar
out of
Marine
town.
out, if he's part of that and then he's part of the bargaining agreement, listen, it's more for himself than he's a part. So, Austin, thanks for the time. I'll talk to you, man. Take it easy.
You got
Bye-bye.
it, Joe. Appreciate it. Take care. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I think, here's another thing that I want to see. I don't know how much it would change things. Like, I don't know how much this would really cause an impact. But don't you just want to see after a game somebody just go ballistic and just lose it, in like a controlled way. But, like, Don Kelly just come out and say, like, we were flat out horrible today. Like, we were awful. And just be, like, just visibly upset. Like, visibly, like, angry about what's going on. You know, obviously in, like, you know, it's a calm setting. But still, like, you know, raise your voice. Get upset. Like, I want to hear Paul Skeens. Like, Jared Jones and Bubba Chandler have done this a couple of times this year, where they've pitched poorly and they just say, yeah, I flat out sucked today. I was awful. Like, that was embarrassing of me. I was terrible today. I just want to see Don Kelly come out there and say something like that. Send a message to the team through the media. And I get it. Don Kelly's a player manager and he's got great relationship with everybody, and that's great. But sometimes you have to put a foot down, and you need to have the ability to send a message that's going to resonate, where your team actually changes for the better. And like, what even, you know, I think Shelton did it at times, not often, but something needs to be done to kind of just wake the team up a little bit. You know, like, provide that spark back. They seem like a team that is losing their spark. They're a candle and the wick is just nearly gone. You know, the candle is about to be blown out on them. They're a boat that is currently sinking, and there's no flex tape or whatever you see on TV that is trying to fix it. It's not being patched up, probably because the general manager is just sitting around waiting for the deadline to come and the lowest price to, you know, it's like it's like the end of year sales. The Steelers season is over. Half off merchandise. Ben Cherington's waiting for the deadline to come when it's, okay, the prices are significantly lower. You won't have to give up as much. And I get it. That's baseball. That's just the reality of how some teams operate, and you want to get the best bargain possible, but you're wasting time. You're wasting your time. You don't have much time. You might be on borrowed time as a general manager. You probably are on borrowed time as a general manager. So the fact that's another reason why he should be more aggressive. This Paul Skeens window is not going to be open long. Paul Skeens is partially sabotaging that himself by not pitching well. But you have an offense in the top 5 of every statistical category in the National League, pretty much. They're 6th in home runs, but they are 3 home runs away from being 3rd and tied with the Dodgers. I mean, you look at how many hits they have this year. They're over 1,000. In the National League, the Pirates they recorded over 1,000 hits. They reached that mark yesterday. 1,004. Next closest to the National League, Dodgers at 970. They are 34 hits better than the next closest team, and that's the Dodgers. I mean, runs scored, National League, 2nd behind Washington. RBIs, National League, 2nd behind Washington. Strikeouts, they're number 1 in baseball. Stolen bases, they're 1 away from 100. They're 5th best in the National League. Batting average, yeah, they are 2nd best behind those Los Angeles Dodgers. You get the point. There's so much offense. There's so many, there's reasons to feel good about this team, but it's just, the bad outweighs all of it, and it drowns you out. It does. It makes you feel sad. It makes you feel, as a Pirates fan, like we have one good thing, but it all kind of just gets taken away from you. And that's just what makes it difficult. 412-928-9370. Rick is in Indiana. Hi, Rick.
Yeah, good to talk to you.
You too.
I'm an ex-Greensburg, long before you, though. I've been listening since before Bob got on this morning. And just listening, my condolences go out to everybody that's talking about the Pirates, because it is a sad situation.
Yeah.
Especially during your intro, you hit everything on spot. But while I've been listening all day, I penned a metaphorical paragraph. If I can read it, it'll take 1 minute, but I have a couple comments I want to make first. And number one, I agreed with Matt Clement. Right off the bat, I've had these people off, these teams off at St. Louis, Miami, and Washington. Mm-hmm. They don't have a chance. Philadelphia's going downhill, so if you look at Atlanta leading, Milwaukee and Chicago in the Central, and the Dodgers, it's 4 teams.
Yeah.
2 left. Okay,
they're alive. Like they are. It feels like they're in a downward spiral right now. It's just, kind of what I'm getting at.
Who was that you just said?
No, I said, Rick, that it just feels like they're on a downward spiral right now. Like they're still alive. They're still in it.
Oh my, yeah. I'm on the positive side of this. That's why I'm making these comments first, because it'll tie into what my little paragraph is. Two things. I agree with Matt Clement. I just think Arizona, San Diego, Pittsburgh, and Philly are 4 teams vying for 2 spots. I think Philly can turn it around, but I hope they don't. The Marlins took 3 off of them. So the other teams, the one I'm afraid of the most is Arizona. I schedule hunt from the All-Star break on.
Yeah.
That team is playing 2 more games in Cleveland. They're going home for a 10-game homestand where they're very good. And it's all West. They're playing San Diego, Dodgers, and Colorado. San Diego's a 4-gamer. So they got 10 straight home games. They go out on the road and play Atlanta and Boston, I think, and then they come home and play 6 more home games. Cincinnati and the Cubs. It's like 16 home, 6 away. They're going to be hard to beat because they could really get a big lead here, especially with the Pirates going to Milwaukee and playing these 2 games. Tonight, I think you got the right guy on the mound. You have a bad game like you had yesterday. Ashcraft is a courageous guy. He's going to go out there and have a great game, and I think that's going to calm things down a little wee bit. The other thing is Bob, in the middle of the week, or earlier in the week, he said, we got to find a place where there's a 7 or 8 game streak. I know where that streak's at, but we've got to get through the uphill climb in August. We got to go to the Dodgers, Padres. You got a lot of hard ball games coming up.
There are.
But September's downhill. I called Bob in June, and I told him the Pirates have 24 games. 15 are home. 9 are away. The 9 away are Cubs, White Sox, and they finished the last 3 games at Detroit. 15 games at home, and it's Brewers and Cardinals at home. And then they have the Angels, the Giants, Kansas City. Those are the 5 3-teamers at home. 15 games at home. So the spot I was looking for the streak was they finished with 3 games in St. Louis in August, whereas that could be a payback for the 4 they lost at home. So 3 there, and they come home and play Giants 3, Angels 3. It's a 9-game streak where you could really do some damage. Thing is, you got to get through August. Notice the other one I was going to say was get this Weaver kid.
Yeah, Luke Weaver.
And the other thing you can add on to him, and I think he'd go for it. He's a scratch golfer. Give him a pass to Oakmont for the rest of the season.
Thanks.
I think that would be all right.
Thanks, Rick.
Okay,
I think
I'll take 1 minute to read this, and you can respond because it fits in with everything that's going on.
Okay.
Okay, it's metaphorical. Here we go. The patient is in fair condition and in the process of taking setbacks toward a more unstable condition. But treatment administered expeditiously could alter the patient's condition to stable with positive expectations beginning in September. With 3 or 4 weeks of strenuous uphill battles ahead and being able to negotiate them, the patient will improve to a stable condition with complete rehabilitation, and September will certainly be a downhill process with much success expected. If the patient doesn't receive the required treatment, or he does, and neglects the rehabilitation required, that is, fighting through 1 day at a time to reach a stable or better condition, the conclusion will evidently cause a condition which is much worse, and the days in September will be vastly unsuccessful to the point that further treatment will definitely be required because the patient's condition will be considered critical and traumatic to his faithful family, hoping daily for his eventual recovery.
So Dr. Rick's prognosis is that the Pirates are going to bounce back and make the playoffs.
Starting tonight, I have a feel. All they need, if they can split in Milwaukee, don't lose 3 out of 4. Split in Milwaukee. They can even split these 2 games with that Burns kid on the mound. But it'd be nice if they took both of them.
Yeah, they're going to need to take both of them. Rick, I appreciate it, and thank you for the soliloquy there. We have had some eventful calls today, Dom, and we are just halfway there. Let's talk to Mitch in Oklahoma. Hi, Mitch.
Oh, hey, dude.
Hey.
Okay, so to be totally honest with you.
How do you feel about Dr. Rick and Dr. Rick's assessment of the season?
It was pretty special. You know what's funny is I'm actually in the publishing industry, and so hearing him come up with this paragraph that he wrote, beautiful stuff.
Do you think he wrote that, or do you think he like found something that someone wrote and then just kind of put it in his own words?
I think he wrote it. You know, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I'll give him credit.
I see a lot of Chat GPT in my line of work, and that did not sound Chat GPT. That sounded from the heart, and I respect that.
Yeah.
But I have to say, you know, I'm 36 years old, so I'm an old guy. And I've been triggered. Let me use like a term that you and Dom might know. I've been triggered many, many times this season watching the Pirates. One major one was whenever Jared Jones was perfect through 6, and Don took him out, you know. Very triggered, very upset. We lost that game.
Agreed.
And then, like, you know, seeing Mason Montgomery get pulled after 7 pitches, another triggering moment. The reason I'm calling City Limits is I've never been more triggered in my life than when I heard Dom say that all milkshakes are the same.
Because they're not. Because they're not, Mitch. They're not.
That is unbelievable. I mean, so I called as soon as that happened, and then I've just been waiting. And then I forgot I was on hold, and then my name popped up, and I was like, "Oh yes, this is why I called." So I want to just touch base on this really quick, and then we can talk Pirates again.
Sure.
But milkshakes are not the same. If Dom's going to sit here and say that all ice cream is different, you can't say that all milkshakes are the same. Okay, so Dom, let me ask you, and I'm not trying to talk down to you guys because I'm so old.
You're not old. 36 is not old. Please don't make 36 sound old. I'm like 11 years from that.
You and Dom combined.
That's
okay.
No, that is actually untrue.
I'm just kidding. I'm just making a joke. So if Dom's going to sit here and say that all milk is the same, like I want to hear Dom say that all milk is the same. Dom?
Milk is not the same, but a lot of it tastes the same.
Thank you.
So you're saying that it's not
milk tastes the same.
Sure.
Milk tastes the same.
A lot of ice cream tastes the same. Sure, yeah. But what you're saying is each ice cream place is different. You can't then be like, because the milk is added, it makes everything the same exact thing. That logic makes no sense whatsoever. And if City Limits, you know, your brain will develop the more that you get older once you hit your teenage years. And you could have argued this point because I think you would have you were there. Austin, you were there, but you just couldn't articulate what you were trying to say.
Yeah.
And I know that we're on the same wavelength. And so I had to call and back you up because you're my dude.
Appreciate
you know
it.
what I mean?
Wait. Hold on. Enough with the pleasantries. Mitch, are you telling me that you think all milkshakes taste different? Every single one?
Absolutely.
Dom, does every pasta that you eat taste the same?
What?
Okay, here, let me bring this
if
to you.
you eat pasta, does every pasta that you eat at any restaurant?
What does that have to do with ice cream?
Dumb.
It's a comparison.
This is me coming from I'm in the culinary arts, okay? One of my part-time gigs, I work 4 jobs. One of my part-time gigs.
Congratulations on all your success, Mitch.
Thank you very much. Oh my God. I'm a head brewer at a brewery, okay? So one of the beautiful things about beer is you can have the same exact recipe that you give to every single brewery in the state or in the country. And they'll do the same exact recipe, but it all tastes different because every chef is different, okay?
Sure.
Which is what makes places like Coors Light, Budweiser, you know, all of these things, you know, you can taste them anywhere around the country. They all taste the exact same. That's the most amazing thing as a brewer that I can even imagine because you're using different water, so you have to match the water profile. Dude, the smallest difference makes the biggest change.
Sure, but you sound like you're a professional. For the average Joe,
sounds like a professional, yes.
For the average Joe like me, I can't tell the difference between 2% skim milk and soy.
Oh, you can taste a difference. Come on.
Not in milk. No, you can't.
Then you don't have a good enough palate.
Oh, my palate's fantastic.
You know you're wrong, Dom. You know you're wrong.
I don't know I'm wrong.
Here's the deal. I don't know how you deal with this, dude, because this is the most unbelievable thing I've ever heard in my life. Dom, come on, dude. You can taste the difference. Don't act like you can't.
If you gave me a McDonald's milkshake and a Burger King milkshake, it's the same. Two vanilla milkshakes. Yes, it is, Austin.
Okay, are we talking about fast food or are we talking about delicious local ice cream places?
Well, listen.
What are we talking about here, Dom?
And I told Austin this during the break. There is a difference between a perfectly made milkshake and a really crappy made milkshake. I'm saying for the average milkshake, they taste relatively the same. They do.
What are you doing? Get an average milkshake, dog.
Average milkshake.
What are you doing?
Your average run-of-the-mill
You gotta
milkshake
get an elite
tastes the same.
milkshake. There's so many elite milkshake places.
Okay, so why did they call a Frosty a Frosty? Is a Frosty different than a milkshake?
Yes.
Speaking of our boy that went to the Wendy's drive-thru last night.
Stephen Latrobe last night.
Yeah. I think he got a Frosty.
He was trying to get a Frosty for Dan Zangrilli that Steve was going to eat for Dan and Dan to live vicariously through Steve, if that tracks.
It was amazing. Oh, it was amazing. So no, it's okay to be wrong. And this is something that I feel like I'm led to call and talk to you about this. You're wrong,
Right.
and that's okay. That's
Yeah,
fine.
it's okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
It's okay,
You
Dom.
can be wrong.
I'm
You
right.
don't have to be right.
You're able to admit when you're wrong. Have you been able to do that yet as a part of your young radio career? I mean, it takes some people some time to do that.
Next time I'm wrong, I'll tell you when I'm wrong.
When have you?
First time I'm wrong.
When have you?
And this is that
Exactly.
moment. That's
You don't
amazing.
admit to
Yeah,
it.
that's
You just-
amazing. The first
he
time you're wrong. That's
he doesn't
awesome.
admit to it.
You know who
Mitch.
agrees with me, by the way? Donnie Football.
Oh, Johnny? Oh, it's the DOM and the DON hanging out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's biased.
Donnie calls me out all the time.
So Donnie Football is the ultimate decision swayer here. What Donnie Football
Yes.
says rules, and there's no other opinions that matter, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. You did call me a professional earlier, and I'm gonna stick that to you. I am the professional. Let's let the professional talk here. Okay? Milkshakes are different.
Hey, listen, professionals can
there
be
it is.
wrong.
Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Cheers, guys.
That was a great call. We have had this is one of the most interesting shows of all time. It really is. We've had people call in and discuss milkshakes. We've had Nick in Sacramento sing Dream Weaver and has his Alexa in the background playing it. We've had wow. This has been a show of shows, an all-time show. Carson is in Pittsburgh. Hi, Carson. Carson? Uh-oh, we might have lost Carson. And that adds to it. There's like nothing in the background here. It sounds like Carson is on.
Carson?
He has us on mute or something like that.
He muted us.
Oh, hey, sorry, guys.
Oh, Carson! Oh, then he dropped. Then he hung up.
He dropped.
Then he hung up on himself. Maybe Carson will call back. Wow. 412-928-9370. Someone who's always there for you. What up? Troy.
What up, guys? What up?
Troy, you know that, like, whenever I see your name pop up, it just brings a smile to my face.
I appreciate it, brother. I love calling into you guys, and you got the young team in there today, so it's the future of the fan on the broadcast waves today. But I don't got any doctor notes. I don't got any milkshake notes. I don't got any. I'm not singing anything.
No.
But what I don't want to hear, 4 words I don't want to hear anymore, and I kind of don't want to hear them from you, Austin, more than anybody, is the Paul Skeens window. So I hear you talk about, not going and giving up a good positional player, someone in an everyday lineup for a closer, because a closer is not really impactful to the game like a everyday player is, right? That's something that you're on board with, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So Paul Skeens is an impactful player maybe twice a month, if that. So why are we worried about the Paul Skeens window when he's not an impactful player? There is no more window for Paul Skeens. He has resorted into a regular pitcher. And for the Pirates, for me, they've done their job. We're at Steelers training camp. They got this far. They got a great offense. Good. What did we expect out of the Pirates? What do we always expect out of the Pirates?
We expected this year to be different, Troy. We expected this year to be a year that could actually make the playoffs. Our entire show projected playoffs, 85, 86 wins. Me, Bob, Joe, Pony. Even Pony said 85, but they wouldn't make it. But most people said over 500 in playoffs.
If they fall 4 games short of the playoffs, then you're only 4 games away from your prediction, and they're still not a good team. So what does it really matter if they make the playoffs or what we're looking for them to be? This Paul Skeens window is done. The Pirates are done. Get ready. Get your jerseys on. Get ready to get down to Acrisure, because that's the only thing that matters in this city anymore.
So you think, Troy, you're throwing out 2027, even if there is a season. You think they should just trade Skeens right now, low value, don't even worry about it? Like, look, I understand your point of position players are much more valuable than, like, if you give me Connor Griffin or Paul Skeens and you gave me the option, who would you rather lock up, which is pretty much the case, and it's pretty much the decision they made, and they went with Griffin. I agree with that. But I'd
rather have Esmeralda Valdez than Skeens locked up.
Here's the thing about Skeens. I mean, it's just because, and this year is different. Like the first 2 years, every time Skeens went out there, you had the opinion or the belief, at least I did, that they were going to win that game because Paul Skeens was going to give you 6 innings of 1-run ball or 2-run ball.
Wasn't he like 10-10 last year?
Well, he went 10-10 because the offense was putrid and was like 26 in all of baseball in runs. Like that's not his fault. He pitched to a sub-2 ERA. He did his job. Now
right,
this year's a completely different story.
Like every year, there's a different reason or a different excuse on why it's happening. Like, is that just going to be a thing for him that, like, oh, we didn't give him run support? Okay, the next year we have the most runs in the MLB. He's still not good enough. Okay, next year this happens. Is it always going to be an excuse? And we look down the line. We all know we're never going to have Paul Skeens for the longevity.
Yeah.
And I hear people call in all the time like, Brandon Lowe is he's not going to be here next year. Why not trade him? Paul Skeens not going to be here ever. So why not get rid of him and move forward and try to get players that are actually going to play every single day for us?
Because you still need good starters.
I think he's a good pitcher, but he's not someone who's going to transform your team. Only position players that play every day can transform your team, not one pitcher.
Yeah, but Troy, you can't go out there and throw like 5 Bubba Chandlers out there, the guys that can't throw strikes, and hope you have a good outing. Like, you do need, like, there's a reason why the Dodgers are so good with their rotation with Kershaw for so many years.
Better than Bubba Chandler right now, Austin?
Right now, no. Like, I'll admit to that. Like, I'm not making, like, Troy, don't get me wrong here. I'm not making any excuses for what Skeens' season has been this year. It's been bad. Like, I don't think he was deserving of being an all-star. He should not have been. He didn't earn that. His ERA is 2 runs higher.
Don't matter in any professional sport anymore.
Well, they do in baseball. This is not the Pro Bowl where, like, Shedeur Sanders is making it as a quarterback. Like, we were bitching and complaining because Brandon Lau and Brian Reynolds weren't getting in, and they were deservingly so. Like, baseball's all-star game is still a little bit more of a exclusive group than the others.
I mean, outside of the home run derby, does it interest you to actually watch the game?
It does for me, but that's because I'm a baseball nerd.
Right, but like, the only thing I'm just thinking is, like, we're talking about rental players and moving them. We're talking about moving crews. We're talking about doing this and doing that. And I hear this, and it's not only you, but I kind of pointed out you because I hear you kind of put your foot down on this, like, you know, a positional player or someone who's in your everyday lineup isn't important as someone that's coming in once in a while. Well, Paul Skeens is coming in once in a while, and when he's coming in, he's good half of the time. So to me, I should never hear the Paul Skeens window anymore. I don't think that's a window, and if it is a window, it's raining and it's windy outside, and it's time to close it.
Troy, appreciate the call as always. 412-928-9370. We get back to you coming up. It has been an explosive day of calls. We've had a trade go down. Our trade coverage leading up and past the deadline is brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Pirates make a deal, acquire Camilo Doval. They do get a reliever. How impactful is the reliever? We'll give you some of the numbers and break it all down coming up next. From the Yankees in exchange for 2 prospects. Who are the prospects? We'll recap it and continue to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Nick Farabaugh in under an hour to recap Steelers training camp, but we just continue to roll along with Pirate calls, and we'll hear from you coming up next. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Back in a moment on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, a couple of Pirates news here. First, Ryan O'Hearn is officially headed to the IL. He will be out 6 to 8 weeks with a quad strain, so we're not going to see Ryan O'Hearn, unfortunately, until September. Rafael Flores will be activated because of it. Additional moves, Isaac Mattson is now back up in the Major League squad, and Antoine Kelly is now back down to the minors. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Apparently, you don't need a rocket to get to Mars. Chris Muller here. You just drive to the Awaken 180 location there and meet Tommy Ann, who may be the most useful person in town not wearing a spacesuit. Tommy Ann and the other Awaken 180 coaches have now helped clients lose a combined, wait for it, 1 million pounds. But that's not a company milestone. It's thousands of personal ones. My weight loss is one tiny piece of it. So is somebody's first 10 pounds, somebody's knee hurting less, somebody wearing a shirt they had quietly retired. I started with a torn up knee and a second kid at home, so I know what it means when a plan works inside chaos. If you choose in person, Tommy Ann meets with you face to face, reviews your week, answers your questions, and gives you practical ways to keep losing every week. And that million-pound number is still climbing. Don't memorize a phone number. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and tap the call button. Not a pitch. Just answers. Awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Cloudy all day, high of 83, low of 73. Tomorrow, rain all day, and a high of 79. We have had some incredible calls today. It has been a rambunctious show. Dom mentioned some of the roster moves that were just made by the Pirates. We'll give them to you again. So Ryan O'Hearn placed on the 10-day injured list. He has a left quad strain. So it's 6 to 8 weeks, the estimated timeline. As the same timeline that Connor Griffin was diagnosed with his injury. This, it doesn't rule O'Hearn out for the season. So when you count up the weeks, in August you have 4 that bleeds into September. The first week of September is 5. Next week is September 6. Then you have 2 weeks left of the season. So there is a chance that Ryan O'Hearn could return for the final week of the season. And if not that, the first week of the playoffs. And yeah, I know I'm saying playoffs after everything that transpired last night. And they're 2.5 back, and they're 1 game under 500. And after last night's game that felt like rock bottom and the season might be over, I'm not holding my breath. But the more and more therapy that I think we have been giving each other by talking it out today on the air, and the Pirates did make a trade. They acquired reliever Camilo Doval from the Yankees in exchange for Omar Alfonso, a catching prospect, their number 17th overall prospect, and Luis Cruz, an outfielder in the DSL Pirates affiliate, just 18 years old. That's the move to acquire Doval, a reliever who used to be a closer for a couple of years, was a closer for 3.5 years in San Francisco before being traded to the Yankees middle of the season last year when he was with the Giants and had 39 saves one year. He was a pretty good pitcher, but has been really bad at Yankee Stadium. The home road splits for Doval are the big difference here, and you hope that now at Yankee Stadium and at PNC Park, you'll be able to become a solid reliever for them, if not very impactful. At Yankee Stadium, an ERA is 7.08 this year, 3.25 opponent average, and a 182 whip. The whip is a whole walk hit per innings pitch better. It's at 0.98 in road games in 19 1/3 innings, so just 1 inning fewer, 24 outings. 186 is ERA on the road. Against lefties, he's bad, 360 opponent average. Against righties, he's good, 143. The whip is 218 compared to 085. How is that possible? Great question. You want to talk about the difference in splits? It's like the difference between living in New York compared to living in California and the mindsets of East Coast, West Coast. How far of a difference it is from one side of the country to the other. Significant difference. I mean, that's basically, as he went from one side to the other, Doval, that's the difference between, maybe it's a bad analogy, him against lefties, him against righties. Carson is in Pittsburgh. We're going to try to connect with Carson this time after we tried to talk to him last time, and then he hung up. Hi, Carson.
Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mute you guys.
You're good, man. We got you. What's up?
So I got 2 questions for you. One is about football. You think in the next, let's say, 5 years, because Caleb Williams signed a 5-year contract with the Bears, you guys already know. You think he'll be able to make the Super Bowl by then and win it?
I mean, I think it's possible because I like their coaching staff and I think that they've improved that roster. So I would say that it's possible. Will it happen? I would side with no.
Yeah, and then the next thing is, you guys think custard should be part of ice cream? Because why you got to add eggs to ice cream? That just ruins the whole thing.
I think they're 2 different types of ice cream, I think. Custard is different. It's like custard is not the same as ice cream. It's not the same taste, and it's not the same just type of dessert, if that makes sense, Carson, at least in my mind. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
And then one more thing about the Steelers.
Sure.
You think, Aaron Rodgers, he's getting old and stuff. I don't know if they're going to start Howard or Aller. You think they're going to trade for, an actual good franchise quarterback that could maybe get them past the wild card?
Not this year. Maybe next year they go after Baker Mayfield, but not this year. Thank you, Carson. Dom, are you vetting these calls?
Yeah, I'm vetting these calls.
Custard and
I thought it was a good question from Carson.
Of course you did, because it involved Caleb Williams. Rick is in Pittsburgh. Hi, Rick.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Once upon a time, you used to discuss whether it was Heather Locklear or Pamela Anderson.
Not this again.
Polskis, I'm just going to hit this real quick. There's something it's called book. I'm an old guy now, but I know baseball. Book meant you learn the tendencies of a pitcher. That could be in his 3rd year what has happened to him. Teams are learning. He's going to maybe have to adjust. The other alternative is he has an elbow issue like Tarek Skubal, and you better pray that's not the case because that's not good. Let's talk about trades. The Pirates never could make a trade. All the Pirates could ever do was be taken advantage of in a trade. Charrington actually is a very good general manager. His mentor was Dan Duquette. He also was under Theo Epstein. These were baseball guys. You're never going to find a better GM than Charrington.
What?
You just know. Because there aren't other guys out there that you think are available that can do as good of a job.
Rick, what's the best move that Ben Cherington has ever made outside of the Brandon Lau trade?
Well, I think the Brandon Lau trade stands out.
Yeah, outside of the Brandon Lau trade. What's the best move that he's made?
But here's the problem that you have is other teams that will never offer the Pirates equal value. That's been the problem for 20 years.
Why not, Rick? Why can't Ben Cherington hold out until he gets a trade like that? Like, is this really a he-ho helping out Ben Cherington call in support of Ben Cherington?
No, I'm happy to explain it to you because the Pirates have always dealt from desperation, and that's because of their management. This is 25 years since PNC opened. In the middle of that season, Cam Bonifay was fired. David Littlefield hired. Cam Bonifay was fired because he wouldn't go along with what the Nuttings have done for 25 years. That's always been the position. And you talk to the old baseball writers, John Prado, Ron Cook, Smize if he's still around, but they'll tell you these things that the Pirates have always been tough because of the ownership. So we look at this current offseason. This team is not. Who cares if you make the playoffs? It really matters if you make the World Series or you don't.
Well, you got to make the playoffs to make the World Series, Rick.
Exactly, but this is not that year that it's going to happen. So you have to be very careful in that you're not trading some of your top prospects that are going to be more valuable bait next year as your better minor league pitchers develop, and you've got a more solid team.
They might not play next year, Rick. They might not even play.
Well, they may not, and again, that can happen. If it doesn't, there's nothing you can do.
You go for it this year. That's why. They haven't been aggressive enough.
The big decision, I think, is whether you keep Kelly as your manager, and I'm not so sure on him. You probably have your own strong opinion on that, but I don't know that he's that guy that can lift you higher, and that's the tough call you have to make. I thought Jim Leyland was going to be much more of a presence with Kelly.
Yeah, I did too.
Because that was his mentor, but I haven't seen Jim Leyland around or any talk of Jim Leyland. You're going to have to make that decision because ultimately you got to have that manager that's going to take guys and lift them higher, get them to believe in themselves, get them to perform at a better
rate. Like it's a Creed song.
What's that?
Like it's a Creed song. Take me higher, Donnie Football.
Yeah, you guys know that's your generation. My point is that the old school managers, it was different in that they went through a whole lot more baseball training. A lot of these guys just haven't had that.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to know this, but guys used to have to go D-ball, B-ball, C-ball, 2 levels of A-ball, AA ball, AAA, and major leagues. When they got to the major leagues, both as a player or as a manager or coach, you really knew baseball. How much these guys in the minors, I can't speak to that. Probably Mackey, I think is his name, covers the Pirates for you guys. He would probably know better.
Yeah, he works for the Pirates.
I want to know how good is the coaching staff, how good is the managers in the minors, because I got to know that these guys, when they get to the major leagues, are ready to perform. If they're not performing, the team will never go anywhere. But as for trades, yeah, this is not the year that you want to gamble on a trade. It's too soon.
All right, Rick, thanks. I kind of got lost there a little bit in what he was saying. And no, Mackey works for the Pirates. Jeff Hathorn covers the Pirates for the Fan. Okay. Did I give you other, Dom?
Yes.
Thank you. Some of our favorites are coming up next, including Mark and Carrick. Evan in Greenfield, Donald in South Carolina, who I met at the game on Friday last week, and Dyson in D.C. I've gone on his podcast. How about that? They are up next. There is also a Twitter war going on right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm caught up in right now, Austin.
Between Callis and another producer at Odyssey.
Yeah, another producer at another station. Charlie Borges, I think, is now getting in the mix.
We'll get into that coming up next as well. This has been a weird day. This has been a show and a half. I don't know how to explain how today's been, but it has been one for the ages, that's for sure. And this will be a show that I remember for a while. And I'm glad that you're a part of it, Dom.
Thank you, Limits.
I'm glad that you're a part of it too, Limits. Thank you.
Limits, I'm glad that you're also a part of it.
Thanks. Back in a moment as we also get you ready for Pirates and Reds tonight. If you think that we are lost on this show, just wait until the Pirates take the field against a lefty, where they're 9-23. Remember what I said earlier? 3 deep reps. Austin Bechtel back in a moment. 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Limits, the Pirates, they do play tonight. 6:40 against the Reds. Braxton Ashcraft versus Andrew Abbott. Buccos currently 2.5 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. So tonight is very, very important to get a win. And you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. See the world's top youth baseball players compete at the Printscape Pony League World Series, August 7th through the 12th at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field in Washington Park. It's a week full of incredible plays, home runs, and unforgettable moments. Plan your trip today at GoWashco.com. Sir Grout Pittsburgh is a hard surface restoration company that cleans, repairs, and restores tile, grout, and natural stone in homes and businesses. Sir Grout Pittsburgh, 412-844-2643. Training camp is here, and 93.7 The Fan has all of your coverage. Join Pony and Muller after practice for an ice-cold Miller Lite at Sharky's on August 7th from 2 to 6. Training camp reports and broadcasts on The Fan are presented by Smale Kia, Route 30, Greensburg. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Dick's House of Sport is excited to join the community, Greensburg, and invite you to our grand opening house party August 7th through August 9th at the Westmoreland Mall. Get ready for can't-miss appearances, giveaways, and more all weekend long. We're more than a store, featuring a rock wall, Hit Tracks multi-sport cage, golf hitting bays, and a collector's clubhouse. Plus, shop the best brands and over 2,000 shoe styles, all in one place. Discover Dick's House of Sport at the Westmoreland Mall, August 7th through August 9th.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
State Fair food is getting smaller and pricier.
We'll have room for fried cookies.
Okay, you never overspend on food. What's your deal?
What's his deal? He went to Metro and got $450 in value on the new Samsung Galaxy A37 5G for free and no activation fees.
Free phone? Oh, sign me up.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only on Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and activate $40 period plan. $450 based on device discount, waived activation fee. Not available if with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTommaso with fan headlines. Pirates have made a bunch of moves in the last couple hours. First, they have made a trade. They've traded for right-handed pitcher Camilo Doval from the Yankees in exchange for prospects Omar Alfonso and Luis Cruz. Meanwhile, Ryan O'Hearn is now officially out 6 to 8 weeks with a left quad strain. Because of that, Rafael Flores Jr. has been activated. Meanwhile, Isaac Mattson is back in the big league squad, and Antoine Kelly is sent back to AAA. Got all that? Austin, meanwhile, the Pirates tonight, they still play a game against the Reds at 6:40, Braxton Ashcraft versus Andrew Abbott, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
I know we're all just concerned about Ryan O'Hearn. Do you have a status update?
Nothing yet. It was quad injury and, didn't look good.
How much of a gut punch was this one overall from start to finish?
Yeah, start to finish to, the loss and then to what happened with Rhino there at the end. It's extremely tough.
Donnie, what did you see on that play from Nick to Brendan?
I'm not really sure. I didn't get a chance to go back and watch the replay. It just looked like Brandon was getting to the bag, and I don't know if the ball cut on him a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but obviously didn't make the catch.
Is that one where Brandon needs to catch it, or Nick needs to go first, or what needs to happen?
Well, it's both of those guys have meant so much to us this year, and Brandon has played such great defense, and Nick has gotten better at third, made a good play. Nick saved the game last night. Obviously, they'll tell you that we need to get an out on that play. What happened exactly, I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to catch up with him yet.
I just want to see Don Kelly just get more fired up. I want to see somebody fight for this team. I want to see somebody stand up and I want to hear a story from somebody that reports it, whether it's Beasley, it's Hiles, it's Stump. I want to hear a story that somebody stood up in the clubhouse after yesterday's game, right after the game, and just lit a fire under everyone. I want to hear that type of story. I remember in the Game 7 of the 2016 World Series, there was a very famous story that came out. And I'm pretty sure it was Jason Hayward in the middle of a rain delay with the Cubs late in the game. And when the Cubs had obviously given up the home run off of Aroldis Chapman from Rajai Davis, it tied the game, sent it into extras. Cubs looking for their first World Series in over 100 years. And he gave such an inspirational speech to fire up the group, get them to bounce back from the emotional doldrums and the sadness that they were in, to get back on track, to get your mind right, the mentality in the right place. And that's just what I want to hear, whether it's Don Kelly, whether it's one of these players. I want to hear that happen. I want to hear somebody be emotional through the media. Say something that's going to resonate. Maybe it does need to be just all behind the scenes, but I want to see some fire. I want to see some passion. I want to see somebody rile up the fan base in a positive way. I want to see some emotion, and we're just not seeing it. Felt like a funeral last night in the locker room. Someone's got to be fired up and just angry. Someone's got to be, just light a spark. I don't think that making the trade that they did today to acquire Camilo Doval necessarily does that. I think it can be a solid arm for him. But if your general manager isn't going to do it for you, somebody in that room has to. And that partially falls on the manager, too. 412-928-9370. Donald is in South Carolina. Hey, Donald.
Hey, Limits. How's it going, my friend?
It's been crazy ever since I saw you on Friday night, huh? Can we turn the page on that week and have a better week ahead, Donald?
Yeah, I feel like I should not come back in town anytime soon. It seems like it turned bad.
I think you should come back to town and everything will turn back to the way it was, if that's possible. Can we make that happen?
I would like to. But hey, real quick, I know that me and you had chatted before, and this has been a few starts ago, and I know I was going to tell you about the story, and I'll make it quick, about Skeens and just what it looks like. So my high school baseball coach pitched AA for the Dodgers. And so what he said to me is, and he's not originally even from Pittsburgh, he's from Philadelphia. But he still watches Pirates games because he moved here and his family likes the Pirates. But he watches basically every game. And he said that he basically had the same thing happen to him in the minor leagues where it just looks like it's a little bit off. The velocity is a little bit down. But when you start to lose control like that, it's something small that's more uncomfortable than pain. And you can manage through it during the year. Again, this isn't reports. This is just him looking at it and thinking that, that he basically had the same thing happen to him. And so he was, I don't want to say a down the liner. Obviously, in AA, you're still very good at baseball. But he went to Tim Wakefield and had him teach him the knuckleball because he just didn't have his stuff during that year. And he couldn't afford, to go into the off season worrying. So, and again, I'm not saying there's a major problem with Skeens. He just said that it looks like something small in his elbow or shoulder that might be able to be cleaned up in the off season. But, right now it's nothing major in terms of surgery, like out for the year, or the word that there are two words I never want to say. But, it's nothing like that. But he said it's something small, it looks like, that it's just kind of bothering him more than injured.
Interesting.
It was just interesting to me because, again, that's an outsider that's not even biased towards, the Pirates or anything like that.
Yeah, I do find that's an interesting perspective there.
So, but yeah, I just wanted to tell you that. But it's, interesting times. I'm afraid this slide is what we've seen before. Let's hope that it's not.
Yeah, but I mean, it feels kind of reminiscent. I appreciate it, Donald. Always good talking to you. It feels kind of reminiscent of Arizona 2024 again. I was at 2 of those games in that series. Arizona this year, pretty much sparked that. Yeah, the Cubs series, they lost 2 out of 3, and they lost a couple of games in just brutal fashion. But you can't go to Cincinnati and lose to the Reds the way you have. 2 gut punch losses, a walk-off loss, and a loss in the 8th inning that, you might as well have just walked off the field after Nick Gonzalez and Brandon Lau's error. You can just hear it in the voice of Joe Block here.
Montgomery is on here, the pitch. Ball hit on the ground to third. Nick Gonzalez waiting to throw to second base instead of just throwing to first, and that's going to allow the Reds to take the lead. What's he doing? And Lau's just, not thinking he's going to throw to second because no one ever throws to second in that scenario. And the Reds have then 8-7 lead. What's going on? Wow. If Nick Gonzalez does what every third baseman's ever done forever and just throw the ball to first base, the inning ends and we're tied. Instead, now the Reds have an 8-7 lead.
And that's just how everybody thought. That does happen occasionally where you go the short way and you go to second, but sometimes that's typically just when a lot of your momentum is taking you towards that base. It's an easier play than make the turn and then throw to first. Gonzalez had all day to throw that ball. Just go to first. Just get the out. And again, it's just another misstep defensively. We knew this defense wasn't going to be good this year. We knew that they were going to make some errors and some blunders. But when it rains, it pours, and it is just pouring at a rapid amount, a rapid speed, the rain falling down. Here is Dyson in D.C. Hi, Dyson.
Lemus, what's up?
Dyson.
What a show.
Crazy
what a
times.
show it's been.
Yeah, what a show it's been, that's for sure.
I bring you greetings from the Anchored Down podcast. Aiden and Noah are also listening right now. So
awesome. Shout out.
But, I'm with you. I mean, I've agreed with everything you said today. Well, before I get into the baseball talk, Dom, milkshake do not all taste the same. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Dyson.
But baseball talk, like, I think, just like what you're saying, I feel like Don Kelly's press conferences have just been like kind of Mike Tomlin-esque in a way, where it's just beating around the bush, not really saying anything, no emotion. Every time it's just like, it's a frustrating loss. We'll get them back tomorrow. It's like, I mean, it's beyond frustrating at this point, Donnie. Like, how about we show a little emotion, get fired up, and be like, yeah, tonight sucked. Like, we played terrible. And no, it's just, yeah. And then saying he's going to go look at the replay on that play, like, what do you mean look at the replay? You watched it happen. Everyone in the world knew that was a dumb play. And you're going to just say, yeah, let me go look at the replay. And I can't really. No, Donnie, it was a bad play, and you know it. Like you said, someone light a fire under these guys and get something going. And it's sad because they lost the two of the easier of the four games.
Yes.
And now we got a left-handed pitcher tonight and Chase Burns tomorrow. And it's just something's got to. Someone, like you said, someone's got to step up in that clubhouse and get the team going. It's sad. I mean, the 2.5 out. You look when you turn it to glass half full. It's not over for sure. But like you said today, but it's spiraling downwards, and someone just got to get them fired up, and something's got to change.
Yeah, it feels like it definitely could be over at this point. Thanks, Dyson. Just because of the trajectory right now, you lose 7-10 at this point in the year, going into the deadline. There's 2 months left, and then you got to play the Brewers for 4. I mean, they are one of the best teams in all of baseball, if not the best. Record-wise, they're one behind the Dodgers. They have 68 wins this year. That's the second most in baseball. Run differential-wise, they're plus 136. They're just a really, really good baseball team, and at home, they're 36-20. The Pirates need to just split in Milwaukee, and that comes after playing the 2 best starting pitchers that the Reds have. I mean, you were able to score some runs off of Hunter Green, who's still trying to battle his way back after having an arm injury this year. This is not going to get better for them immediately. It's just not. Anthony's in Oakland. What's up, Anthony?
This is why I try to temper people with the schemes talk. Okay, he had some pretty good years. One Cy Young year, Rookie of the Year. But when he's needed to stop a losing streak or to dominate somebody, he can't do it anymore. He can't. This isn't Tom Seaver, Sandy Koufaxville, Glavinville. 5 runs and 5. He's given up 5 runs in the last 2 games. They're hitting him. Yo-yo guys you never even heard of.
He doesn't make anyone off balance anymore, Anthony. He doesn't.
No. There's no fear.
Nobody looks uncomfortable. Pitching Ninja on Twitter loves to put out, the Paul Skeens gets another sword. He makes this batter look foolish by just getting completely fooled by a pitch, and it's a sword of a swing, not even a full swing. He doesn't do that anymore. Nobody's fooled by what he's throwing.
And what's I've been noticing, even when he's getting up on them 1 and 2, they're still knocking him around. Listen, let me tell you something. I've been watching baseball since the early 60s. I've seen some great pitchers, the Marichals, the Gibsons, even some Pirate pitchers, Candelarias. If they get up on you 1 and 2, you're in big trouble, baby. And I was feeling that way about Skeens, but something has happened to him. And what has happened is he doesn't have confidence in himself, and the team doesn't have confidence in him. And that's the big difference. When, back in the day, a good team, when they had their great pitcher on, they played that way. But this team, they're looking around waiting for something bad to happen, and it's been happening.
You think they even aren't confident in Skeens at this point, that Skeens can go out there and play stopper for them, which obviously he didn't do yesterday. But you think they're losing faith in Skeens, the clubhouse, is what you're saying, Anthony. That's your perspective.
Course. Yeah, listen, they read the press clippings. They saw his dominance. They've heard how he was the big man on campus. He's not showing it. And they know when banjo hitters are taking him deep to center field. Are you kidding me? No, there's something missing. I don't know if this organization can correct it. I don't know if it's in its head. I just know one thing. Well, back in the day, when you had a dominant pitcher, when that pitched Steve Carlton, when Steve Carlton, their team, he was on the team that lost 100 games.
Yeah.
He won 27 and won the Cy Young Award. Listen.
It's like Mike Trout winning MVP on the Angels when they were winning like 72 games.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've seen guys like Carlton, and the Pirates had great hitters. He would make them look foolish. And we're not seeing that with Skeens. I don't know what's going on. All I know is this organization can't advance if your top guy is not your top guy anymore because you have no bullpen. Now, I don't know if not getting to the seventh or eighth inning, but I heard when they went up 7-5, I said to myself, if they can't get 3 outs, I'm over. I'm done.
Well, 6 at that point, but yeah. They couldn't get 3 outs just to start, to get to the 9th. And I found it so funny because I just didn't want to believe it. And maybe I try to be optimistic Pirates fan, or maybe I'm just trying to be glass half full in my life, you know. And Joe texted me, Bob, and Matt Clement. We have a group chat that's pretty active during games. And Joe said, I just cannot, or let me see if I can find it here, but what he basically said was the downfall of this is going to be significant. This was, he said, just waiting to see how horrific the ending is. And that's just what you think whenever the bullpen comes in.
It's a horrific. Listen, you got to give the Red Sox credit. Man, they went on a historic run.
Yeah,
and people talk about, they're going to give up their. They're not giving you anybody, buddy. That team is excited. They're ready to roll. That's what the Pirates better come up with somewhere magically. They better take these next 2 and the 4 in Milwaukee like they did on that homestand before the All-Star break to give this city some momentum. If they don't do that, you could, as Bob Prince used to say, you could kiss this season goodbye.
Thanks, Anthony. You need a 10-game winning streak, an 8-game winning streak. But you didn't need that a week ago. You didn't. You just needed to tread some water, stay afloat, don't sink your own ship, don't self-sabotage. And what has Paul Skeens done over his last 6 starts, you wonder? Well, here are the numbers. In July, Skeens has made 6 starts. He's 3-2 with an ERA. Are you sitting down for this, Dom? I know you are. You're lying back in your chair. You might fall out of your chair like your Bob Walk. His ERA in July is 6.25. 31 2/3 innings. He's given up 37 hits, 22 earned runs, 23 total runs, 4 home runs. He's hit 2 batters. He's walked 12, has struck out 42. Opponents are hitting 296 off Paul Skeens this month. They're hitting 300 off of Skeens in the month of July. A whip of 155. That opponent batting average on June 14th and June 20th was 199. It's now 230. His whip on the same 2 starts, the 14th and the 20th, was 093. It's now 111. Skeens over his last 15 games is a 4.68 ERA. The guy that won the Cy Young last year. If you want to blame the World Baseball Classic and you want to say, oh, well, he got ready too early, look at Eduardo Rodriguez and how he carved the Pirates up for 8 scoreless innings. He pitched in the championship game of the World Baseball Classic. He looks fine to me. It's the delivery. It's the tinkering that they made with Skeens. It's a bunch of things that they had no business doing. There was no reason to do what they did with Skeens and alter so much of his trajectory. There was no purpose to it. None. I mean, unless you're really trying to prevent injury, but he never showed any injury concerns. And if the reasoning was, oh, well, Jared Jones got hurt, we don't want the same thing going on with Skeens. They're 2 different types of pitchers. They're 2 different body types. They're built different. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe Emmanuel and Carnegie does. What's up, Emmanuel?
No, I ain't no doctor. I don't get it.
I don't understand it.
Those numbers you just read is horrifying. You know what I mean? So,
Emmanuel, doesn't it kind of feel like it's and I think it was Bob maybe or Matt Clement that mentioned this earlier today. It's like the 5 stages of grief. You know, like, Dom, you know what the 5 stages of grief are?
Yeah, I do.
It's denial, anger, bargaining, followed by depression and acceptance.
Yes.
Like, I think for a while, we were in denial over Paul Skeens. No, I mean, he's had a couple of bad starts. He'll figure it out. It'll be fine. Then he had that stretch of games, 9 or 10 games that he didn't win a start, and the Pirates had lost all of those games. That's anger. Paul Skeens, Cy Young, we're finally giving you some run support, and he's pitching poorly. Anger, ERA closer to 4, bargaining. Well, maybe it's because of the World Baseball Classic. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe he's just fatigued from pitching so much. You know, maybe he just doesn't want to throw as fast because he can get hitters out another way. I think right now we're in the depression stage. This is the depression stage with Paul Skeens. Maybe he's not the dominant pitcher that we thought he was anymore because he changed his arm slot and he's going to keep it that way. Maybe this is just what he is. Maybe they're never going to be able to win in the Paul Skeens era. Paul Skeens cost them that game last night against Cincinnati, as did Nick Gonzalez, as did other factors. That right now, I think Pirates fans are in depression. And the acceptance is going to come at the end of the year that, well, at least we had him for a couple years and we had a great run in the Rookie of the Year and the Cy Young year. That's my rant, Anthony.
Yeah.
That's my rant, Emmanuel.
No, you're fine. You know, I accepted this a long time ago. The last 7 years has been a body of work that, you know, this team is inconsistent all the way up from the top. You know what I mean? So in regards to schemes, I think, they should not have changed some things up he was doing, his mechanics and all that.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be just a seasonal problem. I think next year he'll be better, you know, with a full off season of rest and, you know, going back to his fundamentals and what he does during the off season. Because the world class, that is a little bit of fatigue, you know, and everybody's different. Like you said, some pitchers probably was able to thrive through it. They got an early start. Some pitchers didn't. I want to also, I hate to beat him down, but I think Don Kelly, you know, you talked about winning by the margins. We talked about that the last couple years, you know, and even 2 years ago, I looked at the record 2 years ago, we were 56 and 53, 3 games above 500 before, you know, Holderman and Bednar blew it up. But we were winning by the margins because that team was very, very, very severely under-talented. This team, we have talent.
Yep.
And by these margins, we're blowing games because we're pulling pitchers, we're pulling batters for pitch runners and stuff like that. So, you know.
Yeah, why did they pinch run Billy Cook for Esmeralyn Valdez? And then look at yesterday. Esmeralyn Valdez had a perfectly fine time being able to score from what was it, second base on a base hit? So
absolutely.
He was perfectly fine scoring. Not slow.
So it just shows you we're not winning by the margins. We're letting this slip away. You talked about depression and stuff. I'm not because I set the bar low before the season. I had us winning 83 games at first. But they told me that, you know, Griffin wasn't going to start until like the 3rd or 4th week of the season. So I said, hey, we're going to win 81. And now Griffin has been out. Cruz has been out. You know, so I'm going to stick at it. We're going to be 81 and 81. Yes, it's going to be entertaining throughout. Don't be all depressed because, you know, we lost 2 games that we could have won and should have won. I think we're going to win tonight. I'm actually going to put a lot of money down. I think, you know,
wow.
You thought this was the bottom, like the low point. I think we're going to bounce back. That's what we have shown, though, throughout this season. Like through a lot of difficult losses in Philadelphia and Colorado, we bounced back a little bit.
You better hope this is the low point. You better hope this is the low point, Emmanuel, and that it doesn't get lower than this.
We're going to finish 81 and 81. That's all I got to say. And let's go Steelers. It's about time to start wrapping up for football.
We will be hearing the Steelers call soon, Emmanuel. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Lines continue to be full. Let's go to Evan in Greenfield to chime in. What's up, Evan?
Hey, guys. I just want to see what you guys think. What I think is that they should get rid of Kelly and Cherington, and that would be the jolt. Other
right
teams
now?
do it in sports. Yeah, right now.
Well,
Why not?
I don't really know if I trust Cherington to manage this deadline. That's why I would have moved on a year ago or 2 years ago. But they didn't. Like, I think you kind of have to – you've made your bed. You kind of have to live in it for the rest of the year.
I don't think so. Now, there's sports with 2 months to go. Yeah, they do it in hockey. I've seen it done in baseball, too. Just get rid of the guy right now. He's a good guy and everything. I think he could be a good coach, and I think he might even be a good manager someday. But if you really think you have a chance to win this year, you can't go on like this. You can't have a manager who makes mistakes week after week after week. He is probably, it's easy to say that he's responsible for 10 losses this year. Just like the guy in front of me was saying. I mean, the pinch runner situations, putting Triolo in place of Lau, the mismanagement of the bullpen. I mean, you just mistake after mistake. Take a shot, find somebody. There's a lot of executives, and I assure you, there's a lot of coaches, minor leagues or people on other teams that you might be able to grab. I mean, I'd give Russell Martin a chance for the last 2 months of the year.
To manage the team, Russell Martin.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
I mean, don't you think that bringing in a guy that's never managed before, you could have a Mark DeRosa situation on your hands? He just doesn't understand the rules. He doesn't know entirely how to manage a pitching staff or make decisions and stuff like that. Remember when Jeff Saturday came in and coached the Colts? Did that go well? Like, typically it doesn't happen unless you bring in, somebody that is like an established manager. Like, look at it. Look what happened with Philadelphia right now. They fired Rob Thompson. They brought in Don Mattingly. They went on a strong run, and now Philadelphia is on a free fall. They've lost 8 out of their last 10 games. They do hold the final wild card, but I mean they're a negative 17 run differential team. Their expected win-loss record is 4 games under 500, when in fact it's the opposite at 57 and 53. So it's not a perfect science, but I see your point.
Do you have any names? I mean, can you think of anybody? A minor league manager, or somebody who's a bench coach? Or
I wouldn't.
Like
I wouldn't replace Don Kelly at this point, Evan. And I appreciate the call. I think you're too in deep. You're too far gone with this season to make any change like that. I think it has to be a player that comes in that is a huge jolt. Like, I don't think Don Kelly is a bad manager. I don't think he's a good manager. I don't think he's a great manager. I think he's an average manager. I don't think he is somebody who is a difference maker in a positive way for them. Like, I think there are some decisions that he's made bullpen management wise, not letting pitchers go deeper into games. I think not letting pitchers go deeper into games is more of a Cherington decision than his. And Cherington made some nice moves this offseason, but he also neglected the bullpen and didn't get a left-handed starter for the first time in his tenure in Pittsburgh. He always went out and got a left-handed starting pitcher, whether it was Jose Quintana, whether it was Rich Hill, whether it was Martin Perez, whether it was Tyler Anderson. And they didn't do that this year, and that definitely could have helped their rotation, because look at the young pitchers now. They needed a 6th guy. They needed maybe to have more time for... And I realize that there are a lot of high-impact arms that have stayed healthy. Now is the time when you need that lefty, that Robbie Ray. Someone to come in and be able to hold down the fort for you. So there are so many. This team is flawed, very flawed, more flawed than I think we think. The injuries have really caught up to them. Their bullpen is just not good, and now the starting rotation is not helping out the bullpen, so the bullpen can't help out the starting rotation, and that's just what creates this just disaster of a situation pitching-wise. A year after they were one of the best starting rotations in baseball at times. They were a good pitching staff under Oscar Marin, and now they're not. Tom is in Monroeville. What's up, Tom?
Hey, I really love your show. I'm going to be real quick about this. I'm an avid Pirate fan. I'm 79 years old, so I've seen a lot of good Pirate teams and guys who like Denny Murtaugh.
I wish we could go back to those times, Tom. I wish we could go back to those times of good teams like 71 and 79 and 60.
Absolutely. Here's my take real quickly. I manage baseball. Obviously, I'm not at that category of Major Leagues, but a good manager, good coach maximizes the talent that he has. You can have the best talent in the world and not win games if you don't use them correctly.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Don Kelly, there are a lot of things that I don't understand. For example, why is Jamie Garcia even starting a game?
Justinson Garcia?
Yeah.
The password? Yeah, I know. I got it.
He strikes out every time. Okay.
Not in the lineup today, by the way. And we will give you the lineup coming up. Not in the lineup today, though. They do not have Garcia in the lineup.
Thank goodness. I mean, I would have used Billy Cook instead of him in a heartbeat. And this constant pulling a pitcher out well before he should. It drives me absolutely insane. He's abused the bullpen. I think the bullpen is better than they showed. Quite frankly, I think they're tired. And the matchup, the algorithm, the analytics drives me nuts. I was a geek with baseball, but all I had was ERA, batting average, slugging percentage. Now you got a statistic for everything. Exit velocity, angle of launch. Come on, this is a game. And, as a manager, you got to go with your instincts.
Yeah, they get consumed by that. They really do. They get consumed by the numbers and the analytics and all kind of stuff like that. And the Pirates, thanks. Go ahead, Tom.
No, what I want to say, too, also, is Carrington. I'm not a Carrington fan at all. I would give him credit for Spencer Horwitz. Never heard of the guy, and he's a great player. I really like it. I love this team, by the way. We lost a big thing with O'Hearn. That was a great signing.
Yeah.
But by and large, the fact that he neglected a southpaw starter or enough southpaw guys in the bullpen drives me absolutely insane. He got preoccupied with offense, which we needed. We did not need Ozuna. The guy was beyond his prime before he could have used that cash to get another arm. So he's not very good. So you got a GM and you got a manager that's not very good. I refer to Don Kelly as Derek Sheldon with a better team, because that's what he does. He's Derek Sheldon, who I couldn't handle. This team could turn it around. And one last thing on Paul Skeens. Number one, there was too much hype on Paul Skeens. I got tired of hearing about Paul Skeens.
Yeah, but Tom, he did have two seasons of sub-2 ERAs. Like, that is historic. It never happens. Just never happens.
No, he was great. I don't question
that. But that's why.
But here's something that I noticed, and I'm outside of MLB. He changed his delivery. And I was listening to Stephen Brault last night, and it was a pretty astute comment. Instead of coming forward and driving with his leg straight ahead, he's bringing it to the side. I noticed that the first time I saw him pitch this year. He wasn't the same.
Yeah.
I also I see where our bullpen, as bad as people think it is, they have one major flaw. They don't throw enough strikes. Now, coincidentally, they got a guy by the name of Murphy, who I don't like either.
The pitching coach, Bill Murphy.
Bill Murphy. Everything changed. Now, I'm led to believe that Paul Skeens had some influence there because he felt that Oscar didn't teach enough. Well, maybe you can teach too much. Skeens was great the way he was. Something changed. And the common denominator is the pitching coach.
I see what you're saying, Tom. I appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. We'll continue to take them from you. We push Nick Farabaugh to the top of the hour so we can hear from the rest of you at 412-928-9370. Pirates officially announcing the trade, Camilo Doval and cash considerations being acquired from the Yankees in exchange for catcher Omar Alfonso, outfielder Luis Cruz. Alfonso was the 17th overall prospect in the Pirates system before the deal. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters. You can watch the show on Twitter. You can interact with us on Twitter. I'm at Austin R. Bechtold. Follow the station at 937 The Fan. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Back to your calls in a moment as we just break down this Pirates season at this point. A lot of people want to chime in. We'll hear from you in a moment. Austin Bechtold on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Reds tonight, 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft starts for Pittsburgh. Andrew Abbott starts for Cincinnati. And you can listen right here on The Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. Meanwhile, in some other news for any Sopranos lovers out there, Vincent Pastore it was announced just a few minutes ago, passed away. He played, of course, Sal Bonpensiero, who was the known FBI agent. So Vincent Pastore, at the age of 80, passed away just a little bit ago. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer's calling, and it tastes like flavor. Crack open the tropical taste of IC Light Mango, and now meet the new refreshingly bold IC Light Berry. Bright, crisp, refreshing, bursting with flavor, but still light. Because when the sun's out, the good times deserve a beer that brings the summer flavor rush. IC Light Mango, IC Light Berry. Pick up Iron City Mango and Berry flavored 15 packs for $18.99 at Duffy's Beer and much more.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Did you know the average person keeps the same bank account for 19 years? 19 years ago, you still had a flip phone. That was just a phone. If you're still banking like you did when you parallel parked with just your eyes and a prayer, it's time for a change. Upgrade to Citizens, where how you bank changes with you. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Service your vehicle the easy way at Joe Ball GMC. Open 6 days a week with convenient scheduling, free shuttle service, complimentary loaners, and a comfortable lounge. Our ASE certified team services all makes and models with a price match guarantee. Visit Route 8 Glenshaw or JoeBallGM.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Some reaction from the Pirates clubhouse on the move for Camilo Doval. Brandon Lau was asked by MLB.com's Aiden Stepanski, and he said, Lau did, if this is the first of a few dominoes that fall, it's a pretty good first domino. And I think everybody's pretty excited about the help that he can provide for this bullpen, for this team. I think it's very much worth noting that Lau says, if this is the first of a few dominoes that fall, because everybody knows that there needs to be multiple dominoes that fall. I'm glad that somebody just said the quiet part out loud inside the clubhouse. I don't know why I said locker room, inside the clubhouse. Like, that being reiterated, that being stated, somebody on the team saying that and basically saying, hey, GM, hey, Cherington, give us some help. We need it. Maybe one of those answers is Jose Soriano, who they claimed in the Rule 5 draft a couple of years ago and gave back to the A's or the Angels, who has been scratched from his start tonight per a team announcement from the Angels saying that they are 48 hours away from the deadline and they're scratching him just for those purposes. Basically saying, yeah, we might trade you. Could you imagine being the player? Yeah, you're not going to pitch this game for us. It might be your final game pitching for the Angels, but we don't want you potentially getting hurt, so we're going to scratch you and then potentially trade you. He's 9-6 with a 3.29 ERA and 123 innings. And also was somebody who the Pirates had potentially, they did. They picked him in the Rule 5 draft. He was hurt, and then they gave him back. Always fun to look back on those type of names. Angels announced it is prudent for them to scratch Soriano from today's start. Today, Jose Soriano will not make his scheduled start. With the trade deadline on Monday and the uncertainty of the next 48 hours, we decided to take a prudent approach and see where the next few days lead us. John Mozeliak, baseball operations consultant, says for the Angels. Man, that's a first. Just the way that it was said, especially. But they get Camilo Doval. They need to make more moves. Ryan O'Hearn is out 6 to 8 weeks with a left quad strain. Pirates activated Rafael Flores. He's in the starting lineup for the Bucks today and will play at first base. Because right now they don't have any first basemen. Like, Endy's a first baseman, but he also catches. Flores can play first base, but he also catches. So they have 3 catchers on the roster right now: Endy, Flores, and Davis. Until Horwitz comes back, and then Flores probably goes back down, they have no true first baseman right now. Triolo can play first. Triolo is also at short today. The 2 most beloved players by the fan base, Marcell Ozuna and Jared Triolo, are batting 6th and 7th today. Triolo at short, Ozuna DHing. Let's go to Nick in Uniontown. Hi, Nick.
Hey, Limits, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? I'm good.
Hey, nothing much. Hey, I just wanted to say, I just feel like the Pirates need to really just own up to what they've been doing.
Yeah.
I just can't sit here and say that. I think they just need to start looking like a big league club.
You sound like a depressed Pirates fan, Nick.
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
I am. It's just, I don't know. It's almost laughable, some of the analytical decisions. I just feel like we just need to take that step to not be. I know we're a small market, but just need to act more or less like a big league club. Just make the right. I know it's easier said than done, but make the right moves. Like start to really believe that you are that contender that you really should be. I mean, this team is good enough to contend with anybody, whether it be starting pitching. I know the bullpen sucks, but there's hopefully help on the way. But I just believe they need to really start to act like they belong instead of pretending. And I just feel like they're so timid in all their decision making, and they overthink a lot of things. I think you just need to get back to the basics, act like you belong, and really put your best foot forward and start to thrive. Because this is one of the best Pirates teams I've seen in my lifetime.
It's the best offense we've ever seen. It's the best offense we've ever seen. I mean, there's no denying that. It's statistically true. It's eye test true. That's just a fact.
Yeah, I just feel like management, and I don't want to put blame on anybody, but I just feel like management needs to follow through with that and start acting like they can contend, because they can. I mean, at the end of the day, they have the roster to do it. You just need to make, small moves to actually really reinforce that.
Yeah, that's a good point, Nick, and I appreciate the call because look at what they're doing with Montgomery. Why can't you let him go out there for another inning? And now it's not pitch count anymore; it's ups. Oh, we can't let him get up again and throw another inning. Matt Clement kind of was chiming in and telling us that too. But when are you just gonna play for 2026? When are you gonna fully go for it? And I know they made the Lau trade for 2026, and they made some other moves with that purpose too. But when are you gonna go all in? When are you gonna fully just put all your chips in and give it a real shot? Be aggressive. I'm not saying trade Seth Hernandez, but be aggressive for who you want. They are a little bit timid with pitch decisions, pinch hitting. They were taking Valdez out of the game for Billy Cook. I think that is a conservative move. You're really telling me, and some people would call it aggressive. I know some people have called it aggressive because Billy Cook's a better runner. But I don't think it's a smart move. What if Valdez comes back, his spot comes back up again? Same thing that happened in the instance with Brandon Lau and Nick York pinch hitting for him earlier in the year. They're not good enough with keeping starters in games deep enough. Keller went 5 scoreless innings against, was it the Yankees or a different start, and they just took him out, and then the bullpen blew it. Bubba Chandler. Oh, Cody Bellinger's coming up. He's only thrown 84 pitches. It's the best start Chandler's ever had, but let's take him out. And immediately, Brandon Eisert, a soft-tossing lefty instead of the hard-throwing Chandler, gives up the game. They're conservative. They don't make the right moves. Marcell Ozuna is awful in their lineup recently. Their record with Marcell Ozuna in it is 14 under 500, 13 under 500, and he's in the lineup again, and they don't cut ties with him. Here is Max in Murraysville. What's going on, Max?
Hey, man, what's going on?
Hey, Max.
Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, man.
Hey, I just wanted to, get my sense on Paul Skeens. I know it's been a heavily discussed topic in the last few days, but, just to answer the question, in my opinion, on what the heck has happened over the last 15 starts from him is, in compared to the 2 years that we've seen just utter dominance, is, his velocity has just gone down. We've seen the spin rate down. And I think there's also something to be said about his choice on what he's pitching, because in the first 2 years we saw, that fastball was consistently above 100, and then he would throw that just catch people looking, and he could tunnel that really well. And the numbers were really well for him. And now this year, I feel like he's trying to rely a lot more on that changeup, which I just don't remember seeing him pitch those first 2 years.
Which is getting hit up significantly. The batting average against on the changeup this year is 247. A year ago, it was 103.
Yeah, it's just way more hittable for these batters. And it was said earlier, people have the scouting report on him now, and I think that's absolutely true. And he's getting pulled from games really early, which, is a result of his performance. But something else that I thought was really interesting is watching the Reds game last night. They put the numbers, his career numbers against the Reds up on the screen, and I think it was 4-0 with an ERA that was below 2.
In the first 6 outings, I think it was. In his first 6 games against the Reds, he was dominant. And then in the last 2, I think his ERA is 12 or something.
Yeah, and it's maybe you thought that this could just be the turnaround for him. He's had such good starts against that lineup, and it just wasn't the case. He gets pulled, and you just have to rely on that bullpen for the last, 4 innings of the game, and you just don't have the hope that you should with that bullpen not being as competent as you wish it was, and which leads to the performance of the bullpen. It's been not where we want it to be this year, and I think some of it is just the people we have in the bullpen. Iser, just that. Watching him pitch is just hard to watch, to be honest.
Yep.
And then other guys, yeah, I love to watch Montgomery pitch, but again, you're trusting the bullpen with 4+ innings consistently. across games. And, I mean, it was said earlier, they're just tired. A lot of them don't have the level of competitiveness that I think they would need to be able to pitch. You know, I love watching Mlodzinski go out there. I've always been a Mlodzinski fan, but I'm having to ask the question, and I feel like a lot of Pirates fans are asking, is how much longer are we going to be able to watch them blow games? We're at, 20 blown games now from the bullpen, I think.
Yep.
And just how much more of this can we take?
And, I mean, that's why I think, and I appreciate it, Max, good call, that this could be a breaking point. That this loss, where they fought their way back, they got over a bad Skeens start where they gave Skeens the lead twice and he gave it back, and then they were able to score in the 8th inning and they took the lead and they were up by 2, not just 1 run, they were up by 2. And Wilber Dotel comes in and immediately gives it away. Like, let's be honest with this team. Look at the bullpen. Gregory Soto was paid close to $8 million and he's not been nearly what they need him to be. Mason Montgomery's starting to come around. They're utilizing Carmen Mlodzinski so poorly. He's pitched well when he's been out there, but he's not being used situationally well at all. And if you disagree with that, I don't know what you're seeing. Johan Ramirez doesn't know where the ball is going half the time when he throws it. Yeah, the numbers look better for him of late, and he, I think I did a solid job. He was fine as the opener for them a couple of outings ago. But also when you run an opener, that takes away one of your better relievers for later on in the game. Wilber Dotel is nothing more right now than a 4A pitcher. Ron Marinaccio was DFA'd at his former team. Noah Murdoch, you hold your breath every time he's out there. Hunter Barco, they're bringing Evan Sisk back. That's great, but then look at your rotation. Ashcraft is at his innings limit. Chandler's just way too wild for everyone's liking. Jared Jones has been great, but he's on a pitch limitation and restriction. Mitch Keller is always bad in August and September. And Paul Skeens, you don't know what he is right now. It's sad. Like, you have no sure thing right now. And the thing that is supposed to be your sure thing, your ace, your Cy Young, your star, your 6'6", 260-pound just beast of a pitcher on the mound, has an ERA 2 points higher than he did last year. And just seems lost out there. He doesn't seem himself. Seems like he needs, he's having an identity crisis and he's got to figure out what the next course of action is. Like Paul Skeens has been replaced, and this is like the movie Trading Places, and someone else is living in Paul Skeens' body. Like, there is just an average MLB pitcher living inside of Paul Skeens, or that song Freaky Friday where, the two artists switch bodies. You've heard that song, Dom?
There's also the movie.
And the movie. It's what it feels like. Paul Skeens, it doesn't seem like it's Paul Skeens anymore. It's strange. 412-928-9370. Mark is in Carrick. Hi, Mark.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, Mark, you got it.
The longest time I've been on hold since the 90s.
Well, here's your chance.
Oh, well, I better not fumble it. Hey, all things considered, I want to thank you guys for not only holding strong, but what an entertaining show and how refreshing, you and Dom. Do you like the combo?
Yeah, I do like the combo. It's fun working with Dom. I think it's been a very entertaining and just it's been a wild show, Mark. And the reason why you've been waiting so long is because we have so many people. The lines have been full the whole entire day. It's been great.
You mean you had better options? That's everyone's story, Austin.
No, Mark, you're one of my favorites. You know that.
I do. Can we have Dom's opinion? Can he chime in?
He can.
Can he juggle all jobs at once like you do on a daily basis?
Yes, he can.
What's the question?
Do you enjoy pairing with Austin?
Yeah, I do.
That's not convincing.
I do. He's risen up my ranks of favorite people in the building recently, I can tell you that much.
Is that because other people are falling?
Very well,
so
Austin,
that doesn't mean that I am somebody who is making a good impression on you. Other people are making a poor one.
Bingo. No, I love working with Austin. He knows that.
Oh, no, that's great to hear now that we level set. Also, we had the 5-alarm fire event. Now, Austin, you were up for auction to go to a PSU game, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so there were exactly 2 people that bid.
No, there were more than that.
Me?
I saw how many people bid. There were more than that.
Well, so did I. But apparently, I assumed that I didn't win that. Maybe I didn't win the raffle ball.
Honestly, Mark, I don't even know who's won that. They haven't even told me.
That's fine, but let me ask you this question. And thank you guys for not only being a refreshing treat, and your rapport together is just incredible. I fully support this pairing, whether you guys do or do not. And like you said, Dom's kind of hesitant, although he sort of brought me back with maybe he was being sincere. But, you know, is it going to work out?
With the Pirates?
No. Let me ask you this. What would it take for an appearance fee to have you, Dom, and Callis drive the 93.7 fan truck? Well, let's say I randomly was watching UFC Serbia this morning and listening to you guys, and you just had some expendable income, much like how you went with Steve to, and you had great seats, and you almost came back. What would it cost to have that done? Is that a possible thing for you three to coexist and do an appearance?
Where are we going? Like, what are we doing, Mark?
We're going to the Penn State game that I should have rightfully won, but I'm offering essentially, 3 times the money.
I don't know if Harry Callis would like going to a Penn State game, but Dom and I definitely would.
Okay, so you and Dom? So then there you go. You just chop someone else. You get $500 apiece. Who's driving the truck?
I thought, are you driving, Mark, or do you want Dom to drive? I mean, I can drive. I've never driven a truck before, but I can make it work.
Oh, no. We have to listen to nothing but click and clack car maintenance videos, remember? That's the thing, because, I don't know how to change a flat tire either. I was asking you, it's the blind leading the blind. But now, all things considered, Dom had me on hold so long, I forgot that.
Now, hold on. It's not Dom. I answer the phones. I get you on there. You can blame Austin.
Oh, well, so he was the one bumping me. Well, see, we could discuss that at a later date. But all jokes aside, let me ask you both this in closing.
Yes.
Braxton Ashcraft tonight. The Pirates are hanging -120 road chalk. Do they get it done, get back to 500, and then potentially salvage, I know, the Sunday game? That's hilarious. Let's not put the cart in front of the horse. Let me hear both your takes individually. Do these Pirates, once again, Austin gave the analogy, do they get off the deck, done taking the beating? Yep. Do the Pirates either, is this the turning point, and what happens tonight?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Appreciate the call. I think that they are going to lose again this game. They're playing a lefty. Abbott's really good. Abbott's had pretty solid success against them. They're 9-23 against lefties this year, which is just hard to believe. Winning percentage-wise, it's the worst in baseball, or at least worse in the National League. The only other, Kansas City's 9-22, so I guess, they are the worst. The Mets are 8-21. I don't even care to look at what the numbers are at this point, if you break it down into the decimals. But no, I don't. Ashcraft has not been good. Abbott is a lefty, and lefties have been very good against them. I just don't feel great about it right now. Dom, are they going to win tonight?
Is who going to win tonight?
The Pirates.
Andy Lindbergh says yes. You say yes, Andy?
What do you say, Dom?
Yeah, they're going to win tonight.
Good. They need to.
I'll say yes. Is the game going to happen, by the way?
I hope so.
It looks like it's going to rain in Cincinnati tonight.
I hope that it does.
I say yes.
I truly hope that it does. All right, Dom. We have Nick Farabaugh coming up next that I'm very excited for and looking forward to. And if we had more time, we would get into more calls, but we should for a very short segment after Farabaugh. So let's play the ID, talk to Nick Farabaugh, training camp recap from today with the Steelers, and then we'll dive back into it. Taking you up until 5:45, North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. Austin Bechtold here on The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Reds tonight at 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft starts for Pittsburgh. Andrew Abbott starts for Cincinnati. And you can listen to it all right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is in about just under 40 minutes, 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
I went to the Pony League World Series 2 years ago. It's great baseball.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going to see that.
We'll go.
That's fine.
We'll tailgate it.
Yeah.
At beautiful Wild Things Park.
That's where it's at?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No, it's not.
Have you actually been there then? If you've just been there 2 years ago, how would you not know what field it's on?
I don't know. He knows now.
I didn't go.
There it is.
Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Apparently, you don't need a rocket to get to Mars. Chris Muller here. You just drive to the Awaken 180 location there and meet Tommy Ann, who may be the most useful person in town not wearing a spacesuit. Tommy Ann and the other Awaken 180 coaches have now helped clients lose a combined, wait for it, 1 million pounds. But that's not a company milestone. It's thousands of personal ones. My weight loss is one tiny piece of it. So is somebody's first 10 pounds. Somebody's knee hurting less. Somebody wearing a shirt they had quietly retired. I started with a torn up knee and a second kid at home, so I know what it means when a plan works inside chaos. If you choose in person, Tommy Ann meets with you face to face, reviews your week, answers your questions, and gives you practical ways to keep losing every week. And that 1 million pound number is still climbing. Don't memorize a phone number. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and tap the call button. Not a pitch. Just answers. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTomaso with Fan Headlines. A couple of Pirates moves ahead of tonight's game against Cincinnati. Ryan O'Hearn is officially out 6 to 8 weeks with a left quad strain, so we won't see him again until September. Meanwhile, some pitching moves. Isaac Mattson is back up in the Major League squad, and Antoine Kelly has been optioned back to AAA. That game tonight against Cincinnati is at 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft will start for Pittsburgh, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli will have the leadoff show in about half an hour. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Not looking great in Cincinnati right now. The tarp is on the field in the picture by Colin Beasley. It's a 60% chance of rain, 50% chance of rain at 6. That grows to over 50% chance by around 8 o'clock. So will this baseball game be played, or will it be a doubleheader tomorrow? That is up for debate. There's also a 70% chance of rain tomorrow, right around first pitch. So that's just wonderful. We go out to the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. To talk to Nick Farabaugh, our friend from Penn Live, to recap day 4 of Steelers practice. Hello, Nick. What's going on?
Not much. Beck-told I am currently en route back home from Latrobe, but good week here. Good 4 or 5 days for me in Latrobe.
Is there an off day tomorrow for the Steelers?
Yes, they're off tomorrow. They'll be back Monday, padded practice time. Always a good time for the first padded practice of the year. Not going to be quite the same as Mike T's, but they are off tomorrow, so I get an off day too. That's nice.
What's it been like, and I know it's just the early stages of it, but covering a Mike McCarthy team compared to a Mike Tomlin team?
It's interesting. I mean, just having kind of the laid-back style of camp is different. I mean, Mike Tomlin was so high-octane, and this is kind of like just kind of get as many reps as you can into one practice, get as much recall, install as much as possible. They're running through the gambit on both sides of the ball right now, trying to get as much installed of these playbooks. I do wonder if this is like a year one type thing, and maybe we don't see this next year just because literally no one on this team right now fully knows this offense just because it's a new coaching staff.
Yeah.
So I do wonder how much of an urgency that adds, but it's been a lot different. Not the same at all, different vibe.
Yeah, because like I've been trying to follow around as much as possible with a lot of the reporting that's been put out there and like what the McCarthy practices are going to be like. And obviously, one of the things that caught a lot of attention and caught some flack for some people, I guess, because it occurs around the league, but it hasn't happened here. And sometimes we live in the ecosystem of just what goes on in Pittsburgh and not in actual NFL circles, that they're not going to tackle in camp. But McCarthy said it's going to be a physical camp as well. How do those two things correspond with each other?
Well, think about this. You don't have to take a guy to the ground for it to not be physical. You still are going to thud, right? These guys are still going to collide. So it's not like you're not going to have guys hitting each other. You're just not going to be dropping your body weight and bringing them to the ground. So I think there's some bits that you can learn, especially technique-wise, from just being in what they call thud tempo, which is literally just thudding. But also, you're going to still have blocking in the trenches. It's not like the offensive line and defensive line are going to be any less physical than they were in Mike Tomlin's case. I do even wonder, do we see backs on backers? I mean, that is technically not a go-to-the-ground drill. I guess we'll see if that ends up coming back. Jaylen Warren said today, he was asked what it would be like without backs on backers, and he kind of gave a hit that might not be gone. So maybe we'll see backs on backers still go. So it's still going to be physical. They're still going to be hitting. It's just you're not going to bring these guys to the ground. And certainly in the trenches, you're still going to have blocking. You're still going to have all the collision elements of the game in the trenches. This is not a day off or a camp off for the offensive and defensive linemen. So I think people think about no live tackling and they think no physicality at all. And they leave out a lot of the facets of the game before a guy actually hits the ground that are still fairly physical.
Nick Farabaugh, Penn Live with us, because, when you hear that and you say, okay, Jaylen Warren, he won a spot on the roster. Now he's a starter, but he won a spot on the roster because of what he did at camp and what he did in preseason games. Do you think that guys that are borderline on the roster or might try to be making a practice squad, do you think that will affect some players? Maybe they won't be able to have as shining of an effect on camp compared to previous years with Tomlin?
I definitely think a guy like Jaylen Warren can't pop as much if you're not as physical as Tomlin's camps were. Now, that being said, Mike Tomlin ran the most physical camp in the National Football League, and I mean that. He absolutely ran these guys into the ground in Latrobe, and they were a little bit off later, in the season where they would have a bit lighter practices there to try and make sure the wear and tear wasn't big. I do think, you think about someone like Warren. How can they make a name for themselves in this environment? Well, one, pass pro is still going to be a thing in team drills. So you better be able to identify the fronts, and you better be able to put your nose in the fan. Same thing with the run defense. I think those guys can showcase what they're all about. The pass rushers can showcase what they're all about. There are certain positions like running back, especially if you're a pass pro guy, where it's a little harder to kind of pop. But if you're good enough, you'll pop in the preseason too. Jaylen Warren not only earned his spot through training camp, but through a very good preseason. He was excellent when he was out there in the preseason. So that's one way that teams can kind of also gauge these guys. But I do think, there is a little bit of drawback in that case. It's a little harder to get total evaluation. But I was talking with one member of the organization that kind of mentioned that too. Hey, the difference is 2 weeks into camp, you would have a full evaluation of your football team. Now it's a little harder and maybe a little bit more drawn out. But the other side of it is lesser injuries. So I guess you give and take.
What was the biggest takeaway? What was the most outstanding thing that happened today that caught your mind at training camp, Nick?
I thought it was kind of this overarching usage of Pat Freiermuth. That was one thing, we hadn't seen enough of yet in camp. We'd seen a lot of Roman Wilson. We'd seen the running backs kind of be utilized in different ways. We saw Michael Pittman be utilized as an underneath guy. Metcalf kind of as this do-it-all star that they'll move around. But Freiermuth was a guy that I was really interested in kind of seeing. And they're using him up the seam a lot over the middle of the field, getting him on the move. It's kind of the perfect thing for Pat Freiermuth to the offense. Because I think back to the players that Mike McCarthy coached in Dallas, Dalton Schultz and Jake Ferguson. And Freiermuth is very similar to them. He's athletic enough to beat people up the seam with his speed. He's got great hands. He's shiftier than you give him credit for, so he's better really after the catch than I think people think. And he's grown to be a pretty average blocker. That's been a big thing in Pat Freiermuth's game that I think's gone under the radar. So you can do a lot of different things with a player like that. And he just was everywhere today. I mean, he caught balls up the seam, over the middle, on out routes. He was active all day today, and he and Aaron Rodgers seemed to have a really good connection. So I thought that was the biggest story today. And he caught the touchdown in the 2-minute drill. They finished off today with 2 2-minute drills. And Aaron Rodgers' 2-minute drill finished with a 25-yard back shoulder catch up the seam by Pat Freiermuth. So that connection was really working today.
A lot of Freiermuth in the offense. That's interesting. Nick Farabaugh, Penn Live with us. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. One constant in Steelers training camp that seems to happen every year is fans that sit in the stands in video practice, which is not allowed for the media to do. And we get to see some of these videos. I'm looking at one right now of Drew Aller throwing a deep completion along the far sideline. I can't see who he threw it to. But Sleeper NFL says, I'm telling you, there's something there with Drew Aller. How did he perform today, Nick?
That drive, so that was from the 2-minute drive. That was his throw to A.T. Perry. This was the most Drew Aller drive I've ever seen.
All right, hold on. Let me guess. He missed a check down that was like 5 yards in front of him, and he threw it at the guy's feet, then responded by throwing a 40-yard dart down the field right on his hands.
Basically, yeah. So he opened it, throwing the dart on a slant up the middle for about 15, and then the next one was a curl route for 5, and he just sailed it. I mean, it wasn't even close. The next play was like a 7-yard completion. The next, he just jerks a check down that wasn't even close. And then it's 4th down, so they did this in 4 downs, and he uncorks an absolute beauty 40 yards down the sideline to A.T. Perry, which is probably the video you saw.
Yep.
Was probably Aller's best throw of camp. I mean, it was an unbelievable pass. And then, they go to the goal line, and he has a wide receiver wide open on a crossing route. He sails it through the back of the end zone. It should have been a touchdown. And they call a sprint out, and he throws it a little bit too far in front of you. And so this is Drew Aller in a nutshell. He's had some great throws. I mean, some really high-level throws. There was one throw today in 7-on-7 where he just did a corner route between 2 defenders in a dime-sized window. I mean, it was such a small window, and he hit Caden Weegin perfectly in the hands. Could not have placed better. And then the next play, he misses a drag route 5 yards in front of him. Like, he is so Jekyll and Hyde. He's had really great moments, other moments where you're just like, what in the world is going on? So not a surprise to see Drew Aller be a roller coaster, but he has had moments of brilliance.
Nick Farabaugh, Penn Live, joining us here on the Fan. Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Schneider & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You mentioned Roman Wilson, Nick. Is this actually a year that Roman Wilson can finally get a true opportunity in the offense? And is that up to McCarthy, or is it up to Aaron Rodgers in your mind?
I think a little bit of both. I mean, listen, I think we'd be kidding ourselves if we didn't think Rodgers had something to do with him not playing at the end of last year. I mean, MBS, one of his friends, going to put it in the ghost of Adam Thielen. I mean, the way Roman Wilson was playing last year, there was a lot of promise. But he wasn't. I don't think he was running the routes correctly. I think there was some miscommunication going on there. And I think Roman Wilson this offseason had a kind of epiphany, if you will.
Epiphany?
He just had to work his – I don't even know what to call it. I just think there was a motivating presence behind him. And he's gotten closer to Aaron Rodgers. And you talk with people around the organization, and they just talk so much about how hard Roman Wilson worked this offseason. He's in the best shape of his life, of his career. He's faster than he's ever been. Like, these are all things I've heard about him. And he seems to be just dialed in right now. Now, there are some things that I've noticed. First day of camp, he had 2 miscommunications with Rodgers. again, I think that's a big part of the reason he didn't end up playing down the stretch last year. And so that can't happen. But the next 3 days, he's been pretty clean. He catches everything thrown his way for the most part. There's a lot there that's like really intriguing at the very least. You know he's fast. You know he can run in and out of routes. The one thing I will caution people about Roman Wilson, he is the exact type of player that looks really good on air. You know what I mean? He's just fast, he's quick. He's really hard to keep up with.
Yeah.
You don't get your hands on him, and you really can't get your hands on a guy when you're only in shells. It's pretty hard to stop Roman Wilson. So I'm really interested to see when the pads come on, if he fades out or if he continues to dominate. And so, I'm just going to be real with you. Until I see Roman Wilson do it in the regular season, it's going to be hard pressed to find me fully buying in on the hype. But he has honestly been, the offensive star of training camp.
The offensive star?
He has. There's no question about it. He's been targeted more than anyone. And so that has been something that has been noticeable. But his skill set is designed to look like a star without pads on and on air. So let's see how he looks with pads on first, and then let's see how he looks like going into the preseason and the regular season. He's got a lot to prove.
So he's basically getting that treatment of best shape of his life, new Roman Wilson, like we hear about a player every single year.
He is. And we'll see. Sometimes those guys end up actually being, in the best shape of their life and breaking out, and other times they end up being who you thought they were. And so I think Roman Wilson has a track record of 2 years here where I'll believe it when I see it. And I think anyone that has skepticism around it is completely justified.
Yeah, Dan Zangrilli tweeted out something to the effect of just wait until we get the Paul Skeens next year going into spring training. He's in the best shape of his life. That type of narrative. But all right, Nick, when you evaluate this defense, and I'm not going to ask you any Joey Porter contract questions because I think at this point there's really... Well, no, actually, I'll ask this. I'll ask one quick one. I don't think Joey Porter Jr. is worth $30 million. I think when I look at the corners that are being paid $30 million or more, and Christian Gonzalez, I think, is going to end up being in that market as well. I see Denzel Ward, number one, at 30.1.
31.2, I think.
McDuffie's at 31. Sauce Gardner's at 30.1. Stingley's at 30. And then J.C. Horn's next up. I think Joey Porter is the next best corner right after Stingley on that list. I don't think he's better than Ward. I don't think he's better than McDuffie. I don't think he's better than Gardner or Stingley. So why should he be paid $30 million? That's my argument.
I think you can argue he's better than Ward. I think that contract is going to be a bad one for the Browns.
Oh, what a surprise. The Browns in a bad contract.
Right. I think Porter... I agree that 30 is a steep price, but if Denzel Ward is getting $31 million, I think Porter kind of has a gripe. But I also think you can look at Gonzalez and Witherspoon are both going to go into that tier. I think Porter's going to end up getting one of two things. He's either going to end up getting his $32 million per year, but lesser guaranteed money. That's what happened to Sauce Gardner. His contract, he's got like 30.1 per year, but he's only got like $40 million guaranteed. Or he's going to have higher guarantees and lower AAV. And that could mean 28.5 a year, but over 50% of that contract guaranteed. I know which one I would rather have. I'd rather have the high guaranteed money. Stingley, I think, got over 50% of his guaranteed. So I think Porter can point to that contract and get that done. So I think one of the two things is going to happen. But really the question is, if this gets done before Gonzalez and Witherspoon, because the Steelers gave him one or the other of those two. Otherwise, out of those three, I would not be surprised if Porter's the last of the three to be done.
Wow. And I think that would be, that'd be worst case scenario, I think, for the Steelers. They'd probably have to pay significantly more money than what Porter, I don't want to say deserves, but what would be like a realistic contract of what they should sign him for, if that makes sense. It'll be more like how the Watt contract was a reach after what Garrett got.
Right. Just think about Porter's in like this weird tier where he's somewhere between like the 8th and 11th best corner in football, and he's young. The Steelers absolutely need him. He absolutely is a star. He had the best season of his career last year. He cut the penalties down to 6. Like, every bit of this guy's game is on the ascent. Again, he doesn't get picks, but he's an absolute eraser. He hasn't a lot of touchdowns in man coverage in his entire career.
Yeah, it's like 45 games.
Like, he has all the leverage. And so I understand, where you're coming from, like, yeah, is it a bad case scenario for the Steelers? Yeah, it is. It's also exactly what Joey Porter Jr. wants, and he's got all the leverage to pull it off. So the Steelers are on a rock and a hard place here. If I were the Steelers, I would give in to his guaranteed money. I would give him high guarantees. I'm not really concerned about Joey Porter Jr. dropping off anytime soon. He's been relatively healthy. So I would give him his guaranteed money, and maybe you can get him at lower average per year value. That's what I would do.
Does TJ Watt look as quick as he did 2 years ago? Like, is last year's season in the rearview mirror?
I don't think he looks as quick, man. He's 31 going to be 32. The athleticism is on the decline. But he also looks more powerful than he did, I think, 2 years ago. That's the big thing with Watt. He has to start to develop power side of his football game. Because if he doesn't, he's really going to struggle to age well. I mean, I think of guys that have aged well at the edge rusher position. Khalil Mack, Terrell Suggs, these guys that have gotten, 10-plus sack years well into their 30s. It's all been about their power.
Yeah.
And it seems like that's part of T.J. Watt's game. He's going to move around more. I think he's going to be someone that the Steelers really want to weaponize, and rightfully so. I mean, he's still a good player. The burst is not gone. It's not like Wash. It's not what it was when he was 26, but still good enough to be a really good edge rusher in the National Football League. And so, yeah, I mean, he's got to completely change his style a little bit around as he ages. But I also do think, to his credit, he's embracing some change. He's lined up more on the right side through 4 days of training camp than I have literally ever seen him do in an entire training camp. Patrick Mahomes making him uncomfortable and pushing him to that level, and I think, to his credit, T.J. Watt is embracing it.
Is it more on him, or do you think it's more on Tomlin that he actually didn't move around at all, even though we heard that he was going to do it for like the last 2 years?
Well, I guess that's a matter of perspective. I think, Watt was stubborn and fought that, but Tomlin allowed him to do it.
Right,
so
right.
I think they're both certainly at fault. If Mike Tomlin wanted to, he should have put his foot down and said, you're moving around. But T.J. Watt didn't want to. So, you acquiesce on some things. There's bigger fish to fry in some areas. But he absolutely should have, moved around more. And so I blame both of them. But, ultimately, Mike Tomlin was the head football coach of the team, so he gets to make the decisions. He wants T.J. Watt to move around. T.J. Watt moves around.
What do you make of where the Pirates are right now, Nick?
Just painfully average. That's where they are. Listen, they are a team that can't get both things right. The bullpen has a great day. The starting pitching has a great day. The bats go down.
Well, it's three. It's the bats, the bullpen, and the starting rotation. Those three have never clicked.
Right. Listen, dude, it's fine. The team itself, again, is fine. I don't think they're a bad team. I don't think they're a good team. They are like the most 83 and 79 team I've seen. Remind me a lot of the 2018 team.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, they're good, but they're not good enough. So that's where I'm at with them. They're just so inconsistent.
Steelers today announced their Hall of Honor class of 2026. The late Craig Wolfley, J.T. Thomas, and Kevin Colbert, who spoke to the crowd today. Mm-hmm. What was that process like today, finding out the news and why the Steelers chose those three?
Yeah, they always pull us into the ceremony there, and then we get to interview the guys. It's a good crew. J.T. Thomas should have been in years ago, so I'm glad that got done and rectified. I'm a little surprised that we didn't get a modern inductee on the players' side. There's a lot of players I think that you could still argue for. DeCastro, Ike Taylor, I think, is very deserving to get into the Hall of Honor. And there are even other guys. Levon Kirkland, I think, is someone that definitely needs to be in. Even in the 70s, Benny Cunningham probably should get in at some point.
Wow, Benny Cunningham.
I think he deserves it at some point. So there's a lot of options for the Steelers to still choose from. They want to slow roll it out, so I get it. Kevin Colbert deserves it. I've seen people weirdly say he shouldn't get in because of what he did. He was the architect of 2 Super Bowl teams.
Yeah, he should
absolutely is an obvious Hall of Honor candidate. I do think there's a few on the broadcasting side that I would like to see. Jack Fleming. I'd like to see Bill Hillgrove in there. Stan Savern. I think you can make a case that there's Pomp will eventually get in as well. Like, there's a few guys, I think, on the broadcasting side. You know, Wolf is a player and broadcaster, but definitely some on that broadcasting side that I think have arguments to get in.
Well, Wolf just got announced as a guard/tackle and not as a broadcaster, but I imagine his broadcasting acumen with the Steelers, too, also had to be a part of it. I mean, he was with them for 20 years.
Do you think Wolf did enough as just a player to get in? I think Wolf was a good player. I'm not sure if he did enough to get in this early, if he did.
Right, that's why I think being a broadcaster also just pushed him over the top.
Oh, absolutely. I have no question about it, that it was the play career with the broadcasting. I mean, Wolf had such like a distinctive style of talking about football, too. It was like he just had his way of like talking about football in such a yinzerfied way, I guess is the way I would say it.
Yeah.
That it fit. So I think the broadcasting plus the player profile put him in. I think the same thing with Tunch. I mean, I do think Tunch might be like the best tackle in Steelers history, but still, I think that, you know, both those guys, their player plus broadcasting profiles absolutely got them in. I think, you know, down the line, eventually, same thing with Max Starks.
Nick, appreciate the time. Enjoy your weekend.
Thanks for having me on, Austin. Appreciate it, man.
That's Nick Farabaugh, Penn Live. Dom, this was a fun show.
This was great.
Show. It was it just had everything in this show. It really did.
It did. This is great.
Show really had everything. Appreciate it. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Tonight, cloudy all day and a high of 83 with a low of 73. Tomorrow, rain all day, a high of 79. Thanks to Alex Stump. Thanks to Nick Farabaugh. Thanks to Colin Beasley. And it was really fun talking to you throughout the entirety of the day. It was a lot of fun. We had a good time where we had Nick in Sacramento singing Dream Weaver in his own Pirates rendition. We had a poem that was read, an original verse. We had milkshake talk with ice cream. And we had sports. And we all collectively healed together. And this is always good therapy for me and a great time to be here. So I appreciate it. North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli is coming up next. Pirates and Reds. Can they bounce back? Hope so. Here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Austin just said it. I'll say it again. Pirates Reds 6:40. Braxton Ashcraft versus Andrew Abbott. And you can listen right here on The Fan and the free Odyssey app. Dan Zangrilli will have the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show in about 8 minutes. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Malzy. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back.
High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet Store. Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet Store wants to help you like we help Tony.
Pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet Store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com. Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles.
The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spitzer Toyota, 2 Minute a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, it's a new day, and will the result change? That's what Pirate fans are hoping, anticipating, longing for in the third of a 4-game set at Great American Ballpark. The Buccos sitting a game under 500 at 55-56. They've lost 4 straight for the 4th different occasion this year, and they've not lost 5 in a row since late April. 5-game losing skid is the longest of the year, and with a loss tonight, the Pirates will match that, and they turn to Braxton Ashcraft, who's been struggling of late to try to change those fortunes, and they have a left-hander on the other side that they have to overcome, and we know all too well the Buccos' struggles against the Southpaws. Just 9-23 against lefties this year. Andrew Abbott is the one standing in the way. They've had some success against him, however. We'll get into that coming up a little bit later on. But now we have to soldier on. Life without Ryan O'Hearn. It's been announced that he'll be out for about 6 to 8 weeks. He spoke with reporters a short time ago, and we'll run back some of that audio from Cincinnati as the Pirates take on the Reds, who've won 7 of their last 10. The Pirates have lost 7 of 9, below 500 for the first time since the 4th of July, trying to avoid falling 2 games under since They were 1-3 back on March 30th. So it's been a little while since the Pirates have been in this predicament. And what they did today, they went out and they got some bullpen help. Camilo Duvall has been acquired from the New York Yankees. They got a little cash as well in exchange for Omar Alfonso, minor league catcher at the AA level, their 17th rated prospect, and low-level minor league outfielder Luis Cruz. Duvall, 29 years old. He was an all-star a few years ago with the San Francisco Giants, and he was acquired by the Yankees last year, but he struggled for the most part with New York. This is an interesting type of move that we'll get into coming up here on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Dan Zangrili here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's part of what's on tap for today's program, courtesy of Hampton Beer Outlet, where you can keep cool with their Surfside Variety Pack assorted flavor 12-pack cans at just $29.99. Don Kelly will weigh in on this move. Again, you're going to hear from Ryan O'Hearn. We get into the Ashcraft versus Abbott matchup as the Reds at 52 and 57 are 16 back in the basement of the National League Central Division. The Pirates at 55 and 56. They're 14 back, third place. The Cardinals clipping at their heels, a half game behind the Buccos, as Pittsburgh is right there in that crowded mix at 2.5 back in the wild card race. The Cubs, Diamondbacks, and Phillies are the three teams in. There's two ahead of Pittsburgh as the last few out. San Diego, who's won 7 of 10. They're a game out. The Miami Marlins starting to pick up life again after free falling out of the picture. They're a game and a half out. So both the Padres and the Fish ahead of the Pirates and Nationals, who are both 2.5 out. And then you've got the Cardinals, again, a half game behind. So it's all right there in that jumbled middle. The Pirates remain. This skid is not helped at all. Cincinnati has gone 5 and 6 against Pittsburgh, 5 and 17 against everybody else in the National League Central Division, and they try to take a series victory against the Buccos. And we'll see if Ashcraft can return to form and prevent all of that. So let's get into it. Pirates made their first trade, of which we're hearing from inside the organization is going to be the first of, I don't know if it's many, but not the last move before the trade deadline comes on Monday late afternoon. So stay with us. We get you ready for baseball, where the tarp is on the field at Great American Ballpark. We're told it's not raining, low 80s, but there is rain in and around the area, so we might have a little rain delay theater. We might even have a delayed start. Weather forecast coming from Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When weather disaster strikes, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. And first pitch time is scheduled within the hour at 6:40 for Buccos and Reds. It's game number 112. We'll dive into everything when we come back on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli here to deliver a big pitch from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Have you heard about their ultra-competitive first position home equity loan rate of 5.25%? That's right, 5.25%. It's been so popular, they've extended the promotion, leaving plenty of time for you to hit a home run for that big project or unexpected expense. Learn the full terms, conditions, and membership eligibility requirements at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, equal housing lender, federally insured by the NCUA.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Robert Pierce & Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pierce & Associates handles all the costs of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pierce & Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Beat
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pirates suffering one of, if not the worst defeat of the 2026 season last night with Paul Skeens on the mound. The Buccos built them a 2-0 lead in the top half of the first inning on the Nick Gonzalez 2-run single. Gonzalez extending his major league best hit streak to 15 games, and he finished the month of July hitting .388. But Cincinnati would immediately respond with RBI double from Tyler Stevenson, RBI single from Nathaniel Lowe. Well, Pirates bouncing right back in the top half of the second inning. Jake Mangum, who now has an 8-game hit streak, hitting .324 over that time, would pop a home run, just his third of the year. The Pirates had, again, staked Skeens to leads of 2-0 and 3-2, but that was short-lived as a homer from J.J. Bleday would tie things up in the third inning. The Buccos would give up 2 more in the fourth inning, trailing 5-4, then cut it to within a run there with the sac fly of Esmerlin Valdez. And then you thought that the eighth inning and 3 runs scored by the Buccos would be enough to put them in the lead 8-5, but they would give that all back and then some as the Pirates again scored runs 5, 6, and 7 in the 8th inning. Cincinnati would score a grand total of 3 and go on to an 8-7 victory. Of course, the Nick Gonzalez ill-advised throw to second instead of ending the inning with the game tied, going across to first base proved pivotal. And then, well, things got even worse with Ryan O'Hearn running down the first base line in the 8th inning, grounding out back to the pitcher and injuring his left quad. He missed 2 weeks with a right quad injury, and we read his lips on television as he told Don Kelly and the athletic training staff, "I heard it pop as he was helped off the field and then reported to be on crutches after the game." Well, the news not good. Out 6 to 8 weeks, though O'Hearn, in our Robert Pearson Associates injury report, they are Pittsburgh's premier personal injury attorneys, tells us that he's actually somewhat thankful that he won't need surgery and that he may be able to return for the stretch run of the 2026 season. Here he is with reporters a short time ago.
Quad strain, 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, pretty much it. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, just running down the line and then, randomly felt it pop. So I'm pretty frustrated. But the Pirates are going to be all right. We got good players, and hopefully I'll be able to make a return and help out down the stretch.
Initially, a better prognosis than maybe what was going through your mind originally?
I would say so. Yeah. No surgery or anything like that, and a chance to return. Playoffs are at the end of the year, so that's kind of what I'm holding on to right now.
So what were your emotions whenever that happened? What was moving through your head on the field?
Yeah, it sucks. Obviously, I want to be out there, and I want to help this team in this playoff push that we got going on. I know it's been a tough stretch, but obviously it sucks. But yeah, overall, man, I'm beyond blessed. I got a great life, great family. I'll lean on my faith and just grind through it and attack the rehab process. But we'll be all right. Pirates will be all right without me. They were fine the first time. I missed some time, and we have really good players coming back and all that. So I'm just going to help out around here as much as I can and try to get better, try to get healthy, and make a return when it really counts at the end.
All right, so there's Ryan O'Hearn. So he's on the 10-day injury list. So I guess encouraging that the Pirates did not put him on the 60-day, given that he returned fairly quickly from the right quad injury, but the left one obviously seems to be a lot more severe, avoiding the surgery. Isaac Mattson is back up from AAA Indianapolis, so he'll be a pitching reinforcement. Antoine Kelly, who threw really good yesterday, 3 scoreless innings, surprised after the 40 pitches he didn't go back out there for a 4th. Instead, Don Kelly
pulls Antoine Kelly, goes to Wilbur Dotel instead, and it was Dotel who had the disastrous 8th inning. Rafael Flores has been activated from the 7-day concussion IL as well. So subtract O'Hearn and Antoine Kelly from the Pirates roster. You can add Rafael Flores to the active 26-man along with Isaac Mattson to the Bucco bullpen. Flores will be in the starting lineup tonight. Don't know if Camilo Duvall will be available to Don Kelly. The Pirates acquiring him today from the New York Yankees in exchange for a couple of minor league players. So let's dive into Duvall here, who I think does make the bullpen better, though not a guaranteed uptick or a turnkey solution. Maybe he's a far cry from his all-star season of 2023, but he's been otherwise very durable. He's 3-1 with 39 strikeouts. He's appeared in 44 games. Yankees got him from San Francisco last year. A combined 4-3 with 16 saves and an ERA of 3.5, 69 games last year. He has stuff. This is a spreadsheet type of acquisition. They like the cutter, they like the slider, they like the extreme ground ball rate. He is a man of great extremes, especially when you look at the home and road splits. But he is someone who had 39 saves in that All-Star season 3 years ago. The durability has been a big thing. 60 appearances during each of the last 4 years. The stuff and the consistency of it, consistency being key, could make this Pirates bullpen really good. They are better from the right side with this acquisition. Is he susceptible to hard contact? Yes, he is. Was he terrible at Yankee Stadium? Yes, he was. Was he very good on the road? Yes. So a lot of things are true here in this situation, and if they make whatever tweaks and adjustments that they feel that they can, at least that's what we've been told here by the Pirates organization, then maybe this is a big win. It's relatively inexpensive. There's some control involved. The Pirates have him for all of next year. He doesn't hit free agency until 2028. Making just over $6 million this year. Yankees will send some cash, a reported $750,000 to try to offset some of the costs, but the Pirates still do net a increase in payroll here with Duvall. Again, really good ground ball guy, amazing cutter, can easily, with that cutter, hit the triple digits. So he looks good on a spreadsheet. Putting it all together very well could be the key here, or it is. I'm not going to say it could be. It very much is. And they get him to a consistent place. Then it's a massive win. And I think the consensus is getting him out of the bright lights of New York is going to be helpful for Camilo Duvall. But it's got to be the first of other moves. The Pirates have indicated as much. And at least today, the Pirates, maybe not necessarily drastically, but incrementally got better, filling a need with right-handed relief. Here's Don Kelly coming up in just a moment, so stay with us. We'll get to the Bucco skipper's remarks to reporters inside the Pirate dugout at Great American Ballpark, where we understand the tarp is off the field. We should actually trend towards an on-time start, 6:40 p.m. for the third of a 4-game wraparound weekend series. Buccos and Reds. The Pirate skipper is coming your way next. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Your home for Steak on a Stone is all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Dan Zang really back in a moment on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Cure Squad is here for your protection. Cause if you are uncertain, my suggestion is get tested. The time is now, find your nearest local clinic. What's exquisite, if it's hard for you to travel, they do home visits. You're not alone, listen, they're here to help. You deserve to focus on your future well-being and health. This next line is tremendously important. You don't have to pay a dime, a single cent, or need insurance. Doc Cap C, I speak, screaming, yell it loudly. Don't you ever doubt me, come and get your cure from Central Outreach.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus, receive 4 times O Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. It's the third of 4 Pirates and Reds at Great American Ballpark. Buccos are trying to snap a 4-game losing skid and match their season worst in 5 straight losses, which has not occurred since April 26th through 30th. They've not been 2 games below 500 since they started 1-3 on that very first road trip that also did take them to, ironically enough, Great American Ballpark. They dropped 2 out of 3 at Citi Field in New York, and then the first of a 3-game set in Cincinnati before winning the final 2. Pittsburgh was 6-3 against the Reds before the first 2 games of this series, which they've lost each by a run, 8-7 last night and 3-2 on Thursday. They send Braxton Ashcraft to the mound against Andrew Abbott. We'll get into that pitching matchup here in a moment. That's Who Has the Ball, brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. Remember, you can have it all with Joe Ball. But the Buccos skipper talking about the Pirates acquisition, making a trade with the New York Yankees today. They send a couple of prospects, the 17th rated prospect in their system, minor league catcher Omar Alfonso, along with the low-level contact hitting outfielder Luis Cruz. They get some cash back to help offset the over $2 million it was owed to Camilo Doval, prorated. He's an ARB and just making over $6 million a year. Big power right-hander with an amazing cutter, high ground ball rate, exceptional, in fact, and Don Kelly will have that at his disposal in the Bucco bullpen.
Trade. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the deal.
Yeah, great to add his power stuff, experience to the pen, his closed games in the past. Went from San Francisco to the Yankees, pitched some meaningful innings for New York, and has that experience in the back end of the pen that'll be big.
Where do you see him kind of fitting in? I know it's early. But...
Yeah, it's early. We'll work through that when he gets here and, figure out. But just, I think the heartbeat that he's shown in the back end of the pen can be really valuable this time of year.
No more moves are obviously expected, but what does this do for the team's confidence to see you guys are going out and addressing something that's been an issue, but also going out and adding to this team?
Yeah, it's great. And yesterday was a tough day, not just with the loss, but with Ryan. And, hopefully this shows the belief that we still have in the team to go out and compete and to add somebody to the back end of the pen.
Other than the velo, Donnie, what makes it tough to hit when he's going well?
Breakball can be really good. Velo is good. The movement on it can be really good. And, I think that, again, talking about that experience, it's, at this time of year to add somebody that has pitched in the back end, I think is a real big addition.
Donnie, speaking about Ryan, is the hope to try to get him back before the end of the season there? Is that the hope for you?
Yeah. And I know it's that 6 to 8 week timeline, and I think that, not trying to put pressure on Ryan. The first time he came back really quickly, and you never know with these injuries because, there can always be setbacks and other things, so you just know that Ryan's going to go and dominate in rehab and do everything that he can to get as healthy as he can fast.
After how it looked last night, was it kind of a hint that it wasn't even more serious?
Yeah,
possibility.
Could have been a lot more serious. And so to have that 6 to 8 week, you just never know with those. It could, it could have been worse than that.
How do you kind of anticipate the first base spot playing out? Obviously, a lot can change between now and Monday, but Flores today, Horwitz hopefully near return. How do you hope it plays out?
Yeah, hope that Spence is back. As soon as we can get him back, he's been a big bat in our lineup, and really looking forward to getting Spence back.
Is Flores someone we might see more often?
Flores, we've got a bunch of guys that can play over there. We saw Eddie there yesterday. Triolo, Jacob Gonzalez, Spencer. Hopefully when Spence comes back, that he's going to get a lot of time over there. Thank you.
All right, so there's Pirates manager Don Kelly before the game with reporters, so it sounds like until Spencer Horwitz gets back, it'll be kind of first base by committee, depending on matchups. It's going to be Rafael Flores there tonight against the left-hander in Andrew Abbott. By the way, we remind you, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has a credit card offer right now with 5% cash back on gas, groceries, restaurants, travel that goes through August. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. So Flores activated from the concussion IL, and he is in the 8th spot of the batting order. Hitting in front of him is Jake Mangum in center field, followed by Brandon Lau at second base. Lau, just like that, is 13 of his last 27, hitting .481 with 6 extra base hits over his last 6 games. Brian Reynolds will hit third in left field, and as Merlin Valdez, hoping to drive in another 25 runs this month, as he did in the month of July, he'll clean up in right field. Nick Gonzalez, Major League Baseball's longest hit streak, continues. 15-gamer. He hit .388 last month. Marcell Ozuna getting another start. He homered last time he saw Andrew Abbott. He'll be the DH, hitting 6th. Jared Triolo starts at shortstop with the left-hander on the mound. And then, as mentioned, it's Flores at first base for the injured Ryan O'Hearn. Henry Davis will catch yet again. So Jake Mangum, the 8-game hit streak, .324. He's had a pretty good series. He was right in the thick of it yesterday. He'll be my pick to perform from Precision Pointing and Restoration. Visit BrickPointingPittsburgh.net, Pittsburgh's premier masonry company. On base 3 times, the homer, the RBI single, the walk, the stolen base. He has now 20 of those. Terry Francona's Cincinnati Reds. Ellie De La Cruz, the shortstop. Sal Stewart, baseball's RBI leader. The rookie designated hitter, hits second. J.J. Bleday went deep yesterday. He'll be in left field with Nathaniel Lowe starting at first base. Following him, Noelvi Marte in right field. Eugenio Suarez 6th at third base. Catcher Jose Trevino, his first start of the series. Tyler Stevenson will sit. T.J. Friedel, left-handed hitting center fielder. His first appearance of the series, hits 8th. Matt McClain, second base. He'll be in the 9th spot of the order. The Pirates pitching matchup, Braxton Ashcraft is .771 earned run average. He's given up 22 earned in his last 25 2/3. This is over his last 5 starts. OPS against .942, batting average against .302. Overall, the Pirates have been able to cover up for the warts here with Ashcraft. They've averaged over 7 runs per game in Ashcraft's 21 starts. That's the best run support for any pitcher in Major League Baseball. That's why they've gone 4-1 in these last 5. So we'll see if Ashcraft can get it done against the Reds. He gave up 2 runs, 6 innings in a 2-0 loss back on March 30th. And then he was really good on May 3rd, going 2 outs into the 8th inning, a no decision and a Pirates 1-0 win. All against Abbott, third time facing the Bucks this year. Both have been rough outings. Pirates tagged him 4 runs in 5 2/3 innings back on April 1st. June 26th, they got him 4 runs in 5 1/3. Marcell Ozuna and Andy Rodriguez homering in that one. So there's your pitching matchup: Abbott versus Ashcraft, Pirates versus Reds, as the Bucks try to snap this 4-game skid and avoid losing 5 straight. Their season high in consecutive losses that they have not done since late April, 26th through the 30th. They haven't been 2 games under 500 since March 30th. So on the call, brought to you by the Pennsylvania One Call System. Know it's below. Contact 811 before you dig. It'll be Joe Block and Matt Capps. So we send you out to Great American Ballpark. Coming up in just a moment, this has been the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Dan Zangrili signing off. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh